this. If there's no VK tonight, I need to change the thumbnail. And we're going to do a Piers Morgan versus Destiny and Andrew Wilson on Piers Morgan debate review. And I can change the whole thumbnail. I'll make a thumbnail real quick. And we can get the Destiny people in here. If BK's still going on, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to wait to watch this. Because I haven't watched this yet. I just woke up. I knew Andrew was going on Piers Morgan. He went on yesterday. And it hadn't been released yet. I did not know it was for a debate with Destiny. So we need to definitely react to that. But right now, I'm just wondering when we're going to get, if VK's still going. Sometimes he starts like an hour later, which would be in about 30 minutes. So until then, I do got something else we could do. Yeah, cool. I'm wearing this shirt for Valentine's Day. Just to remind all the guys out there, if you're crying about being lonely on Valentine's Day, stop being a bitch. That's right. That's right. All right. It's been a while since we did this. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 banana, 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 bum, 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 bum. Banana, 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 da, bum, banana, da, da, banana, da, 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 da. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, if you remember how this goes, I have to hear the audio through my TV. Quit. Go back. Quit. Your progress will be saved. Yes. Speedrun. Thank you, Amanda. No, I hit the wrong button. Quit. Course World. Course World. Endless challenge. Should we do a warm-up on an endless challenge before I start going for world records? It's been so long. We have 10 lives on level 11. Let's try an endless level first. Just to get warmed up. Just to get warmed up. What's up with VK, Fredo? Fredo. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, this sucks. I have a mic boom in front of my face. Let's do it like this. Hold on a second. I'm gonna die. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Oh. Bop, bop, bop. Bop. Is that a soft lock? Oh, I thought I was about to get soft locked, my boy. Ah! Damage boost. Who cares? That's an easy speed run level. I bet you it's optimized already, though. We're doing endless right now. But as I go through endless, I'll keep my eyes open for any levels that might be potential world record. See, 33 seconds. Somebody already optimized that. We're not going to beat 33 seconds on it. It's not even worth trying. That's a hold right level. If there's no VK tonight, we're going to review. I'm going to change my thumbnail and my title. And I'm going to review this Destiny versus Piers Morgan thing. And then we'll open a panel. You got to go on the crazy impossible levels. Yeah, I'm just warming up right now. It's been a while since I played. But I don't know. There's a certain level that I can't do, but I'm pretty good. Let's just say I'm pretty good. You can do it. You can do it. Bop. This thwomp's gonna hit me. Oh! Should have looked. Should have looked before I jumped. Watch this. That thwomp is a problem. So what they want you to do... Okay, so yeah, you can see it right there. Why don't I just do this? Bop, bop. Is this death? What a dumb level. Let's go. This is a stupid level.
Made it.
Somebody tell me when VK start. Hold on. We could do this. Is the thumbnail even up yet? I'm not watching that. I don't see a thumbnail up yet. 5 months ago. Six days ago. No thumbnail up yet. Somebody's gonna have to let me know as soon as the thumbnail is up. Like, I want to watch the Destiny versus Piers Morgan thing, but if I do that, I need to have my thumbnail and my title right, because those get a lot of views. Don't see a thumbnail yet. Has anybody responded to me in this Discord? Somebody said, I hope everything is okay. There's been no word. I may have to, what'd I just do? Let's go. All right, thank you. We only have 10 lives. Whoa, oh, it's a speed run. Is it a hold right? Oh my god, it's a refreshing speed run. Check this out. Stop jumping. Throw the POW at the muncher. Refreshing speed run. Awesome. I love it. Hopefully it's not super tight. Are we putting this helmet on? What the heck? Oh, man, it's really tight. No, there's cheese here. Is this going to kill my run? That donut. The donut. Okay, you don't even have to put that. Okay. I got this. Watch. I hate this level. Check this out. This is why my... And I maybe shouldn't thweep there. Stop! Don't hit the donut! I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I got it this time. Don't hit that. I keep forgetting about the donut. I don't think I'm supposed to thweep there. That's gonna cost me. It's gonna cost me. Got him. 0 seconds on the clock. And I screwed up at the donut. No one-ups. Thanks a lot, Level. No one-ups. You can't give me a one-up on that. On that. What up? You can't give me a one-up on that? Bop, bop, bop. Boom, 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 banana. Boom, 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 boom. Bad Super Bell Hillslide. Any clear conditions? Negative. Great. A snake ride. My favorite. I love riding the snake. Pause. Don't clip that. Let's go. Let's get out of here. I missed the pipe. What the? We need speed, baby. Speed. Oh, if that claw would have grabbed me. Oh, my goodness. I hate this. I hate it. Wait. Are you serious right now? How do you do this? Oh, wait. I don't think I'm going to get stuck, actually. I am going to get stuck. Am I going to get stuck? No. Okay, cool. But if we get grabbed by that claw, I'm screwed. No, I'm not. I'm going to get grabbed by the claw on purpose so that I can go down there slowly. We're good on the clock. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Oh, the icicle. Oh. Oh, this is bad. What is this level? What is this? You see all the X's down there? A lot of people died there. Is this a setup? What am I? Watch this. That did not work. Oh, I forgot. I'm on a run. I can't just be wasting lives. I thought, dude, no. Maybe I'm supposed to. Maybe I'm supposed to stay on the snake? Like maybe the snake keeps going somewhere? Nope, it doesn't. Bouncing backwards on it. Okay. So I think it's clear that we have to go left. Or we damage boost through the saw blade. Is there any? We might be able to damage boost through that saw blade. Let me see something. Check me out. Look, 26 inches. Which I'm sitting crooked. Old school Chevy, faster than a silver bullet. Strawberry paint, seats vanilla pudding. Got him. Got him. Bop. Fire. Thank you. On-off switch. What's the point of this? What's the point of this? A coin? That's it? Bop, bop, bop. Whoa! Bop, bop, bop. Whoa! One up. Let's farm some one-ups. Ow. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I could just throw the shell to do this. Bouncing backwards on the air. We got our 3. I didn't need to do any of that. I could have just went to the flag. I've never played this one. This is Mario Maker, so it's got all these levels are built by people. You can build your own levels and then you upload them. And so like this is called endless. This just keeps going forever and ever and ever. And every level that I play is built by a person. So see, it tells me who built it. Mr. T Gamer. This is called Link Training. Oh, we're playing as Link. And we have to reach the goal as Link. So if I lose the power up. Gotta remember how to play as Link. It's been a while. Oh, you're teaching me how to play as Link like I don't know how already, bruh? You think I don't know what to do? Oh, bomb time. Multiple bombs. Rubber Ross, the animator, makes some crazy levels. I'll grab some and send them to you tomorrow. Rubber Ross. A Rubber Ross. Yeah, I used to be... That was the wackest Zelda level ever. Hey, what up, Panel Burst? Thank you for the super chat.
La 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 la, wait till I get my money right.
Shout out. Thank you, sir. Oh, that's Canadian $2. What is that, like $1? 10 cents US dollar. Hold on, I'll be 2 seconds. Enough endless. Endless is not my jam. Endless is not my jam. My jam is viewer levels and speed runs. So we're warmed up. We're warmed up. We could try an endless expert run. Like, see, a lot of these are optimized though. Can we lose this guy and get the chair? There you go. You got the chair. I'll drop intel with it. Welcome to the Orthodox Church, an introduction to Eastern Christianity paperback. Is that a book? Dude, I got so many books right now. I just bought 3 new books the other day that I got to read. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, 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 bump. The book to start with anyway. Well, boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's go to the courses. Monkey Swamp. Monkey Swamp. Themed. What's the world record on this? It's an underwater level. 2-minute world record. 10% clear rate. Books are good. I hate them, but reading is key. 2-minute world record seems doable. It's underwater level, though. It's probably a mess. That's probably why it has a 2-minute world record. But also, it could have a checkpoint. Get out of here. Wait, can I bop that while it's underwater, or do I have to wait for it to... I forgot. Yeah. That's why the world record is so high, is because you gotta be kind of cautious. Can you climb a tree underwater? Yes. No power-ups. So we'll speed run it after a test run here. Why did I get hit? I looked at my cigarette for 2 seconds. I've never pushed faith. Want to know why I troll Andrew? For real? Sure. He never pushed faith. Never pushed faith. He pushed books. I've never heard Andrew pushing books. What are you talking about? There's a lot of strategies to I know he wouldn't say this, that he's doing this, but it's just the word I'm going to use. Minister. There's a lot of strategies to minister. Sometimes the best strategy is to not minister and just be an example. Now, I'm not saying Andrew's the best example, but if you have a popular channel and you're great at debating and people like you and you're entertaining and you're also an Orthodox Christian, that's going to draw people in. If I hadn't, I go to a Orthodox church. Do they even call it a church? St. Peter and St. Paul Antiochian Orthodox Church. Because of Andrew, because I was listening and it got me interested in it. I've realized they're very dry people. It's like when I did door-to-door sales, the people I least liked to talk to were engineers. Engineers are always very dry, dull, monotonous people. They're very smart, but they're not fun to talk to. They're not fun to hang out with. And I've noticed a lot of Orthodox guys are the same way. Very dry, very almost autistic, a lot of them. Very smart, very good at debating. But at least the ones at the church I go to don't seem like the type of guys that I would like to hang out with. What's the point I'm getting at? I don't know. There is no point. But the point is, by him being popular and being good at debates, and I like watching debates, and that's how I found his channel. Then you find out he's an Orthodox person, then it leads me to be interested in the Orthodox Church and to go there. Now, I'm never going to be a catechumen. I'm already baptized. You know, I don't but good people. Yeah, they're I don't know. I'm not gonna. No man is good. But I like the way they do church better than a lot of the Protestant churches I've been to. Don't you bite me. Get out of here with that. I'm not going to be able to get that because I'm not big. I got to get big on air. How did that thing get me? My area has a lot of Eastern Orthodox, all a-holes. You see what I'm talking about? I know. I know. But I do like the way they do church. So that's why I go to one. What's up, Stepfire? Hold on. I'll focus on the game once I finish this cigarette. Is VK starting or what? If VK's not happening tonight, then I'm gonna turn this game off and I'm gonna change my thumbnail and my title and I'm gonna review this Piers Morgan Destiny Andrew debate. We're gonna get all the Destiny fans in here. I like the way they work. Yeah. Yeah, I like a lot of yeah. I agree with all that. But what I was saying is, what do you mean he pushes books? I've never heard him push books. Even if people request, hey, Andrew, what book should I read to learn about the Orthodox Church? He usually doesn't even answer the question. He says, go to the Orthodox Discord and ask them. I'm not the person to answer that question. He canceled it? No nonsense gets the job done type guys. Yeah, that's yeah, I see that too. And they're very smart. They're usually very smart people. Which is cool because I like smart people. But a lot of them are very dry. You're not getting me this time, fool. Check this out. Why am I doing this? I don't know. Here's what we got to do. Check this out. That was unnecessary because we're not even in a run right now, so coins don't matter. Okay, 2-minute world record on this. We just got to learn the right places to damage boost. So I'll probably scoop up this world record on my second run. Power up, please. Thank you. No, I don't like you. Get out of here. Thanks for stealing my power up. I'd be nice to him. All right, enough dilly-dallying. Let's take this world record, and then I gotta make a new thumbnail. So no Valentine's Day VK. I thought I could get through there without taking the damage. It's okay, there's a power-up coming up. I don't like how he puts these piranhas right on the freaking edge of the jump. Wasn't there supposed to be a power up there? Oh, this guy got me last time. Not this time, fool. Get out of here. Oiler, what are they called? Oinkers? Oilers? Squidbillies? Here's the power up. Thank you, sir. And I'll avoid that. I don't like this. I'm not going to check the trees for power-ups. Whoa! Fish and stuff everywhere. I thought that guy was going to get me. Thought he was going to get me. Yeah, there is a checkpoint. So it's possible the world record is so high because the clear was using a checkpoint. So, no! Ooh, I thought I was going to miss that. Mushy. Thought about to admit that mushy. Get out of here. I don't like you. Down. Oh, I went too high. This level, it's almost beneficial to be small. Ah! See, I just started at the checkpoint. That's okay. I just want to clear the level. And then I hate how he puts those piranhas right on the edge of the... thing. Okay, if we clear this with no checkpoint, we're getting the world record easy. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Get out of here. Oh, you can't bop those fools? I'm being... See how he makes it hook at the end? That ain't right. That ain't right. That ain't right. Aw, I thought my spin move was gonna flex on a... Didn't work. I'm little. I need to be careful. We're little. We're a little guy. He's very little. I should check that tree for a power-up, but I don't need no stinking power-up. We're not even playing good. I'm not even playing good. How does the watching the ads fully blah, blah, blah? Because the amount of time you spend watching the ad is how much money I make, but it doesn't really affect much. I get like an extra 1/10 of a cent if you watch the whole ad. Chomp. Dead. Why am I using the... Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm using the D-pad. I'm using the thumbstick instead of the D-pad. That's not how you play Mario. What am I thinking? What, have I never played this game before? Bro, this dude is a jerk. He's a real jerk. Where do you guys see Jeremy? Why don't I see Jeremy? Am I missing his... There's nothing down here. Checking the tree. Oh! This level is a mess, bruh. I don't like it. Bro, forget the mushroom. We're just going. We're just going. I'm faster when I'm little. Faster and more agile. We can juke and jive. Duck, dip, dodge, dive. Duck, dip. Dip, dive. Woo! Stay off of me. Come up here? No, I'm gonna go under you. Haha. Gotcha. Watch this. Oh, that's where I died last time. Okay, this level... All right, we got this. We got this world record all day, ladies and gentlemen. $14 a month. Okay. Here's the world record run. You ready? You ready? Uh-oh, this is going to be a problem. Ooh, this is going to be not good. I need you to get out of my way, please. Thank you. Ooh, tight little gap up in there. Get up in that gap. Give me that. Thank you. Under this. I undershot it. Glad we damage boosted through that, though. Get out of my way. Checkpoint does not matter. I'm gonna get the power up, though, just so I can damage boost when I have to. See, if I really wanted to speed run it, I'd just damage boost through that. Missed it. Missed the pipe. This is not optimized, but as long as I don't lose, I will get the record. And go. And walk. Oh, I forgot about that guy. Oh, I forgot about this part. Crap. We got to restart the level. Hold on. We're going to get this world record, and then I'm done. I'm going to make another thumbnail. We're going to watch... We're going to watch Piers Morgan and Destiny. Review that, and then I'll open a panel. Optimal speedrunning strats. You ready for this? No, this is not how you speedrun. This is not good. I'm messing up. I almost want to start over just because that was ugly. This has been very ugly. Get out of here. Bad. This is bad. I'm mistiming everything. I wonder if this is a progressive power-up. Oh my goodness. This is horrible. This is the worst run in history. It's okay. This is how you learn the level for that record run. Yeah, a lot of times I don't even do that. I just go fast as I can, and I don't even try to learn the level. Get down. Thank you. Up. See, I wonder if I can jump out of the water and bop that guy. Got him. You go this way. Thank you. Go under this. Over this. Under this. In there like swimwear. Up there. I don't care. Let's get the mushroom for safety. I always forget about this. This is a problem. Don't you get in my face, you Squidbilly. Goody. Goody. Wow. Ooh, I thought I wasn't going to get the mushy. On the egg. You get out of here. Thank you. Don't forget, I need to not forget that the next pipe like that at the end of the grass run has a freaking... Oh, that was bad. That was ugly. Has green fish and a dang piranha. Don't forget about that guy. Gotta juke him. Gotta juke him. Hayukin. This one. Yes, yes, this is the scary part. Okay, we gotta... Hold on. Whoa! Okay. Is this the last? Yeah. And that's the WR. Not optimized, but that'll be a world record. What? We didn't get the world... Somebody else got the world record before I did. Oh, no. Oh, no. It was 222. Now it's 204. Somebody else jacked it from me. I wasn't under 222 anyway. God. Is that... How optimized is that? That's pretty optimized. Can I beat 204 on this? Where could I pick up time? It's underwater level. With damage boosting... Under 204. A lot of... See, you can get that mushroom there, and it's not really going to hurt your time because you can't beat those fish. That was quick. Okay, you can get in that pipe before that piranha hits you. And you can get that one mushroom without really taking a penalty. And you can jump out of the water. See this? It's kind of slower. If I go down the bottom... Yeah, that was dumb. Okay, there's no point in getting that mushroom. Hold on, I got this. Don't waste so much time on the shrooms. Yeah, I agree. See, this one, if I go down on the bottom, I could get it. But all they do is make it... Nah, I'm trying to jump out of the water and jump over that piranha plant. But what I could do instead... Check this out. See, there's no really time... That was quick. I want to get over the top of him. If I can hold that mushroom, I can just damage boost through him. The problem is by the time I screwed up. I'm not going to get the mushroom. See, I need the water to be up. This is bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. You can make it before the fish. You just got to hug the rock closer. I wonder also if I can swim under this guy without bopping him. Like that, you mean? See, I might be able to swim under these guys. It depends on how low off screen I can go. Oh, this is bad. Shouldn't have even got the mushroom. Shouldn't have even got the mushy. Okay. I don't know why I'm going to try something real quick. Yep. Why am I spinning when I come out of the water? I'm hitting the freaking trigger. That was bad. Just gonna damage boost through there. We're not playing good, ladies and gentlemen. I really just want to go to this debate, watch this Piers Morgan thing, and open the panel. That was not what I wanted to do. Damage boost. Woo! I didn't think my damage boost was going to last long enough. Nice. That worked out good. Get out of my face. Yeah, that's some wasted time there, but I might need it because I want a damage boost a little later. This thing takes forever. Right here. That's the damage boost spot. Oh no, I forgot about that guy. He's in my way. Get out of here. That screwed me up. And I think those are on-screened, those green fish. Okay, and also we can slide out of that pipe and do a wall bounce automatically. I forgot about this part. This is quick. This is quick. That was quick. I can go quicker. As soon as you come out that pipe, you can hit a wall bounce and jump over that piranha plant. Got it. We got it, boys. There you go. What up, Bibby? We got it. I could probably get sub 2. I think I could get sub 2 minutes. But I'm going to make a thumbnail real quick. Hold on. Hold on. We're going to change up the thumbnail and we're going to get some Destiny people in here. Watch this. Here's how we do this. You put a black background so that it pops. Get out of here, ads. Bibby's starting a show. Well, I don't know if I should say it. Bibby's not starting a show. I'm lying. If I'm lying, I'm dying. You put a black background. Black background. Black background. Then I got to get a picture of Destiny. Destiny streamer. This goofball. I don't want his arm cut off. This one will do good, right? Yeah. Yeah, this will be fine. And then we get a picture of Andrew. That's not the right Andrew Wilson. That's some like, they look like the dude from Nickelback. I'd like to get a sharper one if I could. I'd like to get one where the mic's not cut off either, though. Huh. This one? It's too dark. I'm going to have to do extra work. I want one with a crisp line between him and the background so that the AI will trim out the background. If he's wearing black against a black background, I'm going to have to do all this extra work. This one's already like in PNG form. Somebody already trimmed out the background, so I'm going to steal it. And then we go to background eraser. Put this one in. Done. AI. That'll do fine. That'll be just fine. Save that. Finish. Add. I could get sub 2 on this. I need a synonym for stand up. A synonym for stand up. Rise up. Arise. I know you can. Arise. I know you can. Deprostrate yourself. There's Destiny. Save. Finish. Watch what happens, guys. It might not work because if I don't start a new stream, it might not pop up, but it should work. Get this ad off of my screen. Let's do this. I'm giving you guys all the... I'm giving away the game. Thumbnail maker. Add a picture of Destiny in here. High contrast. Ooh, contrast. It's on black background. You know what? I'm going to do I'm going to change the background because Destiny's wearing a black shirt. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like
your
that.
way to your next car with Rent to Buy from Hertz Car Sales. It's buying a car made better with 3 full days to...
Now you guys are learning the real game here. Do everything for free. Only problem is you got to deal with a bunch of ads. There's Andrew. Destiny's head is bigger than Andrew's head in this picture. Try to size them so that they both got the same size cranials. Same size cranial areas. Let's make Andrew's brain is a little bigger, so give him a slightly larger cranial. And then you write Destiny. And let's give it some gay letters. Make them blue. Because he's a Democrat. Make it gay blue. Versus Andrew Wilson. Mr. Wilson. Put it like this. Yeah. Yeah. And give Andrew some based letters. Blood letters. Letters in blood. I gotta make their heads a little smaller so I can fit the letters in. Andrew's got the blood letters. Does Wilson have one L or two L's? It's got two L's, right? Or I mean, one L. Yeah. Duh. Get everything sized up right. We're going to have all the Destiny orbiters in here. Verse in gold letters. VS. Get that goldish. Get my gold out. With a yellow border to make it pop. Looks kind of goofy. I don't care. Piers. P-E-I-R-S. Who spells Piers that way, by the way? Piers Morgan. Debate review. Live. Where's my smaller letters? I need smaller letters. There we go. Right there. That's going to be white, so it pops. Hop on pop. And then after we watch this, I'll open the panel. And we'll probably get some Destiny fans in here. Maybe. At least it worked last time. That'll be fine. It's not, doesn't need to be fancy. Save. Download. All right. Let me catch up on the chat. Never saw the chair dono. Oh, $5 chair dono. Let's go. Shout out chair dono. Shout out Yeezy. I think I missed another one earlier too. No, I got that. Thank you, Jeremy, for the $5 chair dono. You win nothing for your Mario record, but the chair gets $5 for being a chair. I don't think Dog gonna be in here over the Piers Morgan thing. Hey, they were actually pretty good. You win absolutely nothing for your accomplishments. DGG. I don't think DGG is going to be in here over the Piers Morgan thing. You'd be surprised. Piers' parents spelt it that way. I know. Well, ridiculous. Took a nap today, so I'll be up for a little while. Forget Destiny fans. You need Steven in here so you can pwn his A. No, he doesn't want to talk to these radical conservatives unless they have a large audience. Whoa. Okay. Now we edit. Change the title. Title. Destiny versus Andrew Wilson. Live Piers. All the buzzwords. Morgan debate review. With exclamation points and stuff. I did not spell Piers correctly. P-E-I-I-E. I before E except after P. I before E, even after a P. I-E. Piers Morgan. Well, Destiny. What do you think, Destiny? Change the thumbnail. Where is it at? Oh, I know what it is. It's in my phone. Stuff for YouTube. Oh, it's the YouTube. I've noticed you have a YouTube, Destiny. There you go. And that's what we do. What up, are you crazy? Now, you guys all got to hit the like button. There's 14 of you in here. There's only 10 likes. So you hit the like button, and that way, that algo about to pop, boys. Hope you and your family are better soon. Where did he say that it was canceled? I don't see it. Announcements. Oh, it's in announcements. To the whole family being sick. Me having to cancel. He's canceling his flight, so he's not going out to oh, that sucks. Still the $300 prize. Why is it a $300 prize? Did Fredo not take the money last week? Because I won and then... oh, no. Who? No, Stepfire won. Oh, it still says on his channel that Fredo is the champion. Stepfire won. And Stepfire put it... ooh, so it's a $300 prize tomorrow. Let's go. I don't know what I want to do now that there's no VK tonight. Well, you can watch this. Have you watched this? We got 4 people slacking. Yeah, it's 300 because Stepfire didn't take the money. I thought he said he wanted to use it for something. All right. Let's get it. Let's get it. If you haven't watched this yet, we're about to watch it. Now that we not have Mario going, I can put this stuff over here. You ready for Stephen Bennell?
Beta!
Versus Andrew Wilson?
It's a man, baby!
Destiny's going to try to weasel his way into winning arguments.
No, that doesn't work either.
And Andrew's going to say,
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
yep, sounds about right. I think that's how it's going to go right there. Sums it all up. One soundboard sums up the whole debate. What are they debating? On Trump, Musk, RFK Jr., Kanye, and more. Speaking of Kanye,
wait till I get my money.
Speaking of Ye, he went on another pro-Nazi rant. What a crazy guy. What a crazy, crazy guy. Okay. What up, Jeff Hewitt? All right, let's make this full screen. Minimize this. Make this full screen. All right. And here we go.
To investigate it, they had nothing.
Hey, here's Destiny Logic for you.
This is going to get heated, boys.
Things civilized, but that's entirely down to you.
This is going to get heated, boys.
For no good reason. Musk is collecting all these people's information. It's like unelected officials at the DMV are collecting my information.
Elon Musk is definitionally.
Everybody talks about the freaking data. TikTok stealing our data. Elon stealing our data. Bro, ever since you've been carrying a cell phone around in your pocket, they've had all your data. Who cares about the data? Your data's already gone. They had all your data the day you were born.
An unelected bureaucrat cutting whatever he decides is necessary.
He hasn't cut anything.
Who's that
What did
chick
they
on
cut?
my
I don't
shirt?
think that Doge.
I don't know. There's some hot girl. I don't know. I work for Valentine's Day to remind all the lonely guys out there that they don't have girlfriends and to stop being little bitches about it.
Even exists. I don't think they have the legal capacity to even do what Trump wants them to do. Trump was already found to have had people who were working with him collude with Russia. Roger Stone did it, but he was pardoned by Donald Trump, the same way Donald Trump pardoned all 1,600 J6 offenders.
Biden pardons the whole crime family, but that's fine.
You had 8 years to investigate it. They had nothing.
Hey, here's Destiny Logic for you. As long as bad things are done,
He
through the process of
pardoned
law,
Fauci.
That's fine.
I don't want to leave us without getting.
Why
to
would
the really
Fauci need a
contentious story
pardon?
of the week. It's been another whirlwind week in President Trump's USA, from outshining Taylor Swift to banning plastic straws and bringing Doge's Elon Musk to the Oval Office. Somewhat overlooked in the blizzard was Trump's order for a new task force on anti-Christian bias and the launch of a White House faith office led by televangelist Paula Michelle
It is a
White-Cain.
DGen shirt.
The
You found a
longer the
contradiction?
dance,
All right,
the
tell me
more
after.
bees she gets aroused. So Queen Bee starts going into this frenzy.
Yo, is this the lady that was Trump's oh, it pissed me off. He made her his religious advisor. Is that this lady? Bibby, is that this lady? What did she said Shambalabala. What did she say? I can't. Where's the clip? I need the clip of this lady.
And she starts going around and around and around.
It is her.
And she goes into vibrations until all the bees get activated and all the bees start going forth. And she leads the way.
JLP uses her in his Bible Thumper Thursday clips, or used to.
By stirring something up. Angels are being released right now.
There it is. This is the clip from Africa right now. Africa right now. Yes, the angels from Africa. Yeah, this is her. This was Trump's spiritual advisor in his first term. Bro, get rid of this chick.
Now, angels are being dispatched right now.
Angels from Africa, guys.
Angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now.
You could do with some of that energy. Well, Trump says that God
All
saved
away.
him to save America, and many supporters are fully on board with making America holy again. But critics say it's a divisive move that could bulldoze the constitutional separation of church and state.
Manda, handa, kanda, Wakanda.
Two controversial commentators whose views of this world,
Oh,
and indeed
shit.
the next, couldn't be more different.
Oh, shit.
Destiny is an outspoken liberal and atheist who said that religion is trash and a substitute for human thought. Andrew Wilson is a fiercely committed conservative Christian and founder of the Crucible debate channel, who once said this about facing destiny.
You and Destiny on whatever podcast together. Been watching some older debates with you and him. Love watching you wipe the floor with them. Keep up the amazing work you do. I doubt it. I doubt there'll ever be another debate between myself and Destiny, and here's why. One, I'm blacklisted. He actually made a blacklist and put me on the blacklist. So even if he says, well, now you're off the blacklist, I see no reason why.
Piers, do your research, bro. This is an old clip. He's debated Destiny since this clip was made.
Should engage with him.
Well, here you are. You're both together again to debate. I'm personally thrilled that the reality has come to this point. So welcome to both of you. I would say
Piers
let's
is
try and keep
slacking.
things civilized, but that's entirely down to you. It's your debate. I'll be in the middle of it, and hopefully we'll try and get through some complex issues in a constructive and interesting way. So welcome, anyway, to both of you. Let me start. Destiny, I mean, this whole idea of Donald Trump, making America holy again.
Okay.
What is your response to that?
I really don't care to talk
I feel
about
like we
free
have a
will
lot of
all
issues
night
right
again.
now
But
in this country. I don't know if
okay.
our president being a spiritual leader is one of them. There have been things that I've said about religion, mainly in regards to philosophy and how you reconcile like religion with some philosophical positions. But I do think that right now there's kind of a crisis of meaning in the United States. I think for a lot of people, religion can serve as
thanks,
a
Jordan
good
Peterson.
foundation of meaning. However, I don't think that Donald Trump is going to be the guy to, I guess, usher in that era of religiosity in the United States, at least not for any wholly religious person that I know that would, look at a person and think, oh, this is like a spiritual leader that.
Even if he's not the spiritual leader, just like I saw a meme, it was all the ladies are wearing cross necklaces, like the press secretary lady, and all these ladies are wearing crosses on the stage, and the meme was like, look at these fake, it was a liberal meme. Look at and they don't know how to meme. Look at these fake liberals wearing crosses. Even if they're not the most spiritual people, if they put that out there into America, it's a good thing. It will, it makes our country more inclined to be Christian. It shows other nations this is a Christian nation. Even if they aren't perfect example, nobody's a perfect example of a Christian. So even if they're not doing everything right, like when Trump said to the Down syndrome girl whose dad had died, he said, your dad's smiling down on you from heaven. People didn't like that. Some people didn't like that in my chat that he said that, because I guess that's making a salvific claim. But it's not about all that doctrinal mess. The average person, surface level Christian, American, they're going to see that, and there's press there. It's a good look. It's a good look. It looks good. It looks nice. What do you want him to say? Well, young lady, I didn't know your father. He could be burning in hell right now. Or maybe he's in heaven. I don't know. I don't make salvific claims. Like, what do you want him to say?
I would want.
Andrew, I would have kind of agreed with that, having known Trump a long time and never seen him as a particularly religious guy.
Yeah,
I've got to say, since he got shot, he sounds a very different guy about God, about religion. I've spoken to him myself several times, including once a week after he got shot, where he said, God must have had a plan for me. He must have saved me for a reason. He said, there can be no other explanation for why I came so close to being killed, but miraculously escaped. I do think he feels that really quite deeply.
Yeah, there's no atheist in foxholes, as the saying goes, right? So a near-death
or with
experience
terminal cancer
often will bring people closer to the divine. This is a very common thing. Doesn't surprise me that Trump narrowly, very narrowly, for a turn of his head, is still alive.
This is what we were just talking about earlier. Even if Andrew's not some perfect example of a Christian, he doesn't preach to people. He's not, reading from the Bible. He argues from a secular position. Usually, sometimes he'll mention his Christian ethical worldview. But just the fact that he says he's an Orthodox Christian and people like him, that draws them into the church.
I'm sure that he could definitely attribute that to divine intervention. And I'm sure even Destiny would understand why a person would do that. He's right about the fact that we do have a crisis of meaning, but he also is right, and I can concede on this point, that an office of faith with a chick speaking in tongues is cringe.
Is a mess.
And the most divisive
Yes, I'll agree with that too.
Thing on planet Earth.
That lady ain't doing us no
favors.
favors.
Thing when it comes to, I mean, it's even more divisive than relationships. It's more divisive than sex. It's more divisive than anything. Is the topic of religion itself. America is already very divided on religiosity, with a traditional camp and a non-traditional camp. I don't actually think that this was a great move for him to put in this office of faith, not because I do like the fact that it does signal that it's perfectly acceptable to rule through faith. I think that that's perfectly acceptable. However, I think strategically,
the way he's going to do it,
particularly wise, as it opened up a dialogue now between the traditionalists, who were really Trump's kind of staunch supporters, saying, what the hell are you doing?
And
here?
the sewing
We
circle
don't want
Christians.
This woman, Paula, in any way or shape, form, or capacity.
Oh, she's in charge of it?
Christianity on the national stage.
She's in charge of this faith thing? Oh, yeah, then I don't agree with it. Nope. Yeah, not a good move. She's not doing us any favors. I'll agree with that. She's not the one, Trump. Somebody needs to talk to him and be like, Trump, what are you doing with this lady? Get her out of there. He saw at the church service he went to with the Catholic lady that hates him. What is she, a bishop? The lady that's like, we need to, accept the LGBT people and the illegal immigrants and love them. And yeah, we should love them, but that doesn't mean we have to accept them and coddle them. Andrew outclassed him big time. Don't spoil it, John. I haven't watched this yet. No atheists in foxholes rabbit down the hole. I haven't heard that before. I don't know about the rabbit down the hole part, but I've heard the no atheists in foxholes. I've said it before. She's the boss. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. I don't like that.
Age.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, some people see MAGA Christian nationalism as racist. Time magazine said the toxic blend of ethno-religious identity politics was reflected in the prayers and religious symbols.
Yeah, read the book of Nehemiah.
At the U.S. Capitol insurrection on January the 6th, 2021, and it's become central to the trajectory of the contemporary MAGA Republican Party. Would you agree with that?
Bro, Joseph was racist when he picked out the goats from Laban. Like he only picked the speckled goats because he wanted his goats to look different than the other goats. Racist.
Piers Morgan Uncensored
You weren't.
is
You're
now
all right.
proudly
I'm just
independent.
saying, don't.
If you like the show, we ask
Don't
only
spoil
one
it.
thing. Subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Now let's get straight to the point. Support for today's show comes from a business focused on a critical issue: prosperity. U.S. national debt is at crisis levels. Inflation has made life more expensive.
Yeah, John, I say no atheists in foxholes and no atheists with terminal cancer.
Everybody, I'm going to stop.
Or terminal cancer is the quickest thing to turn an atheist to a Christian.
Market is precarious. It's enough to
No
make
atheists
anyone's
on their
financial
deathbed.
future feel grim. So what is the solution? Well, a simple one is to opt out of the chaos and invest in something solid and reliable: physical, gold, and silver. And there's only one name you need to remember: American.
I forgot I have
Hartford
beer.
Gold.
Oh man,
This
it's
company
beer
has earned the
30.
trust of thousands of customers with an A+
Am I drinking
rating
coffee
from the
and
Better Business
sparkling
Bureau.
water?
Glowing reviews, you can
It's
see
beer
for yourself.
30.
They offer an incredible range of gold and silver bars and coins. They can be delivered directly to your door, or they'll help you set them up in a tax-advantaged gold IRA. First-class customer service makes the whole process simple, secure.
I'm letting the ad play, guys, because it's out of respect because we're stealing Pierce's content right here. So we're going to let his gold ad play. Buy your gold.
Secure and straightforward. American Hartford Gold is committed to getting the truth out there and giving you peace of mind in uncertain times. And if that wasn't enough, you'll get up to $15,000 worth of free silver when you make your first purchase and mention my name, Piers.
Piers.
So, make the smart
Piers
move.
Morgan.
Call 866-692-2474 or text Piers, that's P-I-E-R-S, to
Works both ways, just saying.
65532.
What do you mean? Like when people on their deathbed, they fall away from God? Perhaps you're right. Like they're dying. They have terminal cancer and they're like, why would God do this to me? And it makes them hate God. You could be right about that.
That's 866
I could see that.
692-2474 or text Piers to 65532. free to. All the details.
You down to
in the
chat with people?
description.
Yeah,
Now on with the show.
after this is over, James. We're gonna watch this first.
I don't think anybody can disagree that there is like a section of MAGA or far right people that are racist in the United States, but I would say that this is a small section, and I don't think that it's worth focusing on. I think
otherwise
that
I'll never get
progressives
through it.
especially have this tendency to over exaggerate. I mean, we were all on the internet when people were hunting every single person who made the OK symbol and saying that they were like some kind of closet Nazi or whatever during the Rittenhouse era. So, I mean, there are going to be racist people everywhere, but if you want to attack MAGA and you want to do it through the lens of they're racist white supremacists or whatever, I mean, most people, I mean, obviously MAGA is not going to care for a variety of reasons. And
Dude, he used to have a shotgun behind him. Now he's got a whole armory behind him.
Shouldn't. And even most people that are kind of like looking from the center or even from the center left are going to be like, well, I don't really know if I feel this way. Like,
he's also radicalizing lefties on X. He's making posts about stuff like a picture of a gun and like, this is what happens when conservatives step on my rights and things like that. Seems like what are you promoting, an insurrection, Destiny? What are you trying to tear down our democracy? What are you encouraging violence? Oops, I clicked the wrong thing.
MAGA kind of seems more colorful than they even have been in the past in terms of conservative movements. You could just look online and see that. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of those types of attacks towards that, I guess, ideology, towards that camp.
You're sounding very reasonable today, Destiny. You're right.
I'm a very reasonable person, Piers. Okay.
Well, that is, I mean, he is right. There are better avenues for which to attack the MAGA movement that would actually be more effective for progressives. Them utilizing this type of attack actually didn't do them very much in the way of good in this last election cycle. And you saw this from large progressive
but they're not getting better.
This is all they did. Hassan Piker, among many others. In the political commentary world,
they aren't course correcting. We watched the Democratic National Committee election or nomination or whatever it was the other day. They're not course correcting. They're like doubling down. It's not getting better. You see all the city town meetings and stuff. Somewhere in Massachusetts, they just declared Massachusetts a sanctuary city for LGBT people, specifically the T's. Like, they're doubling down. They're not course correcting. They're not learning from their mistakes.
Other guys like this, they hyper focus on the racial dynamic issues, and Destiny is right. MAGA doesn't care, and most of the supporters of Trump don't care, and most Republicans at this point don't care because it's so overused that essentially, if you overuse a phrase like this or these kinds of talking points too much, their effectiveness just basically gets destroyed.
So let's move from making America holy again to making America.
No, Chronic, you're allowed to have guns in your, like, I could have a gun on my wall right here. You're just not allowed to pick it up and handle it during a stream. And you can make videos about guns. You know, you can make videos where you're shooting guns and stuff. I can do a stream where I have a gun behind me. You're just not allowed to pick up and handle the gun while you're on stream because in the past, people have, you know, used it during a stream. So if you touch the gun, then it becomes a problem.
America healthy again.
Is
I
Destiny
mean, Destiny
getting
is
fat?
a divisive character. I got to say about.
He goes through stages. I was watching his stream the other day, and he was talking about his lighting setup. So he took some pictures of his lighting, and there was creatine on the table. And people in his chat were like, "Oh, are you lifting again, Destiny? You're back on the creatine." So he's bulking. He's in his bulking season. That's what I'm bulking right now. And then once summer comes, we're gonna have to cut. We're gonna have to go on a cut. We're gonna have to cut the protein, cut the creatine, tighten up. You know. Right now we're bulking. I think I've gained like 20 pounds in the past month.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'd heard all the stuff about him. So the first time I interviewed him, I was quite like combative with him. And I was pretty charmed by him and quite impressed by him, I got to say. And I've interviewed him 4 or 5 times since. And I really don't think we've got the devil here at the head of the health service. I think we've got a guy who has a very curious mind, constantly asking questions, which probably need to be asked about the nation's health. He's also a fine figure of a guy for 70 who seems to practice.
Yeah, that wasn't creatine. It was coumatine.
What he preaches. Are you in favor or against him?
Absolutely against him. I think that there's this talking strategy that people like RFK do that drives me insane, and apparently it works for people like you, where somebody will say something that sounds on its face reasonable, but if you think about it for like 2 seconds,
does anybody know, is Destiny consistent with this? Did he like RFK 6 months ago? Did he like RFK when he was running as a Democrat candidate or not? I'm not sure. Because I've seen a lot of Democrats who loved Tulsi. They loved RFK. And then as soon as they leave the Democrat Party and join Trump's team, their views haven't changed. They'll say, I didn't leave the left. The left left me. The left went too far. I'm still the same person. I have all the same ideas. But now all of a sudden they hate them. Same thing they did with Trump. They loved Trump until he ran as a Republican. It's because they're mostly retarded. 10 toes, Hemerson. With the vast stuff, I doubt it. Yeah, you're probably right about that. He was probably against RFK's opinions on the Vaseline. But a lot of Democrats were the original anti-Vaseliners.
It's the dumbest thing ever. Like the idea of like, well, we need to be examining the safety of these pharmaceuticals. Like we need to look at the data. And it's like, well, yeah, of course. How do you think these things get passed? Or what do you think all the research is for?
Yeah,
like,
that
people
makes
like
sense.
RFK will just say these things that sound good. Like, shouldn't we be doing research on long-term outcomes of, XYZ drug? And it's like, yeah, we should be. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, we do that. Of course we do. The FDA has a pretty good track record, all considered.
Andrew?
Yeah, but we don't typically mandate brand new drugs before we do the long-term research, Destiny.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that
Once Human is easily one of the best open world survival games of.
That actually looks kind of cool. I don't know what it is.
It's like crafting and upgrade.
Kennedy's as fine a choice as anybody. It's not like these positions have been filled by people in the past who are incredible at them, not even on the progressive side, often moving into trans issues, trans health.
Destiny does that all the time. He'll just say something stupid and not give examples. In the John Doyle debate, he did the same thing.
Healthcare, which was a big loser for progressives. I think ultimately, I don't see any problem with this guy getting in there. I don't think he's going to do anything harmful, and I don't really see any problem with them moving into these various agencies and trying to do various reforms. I don't even actually see why progressives would be upset by that. So Destiny might say, well, there's things that he says that are already being done.
Are we talking about AFK or Elon?
So he's going to go in and be somewhat
RFK.
redundant. But it's like, if you already like those systems and he's already going in to do the systems, I don't even see why that would be a problem.
Right. I mean, and Destiny, what I would say is that always strikes me, if you ever see pictures from, say, Times Square or Trafalgar Square in London or
my own panel
Sydney
after
or
this,
whatever
but
it may
maybe
be
I will,
from
James.
the 20s, right? What's the one thing we all notice immediately if you think about it?
Immediately.
There's no fat
They're all in
people.
black and white.
Well, there's no fat people, right? They just didn't seem to exist. Literally, they barely existed because people were far more mobile. They had far better diets to a large degree. And none of the processed crap had come into to ruin their lives. None of the sort of, television, internet and stuff, which makes people sit around all day. So very different way of living. And it really strikes me, if you look at those pictures today to then.
We're not just getting fatter, though. We're
in
getting
the
dumber
sort of
in the
developed
information
world, like
age.
America,
Isn't that
like large swathes of Europe. We've just got very fat and unhealthy. And if all that he achieves in his term as health secretary is getting Americans to really.
I always bring up the reverse Flynn effect. 2024 was the first year America ever saw a reverse Flynn effect. The Flynn effect is that in a civilized society, as a society advances and grows, the average IQ should consistently rise at a stable rate. Reverse Flynn effect is when it starts to go down. Now, there's a couple reasons why that could happen. Maybe we plateaued, we reached a peak, and now it's just natural that we're going to, or not plateaued, but we peaked, and now we're going down back to a plateau eventually where we're going to be like leveled out. But like the more access we have to more information, you would think that it would keep going up, but it doesn't, because like I've said before, instead of people actually researching into things and reading things and learning things, like now you have people who will insult you if you read books. They're like, whoa, you read books? Books are gay. Why do you read books? It's like, okay. Is that like a real thing that people really say that? Yeah, they really say that now. And so instead of actually doing research and having to go, we used to have to go to the library or go to the encyclopedias. We had a bookshelf full of encyclopedias, and we had to go look things up and read. And now, any question you have, anytime anybody asks you a question, anytime there's any argument about anything, it's just source, Google, source, Google. Let me take my information from what Google tells me. Nope, this is the answer. And I've demonstrated it on stream. Like, Google's straight up wrong sometimes, and they'll mislead you. I'll do research into something, and I'll talk about it, and I'll gather all these sources, and I'll talk about something, and then 6 months later, I'll look at it again. I'll get into a debate with somebody, and I'll say something, and they'll pull up Google, and they'll be like, "Nope, that's wrong." Like the will and choice. I say will and choice are not synonymous. 6 months ago, will and choice were not synonyms. Then the other day, Goon pulls it up. Google says that they're synonymous. No. What do you mean? Will is the agency that informs our choice. It's not the same thing as a choice or a decision. It's a faculty or an agency. It's not a choice or a decision or an option. They don't even mean the same thing.
Think about that more. Wouldn't that be a good thing?
I mean, I feel like he can luck his way into a couple of okay positions, but the problem is going to be what the focus is. And the problem is that the focus in some ways, I think, is kind of contrary to whatever MAGA believes in, although it's hard to know at any point in time what MAGA believes in. But for instance, I think that probably the number one thing that you could do to increase the overall health of Americans would be to bring down our average weight. And the best way to do that probably would be to find ways to restrict the ultra processed foods, the stuff that's like super high in sugar, whether that's through additional labeling.
Yo, and don't pretend like he doesn't have this wall of guns and this shotgun behind him and all this ammo. Don't pretend, this is an intimidation tactic. He's trying to say, I'm ready for battle. I'm ready for battle. Bro, I know the first place in the apocalypse, I know the first place I'm going to jack. Because you only got 2 trigger fingers, Destiny, and they didn't stop making them when they made yours. And yeah, I know where I'm going to arm up.
Or whether that's through taxes on ultra processed food or sugar. Either of those, I think, would be tremendously in a good direction. However, both of those things are an increase in taxes and an increase in bureaucracy. I don't know if MAGA is in favor of either of those things. If that
we're about to do a Rust raid on his what do they call it in Rust? His base or whatever.
Was the sole focus of RFK, I would be more okay with it. But it's like this obsession with like the fluoride in the water and red dye number 3 and the heavy metal microplastics in our ball sacks and everything else. And these.
It depends what you mean by smart, 10 toes. Something I wonder is, have people ever actually gotten smarter over time, considering ancient people versus today, or is it just a means of information sharing that increases or changes? We've gotten more. Our IQ level has gone up, and IQ is just a metric for measuring people's ability to like retain information. And so I think we have. I think people have gotten smarter. We've developed language, we've advanced engineering and building, even artistic IQ. Like, I think people have gotten smarter over time. But then they still had the capacity back then. There just wasn't as much information. So I see what you're saying. Huh. There wasn't as much information available to learn back then. I don't know. I know average IQ can go up in a culture or in a society or in a nation. Does that mean people are getting smarter, though? Intelligence quotient? Maybe not. Maybe they were smarter in different ways back then. Yeah, I get what you're saying. We've gotten more book smart, but less people know how to farm now. Less people know how to hunt a gazelle with a spear, which is, in a way, being smart. You got to be pretty smart to know how to stalk your prey for 2 weeks and hunt it with a spear, you know? And I don't think any of these Zoomers or millennials and Zoomers, I don't think even the boomers, I don't think they could hunt down a dang gazelle with a pack and a spear. That's not going to happen. So it's different type of smart.
Things are very like they're worth looking at, but they're on the peripheral, they're on the edge.
What if he's right? I mean, the reason I say what if he's right is I remember through COVID, for example, all sorts of definitive statements from doctors and scientists, which often turned out to be complete baloney.
Facts.
You know, what if he's actually right about?
And anybody who was paying attention knew this at the time.
Can be right. So
but then they got called crazy conspiracy
most of the statements that were said by the people on the other side were completely and totally incorrect relating to COVID and vaccines. There were no mass deaths. There were no mass injuries, vaccine injuries. There were no microchips planted in us. There were no permanent vaccine passport.
He said there were no mass vaccine deaths or injuries. That's not true. That's not true. Also, the guy who just said that we have to have long-term studies on things before we release them to the public or mandate them to the public is now saying there's no evidence of long-term effects of the Vaseline. What do you mean? It hasn't been that long yet. How can we have long-term studies? How can we have a 20-year study that's only been out on something that's only been out for 5 years? What are you talking about, Destiny?
Reports. There still isn't any proof that it was created in a laboratory. Like all of those.
Oh, really?
Not being correct. But insofar as him being right, I'm saying that like it might be the case that microplastics or red dye number, whatever, could be bad for us or could even be carcinogenic, maybe. But these are like 2%, 3% issues. Like 80% is if you could bring people's weight down on average by helping our diets, it would be so much more impactful. And I don't see how you do that without
working on that.
Increasing the bureaucracy, because you have to be anti-capitalist a little bit. You've got to start taxing certain things. You've got to target certain types of foods. In order to change people's food consumption habits.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, it's a fine line, isn't it, between being relentlessly critical of health institutions.
You can start by taking all the chemicals out of the damn food.
And so on, and getting to a place where, if you're not careful, public confidence in all of those bodies collapses.
That's interesting. I have a point that I wrote down the other day for my prohibition debate with Wally. One of the main arguments against prohibition of alcohol is that it increases the potency of the alcohol, and more through illicit illegal alcohol manufacturing, it makes it more dangerous. And I would argue, when I want clean food, when I want good, healthy, clean food, I don't go to the grocery store for it. I go to the local farmer or the butcher. I got a guy who has chickens, and I get eggs from chickens, you know, so I don't have to pay $5 for a dozen eggs. Get the eggs from the chicken, and it's more natural. It's cleaner. They're not bleaching the eggs. They're not adding preservatives or all this other crap, and it's better. So I think that is a bad argument. I don't know if Wally would use that argument, but that is one of the common arguments against prohibition.
And then you start to have serious health issues.
Yeah, that's true. And this is part of the polarization in the United States. Destiny brings up this point. He says, well, these are kind of tangential issues, microplastics, things like this.
Yeah, 10 toes, but he's correct. It is somewhat anti-capitalist, which is why I'm not an extreme like capitalist. I support capitalism, but to some extent we do have to regulate the medical industry, the food industry. And also this could drive capitalism. If we had a restriction on how many Big Macs you were allowed to eat a month, it's anti-capitalist because it's going to hurt McDonald's revenue. They're not going to be able to sell as much food, but what it's going to do is it's going to drive competition for other people. Instead of McDonald's having a monopoly on the burger industry, it's going to drive small burger places to build next door to the McDonald's. and make a healthier option. And once people reach their Big Mac limit for the month, they're going to go to that place. So it actually it drives innovation and it drives competition, and it encourages them to make more healthy options instead of serving Big Macs that aren't even made with real meat, you know?
The truth is, if we have states that have done
Fat
restrictions
tax.
on
Fat
things
tax.
like this, they've
Let's
restricted
go.
sugars, they've restricted some
I like
processed
that
foods.
idea.
It does very little to mitigate the problem. I'm reminded of an article I read not too long ago about Japan, where the Japanese don't have the same epidemic when it comes to obesity that we have here.
Yeah, but they
the
eat so
gal
much
who was
soy,
there
they
doing
all
the
look like
article made a
women and they're
great point.
tiny.
She said she thought the kids there were trolling when they said their favorite food was broccoli, celery, things like this. But when it was investigated, turns out they were taught that those are the good foods to eat and nothing else is the good food to eat. So in other words, there's national propaganda around the idea of health and things like this.
But even that's wrong. That's why they're all tiny. You know why schools, they brought the food pyramid in. The food pyramid is upside down. We need meat. We want big, strong, healthy men. We need red meat. We need steak. Imagine if they were serving sirloin in a school lunch, but that's very expensive. And we have public schools, so that's going to cost the taxpayer a lot of money. We need meat. Pause. Not leafy green vegetables. Sure, I eat a little broccoli, a little veggies every now and then, but we need meat.
Yes. Instead of moving towards restrictions like Destiny's proposing, I would move more towards
meat.
national propaganda. But progressives are very wary about moving towards propaganda. I don't know why. Even though now propaganda itself has a negative connotation. I'm just saying the word propaganda because people understand what it means, right? Like a
Eggs,
national
bacon, pork
campaign
chops,
for something
chicken,
like this could be very effective.
beef,
The same
steak.
way they do it there. What's not effective though is restrictions. That doesn't seem to do very much. At least it has not so far.
Yeah,
I
that's
also
true,
think
Chentos.
parental
Facts.
responsibility has got to
Green
be
energy.
massively.
Well, that's what they want to do. They
reinforced,
want to
just
dumb us
generally,
down
right?
and
It's all
weaken
very
us.
well
Well, that would be
blaming-
part of a national
so that we're easier
campaign,
to
though. In
divide
order
and
to do
conquer.
that,
No,
you
I
have
agree.
to
I agree.
look at
But you
other
do
things.
actually, like when I see some of the food that parents give their kids, not just in
Garbage.
America, we have it in the UK as well. We've got a massive obesity problem here. And it's like, where's the parental responsibility to stop shoving horrible.
Yeah, but then we have to look at other things progressives don't want to look at, like, okay, alternative family units, single motherhood, the intact family, things like this, which all feed into the idea of how kids are even nourished at home. Like these are all
you get food
interconnected
stamps and you
things.
have a limited
And
amount of food
it's not
stamps
so
because
fun
you're
then
a
if
single
running
mother
national
with 5
campaign to
kids, a
say,
welfare mom.
Father should stay in the home. That's good for the family. That's good for the kids' nourishment.
What are you going to buy? You're going to buy
Things like
Little
this, you know
Debbie
what I mean?
cakes. You're going to buy the cheap shit,
That's why they
ramen.
try to tend to steer away from that type of public discourse, at least at the governmental level, even though for the health of the nation, probably would be quite good.
So, Destiny, your sheer progressiveness is going to stop any solution being achieved.
When are they going to get heated? I'm
a deeply unpopular person with a variety of people. I have no problems talking about attacking a particular problem from a multitude of angles. I think that you can talk about what goes on in the household as well. However, I think that the culture, writ large and what's available is also
No, you can buy meat with food stamps. You just can't buy cooked things. So, like, I don't think you could buy the rotisserie chicken at Costco with a food stamp because it's already cooked. But you can buy uncooked things and have them cooked. Like, you could buy a pizza from the gas station with food stamps, and then they cook it. Excuse me. Then they cook it in front of you. You could buy meat with food stamps. It's just, if you want your food stamps to go farther, if you're getting $2.50 a month. I bought groceries the other day, and it wasn't even like my big, like, once a month I'll have like a big grocery day, and then that will last me like 3 weeks, and then I'll do like a re-up grocery day. And it used to be like $200 for the big grocery day and $100 for the little grocery day. Now, after Biden, it's $300 on big grocery day, and it's $180 on little grocery day. And this is just myself. And this is like 6 weeks.
a really challenging thing to deal with.
But I
If
eat a
you've
lot
had
of meat.
kid and that kid is going to school, the thing that makes that kid want something more than anything else isn't just something being available. It isn't just someone on the
Panda
internet offering
Express
it. It's when
accepts
other
food
classmates
stamps?
have that thing. As soon as you
That's
start hearing,
crazy.
hey, Bob or Jane,
doesn't McDonald's? I think I read, doesn't McDonald's accept food stamps in some places? That's horrible. That should be illegal. No, fast food joints. I'm not sure if that's true. Let me look. I feel like I did a story on this. I feel like I did a segment on this on my show. McDonald's accepting food stamps. Yes, some McDonald's locations accept SNAP benefits, also known that should be illegal. Yeah, I talked about this on my show at some point. Arizona, California, of course, California, Illinois, Maryland, Michigan, and Rhode Island. All of those states should be banished. We need to. I mean, Arizona, parts of it are based. But yeah. Many other restaurants accept SNAP benefits. A&W, Arby's, Chick-fil-A, Christian Chicken, Chipotle, Dairy Queen, Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go spend my food stamps at Dunkin' Donuts. Five Guys, Hardee's, In-N-Out Burger, and Krispy Kreme. Wow. Wow. See, here in Utah, it can't be used to buy cooked food. Definitely no fast food. Alcohol, tobacco. You can't buy vitamins, medicines, and supplements. Now, I don't think that we should be supplementing. Like I got some one-a-day vitamins and I was taking them, and I actually felt sick when I started taking the gummy vitamins, the men's one-a-day gummy vitamins. I took them for a couple days, and I got sick. Like I felt sick. I felt runny nose. I felt sick. And I was like, what is this? I'm not taking this anymore. This is garbage. We shouldn't be supplementing, which is a problem with like vegetarians and vegans. They supplement all of the vitamins and minerals that they don't get because they don't eat meat. Live animals. So you can't buy a dang lobster out in the tank. You can't buy live animals with food stamps except for fish, shellfish, and animals slaughtered before pickup. Yeah, you can buy like beef with food stamps. Foods that are hot at point of sale. Yeah. So that's what I was saying about the rotisserie chickens at Costco. You can't buy already cooked food. So part of SNAP benefits can't be used to buy foods that are hot at point of sale. But you can use it to buy Arby's. Isn't that food hot? Chick-fil-A, Chipotle, McDonald's. That's retarded. Synthetic vitamins are very popular. Yeah, and I don't think they're good for you. Just from I haven't looked at the research or the studies. Just from my experience with trying it out, I didn't like it. I felt sicker and weaker and more tired taking one-a-day vitamins. Just eat meat. I do take a protein supplement and creatine after I work out, and I even recognize that that's probably not the best way to do it, but I can't just pound 12 eggs after I work out, I just drink a smoothie, So and that's part of the problem is the simplicity, what's the word I'm looking for? The availability, the simplicity, simplicity, the accessibility. It's easier. It's quicker. It's easier. Everybody wants everything quick and easy, instant gratification. So I understand that powdered protein supplements is probably not the best source of protein, but I'm not perfect.
Their parents let them do that, or they have this thing at school. Well, now all of a sudden you're competing against all of the other kids in class. And then these types of pressures when your kid is outside of your supervision are almost impossible to overcome.
Yeah.
One thing that is kind of irritating, I guess, is I feel like...
Yeah, I felt sick when I was taking them. And then when I stopped taking them, I got more sick. So I was like, I'm not taking these anymore. So I got a whole thing of gummy vitamins in my cabinet that I don't take them anymore.
Like there was a big push to have kids eating healthier in schools a while ago, but everybody made fun of her for it. It was led by Michelle Obama when it came to making healthier foods in
she
schools
was
and
right.
high schools.
I agree.
Yeah, and it seems like Republicans lit her up like crazy for that. And I don't know. I think that
you also
yeah,
shouldn't
we can
drink
talk about
your
healthier food in the household.
You shouldn't drink your calories. Beer's
Like,
not.
I think that everybody should be on board with it because things
Trying
like
to lessen
obesity,
the
being
beer
overweight,
intake.
is one of the worst things that you can do for your health.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was out in Saudi Arabia a couple of weeks ago, and they've got
go to the restroom real fast. 30
national
seconds.
campaign
Share.
to get people out doing exercise 3 times a week, and they've got a very young population, like 70% are under 35, and it's been very popular, you know. And as a result, more and more young people in Saudi are playing sport, for example, than were ever playing before. And that
We
is
also
a
have
natural
physical education standards here, Piers. We have physical education standards
Right.
set down by the government here for years, and those were rolled back due to the idea of fat shaming, due to the idea of my kids can't do this,
which is all
et
bullshit.
cetera, et cetera.
I agree.
It's all bullshit. And the thing is like that's what I'm talking about when we're talking about national campaigns for this. We can bring in exercise standards. We can bring in enforcement mechanisms for those standards.
If a man really hated ads, here's what he would do. Day 1, he would install Pi on his computer without spending a dime because it's 100% free. Day 2, he realizes how clean and clutter-free his browsing experience has been since he got Pi. He doesn't have to deal with annoying cookie pop-ups or targeted ads. Day 3, he can finally binge YouTube and Twitch without interruption because Pi works on every website you visit on Chrome. Day 4, he discovers that when he does see ads, he can get paid.
Dean, we don't need details like that. We don't need details like that. That's a personal problem. We don't need those details.
Starting at a young age, Destiny makes a good point. It is valid that if you're in school and you're a kid and the other kids have donuts, you're probably going to want a donut. You don't want to eat your broccoli, right? But there's an aspect of social shame that happens with patriotism and aspects of social campaigns and culture that can be actually done from the top down that we see in other nations, including what you're talking about right now. Just something as basic as, okay, physical education, now we're going to actually start taking it seriously. You know, there's 2 hours of it a day instead of just the 30 or 40 minutes of you throw dodgeball at each other, right? I think that these are very valid things that we should look at.
Yeah, I agree. Let's turn to feminism. So Donald Trump has been lauded as the great new feminist of the United States.
$12 a dozen.
This comes
They're
from
$5
his executive
a
order
dozen
banning
here.
trans
They got up to
athletes in women's
$750 under
sport.
Biden, though.
Let's take a look at him, surrounded by grateful women and girls as he did this.
You know, if you'd like to gather around me, I think I'm going to be okay. Come on. Come on. Secret Service is worried about them. If we have to worry about them, we have big problems. Okay, do you want...
I don't think I've ever seen a finer feminist, Destiny.
I mean, this is like classic Republicans. Like Donald Trump tweets out at 4 a.m. that he's going to make the sun shine, and then at 6 a.m. the sun comes up and everybody worships him for it. I'm pretty sure, didn't the NCAA already roll back a lot of the transportation?
That was really intelligent, Destiny. Wow, good one. Good one. You know, Biden, if Biden was in that situation, you know what it would have looked like? Secret Service would have been needed if that was Biden, but not because they were worried about the little girls trying to take a shot at him. They would be worried about Biden getting in a sniffing frenzy. He would... if Biden was in that situation, bro, they would have pulled him off of the little girls. We would have never seen Biden so exuberant. The most energetic, excited Biden that we've ever seen. All of a sudden, he would have started speaking clearly. He would have looked 10 years younger. He would have been soaking in all that life energy.
Participation in sports in the United States. And then I feel like we've already seen like the Olympic make moves against it. Like, we've already seen, like, I mean, in your country, in the United States, across the world, people have kind of like rolled back a little bit on a lot of the trans youth, especially the medication stuff.
Yeah, but you said the phrase there. When you say it's been a little bit and it's been piecemeal, sport by sport and age groups and so on. What Trump has done with one sweep of his...
Plus, if Biden did that, none of the little girls would have been actually girls. It would have been a bunch of little boys dressed as girls. He would have been signing a bill to allow puberty blockers and gender retransition surgeries.
Pen is say no more of it at all, right? There will be no more.
Tim Walz would have been signing a bill for tampons in the boys' restroom, and he would have had a bunch of artificial young ladies surrounding him.
Trans athletes in women's sport, period. Now, I personally think this is absolutely the right thing to do. I think it's become the new doping, where people who have an unfair advantage have been, beating women, removing women from women's teams in, say, the Olympics and so on, actually beating up women, as we saw in the Paris Olympics, where somebody reportedly banned from the World Championships with male chromosomes literally beat up one female opponent so badly she quit after 40 seconds in the ring. So I do think this is a really important thing. Do you agree with him?
I don't think
it's
this
a very
is a
small
percent.
It's a very small
I don't even know if he
percent.
can enforce this through executive order. Like, I don't know if this is going to be like some kind of Title IX challenge or whatever. I don't know what the courts are doing with this right now. It's just, I just don't think this is very relevant in the overall scheme of U.S. or world politics right now. I mean, people don't want women competing with trans women.
If it's not relative, see, this is what all the liberals, like the memes I see and stuff, they're like, conservatives just wake up thinking about penis on women. We're only thinking about it because you pushed it. Like, nobody was talking about this until Democrats started pushing this stuff. And it started slowly. It started covertly. And then it became broad. And then it became a month. Pride parades went from being one day a year to being all month in every major city, taking over the streets. Children with makeup, little boys with makeup on, and I've got a video where I show this, where there's a little boy wearing makeup on the shoulders of a man dressed as a woman, walking down the streets, and little kids in the crowd celebrating this like it's evil. You're right, it's a small percent of people that do this thing, but when it's getting pushed and it's put in the media, every advertisement is got a dang transformer in it. It's your side, Destiny, started this. We're just going to finish it.
And I, especially at the college level and beyond, I don't really have a problem with that. I never really had a problem with that. I don't know if these two groups of people should be competing with each other. And this is like a blip on the grand scale of things, I think.
You know what's interesting, Andrew? I've talked to quite a few on the left since the election.
Well, when the
moved
panel
from
opens,
the position before the election, I'm not saying Destiny was one of them. I can't remember, and you can clarify if you want, Destiny. But a lot of them are like, absolutely, trans women should be allowed to compete in women's sport. Blah, 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 blah. And Biden and Kamala Harris supported this with actual policies endorsing it. And now the position is, you know what? Nobody cares.
Let the trans men go to the men's league.
I don't have a view. And I think it's because,
I'd be okay with that.
To their shock and
see
horror,
what happens.
The single most effective
take
political
estrogen
ad
for a
of
couple years
times
and go play football
turned out
with the
to
men.
Be that trans ad that Trump did, ending with Kamala's for they, them, Donald Trump's for you, but also including this issue of women's sports and women's safety and the issue of putting, I mean, as we had in England. In
Furby's on James's panel.
A male rapist.
James asked me to go to his panel after I'm done with this. I might do that. Instead of opening my panel, I might just go jump on James's panel. And if Furby's on there, maybe we'll interact with that thing.
Who suddenly identified as a woman and got put in a women's prison. It cost the First Minister Scotland their job. I think it's a big issue, far bigger than Democrats want to admit. And it's interesting, the narrative has changed from we're all in favor to actually it's just a small thing, we don't care about it.
Yeah, this has been a major setback for LGBTQ, period. The trans issue has been the entry gateway.
Right now?
The one of the most brutal
I want to
attacks
do
against
this
the left
first.
in modern times. And All you really have to do is just ask basic logistical questions like, okay, which prisons do they go to? You know what I mean? We were past bathrooms. We were into prisons and can children get gender reassignment surgery, things like this. This has always been a very, very unpopular position for leftists, but they can't really back away from it because the T got attached to the LGB, right? So they could never really back away from it. They've had to kind of defend it too.
And now they've been brain fucked into normalizing it.
He's always had a more nuanced position on this of I don't care, at least to my
socially
knowledge.
Conditioned.
But ultimately, this is not popular for them. It's never been popular for them. When you're talking about what Trump is doing with the gender binary, I somewhat disagree. Not that he, the thing I agree with is that he proposed at a government top-down level. The United States only recognizes 2 genders. Now he means sexes, male and female, right? That's what he's alluding to there. But I do think it actually was very punishing for feminists to have fought all those years for their sports teams and then have men just go in and kick the holy shit out of them, right? So that actually mobilized, well, but I mean, it mobilized a lot of those feminists.
They're losing scholarships. Like some of these high-level schools and scholarships and stuff, you have to be the top 2. Well, if the top 2 are trannies, then you're not getting your scholarship. There are stories of girls who missed out on scholarships because the women's swim team spot was taken by a man.
Feminists to move away from the left because they were like, wait a second, this actually wasn't the liberation we signed up for, right? We spent all this time fighting for this, and now you can just basically put on a wig and go break all of our records. I mean, it's just a huge loser for the left. And
I agree. Destiny, I want to read you a quote from.
And also, when Trump said that we only recognize 2 genders, male and female, that doesn't exclude, well, from my understanding, that doesn't exclude transformers from being in government and calling themselves the other gender. It's just you can't be non-binary, pixiekin, dragon queer, or whatever weird genders there are. You can't be an X. You can't be a whatever, all these 78 genders. So you could still be a trans person in government and identify as the other thing. All it says is there are only 2 sexes, male and female. So trans people could still go in and say that they're the other gender. You can't be a non-binary.
From Andrew Wilson, he posted this week. The most disappointing thing about feminists is how made out of glass they are. With the slightest pushback, they break. They demand equality until you talk to them like you would a man. It's actually comical. Would you concur with him?
I mean, that's everybody in politics. I mean, everybody's a snowflake depending on what the issue you're talking about is. I don't think that it's ever been a huge issue on most of the left when it comes to trans stuff. I think there's a vocal minority on Twitter and in colleges that scream about it. I think it seems like it's a huge issue because Republicans wanted it to be a huge issue. Even that commercial you were talking about was quoting something that Kamala said in 2019. So it seemed like some huge, ever-present issue. But I don't know. I guess I'm looking more towards like domestic policy, like things related to immigration or healthcare or what's happening right now in our executive branch or foreign policy. Like I thought the war in Ukraine was supposed to end on day 1. I didn't know that we were signing up to be owners of Greenland and the Gaza Strip and the Panama Canal. These things I think are more important, at least to me, but I don't know. Maybe some people are really powered by what Republicans think.
I don't know. I got a 13-year-old daughter. And I got to say, if I was living in America, she was born there actually, but if I was living in America with a 13-year-old daughter who likes sport, I would be very exercised about this, and particularly if she had to share changing rooms with biological men who said, I'm now a woman.
You're very anti-Destiny.
About my daughter like dying in Texas, like trying to get a...
I'm glad I'm having a good influence on you, Daddy Jub, because when we first kind of reconnected a couple years ago, you're like, I like Destiny. I like H3H3. I'm having a good influence on you.
Medical procedure done because I'm pretty sure there have been 3 deaths now so far in Texas of young women that are pregnant that can't have medical procedures done because the doctors have to be so careful when they're doing them that they can't accidentally abort a fetus because then they'll be held liable for crime. So I think these are things.
Pierce has definitely signed up for the verbal combat debate course. I guarantee it.
I'd be worried about more than trans athletes, which are what,
more than a woman
percentage
potentially being killed in a boxing ring by a trans athlete.
How many times has this happened?
Well, it hasn't yet, but it will do if it carries on.
Exactly, but it already has happened with the abortion. So that's what I'm more worried about. Yeah.
Yeah, but children.
Well, wait, was he talking about girls who died because of no access to abortion? He doesn't understand. He's talking about what's her name, Amber, the girl in Georgia, who got sepsis from taking too much of the abortion drug and not going in to see the doctor afterwards.
Children's gender reassignment surgery.
I have a whole file
that is something
on that.
which has been on the table for a long time. That's one. And two, when you're talking about this issue, it's kind of revisionist history, right? Now suddenly the Democrats don't care, right? Oh, we you know, it was always a vocal minority. No, it really wasn't. These were very, very public fights going on at the national level. And the reason is because this was a moral question. We're talking about a moral question.
It's not a day.
Shut up. Is that Jameson? A Jameson ad. They know my flavor.
Point of the Christian right, which most right-wingers are.
I'm going to have a little bottle of Jameson when me and Wally do our prohibition debate, and we're going to take a drink together.
Christians. You're actually assaulting their religion. You're assaulting their idea of what moral grounding even is. So to them, it's a huge deal. For Destiny, who has a completely different moral prism, it's really not a big deal, right? He doesn't really care about it. It's not that important. But to the average person, at least to the average right-wing conservative who's a Christian, it's a huge
I'm not saying the person. I'm saying his politics. That's what I'm talking about.
deal. The assault of the moral foundation is something.
You said his content has gotten whacked.
Their top priorities,
and I agree.
So to say that Democrats were not fighting tooth and nail on behalf of trans inclusiveness, including in sports and everything, it's just insane.
But the content nuke on Hassan was pretty good. I haven't watched all of it, but I've watched probably it's like 2.5 hours long. I've probably watched an hour and 45 minutes of it. It's pretty good.
Revisionism, of course.
Yeah, they absolutely were. I mean, I look at someone like J.K. Rowling, who got absolutely, destroyed by the woke brigade.
They renamed the Quidditch
women's rights
League
to fairness and equality. Now everyone lauds her for her heroic stance, but at the time, most women put their head understandably put their head under the vicious parapet and didn't want to engage, and that left people like her out on their own, getting completely killed by people who profess to be the Be Kind lobby.
The shirtless picture of him on the beach, he does look like a potato in that picture. That's why he's on creatine and he's lifting now. He's like, dang, I need to tighten up. I've got some floppy pancake titties.
And talking of which, I wanted to play you this, Destiny, because it really annoyed me. Not because it's a comedian making a joke, that's absolutely fine, nor that I want her banned or cancelled or any of those things. Just about the blatant hypocrisy of what we're about to hear. This is Chelsea Handler talking about Melania Trump.
I am your DEI host,
I've
Chelsea
seen this.
Handler.
This is garbage. This bitch is retarded.
It was a huge year for biopics.
Who
A
was that
complete
lady who wasn't
unknown
smiling?
About Bob Dylan.
Oh, yeah. Piers talked about this the other night. She's going to call Melania a whore, basically.
Maria, about Maria Callas. And Honora, about Melania Trump.
So I didn't even get that joke at first. I don't know what Honora is or biopics, or I don't know what. I guess they do like documentaries on people throughout history. Honora Piers is going to explain it, but Honora is a prostitute. So she basically just called Melania a prostitute. Now, Melania did do Playboy, and I must say, it's not bad, but in my Coomer days, I may have Googled it. But don't Google it, guys. She's our first lady now. She's a wonderful woman, very classy, smart, amazing woman. I used to say I would sign up to go fight for Russia if I get a Russian wife, but no, that's a joke. I've never met a Chelsea Handler fan, and I would probably not like it too. Yeah. I don't know why she's ever been relevant. When was that? Yesterday? Beautiful rack. Best first lady rack. People are talking about the rack.
Now, Destiny, what she's doing there is calling the First Lady a hooker, okay? She's perfectly entitled to say that. But she would never have done that joke, and nor would any comedian have ever done that joke about a Democrat First Lady at an award ceremony. Ever. So my question is...
And Destiny's going to say, but they call Michelle a man. They call Big Mike a man. Yeah, but I never saw a conservative comedian do that on a stage. Like, that's commentators. Like, I'll talk about Big Mike and I'll be like, you know,
It's a man, baby.
you know, but I don't see people at award shows calling Big Mike a man. You know, it's different when you're at an award show or whatever the heck that was. I don't know what that was from. And a allegedly famous comedian lady, oxymoron, I know, decides to call the first lady a prostitute. Piers is right here.
Are the Democrats, again, is it one rule for them, one rule for everybody else? And before you do the Republicans do other stuff, I know they do. And it just seems to me she would never have done that. And nor would any comedian if it was a Democrat First Lady.
I so don't care. I mean, like, what is a question?
Good
was
argument.
a joke too mean, or would she not have done it towards a Democrat? She probably wouldn't have done it towards a Democrat because those types of people all tend to lean left. That'd be my guess, right? The same way that if it was any right-leaning comedians, they're probably not going to go super hard on anybody on the right. I mean, that seems pretty obvious. If you're asking if it's a mean joke, I mean, yeah, it's a mean joke. Lots of people tell mean jokes. I don't know what kind of...
No, it's not about the mean joke. Well, I think it's not really a joke. It's just calling the First Lady a hooker is just vile.
Okay, the majority of... I hear a ton of conservatives right now that say that Michelle...
And I'm trying to be fair, but I don't think there's a problem with a comedian making a joke about the first lady. I'm okay with that. But it does seem like it is kind of one-sided. Like I like a comedian who will balance his jokes and joke about both sides. Like Bill Burr was cool before he turned gay. You know, before he married that woman and became super liberal, and now he only jokes against one side. If you're going at both sides, then it's okay as a big comedian. And when I do my comedy, when I'm doing my show, I'm just a small YouTuber. Of course, I'm biased, and I'm gonna go at one side. But I'm not at a gala meeting or a Grammys or Golden Globes, just attacking the Democrat president. If you're on that big stage, you kind of got to balance it because you're trying to appeal to everybody. I like fair. Same. I like fair. Yeah.
Obama and the wife of the French Macron are trans. Like, I'm pretty sure that's Candace Owens. She said, I would stake my entire career on Macron's wife
Candace
being
Owens
trans.
is a political commentator.
Sure.
That's not a ton of
I see a lot of jokes about that Michelle Obama stuff being trans, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, the Michelle Obama dick jokes are very old and have been going on for a long time, right? I've seen those. You've seen those.
But I've never seen
some of them were kind of funny. But the point is that with Chelsea Handler here, there's one of the most promiscuous women in Hollywood calling someone else a hooker is,
right.
by the way, hilarious. And also, you're talking about an entire party who is pro-sex work, pro-sex worker, pro-prostitution, pro-OnlyFans, does everything
using it as an insult
in order to enable them.
Yeah, it's like when a gay person is like, "Oh, you must be gay. What are you, gay?" Like using it as an insult. Why is that an insult? You support that. Why are you using it as a pejorative? Doesn't make sense.
Those things. And then at the same time, they're like, oh, I can't believe the first lady's a hooker. It's like, if it was anybody else who wasn't a Republican, they would probably glorify it. They'd be like, finally, our first prostitute first lady. Like, I don't even understand why,
Destiny's
the depths of the hypocrisy here is actually kind of outrageous, right?
Yeah, I completely agree.
Well, I think the joke has more to do with pointing out, I think, the hypocrisy on the other side. For instance, if you make a joke about, like, I don't know if we're allowed, like, for Steven Crowder being gay, that's a common joke that people on the left make. I don't think the joke is, haha, you're gay, so that's bad.
I mean, that's not just a joke people on the left make. I mean, people on the right tend to make that joke too.
No, that doesn't work either.
I think the joke is more you hate this thing and you are this thing, which would my guess is going to be. I didn't see her whole performance. I don't even know the movie reference she was making, but that's probably the joke. Is that you
And I
guys
love
hate
Crowder,
prostitutes and you are
but
a
I
prostitute.
make that
You
joke.
hate gay people. You are gay. Would be
No,
something like
that
that, I
wasn't
would
the
imagine.
joke. That wasn't the joke. She's just basically
No, not in context.
she's calling Melania Trump a hooker because she wants to imply that she's actually a hooker. And I think the point I'm making is not that she's not entitled to do what I think was a crap joke. Of course she is. She's a comedian. It's the fact that you would never ever see at an award ceremony in America that I can ever remember any comedian, right or left,
saying Big Mike
make
has a
that
dick.
kind of remark about a Democrat first lady,
Right?
A current first lady from a stage televised at an award show. That's the distinction.
I haven't seen every award show, but like, didn't Stephen Fry do a couple of really brutal award shows where he was like throwing it out to almost everybody? Am I making this up?
Well, yeah, but that's the point.
Well, he's English.
Yeah, and that's the point. It was at everybody. It's equally distributed. Equality.
Okay. All right.
Let's move on.
I guess you guys got away with that, huh? Yeah,
no, I don't think that. I just don't think any of them have ever called a first lady a hooker. It just seemed to me, I don't know.
Is he okay?
It's all
Is he
about
sick or
crossing a
something?
line in comedy and all that. If you did it down the
I don't know. It said on Discord that people have been sick in the house for a while. I don't know. But I'm sure if it was like a real big problem, somebody would let us know in the Discord or something. I think he's all right. I think he's just also, it's Valentine's Day. So maybe him and Alicia have some plans or something, or well, they said they're sick, so yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate about it. I think it's fine. Said he's going to do it tomorrow night. That's fine. He's been doing it for a year. He hasn't missed a day, and he's pushing it back a day. Nothing wrong with that.
Comedy Store, you can do what you like. If you're on Twitter or X now, if you want to do things, okay, fine. I'm not going to say you should be canceled.
Well, I thought we learned when that guy made the island of floating trash Puerto Rico joke. I thought we learned there were no lines anymore. Why are we crying about her making this joke now?
Well, no, because the left
Tony Hinchcliffe, a roast comedian,
went completely nuts. They thought he did cross a line.
Well, now we've learned.
They
There
did
is
go
no
crazy
completely
about
nuts.
it.
Now you can just joke about anything, I guess, right? We're all in that
Well,
world
you
now.
should be able to joke about everything.
Yeah,
It doesn't
sure.
make-
I mean, but
doesn't-
we
doesn't-
can also.
He's
we can
a
also
roast
joke about
comic.
her being, one of the most promiscuous women in Hollywood, and that she's speaking out of both sides of her mouth here.
Yo, 50 hit that. What do you think about that, Daddy Joe? 50 hit that, 50 hit that. I think everybody hit that. If I was fifth, I wouldn't have even, I wouldn't have got with her. Oh, no.
Because she's been a big time supporter of sex workers, and now suddenly,
Yeah, I think that's
They should call her Chelsea Don't Handle Her. Chelsea Don't Handle Her. Don't do it. Fifth. Don't do it, fifth. I love you, fifth, but don't do it. Don't handle her. Chelsea, don't handle her.
I
really
can't
good
believe
point.
she's a hooker. It's like, what are you talking
That's
about?
that's a very good point.
That sucks. He's not going to DebateCon. I was hoping for some like IRL content with like him, and I was really wanting to make it out to DebateCon this year, but it was kind of last minute. I started looking into it, and I was like, I can't justify it. I got to get the computer. Next year, I'm going to be there though.
She used it as a slur, having professed to be the complete opposite about sex workers. Very good point. Talking of stinking hypocrites and vile people, let's come to Kanye West.
You didn't like Tony's joke?
Who started the week parading his wife, Bianca Censori, naked on the Grammys red carpet.
It was all
looking
right.
at these images now. It was
Hold up, Piers. Are you going to edit this, Piers? I don't know. I hope Piers put some black bars over this.
Robing.
Okay.
Whatever. I mean, obviously any woman can do that. I thought it was all a bit cheap and embarrassing and pathetic, and I certainly wouldn't want to be doing that with my wife.
Yeah,
on a
I'm
red
not
carpet.
happy about this.
What was far more serious.
I'm not happy about this, especially because I was like a Ye supporter, and I said, when he made Christ is King, I said, you can go back and listen. I said, I respect Ye going Christian, making Christian music with no profanity, and I like the music. And I was never a Ye fan. I was never a Kanye fan. I always thought Kanye was a little overrated. But when he came out with Christ is King, I got on board the yay train. But I said, if in 2 years, if in 4 years, he's right back to his old ways, then I won't be surprised. And so I left the caveat. I was like, you know, I'm gonna give Ye his shot. I'm gonna be good faith, and I'm gonna say, yeah, maybe Kanye's turned over a new leaf, and he's really a Christian man now, and this is what he's gonna dedicate his life to. I went to the free concert when he was doing the free concert for Christ is King, and I was like, I'm gonna give him a chance, but I have a feeling that this is temporary, and that he's gonna be right back to his old ways in not very long. And I was right. You know, I was right. I still, Ye not crazy, but this is, no. Come on, Ye. Tighten up, bro. Tighten up, bro. And all the Nazi stuff he's doing on X and stuff, like, come on, bro. Come on, man. Read your Bible. If you hate Israel, then you're gonna suffer. If you don't go to war with God's chosen people. And I know a lot of people don't like this take of mine. A lot of people hate the bagels. Don't hate the bagels. Don't hate the bagels. Of course, there are some fake ones. There's some fake ones out there. You know, Soros ain't a real one. A lot of these Democrats, a lot of these evil people who are trying to take over the world, and, you know, they aren't the real ones. The real ones are God's chosen people. You know?
To me,
this is
what
a mess.
then followed, which was literally just a bombardment of horrifically anti-Semitic, racist comments.
There's a theory she's a sleeper agent, and he dressed her that way because he's onto her. They're divorcing, I think. Huh. Jess, do you know the intentions behind it? Behind this, her stripping down on the... Do I know the intent? No. No, but don't tell me it's artistic. It's just his way of being art. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. That's... Come on. I don't care.
And then some pornography that he began flying out. One of his posts, sometimes you have to do it like the Pharaohs, make your Jews work for you, but watch them.
I'm not pro, like, the politics and all that stuff and the elites of Israel. I'm not with all that. But the Holy Land belongs to the chosen of God, the Israelites, the downline of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, all the way to Jesus. The Holy Land, that's biblical. So I love Israel. Milo is incredibly impressive. Milo's weird. Milo's a drug addict who's pretending not to be gay anymore, but I don't believe it. I'm not, no. And he's gotten worse. Like, he used to be intelligent. I'm not going to get into a Milo tangent. I've talked about Milo plenty.
As close as you can, whip your Jews. What was interesting to me...
What up, Warpig?
A performance that truly matters.
Destiny was ultimately Elon Musk. I messaged him
Milo and
directly
Fuentes
on
both
X
messed up
publicly
Kanye's
and said,
head.
you're going to just keep letting this guy do it. He's breaking every single rule that X has about this kind of stuff.
And I like Fuentes,
the normal
but
rules weren't applying
not
to
everything.
him. And he was doing it to 32 million people. So the free speech argument is one thing. Actually, the X in-house rule book is another that wasn't being applied. So it seemed to be one rule for him, one rule for everybody else. But secondly, it was clearly, in my opinion, when you start talking about making Jews your slaves and whip them, you are actually now committing a crime. You're inciting actual violence against a group of people. That is a crime. It's not protected by the First Amendment. But what was interesting was Elon Musk only intervened and shut down the account for the NSFW pornography.
I'm interested in what Andrew's going to say about
legal.
this.
So, you know,
I already know what
inciting
Destiny's
people to
going to say about
violence
it.
against Jewish people was not considered to cross a line.
It's disgusting.
But actually posting legal pornography was. I thought that was an interesting
take on this.
contradiction. What did you think?
Yeah, I feel like Kanye West to me, it seems pretty sad because I feel like it's pretty obvious that he has mental issues relating to what is he bipolar or whatever. So I don't know if he has these manic phases where he just starts going crazy, and I don't know if he either surrounds himself with yes men and fires everybody else, or if there's just a bunch of people like the Candaces in the world who are just around him to take advantage of him. But I mean, clearly he has these mentally unhinged moments. I'm sure him being as famous and as wealthy and as successful as he is probably doesn't help with that mania. As for rule enforcement on X, I mean, there's a million things that could be said about that. People have had a lot of complaints about Elon coming on. Obviously, a lot of people from the left feel like the platform has gotten a lot more hateful. A lot of people have said that the platform's gotten a lot more spammy. There's a lot more bot activity and everything. Some people on the right,
everybody who follows me is a
were
bot
upset that Elon's going to be banning people who previously would have been okay because of their
I get like
political /
3 new followers
racial
a week,
stances,
and
I
they're
guess, or
all
whatever.
bots.
So yeah, it seems like Elon's been having a little bit of trouble getting a handle on how he exactly wants to present X's moderation to the world.
And I don't
I
even
mean, Andrew, I
hardly do
interviewed
anything
Kanye
on
West
X.
a year and a half ago, and he denied having any mental illness. Certainly denied having any treatment for any
Yeah,
mental
not crazy.
illness. And a lot of Jewish people, in particular,
Even if they
think
try
it's
to
just
cancel
an
me,
excuse
that ain't
he
gonna
just
faze me.
actually is a massive
Yes,
attention
and
seeker. It was the
God
Grammys.
forgave me.
He's no longer a kind
they
of
gon- they ain't gonna
superstar rapper in people's eyes. He's just become this pretty unpleasant troll.
What's up,
And
Stochastic
that he was
Decay?
doing all this to suck attention away from the Super Bowl, from the Grammys, and so on. What do you think? Where's the truth about Kanye West, do you think?
I mean, he's done this before. I mean, he had a meme presidential campaign, right?
Yeah.
A total meme.
Two of 'em.
Ultimately,
yeah.
Though people, some people took it seriously. Most people in the mainstream.
That could be
most
a
certainly
like
did
a
not
epic.
take it seriously.
That could be like a epic smart move to try to pull votes away from Democrats, especially black voters, black Democrat voters, just to divert votes away from the Democrat candidate to Kanye in order to help Trump. Could have been a master play there.
And yes, it's attention-seeking behavior. Stripping. First of all, this is not the first time this has happened. Remember that that his wife also was in controversy because she had
was blowing him on
her
a boat.
buttocks, you know, her naked buttocks, and then now she is at the Grammys, and what happens? He literally takes her clothes off, disrobes her. Humiliating, by the way, absolutely humiliating. I felt ashamed on her behalf.
Yeah.
I hate saying that, right? But I just couldn't believe it, right? The disrespect towards your wife.
Like, she looks like a trauma victim in that video. Like, it's tough to look at her face. I know it's hard to look at her face in that scene, but if you look at her face, she just, there's no soul in her eyes. But I'm not with it. Yay. You let me down, man. Christ is King is still a great album. Separate the art from the artist. Christ is King is a great album.
Wife, that's to me in
Closed
many
on
ways
Sunday.
unconscionable. When it comes to the X thing,
You
though,
my Chick-fil-A.
the freedom of speech. What we're talking about here is
not
this
freedom of
line in
speech.
freedom of speech, which you're right. Elon Musk has not figured this out yet because
This
it's
is
not
the
really
problem.
possible to figure out. Is it okay? And this is what Kanye
walk
West
around
tried
naked?
to say. Is it okay to post as much, swastikas and I heart Hitlers and everything else on this as I want? And if it's not, why isn't it?
Yeah.
Why can't I?
But I don't think he's that. I don't see. I think this is the over. We're giving Kanye too much credit. I don't think he's as smart as people pretend he is. They're like, he's a genius. He says he's a genius. I don't think so. This is like when Kendrick does the Super Bowl show, and now all these low IQ idiots are saying, you just missed the point. You missed the hidden messaging. It's like hidden knowledge. It's like some Gnosticism. It's like, oh, you just don't understand it. Some idiot is going to tell me that this rap show about a beef with Drake has hidden messaging that I'm just too dumb to understand. No, it is what it is. Come on. Looking too deep into it. This is not, this is not a thing about, let me test and see what the boundaries of free speech are. Like, I don't see it. I don't see that.
Great.
I thought this was about freedom of speech.
He was
so he's
goading,
pushing the number, and that drives attention to that account.
Yes,
and
it's for
in
clout
many ways,
and
it could have been
attention.
a tactical move by Musk to
That's
say,
true.
well, maybe taking that down is not going to look good on me. And so when the time came when porn came up, he pushed it a little further, right? Okay, they're not banning my account. He's actually letting this go. How do we push the number a little bit further? Then he moves over to, okay, let's post hardcore porn. And then finally Elon Musk says, okay, enough. I tried to do the best I can. So Musk is trying to find this line. Kanye is purposely pushing the line so that he can test the limits of Musk and this free speech on X and try to point out hypocrisy, this kind of thing. But yes, I agree. It's for attention.
See, that I disagree with Andrew on that. I don't think he's testing the line to try to point out hypocrisy. I think he wants attention. It's attention-seeking behavior. It's low IQ attention-seeking behavior.
Big way. I don't think anybody would disagree with that, even his supporters.
Yeah. Let's turn to the Trump-Elon Oval Office presser. We've got a...
Nah, I don't agree with that, Daddy Job.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Maybe he's an intellectual outlier for his demographic, for his culture. But in a broad sense, no. I don't agree with that.
And should be corrected. So
does that sound racist?
I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. If the...
It's not hard to be an intellectual outlier when the average IQ is... Anyway, sorry.
I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million worth of condoms to anywhere, frankly. I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about. And that is really an enormous number of condoms, if you think about it.
I'd argue that's exactly why he made his wife disrobe, freedom of expression, and how far we have allowed it all to go. Yeah. So, okay. So this is the problem when, and I've heard Chris do this in a VK, and one day I'm going to get at him about it. But, it was about freedom of speech. Chris is a freedom of speech absolutist. So the easy rebuttal is, okay, so you think people should be allowed to walk around naked. Now, he will say, well, that's not speech. And then he read the definition of freedom of speech on the stream one time because somebody brought up my argument, which is freedom of speech includes freedom of expression. And he said, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Let me read the definition for you. And he pulled up the definition. Let me see if I speech definition. Okay, he pulled up this definition right here. The right to express any opinions without censorship or restraint. So he said, freedom of speech has nothing to do with expression. It's only speech. And he pulled up this definition, and he read this definition on the stream. He said, the right to express any opinions without censorship or restraint. And he said, see, so it just means you can say your opinion without censorship or restraint. And he totally avoided the fourth word in the definition, which is express. The right to express is in the definition. It doesn't say the right to speak any opinions without censorship or restraint. The definition is the right to express any opinions without censorship or restraint. Express is expression. And I wasn't on the stream, I was at work, and I wanted to call him out on that so bad because he was arguing that it was only about what you say. And he read that definition, and he just glazed over the fourth word in the definition is express. And I was like, oh my God, is nobody going to call him out on this, that he just said the word express? And nobody did. But so I see what you're saying, King, but I think it's just attention-seeking behavior. He wants to go viral. He wants to be talked about. He wants to push merch. He's probably got a new album dropping soon. And if you listen to Vultures, is the same thing I said a couple years ago. I said, Christ is King comes out. I said, I bet you maybe 2 or 3 albums from now, he's right back to the old Ye. And he was. He was. Listen to Vultures. He's talking about how there's a whole song about paying for your woman to get plastic surgery. Like, so the Christian stuff is done. And it's attention-seeking behavior. It's just going with being blown to and fro in the wind and going with whatever's going to go viral. Art is expression. It's nonsensical. Right, art is expression, but so this is an argument a lot of people are making is he's doing an artistic expression to push the boundaries of free speech to see what will allow. Like, no, it's not that deep. He wants to go viral. It's just attention-seeking behavior, and it's not cool. I'm not with it.
Destiny, what did you make of that? Obviously, it's very unusual. You've got the richest man in America standing next to the President of the United States in the Oval Office by the Resolute desk. He's got his kid with him, who's
from a monetary stance and a clout stance. It was a good move. He almost was more talked about than Kendrick at the Super Bowl. So it's a competition for eyes. Eyes are currency nowadays. Eyeballs, view time are currency nowadays. So it was from an artist or an entertainer, perspective. It was a good play. Like, he sold more merch by putting all this Nazi stuff on his Twitter. He got eyes on him. He almost took the spotlight off of Kendrick. But I don't see it as some like deeper thing to let's see what we'll allow with freedom of expression and No, he just wants freaking eyeballs on him.
picking his nose. It's all a bit random and weird and surreal. However, I did watch it all, and I kept thinking to myself, if I was an average American watching this, hearing what Elon Musk is doing to federal overspending, I'd be
marketing.
cheering him on.
Yep.
I'd be all in favor of this.
Okay, what are we talking about now? I missed it. I wasn't paying attention.
However, he's got the richest man in America. Anthony, what did
We're
you
talking
make?
about Elon bringing X into the. Oh yeah, the lefties are freaked out about pissed off about this.
Almost anywhere, frankly. I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about. And that is really an enormous number of condoms, when you think about it.
Destiny, what did you make of that? Obviously, it's very unusual. You've got the richest man in America standing next to the President of the United States in the Oval Office by the Resolute desk. He's got his kid with him who's picking his nose. It's all a bit random and weird and surreal. However,
So I watched an Asmongold reaction to there was like a city council meeting recently, and it's going viral because all these like trans people and drag queens keep getting up at the podium and they're saying, you hate us and you're killing our friends and blah, 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 blah. And there's like the blue haired lady. Maybe you've seen the viral clips that are going around, and Asmongold reacted to it. And somebody in his chat said, because later in the thing, kids start getting up and they're reading scripts at a city council meeting talking about, we're ready to vote you out. Bro, you're not going to be able to vote for another 10 years. What are you even talking about? And they're reading scripts given to them by their parents, and Asmongold rightfully was criticizing this. And then somebody in his chat said, but why don't you criticize Elon bringing his kid into the Oval Office? As if it's comparable. The Elon walks in with his kid, photo op, bring the kid in the Oval Office, meet the president, The kid didn't give a speech reading off a script at a city council meeting, The kid was just there. And they're saying it's the same thing. Let's see. I bet Destiny will say something like that. Let's see.
Did watch it all, And I kept thinking to myself, if I was an average American watching this, hearing what Elon Musk is doing to federal overspending, I'd be cheering him on. I'd be all in favor of this.
Yeah, unfortunately, the average American, I guess, or the average person just has no idea how government works or functions. And I guess weird and surreal is just the way to describe now, or illegal, I guess, is the way to describe that this administration has decided to address programs that they don't like.
This has not gotten heated yet. Where does it get heated?
Fraud, and abuse. I don't think anybody would necessarily have a problem with it, but they keep saying waste, fraud, and abuse when what they mean is programs that I don't like, and they've already taken several.
Oh my gosh! Shut up, Destiny. Look at him towing the party line. This is so weak, dude. What are you talking about? Our tax money is going to gender reassignment surgeries in freaking Syria and Serbia and freaking DEI plays all over the place. They're using it for money laundering. They're laundering money through these programs. What are you talking about, Destiny? Just programs we don't like. Did you see the thing where the lady's on the stage and she's reading through the list and she's asking the three people, say yes if you think this advances America's America First agenda, or the health of America, if this advances America, and or say no. And there's two ladies and they're like, no. And then there's one guy, and I can't think of his name right now, but every time he's like, no opinion. You got an opinion on everything else, but you can't say that paying for transgender advancement surgery crap in Guatemala doesn't help Americans, and our taxpayer money is going to fund this. You have no opinion on that, but you have an opinion on everything else. And like the fact that Destiny's so disingenuous, he can't just say, yeah, that's wrong. Both sides should be able to agree on this. People are, it's retarded.
Certainly illegal actions in trying to basically unilaterally dismantle organizations like USAID that have been independently authorized by Congress that the president doesn't have the ability to do, to dismantle unilaterally. And now you've seen TROs coming out from the judiciary that's telling him, hey, you have to stop. There was the one on the federal spending freeze that not only was a TRO issued telling him that you have to stop using these funds.
Is actually
now
just
another
crazy.
judge has said you are violating the TRO. You need to stop this immediately.
That could be true
so
too.
I guess if you don't care about the legality or the process and procedure or anything having to do with the structure of government, I guess it's a cool thing. But if you care about like following the law or the rules or maintaining your government, then it would probably be a horrific thing. But
Andrew,
it was basically Elon did a take your kid to work day. That was basically it. It's not the same as when you go to a city council meeting and you have a 7-year-old get up in front of government authorities and read off a script about how we need to change policies because the kids are mobilizing the sunrise movement and stuff. They teach kids this at a young age. They get the kids early, which is the same thing the Nazis did. I don't like to do the whole, comparing to Hitler and comparing to the Nazi thing, but they did that. The left likes to do it. It's not an association fallacy. It's the exact game plan.
Yeah, you got this idea. I've heard Destiny kind of talk about this before. When he's saying, okay, these are illegal actions, and possibly the court's not going to be able to catch up with these illegal actions. And so Trump is just going to basically continue with what he's considering to be illegal actions. Thing is like people forget about.
When it came time to take
those
things
spoons
to the
are
next
cool.
level, I knew that I had to make a website, and Wix was
things like jury nullification, or like the idea that you can have laws, and even if you're the enforcer of the laws, in this case the executive branch, you don't actually have to enforce these things. There's no like you're put there for a reason. Just like a jury can nullify a law by saying, even though the law says you're guilty, I can still come back with a not guilty verdict. What's happening here is we don't even know what the waste, fraud, and abuse is. And so there's an audit going on, and this is exactly what Musk is doing. They're trying to audit this and get it in front of the attention of the American people to say, look, we don't want condoms for the Taliban. That was 15 million. Promotion of atheism in Nepal for 500,000. French LGBTQ programs in West and Central Africa for $1 million, right? I mean, the list goes on and on and on. $200 million 20 days in. I think that the American people do deserve to know that, and I don't think that they would. That this would be front and center.
It's been
or a thing we
140
would be
billion
focusing
over the
on
lifespan
absent this
of
audit.
U.S. aid.
And I think that more of these government agencies
U.S.
should be audited.
AIDS.
Now, Destiny can get, he can say, well, technically, due to the rule of law, we have judges who are making these impositions and this and that. It's like, yeah, that's fine, but that's all part of the process, too. It's all part of the process of law. The process of law is playing out exactly like it should. Judges are supposed to create injunctions if something illegal is going on, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing wrong, though, with auditing these places. And for the spirit of...
I have a hot take on the Ross Ulbricht stuff, too, but it's irrelevant right now. But I got a hot take on it. I know that I was watching Sarah Tomato's panel, and Grid One was getting pretty into it, but it seems like he has no idea what he's talking about because he can't even say Ross's name correctly. Yeah, I have a lot of it's speculation, but I have a theory, and usually us conspiracy theorists tend to turn out correct lately, but maybe we'll get into that at some other point.
Transparency. I think that leftists are just pissed for no good reason. Like they go, oh, Musk is collecting all these people's information. It's like unelected officials
Like
at
they
the
weren't
DMV are
trafficking
collecting
children
my
on Silk
information.
Road. Come on.
Unelected officials
There's
at
no
the
evidence
Social
of that.
Security office are collecting my
Why do you think there's
information.
no
Like,
evidence of that?
so
You
many
think
government
Epstein killed
offices
himself
collect
too?
my information by people who I definitely didn't elect, and neither did Destiny. They're totally fine with that, but for some reason with these guys, no, that's too much.
That's a good point.
I mean, the reason,
That's a good point,
The
Destiny,
reason
isn't it?
why is because these things have been authorized by law. There's a process and procedure there. The Social Security Administration was created by Congress. There's a process and procedure by which they collect data, and they have a process and procedure by which they store data and who's allowed to access it. Elon Musk is definitionally an unelected bureaucrat who is now part of a shadow government who is going from agency to agency, cutting whatever he decides is necessary. In terms of there being transparency, all of this stuff was already publicly available. They've literally shuttered the USAID offices. What do you mean?
This Andrew guy seems pretty base.
Yeah, shuttered them as in they tried to get a mass recall saying all the employees needed to come home, which was stopped by a TRO, by a judge. And now a lot of these programs, there was just recently a report by the head of the Treasury guy, who now is fired, who was saying that there's a whole bunch of food and stuff that we've shipped to other countries. It's just going to spoil because now we've cut off funding and money for it. All of these things have just been unilaterally cut by Elon Musk and Trump without any authorization from Congress, despite the fact that Congress was the one that authorized the funds for these programs and authorized these offices and agencies. If you want to remove all of these things, that's fine. If you don't want $500,000 being spent for trans ballets in Nepal for atheists or whatever, that's fine. If you don't want it, then Congress has to defund it. That's the way that this process works. It's not up to the president unilaterally
Then why
to
haven't
decide
we
what
done
he
it
likes
yet?
or doesn't like. That's already been passed
hang on.
by the Congress.
Well, hang on.
It's not up to you.
That's actually, I was going to say, look, that's not actually correct. He's entitled to do this, and then there
he's
can be legal.
absolutely not.
Well, hang on. Then there can be legal challenges, and Trump made it clear in the Oval Office yesterday he would accept what a judge said. Now, by contrast, I remember Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez when it came to the Texas ruling in a court by a judge about abortion medication, for example. She said that the Democrats should not accept what that judge had ruled. Right? So why is it one rule? Why is it one rule for Democrats that they can ignore a judge's order with impunity? But when President Trump says, if people want to challenge this, no problem.
Rules for thee,
I would
but not
accept
for me.
the ruling of the judge. Isn't that democracy?
What years was AOC?
It seemed like you're a threat to
States?
democracy.
What difference does that make?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because she's not in the position to do these things. She can
Guys, I think he's promoting insurrection.
give the advice on it. If you wanted me to ask myself, like,
she's an
AOC
elected lawmaker who doesn't want to obey the law.
A lawmaker. She's in a different branch of government. She's part of the legislature. We're not talking about the legislature. We're not talking about a random lawmaker right now. We're talking about the president of the United States doing things to intentionally contravene. You can't just say you could break the law.
President Biden did the same.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Are you crazy? He's been debating a lot lately. Yeah, and DebateCon's coming up tomorrow. I might have to. He's doing one debate tomorrow at DebateCon. I may. Well, if VK is tomorrow night, I was gonna review that debate tomorrow night on the Fight Night stream. His DebateCon debate. But if VK's tomorrow night, then I don't know.
The student loans.
No, he absolutely didn't. When the Supreme Court shut him down in one thing, then he took a different avenue. It was not the same. President Biden did not ignore temporary restraining orders. It wasn't issued TROs to stop what he was doing with the loan forgiveness. It's a totally different thing. This is not the same. It's not the same process. It's not the same stuff. Vance and other people have said over and over. I'm still responding to Piers. Vance and others have made it clear over and over again. They've quoted the Andrew Jackson quote, and they've said, well, we should just resist the judiciary. It is not part of law and order. It's not part of checks and balances for the executive to say, well, I don't care what a judge says. We'll just do whatever, which is what they're currently doing. And a judge has already said they've done with the TRO that was placed on them having to do with freezing federal funding. So they've already broken with what the judges are telling them to some extent.
Yeah,
and at the end
they
of
do
the day,
it.
there's no way to check
every
and
year
balance
for
the
the past
executive if
6
they're just
years,
going to do what they want to do. You have no checks and
Starts
balances there.
tomorrow.
What are men in robes and lawmakers
Next year, I'm going to go. This year,
the
I
U.S.
couldn't
Marshals and
make
the FBI? Like, it's not going to happen.
I was thinking about it.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I got the money to go, but
an issue of authority.
that's computer money.
So Trump is he's trying to expand the limits of his office as fast as possible, and I understand why. Last time he was there, they were trying to impeach him from basically day one, made up this phony Russian collusion
Speaking of that, hit up the grift, guys. Hit the super chats. Hit the Cash App. Cash App's not on the screen. Sorry. I'm sorry. Well, I shouldn't say it. Apologize to you. You guys probably don't care, but there's the Cash App, $Dreadedconservative. Hit up the grift. We're saving for a new computer. Tax money's coming in. I'm setting aside big chunks of my paycheck every month, plus all the money from Cash Apps and super chats is going towards the new computer. The goal is to have it by my goal was to have it by next Christmas. But we're going to beat that goal like easy. I'm going to have it by hopefully July.
Nonsense. He comes in now. He has nothing to lose. He's going to expand his office as quickly as possible, try to move things as quickly as he possibly can. And most importantly, he doesn't trust the judicial branch. That's what he said himself in his various speeches. I don't trust them to give fair rulings. I don't trust that they're actually
for
there.
The chair. Well, I do need a new chair too, but that's going towards the computer. We're going to ride this chair till the wheels fall off. The arm rests are all torn up and falling apart. The back is JB welded because it's broken out on me a couple times. You have to go back to some old streams where I'm doing this and the back of the chair just busts out. This chair has been through battle, and it's an Amazon $100 chair. It's been good to me. It's a good chair. But that money's going towards the computer fund. We're going to ride this chair till the wheels fall off.
In respect to actual law, he doesn't actually even believe that. So what he's doing is he's expanding as quickly. Hang on, my turn. So he's expanding it as quickly as he possibly can. But he did say that he would abide by the rulings of these judges. He just recently said this, and we don't know what's gonna come of that. Right now, he's expanding this office to try to figure out these audits, this type of thing. I don't see what he's actually done wrong. You're already panicking, but we haven't really had a chance.
Guys, wait till I get my money right, bruh. I got the clout. I got the look. Look at it. Ooh. Ooh. Looking clean. We're strong. I'm strong. We're going to get in the 1,000 club this year. Bench, squat, deadlift over 1,000 pounds. Physically, mentally, spiritually, on point, top 1%. The only place I'm lacking is in the money sector. We broke, boys. We still broke. I'm still broke.
I've been broke my whole life. Now money right.
I've been broke my whole life, so we're okay with that. Once I get my money right, oh, you about to find out.
Chance to see what happens if he abides by these rulings, doesn't abide by these rulings.
Right.
We don't really know that yet.
Right.
Well, Doge in and of itself is probably a wholly illegal agency. I don't think that Doge even exists. I don't think they have the legal capacity to even do what Trump wants them to do, number one. Number two, bringing up the Russia collusion stuff is funny when the entire foundation for Hunter Biden and Burisma was entirely fabricated. That person's already been convicted by the FBI for lying about the origination for that. And three, Donald Trump was already found to have people who were working with him collude with Russia. Roger Stone did it, but he was pardoned by Donald Trump, the same way Donald Trump pardoned all 1,600 J6 offenders.
The same way that Biden
going after people that were
Biden.
Yeah, we're sitting in jail for 4 years for nothing.
The whole crime family.
They did enough time.
Yeah.
How many crimes
And
have they
then- and
committed?
then pardons-
oh wait,
pardons
the
Fauci on-
Republicans had like 8.
Well, how many crimes have they committed? Well, we don't know because he preemptively pardoned them, which only happened one other time in history. It was when Ford pardoned Reagan or Nixon. I'm sorry. It only happened one time in history, and Biden did it to like 1,000 people. So we're never going to know what crimes they committed. But actually, I saw a story today. There is because pardons only apply to federal. So states, I forget which state it is. I should have saved that story for Monday. We'll talk about it on Monday. But Fauci is getting brought up on some of his crimes against humanity by a state government. So Fauci may still have to pay for what he did. Your pardons aren't going to help Biden if every state starts bringing charges against Fauci.
How do we ever know they're all
They
pardoned?
found nothing. How do
They're
you
all
know? You had
pardoned.
8 years to investigate it. What do you mean? How many special
I don't know.
counsels?
Well,
how many?
how did we have 8
Republican
years to
things?
investigate
They had
them?
nothing.
How did we have 8 years?
Bro, when Easy makes my VK character, it would be so funny if it was just the chair. Like a chair with dreadlocks. That would be pretty funny.
Investigating him from as soon as Biden was in office. They've been investigating this guy, Hunter Biden, over and over and over and over and over again, and they found nothing.
Just when it's getting heated. They know how to place ads correctly.
Doesn't care.
They always put the commercial at the best part. Just when it's getting heated. It's finally getting heated. Here we go.
We got at the end of the day where for tax fraud guy.
How did
because
we
they've
have
been
8 years to
investigating him
investigate
from as soon as Biden was in office. They've been investigating this guy, Hunter Biden, over
Hey,
and over and over
Shazzy
and
got
over
one.
again. They found
Raging
nothing. That's why
Patriot
we
got
got
one.
we got at the
Leon
end of the day where
Paul
for
got one.
tax
Frederick
fraud-
got
Joe
one.
Biden, they found nothing ever. They've
Well,
been
Destiny,
investigating
hang on, hang on.
Hold on. Shout out King Blackout for those memberships. That's actually the best grouping of names that I think I've ever seen for 5 gifted memberships. The only name that I don't really recognize is Cecil, but I know there's a Seesaw and there's a Seasal, but Seasal's one of my longest members. She's a mod here. But she got kids and stuff, so she's not here right now. But Soul. That's the only name I don't recognize. But DJ on Paul getting a membership, Shazzy getting a membership, Freddie getting a membership. I guess he's been here forever, and he's he's probably lurking right now. I guess that's okay. I guess that's acceptable. Actually, it's probably awesome that he's a member now because a lot of the streams that are members only because of arguments that me and him have got into. So that's a good list of names. Raging Patriot, Shazzy, DJ on Paul, Freddie, all got memberships. Let's go. That's the best chunk of names I've ever seen in a gifted membership batch. And I think Cecil, I don't know. I might be getting confused with somebody else, but I think they're cool too. So let's go. Computer fun. All right, we're getting heated. Let's get back to this.
I just want to make sure that we
Destiny, why?
get back to the actual point.
Destiny, if none of them have committed crimes, why do they all need preemptive pardons?
Yeah, they all need pardons.
Speaking of CSAL, CSAL was gifted a membership. I thought she was a recurring membership on her own. Maybe she stopped. There's CSAL, another good one. Cecil is based, if memory serves. Yeah, I think Cecil is cool. So that's a good chunk of look at that. 6 good ones in a row. I don't like when the memberships go to people that like maybe subscribed to me like 5 years ago and they never come to the channel anymore. It's nice when it goes to recognizable names. So the last 6 memberships have been good ones. Let's go. Hold on. Hold on a second. Free memberships. People getting free memberships around here just handed out to them.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
I'm just kidding. It's not commie gobbledygook when you give free memberships. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Again, the idea doesn't need crimes to start chasing down people, and the Republicans have no problem hunting people down.
William, what are you doing?
Democrats haven't been doing that to him for the last year.
Give me one example.
Stormy bloody Daniels. Honestly.
Did he break a law? Did he break a law?
What
also, that wasn't the federal government.
Case.
That was the state.
Are
okay,
you
so
honestly
you
happy?
the law. That's fine.
The
you don't
only
like the law.
How about the lady who named her cat Vagina? She named her cat Vagina. Her dog's name was Penis. How about that lady? I forget her name right now. Jane Castor. No, not Jane Castor. Jane Castor is the mayor of Tampa. Y'all know who I'm talking about. That crazy bird. That crazy old bird said he raped her in a freaking changing room. She named, this lady's crazy. She named her cat Vagina, and her dog she named Penis.
If you don't like the law,
hang on.
It's
The only
capitalism.
time an
like the law,
American
you just don't
president
like the law. No, I don't care.
The
I don't care.
only
If you don't
time
like
an
the law,
American
just say
president was
that.
ever
Say, "I don't
dragged through a
like the
criminal
law."
court was over a one-night stand with a porn star 20 years ago.
Yeah, you could be a
Utterly
mod and not
It
an
preposterous.
wasn't over a one-night stand. It was over misappropriating
Oh,
campaign
come
funds
on,
and then
Destiny.
creating a paper trail. You can, if you don't like the law, that's fine.
You've had presidents like Obama waging illegal drone programs, killing thousands of innocent people. Why is he not in a criminal
illegal as
court?
per who? Illegal as per who? Which crimes? What are we talking about?
You don't think illegal
You can't
drone
just say
programs
illegal
are criminal?
because it sounds illegal as per who?
Oh, you think they're
You just say
lawful?
illegal because it sounds bad. Apparently so.
What
Yeah,
about
you
the
It was like in a
illegal
loss.
immigration laws?
It was in Burlington Coat Factory. I don't even know why I was there. I don't buy cheap coats. They say they're more than great coats. No, their coats kind of suck. I like to go to more expensive places, but I happen to be in a changing room with a woman and nobody else was in the store and I raped her. That's what she says. Doesn't make much sense. I don't know.
George Bush.
Which
E.G.
what
Carroll,
are we talking
that's
about
it,
for
yeah.
illegal invasion? Illegal
I'm
as per
talking
what
about
crime?
crimes.
Which crime? Which crime? What crime are you
bigger
talking about?
crime
For
than
New York
sleeping
State,
with a
it was a
porn
crime.
star.
You misappropriated campaign funds.
I'm making the point. I'm making the point. The only time an American
cat was named
president has
Vagina.
ever been dragged through a criminal court was not over running illegal drone programs or illegally invading sovereign countries. It was over an alleged one-night stand with a porn star that involved a bit of paper shuffling. It was completely ridiculous.
You have strong feelings about what you think should be a crime or not, but you don't care about the law. There's no
Hold on, Destiny. Are you saying that if someone has sex with a woman and like maybe if they like, I don't know, film it or record it and then you sign an NDA and then they come out against you and they expose it all, you have a problem with that, Destiny? What are you saying, Destiny? When the president allegedly sleeps with a former porn star and doesn't record it, but then he has to sign a non-disclosure agreement to not come out about it, you have a problem with that, Destiny? What do you mean? Wait. Uh-oh. Hold on. Who's the guy here talking about not sleeping with women and them coming out with allegations against them? Hold on. Are we talking about you, Destiny, or are we talking about Trump? Oh, I hope Andrew drops a bomb on him here.
There's no legal argument to be had then. If you just think it's a crime because it's bad and you don't like it, or if you think it's a crime or it's not a crime because you don't think it's a big deal, that's fine. But I mean, like, if you want to have the legal argument,
logic for you. As long as bad things are done via the process of law, that's fine. But if you do good things absent the process of law, that's bad. It's like, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah, I know. Here's my chain of logic. I know it's hard to follow. If you are a criminal, it's because you've broken a law. Not all bad things are criminal.
Is it legal to record people while you're having sex with them and then release it to the public? Record them unbeknownst to them and then release it to... Is that legal?
Okay? Not all bad
DJ
things
Paul,
are
shout out.
crimes. You can think somebody did
got
a
a
bad
membership.
thing, but they didn't commit a crime. Donald Trump committed crimes in New York State, probably committed crimes insofar as Georgia is concerned, and he's committed federal crimes insofar as the Mar-a-Lago documents case was and the J6 case was. He won't be held accountable for all of that, thankfully,
say
because
it.
he's dismissing
Please
everything
drop
to
it on
elude
him.
accountability. But those are crimes. If you want to say, I don't like the war in Iraq and that...
I have a feeling that Destiny because this was supposed to happen a couple weeks ago when all the stuff was happening with Destiny, and it didn't happen. It got canceled. I have a feeling there's an agreement. Destiny probably said, I'm only going to do this if Andrew doesn't bring up anything about the drama that's going on with me right now. And I bet you Andrew wants to drop it so hard right now. Please drop the hammer. But he can't. I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he can. That's my suspicion. That's just you know, I'm just guessing. I don't know.
That's illegal. Illegal as per who? We can talk about the ICJ or the ICC if you want, but that gets obviously way more complicated.
No, that wasn't what my point was. My point was
crimes.
Yeah, it wasn't my point. My point was to say that from your view, you're only concerned about process of law in this case.
Yes,
right?
the law. Yes,
not
correct,
about. Hang on. Not about the moral implications of the actual waste, fraud, and abuse that is brought up. Only that the technical process is follows.
Yeah, she can't afford my memberships no more because she's paying for Punky Coffee membership.
So it's like, okay, but what if they're not following your technical process, but they're actually finding waste, fraud, and abuse from a moral implication? That's actually
I don't think
a good
you can
thing.
drop
Now,
the bomb.
I don't even agree with you.
I think there's a
that they're breaking any laws. I don't even agree that they're.
I can almost. I don't know this. You know, this is just headcanon. But I have a feeling Destiny made an agreement beforehand and said, "Hey, I'll do this, but if you bring up any of that stuff, then I'm gonna some sort of NDA, an NDA, like a non-disclosure agreement. Do you think maybe Andrew had to sign an NDA? I would love to ask Andrew about it. Well, he probably couldn't. Well, he couldn't disclose it. I bet you. I'll bet that for Destiny to agree to do this, somebody had to sign something that said, you're not going to bring this up, and if you do, the episode does not release. Piers and Andrew signed a piece of paper that said, we're not going to talk about the court process that Destiny's going through or the legal issues that Destiny's having right now. And if you do, the episode does not release. So Andrew can't say it. I'll bet you. I don't think he did. I just bet Andrew is taking the high road. I mean, no offense to Andrew, but I don't see that. I see Andrew. I mean, maybe because it's Piers Morgan, and no, I see Andrew. Andrew doesn't like the high road. I don't even think it's the high road. This is the kill shot right here. It's not the high road to not take the kill shot on your enemy when you have the kill shot. And I don't know. I bet you there's an NDA involved here. I don't know. Maybe you're right, King.
Breaking any laws. These challenges are brand new. We have no idea.
More of a respect thing. You think Andrew respects Destiny?
I don't. But we have no idea.
You have a good idea.
Does Andrew ever take the high road?
Well,
it depends on what you mean by that. Yeah, it depends on what you mean by the high road. On Piers Morgan, yeah, Andrew doesn't take the troll. Did you watch the thing with did you watch the one with Jank? He was making fun of his name the entire time. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna say, no, we don't have a good idea. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's not.
He was trolling him on his name the whole time when he talked to Jank on Piers. So that's no.
We don't know for sure that Trump is.
I
going
bet
to just
you
go,
there's an NDA.
I'm just going to Jackson the courts.
I don't know.
The courts can enforce their own law. Like that is speculation. That's beyond the pale.
They've already done that. A judge has already issued a ruling saying
he doesn't
violated
respect
a tier.
Destiny.
So that's already happened to some extent. Now, how far will it go? Who knows? But they've already done exactly that. Doge does not have the legal authority to go in.
Yeah,
and
but they're giving a legal challenge back, Destiny.
They didn't even
a legal challenge back.
Read the TROs. Their response was, "Oh, we're going after."
It's not even taking the high road. It's not even taking the high road. It's such an easy connection here. We're talking about Trump and Stormy Daniels and NDAs and legal problems with women, with famous people. It's such a simple connection. Like, and I know Andrew sees it, and I just don't see. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but it seems like the kill shot that you have to take it here. But I don't think the fact that this wasn't even brought up, and the fact that the debate was delayed, and I've been watching both of these guys for a long time, a lot. I would bet $2 that Destiny said the only way I'm going to do this is if you don't talk about this. And then Andrew said, all right, I won't talk about it. At least a verbal agreement. At least a verbal agreement happened here.
After fraud, and the judge laughed, and he said this isn't even a
That
response
doesn't
to...
mean that doesn't wait. So yes, they are not only are they going to respond to this, but they're setting up for legal challenges to go back the other direction. This is obvious. And by the way, this is part of the process. Like, I don't know why you just pretend like these politicians don't expand their offices all the time. And that's what the judicial does, right? It comes in.
Why attack the individual? I don't know how long you've been watching Andrew.
It'll rein it in. It'll say this is constitutional. It's not constitutional. You can't do this. You can't do this. They do it all the time. There's so much precedent for this, in fact. So if he doesn't adhere to what
we're talking about, the guy who I think we're talking about the trash talk extravaganza guy. Like, and I'm not criticizing Andrew for this. Like, I want to see it. I want to see the blood. But I'll bet there's at least a verbal agreement that if you don't I'm not going to do it unless you don't bring this up. And Andrew probably agreed. And he's sticking to his word at the least. At the most, there's an NDA involved. I don't know that that's true. But I would bet that at least there's a verbal agreement here. Destiny says, I'm not going to do this unless you agree not to bring this stuff up. And Andrew agrees to it, and Andrew's a man of his word, so he's not going to bring it up. That's what I'm guessing. But I don't know. But it's I don't.
The judges end up saying to what these courts actually say when he has no more legal
He's
standing
debating
to fight it, then
debate
you have a
con
leg to
tomorrow,
stand on.
Amanda.
Right now, you don't.
He's
right
already
now,
done that.
He's acting,
Okay, well,
acting the best he can in the ability of the office of the President of the United States.
Chaps, we will see.
So the goal,
because
the goal should be to just break as many laws as possible then, and then see what happens.
No,
That's
Trump
the
has made
right
it clear
course
he'll
of
accept
action?
the ruling of the judges. If he doesn't, that's another matter. Look, I want to end
That
on
doesn't
some-
even follow anyway. Like,
guys, I
that
want to
doesn't
leave.
follow logically.
We're running out of time. I don't want to leave us without getting to the really contentious story of the week, which is paper straws. Let's watch a clip of Donald Trump talking
Banning
about
paper straws. Let's go.
We're going back to plastic straws. These things don't work.
Let's go.
I've had them many times, and on occasion they break, they explode.
When I'm trying to drink my Starbucks espresso, the straw falls apart in my drink. I have to drink it very quickly, and then I get a buzz from the espresso. It's too much espresso. I can't have it all at one time. Sometimes I want to sip casually on my drink. I don't like that my straw falls apart if I don't drink my drink very quickly. Why are you encouraging me to drink my drink so fast? Do you want me to buy another drink? I don't like it. We need to ban these paper straws. We need to bring back the plastic straws. Who cares about the turtles? What has a turtle ever done for anybody?
If something's hot, they don't last very long, like a matter of minutes, sometimes a matter of seconds. It's a ridiculous situation. So we're going back to plastic straws.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. Bro, something like this is just to trigger the libs. Like, this is just to trigger the libs, but it's so true. Have you had these paper straws? Have you tried these paper straws? They're garbage. They wrap them in plastic, as Tom McDonald, a great rapper, he said one time in a song, No more plastic straws. No more plastic straws wrapped in paper. Just paper straws wrapped in plastic. It doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. I hate the paper straws. And they're like cardboard. It's bro, I don't need paper particles in my dang old beer or my drink, you know? Also, this was never really a problem for me because I think if you drink through a straw, you're probably gay. You know, just saying. Real men take the lid off and just drink out of a cup because it's kind of gay to slurp through a straw. So this wasn't really an issue for me, but I have had these paper straws before, and it's kind of nonsense.
And I don't think that plastic's going to affect a shark very much
A turtle.
as they're munching their way through the ocean. Okay.
This is a
Destiny,
famous pen.
Can we at least agree that
I have a famous pen. It's made out of plastic. Who wants my pen? Let's give it to PETA. They want to protect the turtles. Let's give them this pen.
that paper straws suck, or rather, you can't suck with a paper straw?
You know what? I'm going to be like a good conservative. And just to spite conservatives, I'm going to buy 1,000 paper straws. I'm going to replace every plastic straw that I see in a straw from now on with the worst, the shittiest paper straws that dissolve the second you put them in your fucking soft drink. That's my goal for the next 2 years. That's my way of protesting.
Andrew, your response to that dramatic statement from Destiny about paper straws?
Well, then I have to at least counter with buying 1,000 plastic straws, right? But anyway, you know, I drank out of these stupid paper straws last time I was in Santa Barbara going to the whatever podcast, and they do suck.
They do.
And they do dissolve quickly,
Yeah.
and everything tastes like cardboard
Yes.
when you drink through these straws.
Totally agree.
But there's also all sorts of chemicals in them. I'm not even sure that they're safer than plastic.
No.
And there's a lot of data on this too. Like, they dissolve the drinks into the mouth. And they have all sorts of chemicals, preservatives in the paper. The baseline plastic is non-reactive. There's all sorts of like little things that you can point out here that is problematic when it comes to paper.
Is Andrew the only person to go on Piers Morgan smoking a cigarette? That's kind of based. I don't think I've ever seen anybody else other than Andrew smoking a cigarette on Piers Morgan's show.
Straws themselves, but ultimately they just suck. Like, if you're going to replace, like, what people in California
Don't
do?
tell
They
me
get
what
metal
I can
drinking
suck.
straws, right?
Right.
And then they use the metal drinking straw. They just bring their drinking straw with them.
Yes.
Like, maybe.
Well, listen, from a capitalist perspective, I'd be totally fine if some businesses want to use paper straws. But the problem is California mandated no more plastic straws, only paper straws. So then Trump has to executive order, get rid of these paper straw mandates. We can't be having these paper straw mandates. Now, I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-choice. If you want to start a business and you want to only do paper straws, that's fine. But I'm going to make a business across the street where we have plastic straws. And everybody who likes to drink out of a plastic straw over a paper straw is going to come to my business. And we'll see. We'll have competition. And we'll see who does better. Nobody's going to go. But if California says we're going to mandate paper straws because turtles are snorting too much cocaine out of plastic straws, then guess what? Trump's got an executive order to get rid of that. We're getting that out of here.
Maybe that's a good alternative. I don't like the idea necessarily of drinking out of plastic. I don't think that's the greatest idea, but the paper straw thing was always stupid.
Yeah, I agree. Well, gentlemen, we're going to leave it there. I've got to say, I'm pleasantly surprised by the tenor of our debate today. How have you guys found it?
Well, you got to give us different topics, and then we'll really go at each other.
You know what? We'll get you back and we'll do it again. I'm not being topic shamed, but I really enjoyed it. So thank you both for doing it. Let's do it again. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thanks a lot.
That was good. Yeah, that was actually cordial and respectful and decent but it was supposed to happen a couple weeks ago, and then all the drama about Destiny dropped, and it got canceled. So, just an assumption, just a guess. I'm thinking there's some conversations that happen behind the scenes, and Destiny would not agree to that unless Andrew, didn't bring that stuff up. But I could be wrong. I don't know. No bloodshed. Right. No bloodshed. There was no bloodshed. Destiny wouldn't have done it if there was going to be bloodshed. You're going to bring up NDAs against Trump. You're going to bring up sexual allegations against Trump when you're going through the same thing right now, you degenerate scumbag. Maybe I took that too far. No, he is a degenerate scumbag. Yeah. He likes smoke more than air. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, guys. You can watch just the chair for a couple seconds, and then we'll go see what James is doing, I guess. Maybe we'll do a poll. Oh my goodness. We get memberships when I leave for the chair. What is this? What is, bro? You guys are making me never want to be on the camera. Oh my God. We got John Bear ups his membership. 4 months you've been a member? Chair W. Robert gives $10 for the chair. Look at all the chair chats. What the heck? Dude. Holy cow. Oh, man. Everybody loves the chair more than me.
I've been broke my whole life. Now money right.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. The chair gets more love than I do. It's ridiculous. All right. You guys want to do Discord or you want to... Let's see what James is talking about. Let's see what's going on over there. Let's see what James talking about over there. Hold on, that's the wrong search bar. James Life Talks. Is Furby still over there? Does James need some help? Let's see who he's got on.
You're not echoing.
He's only got 2 people. It's just him and...
Bringing back Drill Baby Drill.
Earlier tonight, he had VO Pod on. Where'd everybody go? Where'd everybody go? What do you guys want to do? You want to do Discord? He's on Jess's panel now. Bill Hit Sports Brand. He had a bunch of people. Why did he
No.
Why'd he stop?
Where'd everybody else go?
Like I said, I was on Jess's panel.
Oh,
Oh, that was on her panel.
I got you.
Yeah.
Let's go talk to James.
That's cool. How are you doing, man?
I'm just chilling. I'm okay. I'm just chilling and everything.
Sweet.
I'll just.
That's not the link. That's
You have
the
a good
super
Valentine's
chat
Day?
link.
Not really, because I had to go to the doctor.
Oh, that's for what? If you don't mind.
I need to see if I can get a test run because I'm having some issues again where I have my hernia at.
Hernia?
Oh, that sucks, dude.
Yeah, and doctor won't order the test. He's gonna send me back to the surgeon. See what the surgeon says, even though I've been to the surgeon and he sent the test in that
How do you
turned up
you
nothing.
you getting a run around?
Yeah.
I got a hernia once
I'm
working
probably gonna have to
out.
wind up just
You know what
going
I
back
did? I
to the
pushed it back
hospital
in.
that I was diagnosed at.
Yeah, that's
for
Culper.
the first time. So see what the
I don't know where his is it this one? No, this is the donation link. There we go. All right, let's go talk to James. Let's see what they talking about over there. I ain't gonna talk about a hernia for long though. Hold on, I gotta turn the camera off. Ooh, my stomach just growled. What test do you need for a hernia? I don't know. I had a hernia in my chest once from doing crunches too much. And it's still like this thing poked out. I just pushed that bitch back in. I got time for no hernia.
Not really that worried about it.
Oh, here's JS. We have someone else up here to talk with us. Hey, JS.
James.
What's up? What's up, dude?
Not much.
Yeah, what's up, JS? I guess your streaming is over.
No, I'm still streaming, but
I didn't even see that you were streaming. The fuck?
yeah, we were watching. Well, I was gonna do VK, but I guess it got canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got canceled because everyone in Speak's house is sick.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
really
that
got him
sucks.
down and everything.
Hey, how's my audio, by the way? Is it bad?
He says it's gonna be tomorrow night.
No, it
so-
sounds good.
Okay, good. Making sure.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good, couple guys.
So how was y'all's week, man? You have a good week?
Yeah, went by quick.
Yeah, it went by quick. Yeah, it was okay. Other than like I say today. I mean, or I should
It
say
also
yesterday.
comes with age. The older you get, the quicker it goes. It's weird.
I was listening before I came in. I heard you talking about your hernia. I told my chat, you just gotta push it back in.
Yeah.
It's not that simple. It's not that simple.
Just do it.
You gotta get that thing repaired properly.
I had a very small one when I was in the Navy, and it was pretty easy to repair, but it does suck. It's not fun.
Yeah, it's not fun, and it's a family thing. I guess it's a genetical thing because my family suffers from different digestive issues, and plus my dad had a hernia when he was around my age too. So
damn
everything. Or I think he's a little bit younger than me technically, but
No, I'm not a medical expert. Nobody take my medical advice.
yeah, no one take his medical advice. Yeah, he's not a medical expert. Do not push false medical information. That is a disclaimer.
Yes, that was a joke.
I am a medical expert. You just need to smoke as many cigarettes as possible, and you'll be all right.
Don't push medical malpractical information. That could get someone in trouble on YouTube.
I'm just kidding. Don't ever do that. Well, it really only hurts monetization. If you're not, if
Well,
you're
that's what I said, Jeremy. Pushed out to tomorrow. But it's canceled for
JS
tonight.
is monetized, so I'm sorry, JS.
Well, I say way worse.
Hello, Lefty. You're not a lefty like a lefty.
It sounds like a troll name. There's no way.
Like a leftist.
People were telling me you had Furby in here and you needed help, but I guess you were on somebody else's panel.
Yeah, I think he was on
Well,
Jess's.
he did join Jess's panel, but he was also over here earlier, as well
Dude,
before I joined in
such a
Jess's
moron,
panel. 'Cause I
bro.
went on Jess's panel because nobody was really coming on my panel and everything, so I just went over there
Is that
after
guy just a
he left.
troll? Is he just a troll?
Who, the lefty guy?
No, the Furby.
He is. I don't know.
It's got to be just a
It's a
troll. Dude.
long story.
Nobody's that stupid.
He's trying to be a woman, so yeah.
It's everything they say. It sounds hyperbolic. None of it sounds real. But that's just me. I mean, maybe people are that stupid. I don't know.
It's, I mean, typical transformer lefty radical talk.
It just sounds so like I guess that's the line, right? It's like what's satire and what's not. Because I don't know. It sounds like satire half the time.
Yep. Now on Jess's stream. Yeah.
Yeah. He went on Jess's stream after I went up there.
I've already had arguments with him, so yeah.
I'm gonna put
not like exactly after I went up there, but yeah.
Can I put your StreamYard link in my chat?
Yeah, sure. Let people come up here. Yeah.
Yeah, let's have a conversation.
Yeah, let's have a conversation. I'm willing to.
Hey, I'll be going to my first Orthodox church this weekend.
Oh, cool. Divine Liturgy.
Yep.
Nice.
As a lifelong Protestant who went to a Protestant college, I just let my family know.
What Protestant were you?
So two mostly Southern Baptist, and I went to a Pentecostal church for a really long time as a kid because my grandmother was Pentecostal and my dad's side was Southern Baptist. Yeah. So, but the college I went to was mostly like non-denominational, but mostly Baptist.
And you said it did more harm than good?
In my opinion.
Yeah. I haven't been, but I would think kind of that's.
I'm very disillusioned with the Protestant churches. I don't think their theology sound, and there's a lot of issues with what the Protestant churches have allowed to happen within it. And it's not just one single Protestant church. I mean, Protestantism as a whole there's issues, bro.
See, I think I would disagree with you on that. Like,
but you might.
Cool.
Well, I will still go to a Protestant church if there's one around. I have no problem with them overall.
Just because it's painting with too broad of a brush, because Protestantism is
that's fair.
So many.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I mean.
Different ones, and there's some that are still pretty based. And
no, there are. Like Lutheran is pretty based.
Yeah.
It is painting with a broad brush, but that's kind of my point. Is there is such a broad brush,
and it shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, you can bounce around from Protestant church to Protestant church, and you still call yourself a Christian, but half of these churches have insanely different theology.
Right.
And it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
And I've been arguing for a while that they need what the Protestant churches, and I am painting with a broad brush, but if they want to survive over time culturally, they're going to have to figure out, they're going to have to come together and figure out what is actually doctrine. Like what does it mean to be a Christian?
And also I think a problem is if Luther and Calvin and the other guy, I always forget his name, if they saw some of these churches today, they'd be turning over in their graves. So should we even count like some of the churches that are flying the rainbow flags and the churches that are doing all this stuff?
That's my point.
Should we even count that as Protestantism?
Exactly. And what the problem is none of these other denominations have gotten together to really make that point. And in a way, they're kind of allowing it, because it's what you hear in Protestant churches all the time is come as you are, bring your sin. The whole point of going to church is to go away from sin. You're not supposed to bring your sin. That's not what being a Christian is. Yes, we're all sinners, but they're like allowing sin to continuously occur, and they're saying just come to the church and we'll save you. It's like, no, dude, if you're I want to try to stay YouTube friendly, but if you're part of the Rainbow Brigade, you really need to turn away from that and come to the church, not bring it into the church with you.
Yeah.
And that's a problem with Protestants, is they're allowing it to take place, and they're like, oh, we can save them. Like, it's like trying to save a toxic chick. It's like, no, you need to turn away from that, and then you can come and take part in trying to, better yourself as a person, but you're not going to bring your sin into the church with you. And from what I understand, there's other denominations that don't allow that. They're like,
Yeah, there was a video that went viral earlier in the week of it was like I don't want to say it's a black church, but it was everybody in the church was black, and the preacher was
he kicked them out. Is that the one you told me?
Yeah, he kicked out the person, the drag person was wearing drag, and he kicked him out.
I was proud. Yeah.
Yep. And
you don't have enough of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my ultimate point. Is like my entire family's Protestant, and like it's actually been kind of difficult to tell all my Protestant family, like, hey, I kind of want to look into Orthodox. But
so if two gay guys are a couple,
yeah,
if there's a church, I don't think we should turn them away at the door and say, you can't come into our church, but you can't come into our church holding hands and kissing each other on the cheek. Or
I slightly disagree. But I understand your point. I understand why you'd feel that way.
Or they have to be, if they come in and they say we're a couple, you say, okay, well, not anymore. You're not liking. Like, are you ready to stop that? Are you ready to cut that out?
Exactly.
Because if you're not ready to cut that out, then why are you here?
That's my point. Is it really comes to the thing is like, you're going to church to turn away from sin. You're not going to bring your sin into the church. Even if you tell them you can't hold hands, that's not enough to me. It's like you're making a decision to turn away from your sin. If you're just going to walk right back out those doors and go right back to holding hands and being a gay couple.
Yeah.
I don't think you belong in the church.
It'd be the same as if if you're, I don't know, if you're a pothead, you're not going to walk into the church with a joint in your ear reeking of pot.
And there are some lines here. I mean, yeah, it's like, do you want to tell the guy who is smoking, who is a pothead, who comes to the church and then he goes right back out the door and smokes pot? I mean, there is some nuances here that might be a problem with what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I probably do think it's more of a bigger sin to be laying with a man than smoking pot.
Or what if you're like a corn addict?
Yeah.
Like I do, and in the Orthodox Church, it is a hospital for sinners.
Yeah, no, all the churches are supposed to be that.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that completely.
Yeah,
the problem is, here's where the crux. Sorry, James, you want to talk?
Well, I mean, that's the idea that all the churches should be a hospital.
And I believe that. My issue is,
well, it should be one church. I mean,
But why would you go to a hospital? The reason you're going to a hospital is because you're sick and you want to get better. You want to get better. The whole point of going is like you have a sickness, you're trying to get better. If there's a difference between like the drug addict or the corn addict who's like, I want to get better, I'm going to the church to turn away from this. There is a big difference between the people who are, I'm gay, I belong in the church even though I'm gay.
Yeah, God made me this way.
Yeah. And I'm going to go to the church and then I'm going to turn right back out and go do the same sin without any care in the world as if that's acceptable. That you're going to the church to get better. The whole reason for you to go to church is to turn away from that sin. And there's a lot of people, and I see it mostly in Protestant churches just because I've been to quite a few of them. There are churches that are allowing it.
And encouraging it.
Exactly. Like you can be gay and come here and everything's fine. It's no, dude.
Yeah, and then you go engage them on that, they kick you out. I've seen videos.
Yep.
Where guys got kicked out for trying to go, correct them on that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, dude. You don't belong in the church if you have no inclination to turn away from sin. The whole point of going to church is to turn away from sin. That's why I'll go to church. I mean, I'm a sinner. I'm the last person that can sit here and tell anybody that I'm better than them or I'm not a sinner. However, I want to get closer to God to turn away from it. I want to be better.
Yeah. And a lot of the hospitals nowadays, it's the same thing. It's they're not even trying to now. I'm kind of like jumping into another topic, but
no, I get what you're saying.
The analogy is like the same, that the hospitals aren't trying to cure their patients because that's every patient cured is a patient lost.
Yep. I lost a grandmother who was wildly addicted to pain pills, and no doctor ever actually tried to help her or fix her ailments. They just kept giving her pills.
Yeah.
And it was really hard to watch. We lost her about 7 years ago, but it really sucked, dude, because we were thinking the doctors were trying to help her, and in reality, they were just pumping her up with pills, and she became addicted, and that's what got her. And I think there are a lot of churches that are experiencing a similar thing. I think the analogy works both ways. You're not helping. You're not making people better. You're telling them it's okay to do this, and it's not. I mean, that's not doctrine. That's not what Christian is. But
yeah, when Jesus stopped them from stoning Mary, the first thing he said is, "Go and sin no more."
Exactly.
And
that doesn't even mean you're not going to sin again.
Right.
You're going to sin.
Wait a minute, was that Mary?
Yeah.
Did he stop them? I don't think.
No. You're right, James. It wasn't Mary.
It never named the woman.
No, it was that was a different woman. But Mary,
the adulteress woman.
Yeah, they never named her.
Yeah, but they never named the.
Yeah.
Well, supposedly adulteress.
Yeah, it's assumed
it's assumed that was what she was caught for.
Right.
But the thing was, they didn't capture the man, because under actual biblical law, they're supposed to have the man and the woman.
Mary was there is debate about this.
But there's only three things they would stone somebody for. Then it was blasphemy, I think murder, and adultery.
Adultery,
yeah.
There actually is contention about Mary, by the way.
They would stone someone for.
There's contention among a lot of Christian circles that Mary wasn't actually a prostitute, by the way.
Right. That was something. I forget his name, but there was a Catholic bishop who said she was a prostitute, and then a couple years later, he retracted the statement.
Mm-hmm.
But
that became widely known.
Yeah. It
throughout
blew up.
Christianity. Yeah.
And so now everybody says Jesus hung out with a prostitute. And
and that's not.
Yeah, and there's no biblical evidence that she was a prostitute.
No, there isn't.
Yeah.
And that's what I actually liked about The Chosen. The Chosen, I think they maybe tried to hint at it. Maybe there is a questionable moment in the beginning of the show where they might have tried to hint at that, but they never explicitly made her look that way. And I kind of appreciated that.
Yeah, they were pretty. I think they were pretty accurate, from my opinion.
They seemed like she was drinking, and she was obviously sinning. You could tell she was sinning, but she was possessed.
But they never.
You could tell she was sinning, but she was possessed. Showed that she was a prostitute, which
they never explicitly.
I really appreciate it because they kind of
showed that she was a prostitute.
They didn't adhere to that wide known.
I really appreciate it because
I heard Christians, people that I know who go to church, that were saying it, and I was like, "There's no evidence she ever was a prostitute, dude."
Yeah.
Some of you in chat said, "Who was that female bishop that had a go at Trump's inauguration?"
I don't remember her name.
I don't know.
You're talking about the next day after his inauguration when he went to church and she was
Yeah.
talking about immigration and LGBT. I don't know her name, but that lady is actually an activist, and there's videos and pictures of her at like BLM rallies wearing a mask saying Trump needs to go. We need Trump out, from like 4 years ago.
And she's Episcopal.
Well, she can't be a bishop though.
Well, Episcopal, yeah. So Episcopal is it's pretty close to Catholic traditions, but they have bishops and priests and everything, but there's a lot of major differences.
But that's at the St. John's Church, which is like the presidential church that every president for all of
That's
history,
an Episcopal church.
has attended that church.
Yeah, it's a old school Protestant church. What's her name? I'm trying to remember her name.
Apparently, she got money from USAID. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Allegedly, Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk were getting money from USAID, but then they denied it. And Jeremy from The Quartering did a video. Well, he made a tweet about it. He said,
I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Then he made a video like retracting his statement and covering for them. And I'm like, why are you so quick to cover for them? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they were.
Especially Charlie Kirk. I wouldn't be surprised.
Morning, boys.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Morning, Dave.
Oh man, I was just thinking about what you guys were saying about, because I thought I was going to like a more Lutheran church, and it turns out I'm going to a Presbyterian church. There's a big difference.
That's what Trump claims he is. Yeah.
Ah, interesting. And then I started looking at like the Eastern Orthodox and the comparison, and I think I'm like doing bits of all three.
No, that's the thing about Protestantism, man. That's like they take, a lot of these denominations, they do take from a lot of others, and that's not a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing, but
because John Burke gave me a book, which is like called The Spirituality of the Cross. It's a really good book. It talks about Lutheranism, but like by faith and the Bible and by faith. So like by faith, what is it? It's by faith,
grace.
By faith and grace, yeah. So that's what I'm sort of struggling with in terms of building faith. But then again, scriptura as well is something that is really important. And then I look at some of the stuff in Orthodoxy, which is like about good works. And I suppose those are the three things that I sort of combine. But I know that you can't achieve it, like achieve salvation by, well, I say we're all saved. We're saved 2,000 years ago, but you can't achieve it just by good works. So I guess my question would be to you guys, imagine like this, I live in the Highlands of Scotland. Imagine that you have a very, very remote community, which is sort of, there are no bishops, as it were. There is no hierarchy. How would you reconcile with that in like really remote places with regard to which church you might see yourself as?
Do you have an understanding of a Christ in those places?
Absolutely.
Okay, then I don't see a problem.
No, I was just wondering, like because then you look at how Orthodox you might view these congregations in comparison. So, like in our local city, we have an Orthodox church.
I'm very new to Orthodoxy, so I as from an Orthodoxy perspective, I really can't answer many questions. It would be wrong of me to.
That's why I open it up. I open it up because JS, what do you reckon? Because I don't. You're not an Orthodox, are you yourself? I don't believe.
No, I go to a Orthodox church, but I don't call myself Orthodox, or I don't plan on.
I'm trying to refrain from speaking from their perspective because.
Yeah, I just from a biblical perspective, there's a carve out for even for people who never hear the gospel. They don't have the Bible. They don't have the church authority. They don't have any of that.
Everybody will have the chance to know Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and the truth is written in our heart. That's why we see common moral themes throughout all the earth. You know, don't steal, don't kill, don't lie.
I can't say this. This is my personal belief, and I do know it aligns with some denominations, and it might align with the Orthodoxy. I don't know yet, but from my understanding, I mean, I've been studying Scripture for a little while. Even if you never understood who Christ was, you lived in a place where the word of Jesus Christ, the gospel, never reached you. You're gonna die. Eventually, you're gonna die, and when you die, you will meet Jesus Christ. You will meet face to face with God. And at that moment, it's what did you do on earth? How did you live your life? And like JS was just kind of pointing out, like the same type of values and morals is etched in your heart. At some, even if you never knew who Jesus Christ was on earth, you still knew right from wrong based off of what's in your heart.
So when Paul said, we're blinded, the god of this world, as in Satan of the world, the god of earthly things, not it's the god in the lowercase g. If you read it in Paul, I can't remember which chapter, I'll find it. Because if you're blinded, that Satan blinds us from the ideas of Christ, as it were. But so if you were in a remote area and you didn't have money, and you didn't have all of these temptations, as it were, then essentially, if you were to go, like when you died and you went to meet Christ, you essentially wouldn't have been blinded by the worldly things. Does that make sense?
No, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it because up here we went to a church, and I think it was a Presbyterian church. But what happened was, like, there was one minister, and then he died. And then there were so few people in this place that there was nobody else to be a minister. So they had to find, they had to find amongst them a minister. And I just can't see that as reconciling with any sort of real formalized kind of church.
I think JS. I think there are churches that answer this. I think JS probably knows the verse that, or the mention of what it takes to come to Christ, or what it takes to convene with Christ or worship Christ. It's
well, there's a bunch of them, but
2 or more.
Yeah, it's there's John 3:16. But what you were saying about what we did in our life, I don't think it's so much about what we do in our lives, because I don't believe in like works based.
I don't fully agree with that either. I get what you're saying though.
Yeah, because you had the thief on the cross, or you could be like, it sounds crazy, but God knows our heart. If Jeffrey Dahmer really did come to God in the last moments of his life, then I believe God can forgive him. Now, I don't know that he was sincere. I don't know that they say that he did, at the end of his life. But I don't know his heart, but God does.
And what I know from Orthodox teaching, that kind of seems in line with teaching. You can be saved.
Yeah.
Even if you've done horrific things. From what I understand. I could be wrong. But there's a lot of evil you can do in this world, and from what I listened to a couple people say this, and it actually came up in a debate last night with Andrew Wilson and that 304 diddler.
Oh, that diddly doodah.
Because
Diddly
you know
diddler.
they were debating morality.
No, they
And-
weren't. They were debating.
Well, yeah, I know. Yeah,
But that's what it. That's
Yeah.
what it became.
he turned it. He turned it on to her. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
But there was a moment in that debate, if you remember, he was probably drinking a beer and he brought up the beer bottle and sin. And, you know, yes, there are small sins and big sins, and small sins you could slowly build up your beer bottle with some small sins, and that doesn't mean you're irredeemable. But you could fill it up with
Yeah.
big sins, and that might mean you're more corrupted than you would be. Like, you can corrupt your soul to a point where you are irredeemable, but that doesn't mean you're not.
Yeah, the
Like,
Catholic
the way I-
kind
Yeah,
of
sorry.
separates it from venial sins, and I forget the words, but it's basically deadly sins, like
Yeah.
small sins and big. And there's like deadly sins, and there's like lesser sins. There's, if I tell a white lie, or if I
Yeah.
have a bad thought or something like that, and then there's something like going out and murdering people.
And the murdering people might corrupt you more than the small sins, and are quicker than the small sins. Well, yeah, if you just jump straight to murder and you're just murdering people, yeah, you might be corruptible to a point where you don't ever come to God.
I think
And
there
that's
was a
just
beautiful.
reality.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say the way I see it is the way I visualize it is that you have a dark forest. You know, like the dark forest in the fairy tales, like Hansel and Gretel.
Yeah.
So like that's the forest of sin, the way I see it. So the further we walk into the forest, the harder it is to
The more
navigate our
like
way
you-
out of it.
Yeah.
And a really beautiful thing, that a Presbyterian minister said here in my village was, once you're out of the forest, it's like you're into a new open field, and you can never go back. Once you're in the field, you can never go back into the forest. The enemy will try and call you back, like that witch in the forest will keep trying to call you back and lure you
Yeah.
back in, but you can never go back.
Why would
into
you
it.
go back into that dark forest?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah. It's such a beautiful analogy, and that's one that I stick with. It sort of really helps me when I start to get moody or I
Yeah,
get
you
pissed
are a
off at
foreigner,
someone.
Hansel and Gretel, bro.
I just love it. I like their Brothers Grimm fairy tales, man, from a kid.
Yeah.
No, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, and as the forest on the edge, it starts out thin. And then as you get
Mhm.
deeper and deeper into it, it gets darker and darker and more dense and more dense. But then once you start working your way out, it starts thinning again.
I think you and I, JS, have lived a similar life, to be honest. I've listened to you.
Oh yeah, I've done a lot of mess.
Yeah.
Yep, me
I've done
too.
some unforgivable things, but apparently it is forgivable. So,
Well, it was being forgiven was one of the things that turned me out of it, threw me out the forest. When I was forgiven, it was like a hand picked me up and threw me out of that forest into a field. And I was
Yeah.
looking around, going, "Oh my gosh, like this is incredible!" The light just left all the bad stuff behind. Like I smoked weed for like my whole life,
Yeah.
and it was so difficult to stop. And then when it happened, it was just stopped.
and
just
then you
like
get to
that.
a point where, like, even if you have the temptation to do it, you're like, why would I do that?
No temptation.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Really?
I had dreams about bongs, and I had dreams about like
Yeah.
vaporizers and stuff. But in the dreams, I think that was when I went back. But then I'd wake up just grateful that it was just a dream. The dreams
I
are the
would be
hardest
lying
things
if I
to
say I
reconcile.
I've had temptations. I would lie if I said I haven't. But every time I do have temptations of certain things, no, I have drank, but like when I think about certain things, I'm like, why would I do that? I know what that brought me before.
The rewards certainly outweigh the negatives of, like, for example, reading. like with me and just THC, like it completely clouded my mind. I didn't realize. I think it was Shiva who was saying on, I think it was James's panel about a month ago, and he was saying when he goes into meditation, if he consumes any THC after meditation, it's like a mist drops in front of him, like the clarity just goes. And the reading is an absolute joy again. If I never had the concentration, and I was always hovering in many places and never in one place. So I guess I put my feet right back smack down in the material, which is, I think, yeah, sorry, go on, dude.
Yeah, I actually had a really bad problem with nightmares growing up.
That's my little brother.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey,
I mean,
man.
I'll let him introduce himself. My story ain't that important.
No, carry on, dude. No introduction necessary.
I was just gonna say that.
And that's also not what he looks like. I don't know what that picture is, but that's not him.
I'm also not Chuck
Well,
Norris.
that's the picture he always uses.
I know. I don't know who that guy is.
It's Kenneth Keith Kallenbach.
My point was the
still don't know who it is.
clouding your mind. Like when I grew up, I had really bad nightmares. I had them my whole life, and I started smoking a lot of weed, and the weed canceled out the dreams and nightmares.
Yeah.
And I really love that aspect of it, because like nightmares for me were like really bad. I still have them today, because I don't smoke weed anymore. So of course I get nightmares, but it's a lot easier to deal with. But back then I had night scares, like waking up in the middle of the night, crying, screaming, all of that.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, it was horrible. And when you smoke weed, you don't have any of that. And it was very nice.
I agree. I remember the same thing. I remember when I was like a kid, I had a nightmare, and it's still to this day. It reminds me I was in like space or not in space. So
Dude, oh my God, yes. I know exactly what you're probably about to say, bro.
Right, because I've only met in my life one other person who has had this same dream.
Dude.
And it's one of my best friends years ago, but it was being the tiniest particle or grain of sand, and I could feel the infinite power of the universe, and it was absolutely terrifying. It was like the electricity was so great, that it was just absolute opposites. It was being the tiniest speck, like a bacteria almost in space, and having the immense power of the universe. I think that was probably where I first sort of encountered God, maybe.
And you wake up and you're like on. I woke up off of my bed. I had a similar nightmare, but I could feel it's weird because I could feel a presence that I assumed was God, but I saw like worlds. Like I literally saw worlds erupting in flames, and I was in space as just like in this speck.
Speck is the word. Speck, absolutely, yeah.
And
speck.
I woke up on the ground gasping for air. Like literally gasping for air, like I was literally just in space. That's what it felt like. And that was when I was in middle school. I was like 13 years old.
Yeah, it was around. I think it was when I was young-ish when it happened. But I've only met. That's two people I've met now who've had that same dream.
You're honestly the first person I've ever met that had that dream.
Wow, no, my friend Luke. But also really interesting. But I believe maybe that was put because apparently, where is it? I'm going to try and find the scripture, but I think it's in Psalms. Which psalm? Let me just look at this. Which psalm is it that talks about fearing God to know Him?
Oh, that's probably
Psalm 111, verse 10. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. All who follow His precepts have good understanding. To Him belongs eternal praise. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. That's in Proverbs 1:7. But fools despise wisdom and instruction.
Yeah.
So and that was the fear. And like recently, before all this other stuff happened, which sort of turned me back to the faith, this fear of the infinite again, it was like I was going back to that dream where I was starting to perceive like the sun and the earth and everything.
Yeah.
And I realized that the only way is going to be to trust and have faith. And that's what I know now. and that all of it's held together by Jesus. I think that's the whole thing. Everything is held together for Jesus.
It takes a long time to get to that point, even after a dream like that.
Well, how about 40 years?
Yeah. But at that moment, I tell people that moment, I had that dream in middle school, like 13 years old. It was from that moment that I started really thinking about things like that, and it started to become existential.
How can you witness and experience something like that and not be changed?
Yeah, especially as a young kid, you're just like,
praise God, huh? Praise God. I met somebody else who's had the same thing.
Nothing is the same, dude.
And again, I was a complete pothead my entire life. And again,
I was
think
too.
it was just silence. And what happened in the end is it just increased the sensitivity, and it took me away from the material.
Yep.
And I used to hate the material. I said everything's just perception. I used to be a complete postmodernist because I did history at university.
I practiced tantra and shit, dude. I get it.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? How the path, you can kind of go off into that existential path, but the grounding of materialness is just absolutely wondrous. That's what I find now. Looking around, looking at what I can see and hear, it's just such a miracle. But man, praise be to God for that, man. Glory to God for someone else having that experience, because you feel so alone in it. And you think,
I'm
wow,
amazed
how can I
too, dude.
explain
I've
this to
literally
anybody
never
else?
met
Yeah.
anybody. I've never met anybody that had that dream, dude. That's pretty
coincidence.
Culper,
Yeah.
were you so you were raised in like a Christian family and raised in the church and stuff,
Mhm.
and you fell away from it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Multiple times.
yeah, that's what happened to me. So a lot of the people I talk to are the opposite, where they weren't raised in that, and they just, they live normal lives, and then eventually at some point they come to God. And I'm like the total opposite, where I was raised in it and brought up in it, went to Christian school, went to church 3 times a week, and then I like rebelled against it and went away and came back. It's just interesting to see that. But we were
I've
talking
become disillusioned a couple times, and this is a new disillusionment for me, because I'm like turning away from Protestantism, which is difficult in itself. But
yeah. But I was gonna say about like we were talking about sin and stuff. I don't even know if I understand what sin is. Like sometimes I think we look at it too surface level, where it's like Paul says, if it causes you to stumble, then you shouldn't do it around your brother and stuff like that and things like that. But so like I haven't smoked weed in a couple months, and in the past year, I've only smoked a handful of times, and usually I have a friend who smokes, and he'll come over and he'll bring it, and I'll smoke with him and stuff. And it does make my mind cloudy. I see that. But it doesn't like lead me away from God.
Yeah.
But I don't like crave it. I don't pursue it. I don't go out looking for it. Now there's other things that I've done in my past, especially women and some stronger drugs, where I have to stay away, like, because I'll fall right back into that lifestyle. But I wonder, is smoking cigarettes a sin?
Dude, I'm smoking a cigarette right now.
Right. And so to me, like, I've quit, I've been celibate for years. I haven't done any of the hardcore drugs for years. And I had a $120 a day intravenous heroin habit at a point.
Wow.
So,
yeah, I get it.
But
Marijuana
cigarettes
is
to
not
me,
sin.
well, if it,
I mean,
that's kind of what I'm saying.
Let's
Like,
break it down.
I've done every drug besides meth, bro.
But let's break it down. Jesus was a carpenter. He'd roll around with a crew of like 13 bros with no visible means of support. No visible means of support. You don't think someone was slinging a couple dime bags on the side?
You're so dumb.
You don't. Hey, no, don't pay Paul. Don't pay me. Pay Paul.
Robin
Yeah,
Peter,
my
pay
brother
Paul.
right wasn't there.
even.
This is my brother. Yeah.
That's an old Ralphie May joke.
No, you're
but it's one of
cracking
my
me up.
favorites.
That's
No,
a
but
good
it's
one.
like, to me, cigarettes are hard. I've quit all these things, and cigarettes are
Nicotine's
the
hard,
hardest thing
man.
to quit. And I want to quit cigarettes not because I think it's like leading me to
Dude, cigarettes are
sin or
hard.
pulling me away from God or anything, but it's just, it's unhealthy. And am I slowly killing myself? Like,
And that's
sorry,
Can it
where
restrict
sorry,
Can it
James.
restrict this? I was going to say, can it restrict though, if by cutting your life short in that way, knowing that it has no real benefit, are you not sort of cutting yourself off from your potential future self?
Right.
Does that make
Amazing
sense? And what you
point.
might do?
Amazing
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, that's that.
Amazing
Yeah,
point.
that's what I'm saying. That's the big harm I see in it. That how I can say that maybe this is a sin because I'm
I think it might
shortening
be.
my
I think it
lifespan.
could be a sin. I think it could
This is
be.
the issue I have with Andrew. Like, this is something I have an issue with Andrew Wilson. Yeah. No. I mean, I follow a lot of his ideas and I agree with a lot of it. But what I do see is if you're a father, you might have had an excuse that you needed to smoke at one point. But is that necessarily the reason that he now smokes, or has addictions got hold of him so heavily?
No, but I think he's
You know what I mean?
he's working on it. He did say early in the year last year that by 2025 he would quit cigarettes, and he did not. So
no, he did.
This is a call out.
Well,
he
no,
did not.
It is addiction. It's got hold of him.
He actually did for a couple days.
Yeah, and he
slowed
was
down.
vaping and smoking
and
a
he went right
pipe
back. He went right back to chain smoking.
because
See,
I
my
think it's
opinion
the
is, if
hardest
you've got
one. Like
kids,
I can.
if you've got kids, you're
freaking hard,
smoking.
bro.
I've gone a week without drinking, and I can.
You're right, Dave.
Take down my
Sorry.
drinking and all that stuff, and I can go months without smoking pot. I've gone
Sometimes
years
you get
without
fat,
sex and
bro.
all these things, but cigarettes, man, that's
Dude.
Sometimes
It's
if you
something
quit
about
nicotine,
smoking
you
a
get
cigarette,
fat.
bro.
I don't know.
It's just pure addiction, and it's pure addiction that was made. Yeah, and it was fabricated to be that. It was fabricated to be addiction. So whilst holding like really highly logical views about things, he still ignores this one thing.
No, you're right. You're right.
I'm no one to judge. Yeah,
But the
at
fact
end
that
of the day, I can't
he
judge.
was trying in the past year to quit shows me that he recognizes that now and he's working on it. And
I do think he knows. I think the biggest issue with the whole thing is people use it as an attack vector, and that's what he takes issue with. And I think he kind of doubles down on it.
Absolutely. Yeah,
In a way.
you would do, wouldn't you? If people
yeah,
could
it's
morally
like,
judge you
fuck
over
you,
just
bro.
one,
Like-
but we're all weak. And then the thing is, I pray for Andrew and pray that he can give up and give him the strength
I
to
pray
beat
for
that
myself,
addiction.
bro. Pray for me too.
I pray for you too, man. I just gave up smoking because I have a rare disease and I'm a bit of a hypochondriac. So every time something hurts, it scares the shit out of me. Like I'm getting hit my midlife crisis where when you hit about 40 or 45, you start everything that hurts. You start thinking, oh fuck, is it cancer? Oh fuck, is it? Well, no disrespect, James. Oh fuck, is it a hernia? But an old man hernia opposed to a young man hernia. And I think for that, and if anything, I think for me, the thing that helped me to quit was my wife.
Yeah.
Because I want to be with her for as long as I can possibly be with her. And every time I ignored her. Yeah, no, and this is it. And this is why I think marriage is such a beautiful thing. In that respect that you become the one yolk. And why are you gonna stick a cigarette in one egg if there's two of you in it? That's a really weird analogy, but you know what I mean?
And I'm like the opposite, almost to where it could be detrimental, where it doesn't matter how sick I get or how much in pain I am. I'm just like,
I'm the same
man
way, bro.
up, man up.
I'm the same
You don't
way.
go to the doctor. And so one day I'm gonna get something and need to go to the doctor, and I'm just be like, nah, it'll be gone in a day.
So
it's gonna be a problem.
My problem, I'm the same exact way. My problem is I was in the Navy. So when I was in the Navy, anytime I had a problem, the Navy would take care of it. And I got out and just like, I'm not gonna pay for that.
Right.
What are you talking about, dude? I'm not paying for health insurance.
I had strep throat once, and at the time I was working at McDonald's, and I'm the type of person that I'm going to work if I'm sick. I'm still going to work. And
Same.
I was working in fast food, making burgers for people with strep throat for like a week and a half. And I got to the point where like I was about to die, and I went to the clinic, and they're like, I told them when I got to the count, and it was I was homeless at the time, so it was the poor people clinic where they see you based off severity of what you have and stuff, and so I went to the counter and I said I have a sore throat. And they're like, okay, sit down. And I sat in the waiting room for like 7 hours. And when they finally got me back there, they're like, you have one of the most severe cases of strep throat we've ever seen. And if you hadn't have come in, like you could have died from this.
Yeah.
And you just sat in our waiting room for 7 hours. And like, why didn't you tell us how bad? I was like, I don't know.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, you probably have a high pain tolerance.
Yeah.
And I do as well. And I think, so I've done drugs. I think drugs may create that. I have a super high pain tolerance. I just don't care. It's you just
I'm
don't
the
think
opposite.
about
I've
it.
got the lowest pain tolerance ever. I'm such a pussy.
Dude.
Yeah. I just pushed through it. I was
tolerance,
just like, go. Like,
you
I am
legit
such a
don't
pussy,
care.
boys. I am the biggest. I mean, I work out and shit. I get strong, but
Dude,
like, I'm such a pussy, man.
I had a similar problem to JS. I ended up going to the hospital in the Navy, and I had a fucking hole in my throat, like a little tiny sliver of a hole, like because of my cough. I have a bad cough still. It's not like as bad as it used to be, and I'll probably always have a cough now.
Yeah, as long as you're still smoking.
Well, yeah, that doesn't help. But back then I was drinking really heavy, like really, really heavy. I was smoking, I was drinking, I was in the Navy. It was crazy.
Hell yeah.
Navy rum. Did you ever try Pussers Navy rum from the UK?
Oh,
What
is it?
It was Pussers. It's called Pussers. They used to give it as rations to the Navy here. And I got it off a net. I got a bottle off a net. Take the varnish off your table, but that shit was good.
Yeah, I
used to
know a
drink, man.
Jamaican Navy rum that was very popular in the Navy. But I created a perforation in my throat, like from my heavy drinking. It was bad, like super bad. And I got to the hospital, and I actually had a panic attack when they brought me in because they were like, "Dude, you should have sepsis right now. Like, you're dying." And I had a fucking full-on panic attack. I'm like, what? And they just rushed me into the ER. I was in ICU for like 4 days while everything healed. And it scared the fuck out of me. But it didn't stop me from smoking cigarettes. But it wasn't a good time. But when you have a high pain tolerance, you don't even care. Like, you don't think about it that way. You're just like, okay, like something's hurting. Let me get through the day. If it feels better, cool. If it don't, then maybe it'll feel better the next day. And that's how you end up. Which I did the same thing too. Like I have all of my teeth are gone. I have implants and shit now. I have I don't know if you know what...
A lot of my teeth are fillings and stuff too.
Well, I don't know if you know what I have a genetic disorder. It's hard to say in the name. It's a long ass name, but I had to have all my teeth pulled right when I got out the Navy. Horrible. I have implants. I had dentures for a couple years, and then I had a bunch of implants done. But I didn't care for a long time because it was like I couldn't feel the pain. I couldn't feel the pain that was going on, and they told me, they were like, "Dude, how in the hell have you made it this long?" And they ended up having to pull it all out because they told me, like, if I don't get these out now, you're going to die. Like, you're gonna get an infection, you're gonna die. That's it.
Yeah.
And they pulled them all out, put in implants, everything else. But
that's why I believe it's all mind over matter. Like seriously, you can train yourself to not even feel pain. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, Jim, definitely.
And I'm not saying that's always good. That could lead to bad things.
It doesn't mean a good thing. It doesn't mean a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what if that's more than just
You training your mind. What if that is matter? What if that's matter moving within your mind?
I
I
see
mean,
your point. Yeah,
I
I
think
see your
there's a spiritual element and also a physical element to how the mind works. I don't think they're somehow mutually exclusive.
I think some people are just wired different, bro.
Yeah.
I really do. I just think some people, they don't think about certain things the way that Dave does. I mean, Mr. Dave over here he freaks out over anything.
Well, to be fair, like I have got like this rare genetic condition which affects like eyes, neurology,
I mean, yeah,
heart,
that's
kidneys,
But
liver.
see-
So anything that hurts, I'm just thinking, oh no, is this fucking thing going downhill even more? And then they've got me in. It only
And
started
that's
happening
created.
since.
But do you
Yeah.
do you or do you have it because you believe you have it? Like if a doctor told me you have a rare genetic thing that your leg's gonna fall off if you don't stop walking for the next year, I'm be like, that doctor's crazy, and I'm just gonna keep walking around. Like
It's not in the same. It's a different context. So, like, this condition, it means I lack an enzyme which can break down certain fats, and those fats get stored in my organs, and all sorts of stuff happens. So it's kind of progressive. But I completely see what you mean. It's like I think we can self-diagnose and we can like feel something. I think what it is like I think we are wired differently, but I think given what our path is, because I do believe we're all created, like God's created us, and He has a different mission for each one of us. And I think how we're wired is kind of integral to that mission, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. So
No, it makes a lot of sense.
your response to pain could be different to mine, but then my decisions will be made differently on the basis of how I feel pain. So that we kind of navigate the world in different ways.
Yeah, so when the example I always use is when I was a kid, I was super sensitive to poison ivy, and I lived in Florida, and I like to play in the woods, and so I got poison
Louisiana
ivy.
here, bro.
I got poison ivy one time, and my whole body was covered in stuff. My eyes swelled shut, and it was really bad. And we went to the doctor. The doctor said he's very allergic to poison ivy. He needs to stay away from poison ivy. So then I ignored it, and I went out and played again, and I got poison ivy again, and it was worse. And I had to get hooked to an IV drip because I was going to go in an anaphylactic shock. They're like, his throat's going to close up. He's going to die. He's super allergic to poison ivy. He can't play outside like normal kids and be in poison ivy. A week later, I was back outside playing. and guess what? Now I've done landscaping, and I'll pull poison ivy out of the ground. I could eat a leaf of poison ivy, and I'm fine. Nothing happens. So
you built up a tolerance. Yep.
Yeah, I think like I hear about like lactose intolerance and genetic stuff and allergies, and I'm not saying I'm right, but to me, like,
No, you're making a point because I'm a Southern boy as well. I grew up in the swamps. Same experience, bro.
yeah,
I think it happened.
But what if I would have believed that doctor and I would have stayed inside and never went outside again?
And I think that does happen.
Well,
I think that
this
does
is
happen.
the thing. The doctors told me that certain things I wouldn't be able to do. Yeah. Oh, you're not going to be able to get, well, you can't overheat. You've got to be really careful. So all I started doing is using saunas. They say, oh, you got, you know what I mean? No, straight up. They say, oh, you got to watch yourself. But no, it's like, I believe that we get these things as show us what we can push through. So like, whereas I was told that certain things I wouldn't be able to do, I've just gone out and done them. It's later in life, but I never was able to exercise as much. I understand why that was. I understand why I used to overheat at school and have to douse water on myself in summer when I was playing tennis outside. You know,
But
it's
if you're
almost
missing a certain chemical component, I can.
But you can, and this is the thing that what happened was the doctors tried to give me medication for my kidneys, yeah, and I'd go and they measure protein counts in the kidneys. So like this medication, I thought they're just giving me and throwing this at me. They don't really have any kind of. They do this all the time with medication. They just try and medicate people rather than offsetting stuff. So in my ignorance, I was like, no, I'm not taking that medication. So when I had the next blood test, and when they went in, they went, "Oh, really good news! The medication's working. Your protein levels dropped in your kidneys." And I said, "Well, I haven't been taking it. I've changed my diet. I've done this. I've done that. And I've been exercising and climbing. And they're like, oh, right. I said, I want to get a baseline of what is possible for myself. I'll take the medication, but don't just slap me with it. Let's get a baseline of what I'm actually
that's a
like.
problem overseas too. So they do the same thing. They prescribe you something. This is what it is, but you can make certain life decisions.
They don't know anything about gut. Like the one thing that doctors I've found in this country have no knowledge of is gut health.
Dude,
yeah, like having a healthy gut
America's
biome.
the same way. America's the same way.
It's crazy, man. But then it's just that doctors don't give a shit anymore. Like doctors used to. Doctors used to care. You'd spend time with a doctor. They get to know you. Now doctors, when you're in the door, out
They
the
don't
door,
give
next
a
patient.
shit, dude.
Don't
It's
give
the
a
same
shit.
way. It's the
No
same way in
love.
the States.
No love. Doctors, my wife had a doctor and she remembers him fondly. And she said, you know, he'd take time. They knew the family. There was like a community aspect to medicine. But now it's not. It's just in, get them out, get the money, get paid.
I just
Let's
mentioned my
fucking go.
grandmother earlier. I witnessed it. I watched her die.
Oh, God
I
bless her, man.
watched her die. It was. I knew she was gonna die because I knew the pills they were stuffing in her wasn't gonna help her. And believe it or not, this is the woman that taught me what I know about God. Everything I knew about God. She was the Pentecostal in my life. It was when my name is Caleb. So growing up, she read me the story of Caleb, and that was the whole thing between me and her. We loved the Bible. And I watched her die. She went to the doctor. She had problems. They gave her pills, and they kept stuffing them. And then she got addicted to pills, and then she died from it. And that's what American healthcare is like.
Yeah.
But that sucked.
Yeah.
But I get it. I mean, I think it's a similar story for everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get dark.
Okay.
I mean, I've had a couple of drinks and smoked cigarettes tonight, so.
By the way, I'm going to go eat my breakfast, boys, because it's nearly 7:30 here. I'm going to go eat my porridge and my Greek yogurt, kefir, fibre, cacao, lion's mane tincture. I'm going to go sup that and I'll be back.
Ew, dude.
Dave,
It's about
it's been nice, bro.
7:30 there.
Thank you, bro.
It's about 7:30 in the morning there. Yeah, it's breakfast time.
Is it?
Breakfast.
Yeah, I've got the porridge, slow release,
You got
kefir,
some
which I...
toast and beans.
Man, it's beautiful. Kefir,
Hey.
that milk thing, that milk shit that I told you about the other day.
no.
Best thing, mate. Honestly, it's like yogurt you make yourself at room temperature. It is
You're
like the
making me
most
sick.
amazing fucking.
Yeah,
it's
that's
amazing.
just called curdled milk.
You're making me so sick.
Seriously, the bacterial profile of it is just. There's nothing healthier you can put into your stomach. Seriously. Anyway, I'm gonna go do
Need
that.
that
Says the
bacteria.
guy with all the health issues.
Before now, I'm a powerhouse, boys. I'm a powerhouse.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
he forgot how
A powerhouse of gut unhealthiness.
I'm a powerhouse of health. I'm a powerhouse of
No, a
healthy,
healthy
gut now.
gut.
Now
Nah,
I,
you're
I
good,
fear
dude.
nothing or no one because of my milk kefir.
He's
God
figured
bless you,
out
boys.
how to get his gut
You
to
should
work
switch to
for
steak and
him
beer.
and not against him.
Yeah, only in the evenings. Yeah, I have that. I have that for in the evenings, but yeah, in the morning, nice and
I
healthy.
got a good
Anyway,
whiskey for you. It might help.
see, sadly, I don't drink, so I was a despicable drunk and a
I
degenerate
shouldn't. I
drunk.
shouldn't drink, but I did tonight. So.
I was a fucking degenerate. Like, pot was probably the best thing I ever did, but drink, man, I was the worst fucking degenerate ever.
No,
anyway,
I-
on that note, I'm gonna
I
go have a
shouldn't
healthy
be,
breakfast. Bless you all.
Hey, God
Later.
bless you, bro.
God bless, Dave.
Thank you.
God bless.
I like Dave.
Yeah. He's figured out how to get his gut to work for him. Because yeah, that's what I'm trying to work out myself is how to get my gut to properly work.
I got
More
iron
whiskey,
guts.
Iron gut.
Yeah, I'll drink cold brew and eat
Okay.
salsa and queso, dude. Fine.
So JS, this is your brother.
Yeah. This is the youngest brother. I'm the
What's your
oldest.
name, bro?
Allegedly.
What's your name, bro?
Jub.
Job?
Jub.
Jub.
Joe?
Jub. It's on the screen.
Jub.
Yeah.
Jub.
Oh, Job. Okay. Okay. So you don't say it as Job. You say Job or Joe. That's what it sounds like.
Well, his name is. Well, I don't know if he wants me to say
Don't
it on.
say my name.
Yeah, you don't have to
Okay.
say his name. I don't give a fuck.
They're from Florida.
Hey, I'm from South Louisiana, bro. I get it. We're a bunch of Southern boys. It's fine.
Southern,
What's wrong with being on a first name basis?
I just wanted to know his name, god dang it.
This is the internet, dude. I don't even tell people my real life, my government name.
I will tell you my government name because at this point the government knows my fucking name.
Your government
I was in the
name isn't even
military.
your government name.
I was in the military, bro. They
the
know my
government
fucking
name,
name.
yeah, like JS said, it's not your government name.
Only
'cause you're-
people at my job know my real name on paper.
Once you join the United States military, there ain't a fucking thing you can do. They know your name. It's over.
Dude, China
It's
already
over.
knows everything about you.
Yeah.
China
I'm
has
down
an
with
AI.
that.
China has an AI version of you already.
I got to get to the bottom of this though. Job, how much younger are you than JS?
11
I don't
years.
even know.
11 years.
11 years?
That's nice.
I think so. Yeah.
Gosh, dude. When are you gonna join AARP?
You gotta sign up for that insurance.
Well, what do you do, bro? You have a job or anything?
Yeah, but this is not about me.
No, I want to know about you, bro. That's the point.
I don't like people knowing
I
about
want
me.
to, yeah, but I want to know. I want to know.
That's fine.
Hey, listen, I'm a good person.
That's fine, but he don't want you to know. That's
listen.
the point.
He's
I'm
like
a good person.
Theo Von.
I get it. I get it. I get his stick.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
a
not
good
stick.
person.
I don't like people to know me.
No,
I
okay.
need like
Listen.
3 people to know me.
Listen, I'm a good person. I'm not trying to be a dick. Give me something that I can go off of moving forward. Like something about you that is real.
I like
we're
big
good.
butts and I cannot lie.
No. What's real? You don't have to give me anything personal. Just give me something real about you.
real.
No. It's not real.
I'm infatuated by little people. When I see a midget, it makes my whole week.
This is true. He's always talking about
I
little.
do.
He's always like, "When's the last time you saw a midget?"
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I turn it
I
up
like
when
him.
I'm on the
I
internet.
like him.
but
I'm not gonna lie.
It's me.
All right, dude. All right.
He likes
I get it.
UFC.
You like UFC?
Hell yeah, dude.
Okay. Who's your
Love
favorite
it.
fighter? Who's your favorite fighter?
That's a very
Whoa.
difficult question.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's probably Dustin Poirier, but I just
Okay.
hate that he's.
Hell yeah.
That whole generation of fighters starting to.
Dude,
get-
they're over. They're over.
Yeah, it's so sad.
Yeah. I'm from about an hour and a half from Lafayette. So.
Speaking of UFC, Forrest Griffin went on the Jackson podcast, which is like.
Yeah, I saw it.
You saw the brand new one where he's like all this white guilt BS?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, like what the hell? I love Forrest Griffin. I had a python
That
named after
fucking
him.
sucks, bro. That fucking sucks.
You had a python? No, you had a python named after Rampage because that was my favorite fighter.
Rampage.
Yeah, and
Jackson.
wasn't the other one Forrest?
No, the other one was Twitch.
Are you talking about Bryce Mitchell?
Oh.
You don't even remember your dang snake's name.
Are you talking about Rampage with Bryce Mitchell on that podcast where they were fucking guilting him?
No, Forrest Griffin went on there and was
We
like,
we had 2 pythons and one was named Twitch because it was jittery and it would always like twitch out whenever you got your hand close to it. And then the other one was Rampage. I named it because that was my favorite.
I remember
that's
Rampage's name. I don't remember the other one. Yeah, dude, you were damn rooting for the opposition. How dare you?
I still think my favorite, like
All
skill
time,
wise,
Rampage isn't a bad pick.
skill wise, all time is Silva in his prime before he
Hell
got
yeah.
cocky.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, skill wise, all time. All time skill. I'm going Conor McGregor prime.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Prime
Okay.
McGregor was like so
Prime-
different.
prime
See, I wasn't watching in that
Yeah.
time period.
It was something
so
else.
I was. Prime McGregor was fucking dope, dude.
I'm not here to take part. I'm here to take over. And then like 18 months later, he has
Who the fuck?
2 belts. No one ever
What,
did it before.
was he Aussie?
No, he's Scottish
He's
or Irish.
Scottish.
Yeah, he's Irish.
Ireland.
Oh.
Yeah, whenever you hear
I don't know
Terriac,
why, but Chubb's
Yeah, where the
person
fuck's
acts definitely
Terriac? Get
sounds
him in
more
here.
when you hear Terriac say "Who the fuck," he's doing like a Conor
Hey, the
McGregor.
fucking vehicle.
I'll be honest. Okay, I'm not even gonna
Dominic
say it,
Cruz?
but yeah, get Terriac in here. I would
Dominic
love
Cruz
Terriac.
is incredible, dude. He just retired.
No, the
He's
best
probably
boxer in the
solid,
UFC. Oh,
Max
Max
Holloway.
Max Holloway.
Holloway.
fine
Yep.
over there.
Always.
He's the
up there.
goat.
Gaethje's up there.
All right.
Or Terriac's happening.
Max Holloway, McGregor. I'll be
I
honest
love
with you.
Jones.
Francis
Even
Ngannou's
though
up
he's
there.
I'll be honest with you. You want to know one of my favorite fighters as a kid? My favorite fighter of all time as a kid was Matt Hughes.
Hughes was good. I remember when I was.
Yeah, he came out at
That
Country
was-
Boy Can't Survive, and
Yeah, you were
Yeah, he's a
young at that
wrestler.
time.
yeah,
don't
very
dig
young,
wrestlers.
very young.
Forrest Griffin was my favorite at that time. Just because
See,
he was
that was
so
my
humble.
thing. I'm much older than you, and I already know like when Matt Hughes was in his prime, I was there glued to the screen, like, oh my god, I can't believe this.
Yeah, I was a Rampage fan. I didn't like Liddell. I didn't like Ortiz. I was Rampage
Oh yeah, Ortiz.
Jackson.
Oh, you didn't like Chuck Liddell, bro? I forgot the Iceman for some reason. Oh,
I liked Liddell, but I liked Rampage more.
bro, Chuck
No,
Liddell would be
Rampage was something different, bro. He was
Yeah.
just insane.
Chuck Liddell
He
would
was
be
insane.
wasted at the hotel talking to Dana White at 3 in the morning the night before the fight, and then just show up and knock people out.
Liddell
You
was
gotta love
beast.
it
Yeah.
with the
Hey,
patch
but
mohawk.
give respect to Rampage for treating Bryce Mitchell like a person the other day.
Oh, Rampage is. I love Rampage.
Dude, he treated Bryce very well. I don't
Wait,
know if y'all saw
Rampage
that
Jackson
podcast.
talked. Bryce
To
went
Bryce
on
Mitchell
Rampage's show after the.
he went on a podcast that Rampage was on. They deleted the podcast, but I can send it to you.
Send it.
Yeah. I'll
that's-
send. No,
And
Rampage
they
treated
talked
Bryce
with
very
each
well.
other, or he was talking
Yeah.
about Bryce.
No, they were all
they
talking with
he
each
was a
other.
guest.
What?
I mean, he was against what he said, but they treated like Rampage treated Bryce like a human being. The other guy was kind of a dick. But
I
Rampage
think
was like,
Rampage
what the
might
fuck?
low key not agree with him, but
I think there's some things he might be like.
I'm sure he's dealt with some shady managers that had, last names.
Rampage was
specifications.
Rampage was going overly
Stein
like
or
I'm
Goldberg.
trying to treat. Yeah.
Because on Twitter he addressed it, and he didn't really knocked what Bryce said, but for the reason of who it would piss off.
Yeah.
He's like that's a group of people you might rely on after you're not with the UFC for your next business venture. So
Here's
maybe
what
you don't-
Rampage said. Here's what Rampage said. What the fuck's wrong with you, bro? Why would you do that? Basically, like, you know what's gonna happen when you do that. Rampage wasn't like talking down to him. He was like, bro, what the fuck? But he was actually like very cordial to him. It was a nice podcast, bro.
Dude, it's like it's a key to going viral nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Kanye West method.
Yeah.
What is it?
Fuentes, Kanye,
I think Bryce was
Bryce, like-
shooting from the hip though. I don't think he was trying to go viral. The best
How
part
do you
is
get on?
his
How do you
show-
get on this show?
I don't know, man. The grin he had on his
Yeah.
face. Like I don't know. I kind of maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but I feel like Bryce knew what he was
I
doing.
think you definitely are.
How do you
Yeah.
get on this show then?
I might be too, but I mean, he's like, no.
Go a little bit viral.
He's a professional fighter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can be a professional fighter and still be a troll.
No. James said how'd he get on the show?
It was his show.
Yeah, that was the show. It was Jackson. Jackson was the show. I don't remember his actual name.
Well, Rampage
like
does have his own
JAX.
podcast.
It wasn't. It was JAXSON. I don't know if that's part of Rampage.
XXON.
Yeah.
That's probably Rampage. Yeah, that's Is that Rampage?
That might be. Yeah.
Show.
It is, but I don't know. I don't know the whole thing behind it. I'm interested to know though, because Jackson is also that chain company. They sell like fake gold chains, and they're huge.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Everybody wears them, so I would like to assume if Rampage owns that jewelry company, I'd be so happy for him. I hope Rampage is as rich as can be.
All I know is that podcast, like Rampage was like very cordial to him and was just being straight up with him. I really enjoyed it because Rampage was the most polite to him. It was the other fucking loser that was like trying to virtue signal and being like, we're not going to give you a platform. Yeah, he was like, we're not giving you a platform to talk about all this. And Rampage is just like, I'm just trying to talk to the dude.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Like,
right, he was like super. There's a way to say what he was saying, but he was doing it super contentious to a fighter of all people. It's like Bryce, fucking darce this fool real quick.
Yeah, Bryce.
It was it was whack. Like Bryce would have fucked that dude up, bro.
Oh, dude, Bryce is legit as hell, man.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever gonna be.
He'll never touch a belt, but
he's not.
Nah.
Yeah, he's not.
He'll stay top 15 for a while, I think. His division is so damn difficult.
He's gonna fuck some people up in the near future. I have a feeling.
Oh, that's gonna be a publicity nightmare.
No, bro,
when he
they're
wins.
trying. People want him to get matched up against Natan Levy, which is an
Israeli dude. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it would actually, like, no bullshit, probably be a great fight.
It's gonna be an amazing. Dude, if Bryce fucks him up.
Hey, I don't think. I think it would just be rough for both guys because they seem kind of evenly matched.
Oh well, Levy's obviously gonna want blood.
Oh yeah,
obviously, and Bryce is gonna want to prove himself. I think that's the fight, bro. You got to do it.
Oh yeah, it sells, but you can't exactly put his clip in the promo for that one, you know?
Yeah.
P, are you talking about me, or are you guys talking in chat with each other? I'm not sure.
Dude, can you imagine the pre-roll to that fight? And it's like the dramatic music cuts in. And he's like, "Man, I'd go fishing with him."
I just want to go fishing.
And then they show Natan Levy with the Israeli flag behind him.
You know what they
he was
they're
good
saying,
before the math.
cartels have done more damage to humanity, to people in general, than
devastating
than Mustache Man.
That could be true.
Probably
I don't know the stats on that.
Listen, dude.
No, it's not. This is a thing that is coming out. That cartels have led to more death than 11 million people.
I'm gonna just go ahead and say, all right.
What constitutes leading to it? Because I'm not. I mean, everybody always wants to paint these guys as horrible people. Oh, they decapitated the 8-year-old near the border.
Okay, the cartels are pretty fucking bad, bro. I have a brother-in-law who's in ICE. They're not good, bro. They're pretty bad.
Yeah, but what constitutes
drug
them leading
overdoses
to
and sex trafficking has
there's
led to more than 24.7 million deaths.
And there's a multifaceted issue here.
And they cause.
I think I know this John guy in the back, right?
I can't see it.
I can't
so
see
I
it.
don't know.
Let me put the overlay.
Bring him up. We'll destroy him if he's a loser.
Oh, hey, John. I think I know you, right?
Is it John Mosman?
Hello.
That's Mosman.
It's
Oh, it's
Mosman.
Mosman. Okay.
Yeah,
I
let's
didn't know.
go.
You showing an odd picture. I didn't know.
He's showing his D&D picture.
No, that's that dude from that one show.
P, stop doing word towers in my chat. I can't
What's
stand
up, John?
word
How you
towers.
doing, bro?
They stopped
Yeah,
being
hey,
cool
John.
20 years ago.
How's it going, guys?
It's good, man. It's good to see you. I forgot to add you on Steam. I got to do that tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, John's never given me his thing.
That's his D&D picture.
It's in my in the general chat in my server. I've given my username and my friend ID, but I can give that.
He said, "Do we know this John guy?"
I can look it up in the general chat. I mean,
well, he was probably confused by the AI version of me.
Yeah,
with a mustache and beard, because that's the only close. Still only have a mustache and beard.
I thought that was like Star-Lord in 40 years.
I know that's him from his our D&D show the other night.
Oh yeah, John, are you using OBS, John, when you do those D&D streams?
Yeah.
You need to turn up your desktop output because
I know. I've got to.
I meant to tell you that, by the way.
Yeah.
We couldn't hear any of the
I
other
forgot to
people
tell you
or
that.
the videos or anything.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'm now addicted to everything D&D and Baldur's Gate, so that's your fault. I blame you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed, dude. I'm obsessed.
Once you go full in, you can't go out. That's why I warn people. They go, you got a good book to recommend, and I go, yeah, you can start with the Wheel of Time series, but I don't know if you want to do that,
dude.
because
I have the
I
Wheel of
don't know if
Time
you want to
series.
commit. I don't know if you want to
I'm
commit to
reading
like
everything,
15,
bro.
16 books.
Yeah, I'm screwed, dude. I'm screwed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put the friend code here.
I'm playing Baldur's Gate. I'm looking up D&D stuff. I'm reading Wheels of Time. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's funny because I feel like, it's kind of like I can remember when World of Warcraft came out and people were just talking about how like they were addicted to that, and I've never been a big MMORPG fan anyway. I mean, I've never been a big person that's like, the RPG fails when you bring other people into it and they get the same quest line, right? It's like you're right there and they go, oh, you got to go see this guy, and this guy's always there and he's always telling you about impending doom, and then like 6 or 7 people come in and go, oh yeah, we got to do the same thing. And I'm just like,
That doesn't seem like what this is at all.
No, it isn't. No. Well,
Yeah.
and that's the thing, is you have a shared journey and your choices will reflect each different gameplay.
And so far, I feel like Baldur's Gate captures that pretty well.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. But
I added you, John, on Steam.
No, I'm pretty excited, dude. I'm excited for the campaign. I'm gonna talk to you soon about some character building stuff. But
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
as far as the wizard evocation things, I think I'm pretty set on doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's D&D is a good thing, and there's a lot of different benefits from it. One of them is, it helps you learn to communicate with other people. It helps you learn how to work with other people. It helps you kind of come up with creative strategies, because you really don't have to do. Everybody goes to violence almost 90% of the time, but you don't.
That's not where I'm at.
You don't have to. You don't have to be violent at all in the game. You
Yeah,
can literally
I don't
go
want to
through the
be
campaign.
particularly violent.
I mean, there's some times where your hand is forced, but
yeah, which is what I meant by Baldur's Gate captures that well, because I don't want to be violent, but sometimes,
right?
You're on the path to the Goblin camp and you run into Brianna, or
Yeah. Well, that's why. If you're a gnome bard, you can basically talk out of any situation.
Well, I'm a wizard.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
people don't like wizards. Apparently.
The only complaint that I have with Baldur's Gate is it forces you to take some points in charisma, so that if you, you don't have to.
You have to have some of it, dude.
But it's difficult to it's difficult to sometimes get certain quests if you don't have enough of that, or
you simply can't get past certain things unless you have it. Yeah.
Whereas with the tabletop and with the DM, you can, that will change.
There's some leeway.
There's ways where that can adjust, right?
Yeah.
So that's why there's like always these memes about like the laid out path that the DM has for you to get there, and they're like, no, let's find the most convoluted way to get there.
Well, I've been bragging about you, dude, because I can already tell you're unique.
I am. That's definitely.
I've been bragging.
I used to have I used to do kind of like a channel a long time ago, but I kind of had like this. My name from one time when I would do the blog would be called the Atypical Connoisseur. People are just like, what's a connoisseur? I'm like, really? You don't know what a connoisseur is?
Dude, you're big on the fantasy part. That's the part.
Yeah, no.
It's about
you got to remember
fun.
though, when I was growing up, I had a lot of health issues, and I couldn't go out and play it like a lot of normal kids. I would get sick, or I would have.
Yeah.
So I had to. My mind had to be literally, and then on top of that, I struggled to communicate. I had speech issues. So, and I know James can relate to this, where there's just that feeling of it being a chore trying to talk to people.
Yeah.
Trying to.
Yeah.
So books.
Which is interesting that you had that problem, because I don't think you have that problem today.
Oh, I still do. You can still hear it. Trust me.
No,
Yeah,
that's
you
some
can
things
hear it.
maybe, but
No
you're
offense,
pretty
John,
good.
but you can hear it. Yeah.
Oh, you can hear
pretty
it. Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
If you're just paying attention, you can hear it and tell.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think for the most part you've overcome it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like I said. There's still moments, and really where it comes out is when
I can tell when you're like really thinking about something else.
Yeah.
And you're like, you want to jump into this, but then you're like, I'm thinking about this also.
Right.
And I can tell you get hung up, and you want to like, that's when you freeze up.
Right. Right. Or I'll get frustrated because I'll try to explain something, and then I have really weird like brain patterns where I will, when I write, especially where I will. I know the difference between the words, but my brain confuses them all the time.
Yeah.
So, like,
No,
I know
you can tell when you're really, really passionate about something. I can
Oh
tell.
yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I know the difference between your and your.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah. And so
because you have intellect.
Well, but my point is that sometimes that doesn't always reflect when this is why sometimes Josh is sometimes correct when he's like, "What the hell is John talking about?" There's other times when I feel like he's just conflating on that one.
Well, I can tell when you're off on a tangent about something that at the moment it seems like it's not a part of what we're talking about, but
Yeah.
then you tie it back in. You do
Well,
that.
my thing is I've always looked at like I see things connected in a different way than most people do, and I call that nebular thinking. I think most people are what you call linear thinkers.
Yeah.
You go from point A to point B to point C to point D.
It's probably me.
And like,
but John's playing 3D chess. He can see all the connections.
well, it's not just that, but it's my how my brain is wired. So that's why whenever I start talking about something, I will pull up something, and I have that instant recall, which a lot of people will just say, "Dude, how do you remember that?" Or "I haven't watched that," or "Dude, I have a life." I used to get that joke all the time. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, dude, I don't know that. I have a life. And it's as if because of the way that I'm bringing that up, that I'm somehow like a nerd. And don't get me wrong, I am a nerd.
Yeah, we're all.
I'll gladly accept
guarantee you almost
that
all of us
moniker,
in here are
but like
in some way.
But it's just that I connect different
Maybe
things
not
in different
JS.
ways.
Robert said
and
3D chess is just regular chess, James.
It is, yeah. You need 4D chess, but I wasn't gonna.
Okay, 4D. My bad. I got my.
I knew what
Is
he
it
meant. I
though?
knew what he
Chess
meant.
is kind of a 2D game.
Yeah. That's
shit. I got my
that's if
Ds
you're
mixed
playing
up. I
on
don't
PC,
usually
though, right?
phrase it like that all the time.
It's 2D if you're playing on online.
Yeah.
No, I
My
call
bad.
that splitting hairs, dude, because there's no real y-axis that's consequential to the game.
Yeah.
This dude's spurging out of my chat. I might have to leave and jump in the Discord and debate him, or
He won't. He already said he won't get on Discord.
if he comes on the.
Wait, who is it?
I don't know if you want to do it on your panel, James. I don't know. His name is just P.
Hey, let's go.
All
If
right,
he wants
John.
to debate,
Hold
let's
up.
go.
Yeah, bring his ass on.
But I don't know who this
troll
is, so
guy.
I don't want
It's an idiot.
What's his name?
P.
Oh.
Just
Oh,
P.
bring him on. Bring him on.
Bring him on. As long as he don't bomb, we're
No,
okay.
he's unwilling. He's unwilling to come on.
Well, hey, just invite him.
No,
If he
no,
comes
no.
on, he
Okay,
comes
hold
on.
up.
Well, he's
talking-
got your Streamlab link pinned, and
He's
I put
talking
my
about
Discord
John.
in
I mean,
the
he's
chat.
talking about God. John can help us with this one.
He won't jump
Read
in.
what you claim to teach. It says
Well.
you can't read it, but you can't read it. What the hell
me
is
see
that
what
supposed to
the rules
mean?
are.
Dude, he talks like he knows
Yeah.
something everybody else doesn't know.
The only,
John.
He hasn't.
the only thing
need
that
John
annoys
to-
me about John sometimes, about you, John Mosman,
I know what annoys you.
well, is when, so sometimes you'll get into a thing and you'll you'll just keep going and going, and I don't want to interrupt you.
Right. Yeah.
Same.
But
Same.
I want to like comment.
You want to
So you'll
offer
say
a-
something, and I want
yeah.
to comment on that point.
Yeah.
And then
Same, JS.
and then you go to a different point, and now I want to comment on that point, and then I forget about the last point I wanted to comment on. And by the time you're done, I've got like 5 different comments I wanted to interject
I
on.
feel the same exact thing, dude.
Yeah. That's because
Well, yeah,
because you're bringing a pistol to a fight with a guy that's got a 50 caliber, and I'm just going.
Yeah,
Well-
yeah, that's the thing.
Well,
That's the thing.
in a panel, I'll just let you go and I won't
Right, yeah.
interrupt. But if it's in a debate, then at some point, and
Yeah,
I've had to
yeah.
do this with John before, where I'm like, okay, stop. I
I'm
need
gonna
to
be
address
honest,
this.
dude. My favorite conversations are with John. I'm gonna be honest.
But
I
but
freaking
sometimes
love this
people have
dude.
to do that with me though too, because
He has great conversations.
I go
He
get going on about something and
He goes deep, dude.
too.
He goes deep.
But
I
yeah,
can,
no.
I can
So
understand where John's coming from because when I get passionate about something, I go on.
John goes
on.
to multiple avenues that are very philosophical and very deep, and it's a lot to keep up with.
yeah, and that's why I've got to remember too that not everyone tracks that
Thanks.
like
Yeah.
I do. You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
not
And
everyone has
that's the
even been around
difficulty.
that.
That's the difficulty that I've always had is how do I correspond that with information that can
That's why I love it.
can be
That's why I
understand-
love it.
You know,
I
'cause-
mean, it's stimulating to me because
Right.
you know.
But it's one of those things where it's like I think a lot of times people want just shallow answers, and that's why Culper, I have this kind of saying that don't
Come on, P.
don't
Up here.
don't ask me a question you don't literally
I'm curious.
expect me to answer.
Yeah. If you're wanting a circular answer that doesn't
Well,
really
Then you need
address
to
the
phrase
issue.
it in the question, right? You need to say,
Yeah.
is it sunny out where you're at today?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
And
Or
well, hey,
I assumed that JS's brother would ask
Oh.
something. What would you
Well,
ask, Jub?
well, excuse me. I wanna talk to P in JS's chat. Come on up, P.
Bring him up.
Come on up. Oh, come on. We'll
I want to
talk.
know what Jub would
I'm
say.
interested.
Jub.
If you're talking about God, I'm interested. I want to talk about it. See what you got to
I
say.
don't need to hop on your little.
I'm just
vocal
messing with
sessions
Josh's
to be
brother. I
muted
want to
so
know what
you
he would say.
can.
I don't even know if he's saying that I don't even know if he's saying he's like an atheist or if he's saying that we just don't understand. I don't even know.
Well, P.
Bring his
look, if you
ass
come
up.
up here.
Bring his ass up.
If you come up here for a little bit, me and you will have a one-on-one. I'll put
Hey,
everyone in the back.
We'll even have
one-on-one. And
There you
and
go.
I'll-
James needs some practice. We're talking about
Okay.
practice.
You know what?
I'll
it
have an
sounds like?
honest conversation after y'all have a conversation. For
You know
real.
what this sounds like?
I
when
won't be, an asshole.
When I see his point here, where he says God is everywhere. It means God inside me speaking and God everyone. That sounds a lot like the Billy Carson and the Christ consciousness grift that you hear.
No. I actually look, P. I actually do care.
He said we can't tell him where. The link is pinned. It's pinned at the top. It's pinned.
It's up there at the top. It's pinned up at the top. There, you see where it says JS Urban Adventures up there at the top?
Twitter
You just
saying
click
he's
on
claiming
that,
to be
and then-
Hey,
Jesus.
James, if you want to bring him up with you and him, and we can join
Oh,
in.
this guy's
you click
crazy.
on where it says stream.
I am the Catholic.
StreamYard, and you click
He's
on
just
that,
throwing stuff at
and
the.
it'll bring
He's
you
just
right
throwing
up
stuff at the
here.
wall. To
Yeah,
see.
he's just a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Don't worry about it,
You
James.
cannot read the Bible. The Bible says so.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's just a
whatever.
troll.
Yeah, James, don't worry about him, bro.
Oh, come on. I don't think P's a troll. I really want to have a discussion with P. I'm curious.
Man.
He's all over the place theologically. He's not. making
Well, maybe to you, maybe not in.
No, to reality.
Well,
Like-
maybe not in his mind.
In his mind, it's fucked. That's the point.
Well, let's try to understand before we judge.
Hey,
Hey,
James,
James,
this is
if
why
you
I
want to
like
bring
Get
him
some
up,
facts.
with you and him,
because people would have said I was all over the place.
I
was
will.
in
I
my
will
little-
gut him after you and him have
little
a
journey
conversation.
where I
behind the
was
scenes.
going place to place, trying to figure things out, and I still am trying to figure things out.
I'm still trying to
yet.
figure things out, but
I'm not
I'm
finished
not
yet.
P.
You know,
I told him
things
I'd
out.
go off the panel and go one-on-one with him in Discord if he wants, but
yeah,
I'm not going off the panel, but I'll go off on him on here.
I do care, P. I do care. You mock him in your doing,
yeah,
pretending.
we are
pretending?
all antichrist.
Wait a minute. I really got to understand now. I really don't.
Dude, I'm telling you,
I am Christ.
throwing
as
theological
your book
points
says.
across.
He is either a
Which-
troll, or he's got a smorgasbord of theology positions.
Nah, I'm curious now. Like
Yeah.
I've heard of these people that claim to be
Listen to
Christ. I've
John.
heard of these people.
He's throwing theological positions
I'm
across the
curious
wall and seeing what sticks to either
this
of us.
very much. I've always wanted to talk to one of these people that claim they're
bring 'em up.
Christ. I've always wanted to talk to
Yeah.
one of these people.
I don't
Well,
even
To
believe
understand
in
their
He
mind,
can't bring
study
him up.
their
The guy has
mind
to
and
click
sort
on
of
the link.
understand
So
where they're
obviously
coming
James
from.
is doing everything he can to be. I mean, James is one of the most inviting, open people. So if the guy
Yeah, I
doesn't
love
take that, and he's not bringing him attitudes. Just like, hey, I'll have a conversation with you. Like if if he can't respond to that, then that just shows that he's being a troll right now.
Yeah.
I mean that's just so.
I agree.
Oh, this is like an Amon Hillman guy. As your book says, which
Yep.
you cannot
Yep.
read your book. You can't even
Yep.
read the Bible because do you know ancient Greek, P?
That's exactly what
Yeah.
it is.
You have
Yeah,
secret
yeah.
knowledge. You have hidden knowledge.
Jesus.
Wait a minute, are we
was
talking
a
about
druggie.
gnosis?
He's saying
Now we're talking about
Jesus was a
gnosis.
druggie. That's what he's saying.
Because
That's what he's
gnosis
trying
is
to do.
secret
I don't
knowledge.
really
That's what
believe in
gnosis
mental illness, but sometimes some people.
Well, yes.
Yes,
mental illness is real.
JS
Ooh,
makes
right
a
there.
point.
He
What he's
just said
trying
it
to
right
allude
there. He
to
just
is
said it.
Jesus would drain the young boy's blood and drink
Oh,
their
wow. He
blood.
just said it right there.
Yep.
Where do you see that? Oh, I have top chat instead of live chat on, so I can't see
He
the.
just admitted what he actually is all about right there.
Yep. That's what he is.
So.
Well,
Yeah.
I still would like to have a conversation.
He's a Jesus was a druggie guy, bro. Don't
It's
don't
like,
even engage.
Been
Don't
watching
even
too
engage.
much Amon Hillman.
Yep.
He'll get on and he'll
well, I'm
like
still
debate
curious.
you
I
like
like the
this,
help.
like bro.
Nobody
like,
wants to debate me,
do you even know?
And I've
Have
studied
you
the Greek language, man. And
have
I
you
can
like
tell
tried
you,
the
Come on, fellas.
ayahuasca?
Come on, fellas.
comes
Dude, I'm
anointed
telling you.
means to be
Hey.
anointed with the glad fly.
Fellas.
What?
I'm open. I want to understand, fellas.
That's off the panel, so you can say
Okay.
You're fucking up. You're fucking up, James.
What I am? Do you want to try that? You really want to go there? I am.
Telling you.
James getting the power's going to his head.
Well,
Absolute
I
power
understand.
corrupts
Hey,
absolutely.
I'm curious.
Yes, it
James,
does.
James, listen to me for a second.
I'm open to listen.
There
and to
are people
understand.
out there. There are people out there that are trying to blaspheme the Lord Jesus Christ
Well,
in a
I'm
way
not
that
saying.
is
Well,
not
I
worth
don't
giving
know
them a
if this
platform.
person. I don't know where this person is coming from.
I
so
can
need to
already tell where
understand.
he's coming from.
Well, I
and
need
so
to
can everybody else
understand
on the
first. I
panel.
don't want to assume. You know what assuming
I will
does?
assume.
Right, but the
Is
Bible
you-
also tells you not to cast pearls before swine. Do you know what that
Well,
means, James?
I'm not casting pearls before swine. I'm trying to understand because maybe something's been
And
mistranslated.
some
You never know
people
where
on
he's
here,
coming
some
from.
people on here
He could be
do
speaking a whole nother
understand.
language and it's getting
Some people on here
translated.
have read enough to understand.
And is it so
Well,
much
people-
as like we're not trying to cast our pearls to him? He's the swine. We're not really trying, but it's more so for
Well,
entertainment for the audience to just laugh
Well, I'm
at
just
dumb
asking.
people.
I'm asking questions.
I mean, if you want to bring him on, bring him on. But it doesn't sound like he's gonna come on. So screw
No.
him. He sounds like he's an Amon Hillman, like JS pointed out. He thinks that Jesus was a druggie and he wants to try to challenge us. He's not worth it. He's not worth it. And he's not even trying to actually jump on the panel to argue his thoughts. So
Yeah, I mean, you've made the invitation. He's going to. At this point, he knows how to get on. If he wants to get on, he will. If not,
Yeah.
I wouldn't let him continue to derail the conversation.
Right. At this point, he's just derailing.
Yeah. And some people are that way. I mean,
especially the Amon Hillman lovers. I'm telling you, dude, these people are not good people.
I mean, a lot of them are demonically possessed.
Very much, very much. I mean, they're trying to blaspheme.
Here, since we
Christ.
gave the invite and he's been in the chat for a while, we're gonna put him on a little timeout. You can take.
I mean,
you
they're
can
really
take a
not
5-minute
people,
break,
bro.
P.
Like the Amon Hillman lovers, dude. I'm telling you, I've read a lot
Well,
about
I don't know.
him.
We don't know if he's a Amon Hillman lover. You're assuming. Did he
you
say
can-
that he's an Amon Hillman lover?
Well, no,
The-
but he's
the
just
things he
saying
was
some
saying,
of the.
the things he was saying.
He's repeating,
Yeah, but
he's
just 'cause
repeating a
someone
lot of the
starts-
tropes of.
Yeah,
people,
but just because someone does, it doesn't mean someone else doesn't
That's
have
true.
the same.
That's true. I'll give you that.
Right, but we're not
if you're
actually
assuming-
saying he might not even know who Amon Hillman is. We're just saying it's just we're just
right.
Amon Hillman
I would
isn't the only
accuse-
one
I'm
who.
just trying to understand.
I would
where he's coming
accuse
from.
70% of
That's all I'm
evangelicals of being actually Druckerites, but none of them probably know who Peter Drucker was. So you don't have to necessarily know who the person is to be adherent to certain philosophies or ideas.
Well, certain philosophies and ideas could be held by other groups of people. Though.
He was another Austrian.
Potential
Austrian, rather. Because we've talked about Drucker in the past. It's another one of these self-help guys.
Yes, well, and a lot of people just don't understand how much Drucker influenced. Not just, I mean,
He influenced all of it.
He influenced culture. Anything where people put any kind of stock in like leadership training or management consulting, they all get it from Drucker, right?
We've talked about this before.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the guy who all these self-help books and management theory
and even though he claims to have been raised as a liberal Lutheran, he went away from that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Well, liberal Lutheran is a little bit.
Well, think about where where did he end up in the end?
What do you mean? Where did he end?
Where did he end his life?
Oh my god! I gave him 5-minute timeout. Now he's in with an alt account, and it's a different style of P.
Yeah,
What
he's
the-
a troll.
Yeah.
What I meant, John, is like California.
Okay, this is definitely probably maybe a
He
troll.
died in Claremont. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is probably a troll account at this point. If you're
Yeah,
gonna have two
clearly.
different alt accounts, same letter.
This guy real truly is insufferable. He's not that good
he's
of
a
a
troll.
troll either. Is
He's
the
a troll.
thing. Like he clearly lacks wit.
Yeah.
He lacks wit.
He's not
pretty
even making
convinced he's a
arguments. He's not even
troll.
making arguments. Yeah.
I'm pretty convinced he's a troll now. If he's got alt accounts, because that's what trolls do.
He needs P for
So,
practice though in the troll
yeah.
game. He's not a good troll.
No troll. Well, if you're not a troll, then come up here.
Troll
I'm
lol
kinda
lol.
convinced you're a troll now.
Like he's only
Is-
slightly
yeah,
annoyed us.
John sniffed it out from the very beginning.
I mean, because alt accounts is what trolls do. I know trolls.
Yeah, we all know trolls.
I actually
I'm an
know.
expert
I'm
troll.
actually friends with a troll on Discord.
I knew he was a troll after like his first two
Dude,
messages.
I'm an expert troll.
I mean,
Two
I'm a
comments.
troll, but I don't really troll.
I'm one of the best
YouTube
trollers
fandoms,
to ever
so-
do it.
I'm not
Yeah,
a fan
I
of
don't troll
trolling
on my brother's broadcast, so clearly. But a different stream, dude, watch out.
Well, don't troll on my stream.
I don't troll on YouTube.
I don't
any
troll
YouTubers, to
often.
be
It's not a
honest.
thing I do often, but occasionally.
I'm a
Please don't troll
Facebook and
my
Twitter
stream.
troller.
You might get banned.
Oh, speaking of trolling,
I
there's
wouldn't troll
a
your stream, James.
there's a not my president protest on President's Day, and I want to go to it. It's
Wait,
gonna be
where at?
all day. Well, it's gonna be at every Capitol building in America, supposedly.
Yeah, that sounds dope.
So I'm gonna go to the one here in Salt Lake City.
Is there gonna be one? Have you heard of one in Louisiana?
I don't know. I only follow all the Antifa and stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
here in Salt Lake
I'm
City.
in the deep south, bro. I doubt we'll have one.
But it's supposed to be a national President's Day, not my President's Day.
If I find out they're protesting the governors or the state capitol here
By
in
the
Louisiana,
way,
bro, I'll fucking
JS
coordinate.
JS knows the closest town to where I live in. I was driving down one of the main drags by the college, and there was probably 80 or 90 protesters against immigration, for immigration and against Trump. And I'm telling you, like, I've never seen that many people. Like, there's always like 3 or 4 people that have a sign, right? But like when my town is, which is like it used to be red, it's now kind of purplish. But like,
There's a lot of money going towards this, bro.
yeah.
But does anybody
And
have
I'll tell
any?
you what, dude. I tell you what. And you know how I feel about nationalism and all that stuff. But I saw somebody. They had a flag, and the front half, the front top was the Mexican flag, and the bottom half was the United States
Dude.
flag. It took every bit of willpower.
They're
not to get triggered
authoritarian
by
too,
that
bro.
And to
They're
get out of my
authoritarian
car
too.
and just like pick that up. I was like, that was an abomination.
Dude, you know for a fact they're authoritarian too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, whether you have problems with us being authoritarians or not, they're authoritarian.
Well, but particularly my issue more is, with in the particulars of nationalism, right? Is this idea of
they're gonna bring their national.
I'm not the type of guy that says, God bless America.
Yeah.
Okay?
Jazz just chairs at it again.
I am, but I get why.
I'm not one of
understand
these
why
people that says that God supports the United States or the United. I don't.
I understand why you would.
And all
He's
of
not
that.
concerned with geopolitics.
Right.
You got banned by a girl.
I'll be honest. Like, I understand what you're saying, but like,
But
yeah,
that,
I get
but
it,
there's
yeah.
still a fragment of my Americanness.
Yeah, that's why you bring in your nation here.
That offended that, because what you're supposedly doing is by saying you're advocating for something which is about is obviously about the disintegration of something else.
And even if you're not a nationalist, it's like, yeah, but I'm in this nation and I was born in this nation. Why would
And
I
still believe
accept
I
somebody?
still believe there's certain laws, and there's no point in having a nation if you can't enforce borders.
But honestly, you're consistent because
Not
it's
a
like,
nation,
this is,
man.
you're
What are some
consistent
questions
because-
I should ask them? Does anybody have any good ideas for funny questions I should ask these people?
If he's not your president, who is?
Well, my point of John is like you're consistent because you're bringing your nationalism to my nation.
Shirt there, JS.
Yeah.
That's actually consistent in my opinion.
It's Valentine's Day.
It was
It's Valentine's Day. That's my girlfriend.
Yeah, well, that's a woman.
That's nationalism as well.
It's a
not just
woman.
American nationalism.
Yeah, she's half naked, dude. Like,
But
Yeah,
it's not just that. It's they like to
She's
say
half
on one
naked.
hand that it's not about this, and
But that's what
clearly
it's
it is.
about.
That's
Yeah.
clearly what it is.
If
And-
you're bringing your nation's flag here, it's obviously about your nation.
and when you wave a flag, I mean, here's the thing about waving a flag or holding a flag. You are giving something sovereignty, right? Which is why I don't like to pledge allegiance to the flag.
As an anarchist, that makes sense.
Well, as a Christian, primarily, my sovereignty is to
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
right.
Like
And-
I said, you're consistent because you
Right.
get mad at that they're waving a flag just as you would.
But what
be
they're
mad
doing is they're saying, well, we're not here to try to appropriate culture. We're not here as an
No,
invasion.
fuck.
We're here. We want to be a part of the system. No, you want to create a new system.
Yeah. No,
And a lot of it
you
has
want to
go back
infringe on
old
the
grudges.
system that exists here is what you want.
Right.
That's
right.
what you really
What they want to do, like as Josh would say, like every communist would, is they want to rebrand our country with their politics and their ideology, which is what made them poor in the first place.
They want to erase.
They want to bring their garbage here. So that's
and take what we have. That's what they
That's
want
the
to do.
go-to
That's why John's
question.
consistent here.
If I see somebody waving a Mexican flag, I'm gonna be like, "So you're against Trump deporting people to Mexico, but you're waving a Mexican flag. Aren't you? If it's such a great place that you're going to wave their flag, why are you against them sending people home? Like,
right.
That doesn't make much sense.
Right.
It's a lot of consistency here. I mean, all of these views are consistent with everything. I think our core beliefs is consistent.
Right. So it's just.
I mean, you should.
And that's the thing that drives me nuts about anybody, anything, any position is, if you're going to take a position, fine. I can respect a position. I may disagree with it, but if you're going to be consistent to it, you have it requires certain things, and I think
that's why I don't believe these protesters are real.
Right.
I don't believe these are actually
a lot of
protesters
them are
from these
probably
countries.
paid people by Soros accounts and
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't believe half of these protesters are actually from Mexico or from Guatemala being like, no, fuck America. I don't.
No, actually, the majority of the people that I saw at this was like 80% of them were white women.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's what it's going to be. It's at the one I go to. If I make it out there, it's going to be.
Like they just had a glass of wine at.
Well, they might not identify as.
Let's have an
women.
idea. This is not my
Yeah.
president. Put my pussy hat. You know.
But they're fucking paid. People are paying these fucking people, dude.
Yeah.
And that's what drives me crazy. Is like, that's what we got to figure out. Is like, who is actually paying all of this?
Oh my.
And
I
like
need
you
to-
just said, George Soros is one of them. But
I have my Trump shirt where he's
Frank P
flicking.
up there.
It's Trump and he's flicking off, and it says "You missed." And I'm thinking of wearing that under my jacket. And so at first coming in like calm and I'm just here to ask questions and try to get like some interviews and stuff.
are you gonna go live?
And then no, I'm gonna record it and then make
Dude,
a
go
video out
live.
of it. I might
Do both.
I could do both. I could record some and then do like a live, but the problem is that with the mic and the Osmo, it's gonna run my battery out on my phone in like an hour and a half.
I mean, if you do that, I will. Regardless, I'll make a video on it. Fuck it.
But yeah, no.
But then take the jacket off halfway through and just have the Trump shirt on, and then just troll. Be like, let's go, Trump! You guys are losers.
I have a fight
You
hoodie,
need to
bro.
put on your chic for like an outer layer. You need to put on your chic homeless person so you'll fit in.
Yeah.
And then because I'm telling you what, even if without a shirt, like it's pretty obvious you're a Trump guy.
Well,
I dress like skaterish.
Where's the
and
dreads, bro? Bring the dreads. Where'd they go?
Put
Yeah,
the dreads
skater
are on the
could be
shelf
gay.
over there. I could put
Bring
the
the
dreads
dreads.
on under a hat. Stick them into a hat.
Yeah, bring that shit.
The problem is they've been doing this like every week. They've
Yeah.
been doing protests at the Capitol building. And so I want to start going out to them. But they're going to, once they like mark
Just be
me.
careful because I don't want you to get milkshaked.
Yeah, I don't want you to get hurt.
Oh, I want to get milkshaked. That'll go
You do?
viral. I'll make, oh yeah, that's how you, yeah. They throw
Dude,
some eggs
that's
at
why
me
I'm
or a
saying,
milkshake
you gotta
at
go
me.
live. You gotta go
then
live, bro. You gotta
gotta-
go live.
I could clip it. I could make a short out of it.
Yeah, but you gotta go. It has to happen live.
We're here in Salt Lake
I'm
City,
telling you.
where one of the most
What you need to do, there's cameras you can get to attach to your body. You gotta go live.
Yeah.
Well,
He just gets
he'll
something
have to
attached to
get-
his
he'll have to get
phone.
his system set up for that because I can tell you this. I know people who've done like, because I was in the 1A community for a long time, and I can tell you that usually it requires like 3 cameras.
Stealth.
You know.
Yeah, I
Well,
need
no, but I'm
live-
just saying because
live from
And I
the
need
battery-
another
Josh is
person.
right? Like the battery, and then you need like a battery pack, and then
I don't know if I was close to you, I would come, bro. I don't give a fuck.
I know.
I don't know where you're at though.
Callum is in Salt Lake City, and he said
Okay,
he'd be interested. So I'm gonna message him. But it'd be nice to have a cameraman and then one other dude just standing there as like kind of backup, like a little. Because if I'm by myself, I already
I wish I was
know
still safe in California.
they're not gonna do anything. The green vests are gonna surround me, and they're gonna follow me around everywhere I go. And
you're gonna
Wait,
be like,
when is this?
shame,
When is this?
shame, shame.
it's on Monday on President's Day.
You
It's
should
called
ask
a
them
not
what President's
not my
Day.
President's Day
You
protest.
should even
you
ask
can't
them what
get a
President's
small-
Day is. What's the basis for President's Day? Because
Yeah.
a lot of them probably won't know this.
And it's Antifa, but they've remarketed themselves.
Yeah.
They're not calling them. It's an anti-fascist, anti-Trump protest, but
Damn. I
And
have a surgery, oral surgery on Monday. I would fucking fly out.
a bunch of large, blue-haired, white ladies with it's gonna be LGBT, trans flags, Palestine flags, and Mexico
Dude,
flags.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
I would love to be there, dude. Dude, I'm in Baton Rouge.
You need to wear like just try to get the trifecta of everything that would like trigger them. You know, like
I
like
need
wear like
buttons
an
and
Israel bandana or something.
Dude, no, keep the
Trump
Trump
hat,
shirt.
Israel flag.
Keep the Trump shirt hidden, but like have all kinds of pro-Trump shit underneath it, like buttons and everything. You got that?
I
Yeah,
have
I'm sure he does.
I have hats and flags. And
Yeah, dude. Like whip it all out once you're in the middle and just eating through them, dude. I'm telling you, bro. Just bring it all out. Like, see what happens. Like, bro, if you die, I'm sorry. But
And
like,
when
if you're in the middle
You're
of
not
a bunch
sorry.
of people,
Come on.
no, I am sorry. Like,
They're gonna
I like
say,
you,
"What are
dude.
you here
Well, why
for?"
would
And
you-
I'm
no,
gonna say,
why
"I'm
would
here
you
to
tell 'em
celebrate
do something
President's
if
Day."
you're
What do you
sorry?
mean?
No. That's not what it is. It's
Or
like
you mean it's a joke?
it's a joke mostly, but if
Wait
he
a minute,
was, if he,
mostly?
yeah, it doesn't mean I'm like I wouldn't be sorry if he died. What I'm saying is, if
I'm not
you're in
worried
the
about
middle, if you're in the middle of a group of Antifa people, like you
It's
eat
the
your way
cat.
through as one of them, and then just put on a
Get in the
hat,
middle. Yeah.
take off your shirt, and just bring the buttons and just like, hey, what's up?
That's
That
kind
would
of
be
my
fucking
style is
awesome.
just to walk into the middle of the crowd and just start yelling, "Let's go, Trump!"
That would be
and stuff
fucking
like
awesome. If
that.
you're in the middle with all your shit on, yeah, that's
But
awesome.
then at the same time, part of me is like, no, I shouldn't do that. If I want to
No,
keep
you
this
shouldn't.
going, I should.
You shouldn't if you like your life. You shouldn't because like people get crazy. But
Well, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about like the content. If I want to keep it going and go to multiple of these, I should pretend to be.
well, I mean,
just
you
a
can do that
just
at
a
some
media
point.
like, hey, I'm with independent media and I'm just here to ask questions. What are you guys here for? And like
Yeah.
have a conversation with them.
It
But-
depends on
So,
when
so
you
what
think
you'll
it's-
do is you'll try to do the Mount Walsh thing.
Yeah.
Without the satire kind of, you'll
It just depends on at what point that you realize,
You'll be-
hey, maybe I should just go full Trump and see what happens. But like I said,
you'll need to go covert like a conservative in San Francisco.
yeah, like you can still do the thing. Like here's like
I don't
what
think they're
James
gonna
was
do
saying, I
anything,
don't
though.
want you to get hurt, but like if you felt like it would be funny and it would be cool,
But
yeah.
you'll be yelled at for sure, and you'll be
No, you're gonna get. There's gonna be
Oh, yeah.
content.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, I don't want you to get hurt. Like,
But
like
it would be
I said,
it'd
if
be
you
funny
think
to,
that
like, for you to have
you're
like
in
a
a
flag that said
situation,
like Trump is my king, like just everything that would just Emperor Trump, like I mean whatever that would just make them think
Yeah.
like
it would be hilarious.
I don't think
Good
I'm
point.
not really worried about them doing anything really to hurt me because most of them are super soft. They're like dorks. And it's a bunch of girls and
Yeah, but I will say a bunch of leftist crazy motherfuckers together, bro. They do crazy shit.
I wouldn't mind getting milkshaked or something like that. Just because it would make for good
It's
content.
a possibility they could do something crazier than
you
that.
might also get like, I don't know.
More than anything, I'm worried that they're gonna smack my phone out of
Equipment.
my hand,
Yeah.
right? And like that costs
And
money.
That's
Yeah,
why,
but that's not. But dude, that
that's why,
escalates.
and
That
that's
escalates.
why when you do stuff like that, that's why it's important to have like
Hidden cameras.
the
Hidden.
harness camera stuff, right? Where it's
Yeah, a body cam and
where it's
try to,
harder for
like,
them to
hide
do
shit.
that
It's
because
like, yeah.
the phone will be the first thing that they would go for sure.
Not even just that, bro. Once they know that you're like trying to record, like there are certain groups of individuals in these types of organizations that once they know you're trying to record them, they get violent, bro.
yeah,
Very
and it's a $500 phone on a $250 gimbal with
Well,
a
in that
$200
situation, I can't make
microphone.
life. I would
and-
rather you just have some small hidden camera somewhere they don't know you're recording them.
I have
even if they
another
just bring
phone.
default,
I have my old phone. I could
or
have
or
that.
or just kind of I don't you know
to your
I
waist or something.
try to blend in. I don't know.
Just
Ask casually.
keep your phone down.
But don't
I'm
look like you're trying to
serious.
be casual.
These people they will hurt you, dude.
You get that Star Wars reference where he's like, where they're in Return of the Jedi when they're like, I don't know, fly casually, but don't look like you're trying to fly casually.
Well, I did it at the when they overturned Roe v. Wade. I went to the protest, and nobody did anything.
Were you in dreads?
I'm not
Yeah.
saying that's like an
that
always
probably helped
occurrence.
you. That was probably really good.
No, I walked in there and I said, "No more dead babies. Praise God. You degenerates can't kill babies
Oh
anymore."
wow! So you were like, okay, yeah.
And then somebody was on the stage on the speaker, and they're like, "Oh, we have a blah 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 blah," and I was like, "I can talk louder than your PA system. I could." And then Antifa started following me around. I was like, "Antifa's a bunch of little bitches. What are you doing,
And here's what
Antifa?"
I'll say, dude. Here's what I'll say. There's fucking people that have done that and things that not end up well.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't probably do that in like New York or Chicago or something.
even if you,
but this is
even
Salt Lake
there,
City.
like it's just like, you know, I don't want to see you get killed fucking around with these people, because they're like they are serious, bro. Like some of these people are serious.
If I do, it'll go viral. Hey.
Like I said, dude, if you live stream it,
Yeah, but what's the point of being viral? If you're
I'll
dead?
live stream it too, and I'll fucking be like, "This is awesome!" Like, let's
I'll
go.
be up in heaven and I'll be like, "Let's go," and Jesus will give me a high five.
If you streamed it, I'd be like, "This dude's awesome."
The problem is if I stream it, like,
Well, but there's a couple of different problems with streaming it. It obviously it helps to have to be connected to a Wi-Fi network.
Yeah. It can
But the other
download
thing,
it and everything.
too is the quality of video, might not be there. And so if you're worried about something being like who cares if you're getting firsthand if it's all like.
I mean, really, the whole point of videoing is for evidence.
Right.
That's the fucking point. Let's be
Whereas
honest.
where he could do with it is take the footage, edit it, and make funny humor. Bring some soundtracks into it.
Right.
Well, my point is
if I
evidence
record
that
it, I
didn't
can
happen. Like,
I can
we got
edit
these,
it,
like,
and because there's gonna be, if I'm recording for an hour while I'm there, I can edit
And then
that
I can
down
make you
to like a 20-minute
I
video.
can make you a thumbnail for it.
Yeah.
I could have a thumbnail, and I can do shorts and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the main point. Is like catch them doing something insane, and just there you go.
But one of the things that Denver Metro Audits used to do is he would live stream, especially because when he would go into protest, this is a different situation, but when he would go into protest, like he'd go into government things, and they'd try to in live time, you could get people to call into like the sheriff's department or the library or whatever, but he would then do a video afterwards of a summary video with another camera, and it's like this is the full length. So so I've seen people do both, where they on one device they're doing the live feed, and then they'll the next day will show a whole live or show a whole recorded video of it, or the full recorded video of it, whatever. But
you can do both.
He said,
and then if
"Mute
you wanted
me
to,
again, I dare you." You got muted.
You could put some of it behind the membership too, like obviously you want the good stuff to go viral, so but you could be like memoirs from Josh as he prepares only at the membership tier or whatever.
Yeah, or I could do
That's why you need multiple people. You can live stream both. Multiple people record the things that like you can put later.
Yeah, and if you had like a person that was doing photography, you could also then have good footage where you could just be like, "Hey, this is Josh. We're going out and doing this," and then like you could do like fast forwarding editing like you do with some of the videos, and then
Yeah, the videos I could do a lot more with videos, but then it would be cool to have a second camera to do like an unedited members only.
You know what would be funny is if there was actually like a based version of like Triumph the Insult Dog at one of these things. You remember Triumph the Insult Dog?
Yeah.
Yeah. We are here at the Salt Lake City Not My President protest.
Or have like puppet Trump on my hand.
Yeah, or it's like I like to and do your voice. Yeah, you gotta do your Trump voice.
Hi, I'd like to interview you. It's gonna be a great interview, the best interview.
Some say it's the greatest. Yeah, what we have here is an executive order.
Yeah.
They gotta go.
I'm gonna have to ask them what they think about paper straws. What do you guys think about Trump banning paper straws?
Did you see that Piers Morgan?
Yeah, I just did a review of it.
Oh, did you?
Before I came in here.
Dude, I didn't even see you were live earlier. It didn't show me.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you have
It
to hit
showed
the
me
notification
James.
bell.
Well, dude, I hit all that. I hit sub,
Okay, yeah.
notification, like button. I hit everything all the time. All I saw was James. I saw Timcast earlier.
Yeah.
That was about it.
Yeah.
For some reason, I get every one of James's live streams. Every
Good
one.
job. Amanda's on it. Good job, Amanda. Every time he comes in with an alt account, just remove it.
James, notifications don't work for some people.
James, every
what's
time
going
you're
on with
live, bro, I promise you, every time you're live, I open up my YouTube, you're at the top of it. Every damn time.
Awesome. Great.
Yeah.
I need to work on getting everybody else at the top.
That's why, like, I come in, I hit a like button, or I go back out, but I come in. I'm listening.
I need to get everybody else at the top, so everybody's at the top.
Dude, I'm telling you, you're always at the top. You're the
They're
first
eating
one.
the cats. They're eating the dogs.
Wait a minute. Don't forget. They're turning the box game.
Oh, if we could find some like vegetarian or
yeah.
vegan there and be like, oh, wait, you mean you don't eat cats and dogs?
I mean, what's really interesting
Jones
right now
is the king of.
Right, but the whole reason why the Haitians using
James
the
is the
cats
king
and
of
dogs weren't
allegory.
because they were eating them so much as they were
Oh,
using them as sacrifices.
not allegory.
Rituals.
Witchcraft.
If you, I don't want to, James, I don't want to hurt your show, but like, if you look into the Clintons and rituals in Haiti, just gonna.
I've heard some stuff.
Just some.
Hey,
when I originally started this channel, it was to talk about the Clintons in Haiti. By the way,
feel free to come up if you want to. It's open.
Oh, yeah, that's all coming out with the USAID stuff. How
Anybody
much
else
money-
in the chat want to come up?
I have been talking about the Clintons in Haiti since forever. Like the things they did in the 80s and 90s, and then.
Oh yeah, during the Dixie Mafia days.
Oh yeah, and John probably knows. Like John, you probably know that when the Clintons, Hillary and Bill went to Haiti, the first thing that they ever did there. Yeah. It's not good. It's a ritual, and it's it makes a lot of sense with all the stuff that you hear about the Clintons and all the conspiracies. The things they did in Haiti makes a lot of sense.
And when you see all the bad things that we've been hearing over the last years, all the things people call conspiracies, whether it be with Foodgate, I won't say the actual word, but
No,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And you realize that it's like around, it all centers around them.
It's some sick shit, dude.
You know, like the spirit cooking and all that. That revolves all around them.
The
That's
thing,
people in
the
their inner
things I've
circle that are
researched on
doing
the
that.
Clintons,
You know,
like, well, fucking, they hurt your soul.
Well, Crawley was big on that. Aleister Crawley. He
Yeah.
they would have parties and they would
that's
have
why Led Zeppelin is actually involved.
for the media. They would have a baby cake where it was a cake made to look like a baby, and then they would cut into it and eat it.
Yeah.
But then it's like, what are you doing when the cameras are off? I
made one of my first videos that ever, I haven't done a lot of, I think the biggest I did get like 21,000 views. But like my first 1,000 view, I think it was like in my second or third, but one of the few thousand view was about Hollywood. And that video was centered around what I know about what these people do and what the Clintons were doing. And it hurts, dude. Like reading that crap. I spent like many hours because that was what my first video. I wanted it to be on the Clintons. That was my whole deal, and I didn't do it.
Yeah,
I never did it. I won't do it. It's just
well, and I think what to me is very interesting too is goes back to the Hollywood connection too, because I don't think people realize just how much Hollywood is a den of iniquity. But but like, have you? I don't know if you have you done any like real research into like the Black Dahlia killer?
a little bit.
So like,
One
are
of
you
those
familiar
chopping
with
up the leaving
yeah.
torsos on the side of the
So
road.
are you familiar with Man Ray?
I might be, but
he was a famous visual photography. Just if you ever like Google Man Ray photos, they're pretty disturbing to look at.
It's a satanic thing, right?
Well, yeah, but the way that he poses them,
Yeah.
they
I remember.
they have a very cannibalistic as well
Yeah.
as a very sexualized, So, anyways,
There's a TV show that did this.
Right. Well, they did it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was Into the Night or whatever it was called, but it was only just scratching the surface because obviously they couldn't go into further details on it because, they just covered the court case with Hodel because he was put before the court in the oddest way since. He was put before the court for essaying his granddaughter, and who was at the time was, or his, I'm trying to think, no, his daughter. And then like his granddaughter, he was interested in her, and apparently he actually had a child with his granddaughter.
Wow.
And Hodel was a doctor, he was a physician. And this is why a lot of people think he was the guy, because one, he was skilled at doing the things he did, but also he was all part of that scene with Man Ray and Houston. If you guys are familiar with the actor John Huston, the director John Huston, obviously his kids are all like big in Hollywood, like Angelica Houston, who was in Addams Family. And Danny Houston is a pretty good actor. He's in a lot of stuff these days now. But anyways, John Huston was involved, and they had like a swingers club. They had like in fact, Hodel's wife was Hodel's wife was John Huston's ex-wife, and they basically wife swapped. And then anyways, there's information that's come out, and a lot of it's come out through his son, because his son wrote this book about finding out and realizing that his dad is believing that his dad's the Black Dahlia killer, right?
Yeah.
And the reason why Hodel was never touched and why he was never brought forth on this, and even in the time of the crime where he went to court for essaying his granddaughter, the jury was hung on it. And the reason, and then there was also, and then at the last minute, there was other charges dropped. And that's because he was protected by the LAPD. Well, why was he protected by the LAPD? He was protected by the LAPD because he was the main doctor at an underground Hollywood abortion clinic, which the LAPD were collecting graft off of.
Wow.
So if you've ever seen, like, for example, the first season of, I think it's the first season of American Horror Show, they kind of give like a fictitious version of that with the guy that's the abortion doctor. I don't know if it's the first or second season. I think it might be the second season.
Do you know about the first season of True Detective?
Yes.
That's based on where I'm from.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm from like 5 minutes from the town That's based. You know Hosanna Church?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if people want to look up Hosanna Church and True Detective, that's it's a satanic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
there's some sick freaking people, man. Like
yeah,
the man that's currently serving 3 life sentences for Hosanna Church, which inspired True Detective, was when my dad was younger, like in his 20s, early 30s. He was a guy that would come and preach to him about, like, you're living the wrong life. My dad was in the army and in and out of bars, and like, you're going to hell and you're living this life. And he was a preacher of a church.
Mm-hmm.
And he did things that, I won't say here.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's, that's how it works.
Yeah. So,
really bad.
I'm going to show this. If you want to put it up, you can. If not, I understand. But this is one of Man Ray's photos. If you guys are interested, let's see here.
Yeah, I can't show any photos of what I was just seeing.
Yeah. You see that photo James shared? Oops, I've got on the present.
Okay. Yeah.
That just that tells you the mind of the person, right?
Yeah.
And he's also famous for like making
That's
everything
like
was
Balenciaga.
he had a lot of women. He had like
Everything Balenciaga.
where he showed like a lot of pain. Like there's another one he has where he used like little clear marble glass to like make tears because he was a sadist. That was the other thing he was.
Yeah.
But they all had parties, and they had parties at this house. Let me see if I can look it up for you here. So have you ever heard of the John Soden house?
I don't know. Maybe
Okay,
not.
it's a pretty iconic house in Hollywood, and let me do this. Oh, that's not what I want. I want open image. Here we go. And this is in like the Hollywood Hills area. It's like around like Laurel Canyon and all that, but it's a famous house because it was built for
I've seen it before, but I don't.
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't know that was
been in a lot of like photographs and stuff like that, but it's got this weird like Mayan temple vibe to it, and George Hodel, who was the abortion doctor, who is the alleged Black Dahlia killer, lived in that house.
Wow.
He owned that house for about 12 or 13 years, I think, before he finally was forced out of the country. Because that's usually what happens. We don't really do anything about them, but they're kind of forced out of the country. Eventually, someone like somewhere goes, we haven't really done anything about this evil SOB. What are we going to do? But it's interesting stuff. And if you haven't read the book, the book is called Black Dahlia Avenger: The True Story, and it's written by the actual son of the guy, Steve Hodel. He used to be in the LAPD.
Oh wow!
And he was actually a consultant for another Hollywood movie. I'm trying to remember because it was about his life. But he knew, like a lot of people said to him, because he started asking questions. Because actually, one of the things he found in one of his dad's artifacts is he saw a picture of who he believes in. And when you look at the picture, you combine it, it looks like 90% like it's Elizabeth, what's her name? That was the famous
Yeah.
one, the Black Dahlia killer.
The one found in a ditch. And
Yeah. And yeah. So these are kinds of stories that I find interesting. And another one, if you like that kind of stuff, if you ever read another book I recommend as well, I know Candace Owens has recommended it, but I've been recommending it for many years before she ever knew about it existed. But it's a book called Chaos.
Oh, dude. Secret History of the 60s. I've read it.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No, that
Izazel.
read if you want to know how crazy the 60s were and Manson and
oh yeah.
the Sharon Tate murders, read Chaos. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. And when you realize that she was not killed because that's where Dennis Wilson lived.
Yep.
She was killed because
everything we know about the Manson murders is false.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you realize, and when you realize that they were having, that Polanski was involved in a lot of shady crap.
I mean, crap. We know at this point that it's tied to the freaking JFK assassination.
Yeah,
it's
he's scum, but yeah, it's so fascinating, and this guy isn't a guy that wrote this book. He's not like a Alex Jones type. He worked for entertainment.
Yeah,
entertainment magazines. When he was writing it, it's just like
it's Tom, right?
Yeah,
that's what I thought. Tom O'Neill.
Yep. And I know he's been on Rogan too.
He has, yeah.
But I read that book like
that's how I know him.
I read that book probably. It was going on. It's now going on like 7 years ago.
Wow.
So
yeah, I mean that's
it's funny. It's funny because I get on the peripheral of a lot of things. Like for example,
he went on Rogan like what 5.5, 6 years ago?
About five years ago, yeah.
Yeah, about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's kind of funny because I'm always like I was telling my friend, like I was telling him about this is all the way back in like 2019. I was telling him about the whole DEI and EM.
I was in the military, dude. It was very obvious.
Yeah. And
one shot. Sorry, I'm reading. He said
dude. I mean,
he read a book about a hunter who killed a girl, and then it got into some necrophilia stuff. What the?
I mean, I probably know that book too.
But I learned about this stuff pretty early on, and and it's funny because
well, I mean, Tom O'Neill was working on that book for what 20 years.
20-something years, yeah.
I mean, this is a book that ruined his life
because he was doing it for it was that
story.
Yeah.
I mean, it ruined his life. I mean, he couldn't get jobs, anything.
Yeah, and that's when you realize just how big Paperclip is.
Oh,
no, not Paperclip, but Mockingbird. I mean,
yeah, the CIA infecting the media.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they were influencing music overseas. They were the ones they were toppling nations with music.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and they were the ones that were testing reefer on people, especially black people.
And people want to look at me crazy, like when I talk about how the halftime show was a black revolution ritual.
Oh, it has been the last couple of years.
Dude, it was what was the last one?
Well, last year was Rihanna.
Yeah.
And before that, it was Eminem and.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm getting I have friends that are pissed off at me about being mad about the Kendrick Lamar halftime show. I'm like, bro, this is a fucking. I've been watching this for years. This is a.
Well, what was it? 2 years ago, I think it was.
No, you're too dumb. You don't get it. You don't get the message.
You don't get the message exactly.
No, you don't get the message.
Because
I get the message, motherfucker.
Yeah. Just the
they
other
don't
day,
get the message.
It marked my 2-year anniversary since my back surgery. So I was in the hospital when Rihanna had that red thing going on. And I'm like, this is just. It's not only is it black black stuff, but it's Luciferian as well.
It's BLM mixed with a ritual.
Yeah,
it's
and,
what it is. Yeah,
right. And so like when I see some of this stuff, and it's like I realize, like, I go, wait a minute, like I'm picking up on stuff, and then I'm reading stuff, and
esoteric stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I still have people to this day that do not understand, do not believe me when I say there was a mass demon possession at Astro World. There was a mass opening of.
Oh, you're talking about the Stampede?
Yeah.
I've been
when
to
you
concerts.
when you realize what was, because I saw some of the early footage on it before they scrubbed it all off.
Mass possession makes sense, dude.
Because when you look at some of the hip hop stuff, and I had a friend that was telling me this stuff, and at first I laughed at him when I was like,
but don't act like it's not in rock too.
It's in
rock.
It's in rock. It's in rock for sure.
It's almost more openly in.
And I love rock. I love rock, but it was in rock.
But I would say that the possession stuff is a lot more in the music, and it's more subtle in rock than it is in the gangster.
You can speak demonic crap inside of the musical notes.
I think it's more subtle in rap. In rock, like they're
not.
openly wearing Baal on their shirt.
Have you not seen
the
some
lyrics
of the rap
themselves?
videos?
I'll say the lyrics themselves.
But that's what I'm saying. In rap music, it's more symbolism and it's more subtle.
Yeah.
Whereas in rock, they'll just straight out wear a demon head and drink blood on the stage.
I'll be honest.
And spit bat heads on people.
I'll agree with JS here in a way, is that in rock,
they'll just say in the rock lyrics, "I worship Satan and I love the devil." But in rap music, it's more coercive and it's subtle and it's subliminal.
In the entertainment aspect of rock music, and in the lyrics, they would like straight up just be open about shit.
Right.
I will say that.
But with the Luciferian rap and with the
there is some serious like subtle
and there's not just, it's not just that there's actual, when you realize
the violence
what the lyrics are doing,
of it,
when you realize what they're doing with some
they're
of the
open
hand
with
gestures,
the violence and the drugs.
They're hypnotizing people with it.
No, I agree.
They're hypnotizing people with it. And I've played Madden and I've heard there was a Kendrick Lamar song I think was on there, and you would hear it like constantly.
I hate Kendrick.
I know I do too, but you would constantly hear it and hear it and hear it, and before you know it, like it gets like to a point where
his videos, he'll like dress as Jesus.
Yeah.
My brother and I were just talking about. So my brother is a huge rap fan, and like we're both white as fuck, but my brother is like, he loves rap. That's like his music. We grew up that way. That's like his thing. And we were talking about it the other day after the halftime show, and like we were talking about the themes of rap music, and a lot of the rap music is violent. And the whole idea of the halftime show was to like, it was basically telling white America, they not like us. You are not like us. We're better than you. That's the whole theme of the show.
Right, but what I'm saying though is when you see like what Rihanna did, and this is the thing is
that was more overt.
That was more overt. Well, but it was also pretty in your face too, as well.
No, it was, but Kendrick.
Maybe it was
Kendrick
for me
straight up
because
telling
I
you-
understand symbolism more than the average person does. But, you know, and again, like, you know, we know that there are people who are when they do certain hand gestures and there's certain.
Oh
you
no,
know,
no.
But the
I
other
get
thing
what
too
you're
is like,
saying.
you know, like I get it. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I grew up in the height of gangster rap when NWA came out and like, you know, fuck the police, you know, and it was very much about kind of like owning this kind of violent aspect. But a lot of
that was very
but a lot of the
tame
rap
for what it
now
is
isn't
now.
that
That's what
way.
it's
A lot
tame.
of the
That's
rap now is more about look at me, I got this, I'm God, I've got like it's all about this.
Not even just that, dude. I mean, if you listen to NBA YoungBoy, they're bragging about murdering people, and
I know, but what I'm saying though is that there's always been a violence in rap music since the early 90s, right?
Yeah, I
But
mean, well, rap before then was jump around.
Well, but not just that. I mean, I'm talking about like, because like to me, like, you know, when you talk about like some of the 80s rap, you know, and obviously when you get into the gangster rap, that was it was really about kind of up showing other people, and that's what rap is kind of.
Well, that was
developed into a
mostly
lot.
about up showing like I'm on the East Coast, you're on the
On the
West
West
Coast.
Coast, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But a lot of it
Mosman
now,
with attitude.
a lot of it now. Mosman with that.
MWA, Mosman with attitude.
But a lot of it now is actually about like worshiping possessions, and that's where I've noticed the switch, right? And yes, have rappers always liked shiny shit? Yeah, they have.
I see your point. I get your
you've
point.
seen the focus on it, and I believe that part of it is a mass hypnotic suggestion to buy these sneakers and to buy this and do all this stuff. And it's just like in the rock and roll music where it was used, I think, by certain people to make people do drugs.
Yeah.
And we were told, and our
people
were said, well, you know, rock and roll is a gateway to drugs, and people would laugh at that, right? Like just like people laugh at the Satanic Panic. And I'm not saying that there wasn't an overreach on the Satanic Panic back in the 80s and 90s. There was. But it didn't mean that there wasn't satanic panic going, a legitimate satanic crap going on. There was.
I was just listening to something on the West Memphis 3.
Yeah.
I know you know who they are.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There was a satanic panic. However, my dad and we talk about this because my dad, he's about to be 60.
That case will anger me to no end because they basically looked at a crime scene and didn't factor in animals, and they didn't factor in, and again,
I mean, I believe someone murdered those boys.
Oh, of course they did, whether they were murdered.
Yeah, but
right? But
the reality is, I don't think that, you know,
it wasn't ritualistic, and the guy that they got to like say it was ritualistic murder was a joke. You know? And he's like, well, we know it's ritualistic because they're wearing Metallica t-shirts, and you're like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like
it was a sadist that did that to those boys.
Yeah.
Someone who wanted to cause harm to another human being, and he did it to, unfortunately, multiple very young human beings.
Right.
And
we most likely know that it was probably somebody that one of the three boys was related to.
Yeah. And I'm still conflicted on who it is.
Yeah.
Because there are multiple people who seem like likely scenarios that it could be them. But
I've been watching that case forever because, you know, I remember when the first Paradise Lost movie came out, you know.
Oh, dude, yeah. It's one of the most, it's the hardest movie to ever watch.
Yeah, and then I saw like all like the Paradise 2, Paradise 3, like he was continually making the videos, and then
they did the West have Memphis you seen like 3. They did Damon Eccles went on like Culture War and multiple other podcasts.
Yeah, I've seen some of that stuff. Yeah.
Which you know, I don't like his ideology.
No.
Yeah.
Well, but I don't have to like someone's religion or their ideology to say
think
like,
that they're guilty.
To be like what they got was literally
that
it was a
person
miscarriage of justice, is what it was.
That person wasn't guilty,
and it was all based on the fact that because they looked a certain part, and I think that's part of the problem. The satanic part is we assume
that's where the panic came in.
Satanists only wear skull t-shirts and metal t-shirts, and not realize that the reason why a lot of people like skulls and metal t-shirts is because they like that style.
Yeah.
It's a style, you know.
Wait, what?
We all had the emo friends, bro.
Check it out, my clock. It's real. Check
Wait,
Walmart wall clock on his neck on a 32-inch 4 diameter chain. $300 cash. What he's War Pig's talking about. Flavor. War Pig, you go on panels. Get on here.
Where's War Pig?
Look at my watch. It's real. Shave your arms, War Pig. We're on expert now, ladies and gentlemen. This is not playing around time. This is real Mario.
JS.
This is real man. This is what a man does. He plays expert Mario Maker.
Wait, are you playing Mario right now?
Yeah.
I see it.
I need a structured.
This is what a man does.
Now. Sorry, that song, that little jingle.
Wait,
gets in my head.
we're talking about like the darkest shit possible.
And I'm playing Mario.
Yeah, it's just fucking hilarious.
What you play? Which Mario?
Mario Maker 2.
Mario Maker.
Did you send
about
Did you
the
send a
last
request or no? You haven't done that yet. You said right. Culper.
Wait, what'd you say?
You hadn't sent that friend request on Steam yet, had you?
No, I
JG
haven't.
Wetworth.
I'm
I
pretty
just
sure.
wanted to miss it if you did it already. So
No, let me do that now.
I remember that so well.
I'm gonna let JS play Mario. I'm gonna find you on Steam.
It's so memorable. Oh. I gotta wait a minute. Hold on.
Now I'm gonna lose the run on the first level. I'm gonna have to go back and beat this level. This is actually a pretty cool level.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I know who this is.
It's Warpig.
Yeah. My bad. I couldn't tell. Like
I like
camera
Warpig.
moving and it's kind of dark there, and then
I had to get my little
it's already dark.
Yeah,
when he's
Warpig, you need to
backstage.
turn your mic up.
Yeah, it's real quiet.
Let me turn it up here.
Come on, we can do this, boys.
Oh, there we go, James. I got James's friend request. Confirm James life.
Is that? Hey, now let's try that.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. Use way. Use
Is
way
this loud?
now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Good.
Good. Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm over here watching JS play a Super Mario Maker.
Yeah, we're in
Hey, I'll be right
expert
back, guys.
levels now.
Expert levels.
I'll be back in a couple.
Are you an expert, JS?
I'll tell you what, though, the hype. You've never seen hype for a game unless you saw the hype come out for Mario Brothers 3. Holy cow! The hype on that game was so incredible.
I might work on my speed run. 30 minutes is my record.
Pretty good.
In fact, they made an entire movie just to promote that game. You know that?
Yeah,
right?
and it sucked.
It has its charms.
It has its charms. Yeah, I watched the movie. It has its charms.
That's like saying Dragon Ball Evolution had its.
Now the
No,
part,
no,
the
no,
part,
no.
there was one part I
Dude, that
definitely
shit hurt
didn't
my
like.
feelings when they made that.
There was
No.
I
one
ain't gonna
part
lie.
that I definitely didn't like about the movie when Princess Peach said Mario was nobody.
No. We're not talking about that movie.
Oh, we're not talking about the Mario movie.
No.
You talking about the old one?
No, I'm not talking about that one. I'm saying when the hype for the release of Super Mario Brothers 3 was so big and so real that when it came out, they made an entire movie unrelated to it to showcase it at the end of the movie. And it was a little movie called The Wizard.
Oh, okay.
And it had
So you're not talking about the Mario movie, which was on.
No. And it had Savage in it, Fred Savage in it, and it had what's her name, Jenny? I always forget her name. And it had Christian Slater and Bo Bridges, and it's basically about an autistic kid that leaves the home that he's in because he's trying to still deal with trauma, and so him and his brother run away to try to keep him away from that institution, and they travel the country and they fund their trip by playing games in the arcades. And so
I think I know what you're talking about. I saw this movie. Yeah, I saw that movie.
I mean, it's got cheese.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
And like, for
Yeah,
example,
John,
when
I sent you a request, bro.
I just got it. Yeah, when he's
Okay,
got the power glove and he's like, the power glove, it's totally rad.
Wait, for the original Nintendo?
It was
You
for
talking
the
about that
original.
Power Glove? Yeah, I think I know. I think I do remember that now. Yeah, because I remember that whole phrase when you said that. I was like, hold on, I remember this shit.
I remember that, and I'm a '94 baby, bro.
Yeah.
The Power Glove is solely rad. Well, just keep your Power Glove off my girl, you hear?
Oh shit.
But yeah, no, that was a kind of we saw that movie, and that movie always had sentimentality to us as growing up, because we were a Nintendo family. I mean, my family was a Nintendo. Like my mom played the Nintendo.
Most of us were.
And so like so the scene in the hotel room where Christian Slater and the dad he's playing Ninja Turtles, and the dad's like, it's like 10 o'clock. Why are you still playing this thing? And he's like, because I'm almost close to beating it, and then like he wakes up in the morning and his dad's playing it, he can't like put it down, and it's especially Ninja Turtles. That game was so difficult, and it really was because I saw some video the other day. And
it is
one of the reasons why the Nintendo
really
games are so hard is that they never give you a manual on how to actually play the game.
Right.
Yeah,
You had
back
to
then,
learn
no
the hard way.
manual, baby.
You had to learn the hard way. Yeah.
You are on your own.
I'm soft locked. What the heck?
Old games.
There was a lot of NES games that I didn't beat until I became an adult, man. I'm just being honest. There was one called Demon Head.
Oh, I believe it.
Man, that game was so freaking hard. You had a code where you could continue where you left off, but you didn't know where to go and what to do. So you just had to keep on kind of piecing it together as you played. And as a kid, you didn't have the mind power to focus that much, right? So then as I became an adult, I was like, I'm going to play some of these old ass games again and see what I can do. And stuff like Punch Out, Mike Tyson's Punch Out was good. That was one of my favorites just because it was easy to get into, but to learn the proper timing and patterns to actually knock them all out with just a few hits, man, was awesome, dude.
Yeah.
But
Paperboy took a couple of turns, but once you got it down, it was pretty easy. And then, but I think Ninja Turtles, and then I think the original Ninja Gaiden game were some of the hardest.
Oh, Ninja Gaiden, the first one, dude. Oh my god, I never beat that, dude. I never beat that game.
Yeah, this
That's
game
like
sucks.
I made it to a certain
Ninja
point.
Gaiden is like the Dark Souls of.
I'm about to play it right now. It
That
sucks.
thing was rough, man. It was fun, I mean, but it was just rough because it's like you'd always think you're finna get there and then it's over.
Yeah.
What the hell? I was so close, or you thought you was close. You never really knew how close you were because you get a little further every time.
What is the start button? Oh, plus.
I don't know, double the
Is that a Nintendo simulator?
It's Switch.
Yeah, on the Switch, yeah, they got the little app in the game you can pay the
I hate this game.
I haven't had a Nintendo in a long time, bro.
Oh, the Switch is awesome, dude. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It is.
Especially if you're
I've
an old
heard it
school
is.
gamer, you've got a lot of the old school games at your fingertips just for a few bucks.
I've heard
You
it's
know.
pretty awesome. I want
Stop
to get
it.
one.
I would
Come
wait
on,
to
man.
Switch 2 because they're supposed to be coming out with it soon.
Yeah, it's supposed to
I'm
be
gonna
coming
wait.
out soon.
I'm gonna wait for that. I think. I
I
still
hope
haven't
they-
even touched Nintendo in a long time since the Wii.
Yeah, the
And
Wii
I
was
love
they
video
bring-
games, but the Wii was our thing. What's up, James?
Mhm.
I hope they bring the GameCube games.
Oh, dude.
To the
If you bring back
like,
GameCube games, I'm
those,
gonna lose my
the deal
mind.
where you can play the old games.
Oh,
I'm
dude,
telling
the
you,
old
I'm
Zelda.
telling you,
GameCube
nothing
was
was
badass.
better than GoldenEye on Super Nintendo, man.
Oh, dude. I was listening to the menu pause screen the other day, like just listening to it on repeat. Like the paintball mode,
Yeah.
if you remember that.
Yep.
Yep. I miss it.
Bro, this game sucks so
GameCube,
bad.
like
I hate
people are
this
talking
game.
about GameCube. James,
I told you it's a bitch, man.
Zelda,
I'm telling
and
you, it's rough.
Spyro, Zelda and Spyro on GameCube. I don't know if y'all played both of those games, but
Yeah.
I played
GameCube.
Zelda, I think, because I think my cousins had Zelda.
I loved all the Zelda games, man. They were
cousins had
just
all
a
sorts
lot
of
cool.
games.
GameCube was just such a fun controller.
Mm-hmm.
I miss it.
Yeah,
64?
GameCube is definitely.
Man.
You had the
great
you had the yellow
controller.
Hey,
Yellow
can you see
red
my game that I'm sharing on my?
Not on the
No, we
wait.
don't see it. No.
Yeah, not on the
Oh, I see.
You
on
got
the
your
screen
game
guard.
virtual cam
That's
working, right?
James. That's
It's through
James.
the virtual cam, right? You can see that.
I can see black screen.
A black screen. Okay.
Yeah, I see a black.
Yeah, I don't see no virtual cam like being
Yeah.
presented.
Was that a GameCube controller, James?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that
this
was
is-
that was the GameCube.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Is that the red B and then yellow C?
Yep, and then
that's
gray
A and B.
Yeah.
the A is what, green?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
green and B is like the red. Yeah.
Red,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, I have this
Then the
one
X
because I
and the
use
Y are the
I use it to play
gray.
my old
Dude, I
GameCube
miss
game.
that. That's the good old days, bro.
I think they have 64 games on.
Dude, the 64. The 64 was
Bro,
the
how do
best
I-
one for our
how do I
household
shoot
because
my,
we
like,
had a
special
bunch of
attacks?
family members, and we all
yeah,
played
I
it.
had N64. I actually had an N64.
Man, that was man. That controller
I'm
hurts,
30
dude.
years old, dude. 64.
Oh, that controller sucked.
Dude,
That
no, I'm
controller
saying it
terrible.
sucked because if you ever had a baby brother that when he loses that Mario Kart or Mario Party, he jabs that sharp edge of that center portion right into your thigh meat.
Yeah.
Dude, you ain't gonna walk right for a week, dude. He would rage quit every time and break the controllers. The damn stick would be fucked up. It would just
My
be
brother
spinning
and
in
I
circles
played,
and flopping on its own, man. It was rough. He hurt us all, dude. And
I
he
miss
was
my
he
little
was
brother.
rage
We
quit.
did that all
I
the
just
Can you
didn't
guys
like
see
the
it now?
shape.
Can you guys
Why
see it
did he
now?
go with that shape? That was a terrible shape for a controller.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah,
It
we
was
can see it
big
now,
and
John.
bulky.
Yeah.
Culper, can you
And it was
see?
bulky.
Can you
Yeah.
see the game from
I mean,
my
I see
camera
it.
feed?
terrible shape
Gauntlet.
for a controller.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
really was.
One
The next
stick.
one
Like,
worse than that was the
that's it.
Dreamcast. It was big as fuck too, but it was not quite as bulky as the 64.
Dreamcast was before its time.
It really
Yeah,
was.
it
The
was.
graphics were
Yeah.
awesome for its time. You know what I'm saying? They were more like PS2 before PS2 came out.
Huh. Why didn't
Yeah.
Dreamcast work out though? Because it had CDs and stuff.
Because it was too expensive
Dude.
for its power at the time.
At
It
the
had
time,
more
Oh.
It had a.
CPU.
It was the first to have a
Yep.
network adapt. Like you could
Yep.
go online with it.
And it never got to get fully
Wow,
implemented
man. This
because
is
it
way
didn't
ahead of
pitch
its
off.
time.
The memory
Yeah.
It
card.
wasn't
Dang.
ready for the time. It was just too powerful, and people weren't ready for that kind of shit, dude.
They
The
just didn't
memory
financially
card.
couldn't afford it, man.
The
I
memory
mean,
card
my
had
mom and
mini
dad, I wanted
games.
one, and they didn't buy us one because they was like, "I'm not spending
It
$400
was more
on that."
expensive than a Nintendo, and Nintendo was like
You
way
could pull the
before
memory
that.
card out, and it had a D-pad and 2 buttons
Yep.
on the memory card.
Yeah.
You
On the
could
memory
connect
card,
it to
dude.
another memory card and play mini games.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was
Wow.
crazy, dude. It was pretty badass, man.
Dude, it
But
was
yeah,
So
it
so
was
I
before its
wonder
time.
what the nostalgia of people going back to old school games now. I wonder if someone revived the Dreamcast, if it would
it would probably
it
be
was-
a third party type thing that then
Yeah.
Sega would want to jump on. Honestly,
yeah.
It wouldn't be anything like people don't remember it, bro. Like most of your normal people, they weren't into
Not in-
gaming like that back then.
yeah.
So
You ever
it's
played
like
this
it's
game,
like a niche.
Clovercast?
It's a niche thing. Like people just like I like
Mhm.
Sega, and it's not a normal thing because most people couldn't afford it. That's just what it
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
I had a
Yeah, that was the
Gamecast.
main problem.
Yeah, I mean a lot of people
I
had
had a game cast.
yeah, a lot of people had all that.
It was
They
the
got
hybrid
Dreamcast
version.
and they got
That's
GameCube. They ain't got no
Yeah.
Gamecast.
Yeah,
Man,
man,
said
we
I
ain't
got
got
a
no, we ain't had
Gamecast.
no Dreamcast. I got you a Gamecast, son. What is that? Y'all ain't gonna play that damn Nintendo on my TV, man. Oh shit.
Gamecast.
You know what I mean?
We got a
Yeah.
new guided
Have you
cutscene.
ever played this game, Culper?
Oh, Gauntlet? No, I haven't.
Oh,
Oh, Gauntlet. Yeah, dude.
How many levels are in this game?
Was it the original, or are you talking about the 64 one,
this is
or the NES, or the Nintendo 64? Well, I mean, they had it on GameCube, and it was Gauntlet Legacy on GameCube and GameCube and 64.
I had Mech Warrior on PC too, John Barrett. That was the first PC game I ever played. It came with the PC that my dad got when we got our first computer.
John betrayed me. He left and went to JS's.
No, I didn't.
No, not you. The other John.
Oh,
John
yeah,
Bird.
John Barrett.
Yeah.
Well, he was.
He
I think he's
betrayed
been in
me.
both of them back and forth because
Yeah, he has. So he's been over here talking with us too. Yeah, in the chat earlier.
Gotcha.
But do you
He's running that multi-screen app right now. He got like 5 devices open.
If you like old arcade games, this is a fun one.
Stop hitting me.
What's that?
Which game is that? Hold on. I can't see it.
Gauntlet. I'm playing Gauntlet.
Do I go all the way back to okay. I was about to say, do I go all the way back to the beginning of the game?
Oh wait. Which Gauntlet is that one?
This is Gauntlet. What's it called? I think it's Gauntlet. Just the original Gauntlet. Yeah.
What, with upgraded graphics?
Yeah, with upgraded graphics. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I never beat it. I had it on the NES when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And it was fun because you had your archer, your mage, or your warrior.
Right.
And
Yeah.
you go through there, and it was just hordes just everywhere, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And you had to find the exit and get to the next map. It just kept getting more difficult. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was pretty bad.
This came out a couple years ago with the updated graphics, and I was like,
That's awesome. I might have to try that out because that'll probably make it more interesting for modern times' sake.
Mm-hmm. I used to stream this one time when I used to do streaming on a different platform, and that was a platform where they wouldn't kill you over playing copyright music, and so I would play like 80s style arcade music with this.
Right, just to keep the mood right.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I need a hero. I'm holding up for a hero like the.
Oh man, that's the perfect fight scene music or something, man.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
And of course, I was always the elf archer.
Mm-hmm.
I have to be being the wandering ranger.
Oh yeah.
Morrowind, Skyrim.
Oh yeah.
Lone Archer. Oblivion.
Well, a lot of that comes back to me being a huge fan of Tolkien and Dunedain.
Oh
Ranger.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the Elder Scrolls games are always top notch. Just being honest, like it's something about that world they build and the amount of focus they put into the dialogue and
I
the
love
story.
the Morrowind. So
That's what I'm saying. Morrowind was badass because you create your own spell in it.
Yep.
You could break the game with that as long as you could, hustle up enough in the game to.
I have mods and still play it. Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I might out Oblivion. I might out Skyrim. I might out Morrowind.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm just getting into Baldur's Gate because of John. So.
Oh, Baldur's Gate is cool too. That's one of my brothers and mine's favorite games. We used to play Dark Alliance a lot when we were younger.
I'm getting into it now.
Dude, we would get immersed into that game because it's like no matter how much you played it, the map would change a little bit, and the weapons would always be different. And so it's like you could just the replay value was good. You know what I'm saying? No matter how many times you beat it and played it, it's like you could just keep on going.
I'm starting to understand
Diablo's like that too. The Diablo games are like that too.
Chair action.
That's what I like about Diablo. Chair action.
Chair action. Got some chair action.
All right, hold up.
Chair get some donos.
Chair didn't get any super chats.
No.
Or slacking on the chair action.
No, I didn't even know it was a chair. I would have.
I had to put some food in the air fryer.
All right, this is
there we go. Chair W, dude. Every time I'm just gonna start getting out of the chair every 10 minutes.
Chair holds it down, man. I'm telling you, he holds it down.
Oh, chair.
You got another one.
Shout out, chair.
The chair is the man.
Best player on our team.
I didn't know. If I would have known, nah, bro.
Okay, Ninja Gaiden sucks. I hate this game.
Ninja Gaiden?
Yeah, it's too hard.
Which one are you playing?
The first one.
Yeah, it's a hard game. I told you, it's the Dark Souls of NES.
That game is rough, dude.
It's an unforgiving.
You might make it 3
game.
levels in before it gets so hard you can't even do nothing.
It's a game that will make a man out of you for sure.
But the cool thing about the Switch is I can like rewind.
Make a man
What?
Oh, so wait, when I get a game over, I get to start back at how many levels is in this game?
I'm not even sure. I never beat it. I tried. I never beat it. And finally, the game gave out before I could beat it. You know what I'm saying? By the time you think about it, I was a little bitty kid when we got the game.
I'm watching
like
now.
3.
There's a streamer named
I didn't actually start playing it till around 8.
Streamer named Ryukar. He has a series called Beating the Unbeatable Games, and he goes through and he teaches you how to beat games like Ninja Gaiden, games like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Mm-hmm. See, and the thing that I thought was cool about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was I didn't play it until later, but I played on the Super Nintendo. They had the Double Dragon franchise, and when I played that, and then I turned around and played the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the original Nintendo and stuff, I was like, dude, it's basically the same style of game where you're just going through, scrolling across the map, beating the shit out of the enemies, and then you kill them all and you go to the next little section. It just scrolls forward. Man, that was like a whole nother level of gaming because you had to be able to learn how to hold them and fold them. You know, you got to back up and come in and hit. You can't let them swarm you. Once they swarm you, it's game over because they're going to beat the dog shit out of you. Good times. Good times.
Y'all got me wanting to play Baldur's Gate.
Why don't you?
I'm starting it up right now.
Well, why don't we start up a campaign together?
Let's do it. I just sent you. Let's go. I haven't. Yeah.
You probably don't have any mods on there, right?
No, I don't.
No.
I just started, so I was going very vanilla.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about whether I want to buy the first Final Fantasy VII remake or Baldur's Gate 3 as my next
Dude,
game.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now, if you're like me at the moment, if you buy Baldur's Gate 3, it's over, bro.
Join us.
It's over.
I'm gonna be
Join
hooked.
It's over.
Join us.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VII is still a good game.
We'd be honored if you join us.
What just happened?
It's over, bro. Like, I was like, no, there's no way I get addicted to this. There's no way. And then you're done.
Yeah, that's what they want you to think. You give them 10 minutes of gameplay.
I'm like, wait. What happens if I don't do this?
Do you need me to set up the multiplayer for you?
Yeah, probably.
Like, it doesn't look, when I've watched John play it, it doesn't look that great. I don't know. But
that's because.
All right. Do you need to invite me?
Give me a second. I got to set up the game.
Okay.
Wait a second.
If we need to talk privately
first, before I do that, you're good. We do.
What's up?
Boss fight?
You said you needed to talk private for a minute?
No. I mean, I'm good.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm online. Right. Just invite me.
Yeah, but I gotta take off all these mods I have on here.
Oh, you're good.
Because if you don't have the same mods that I do, it won't work.
I haven't even attempted.
100% Baldur's Gate 3. Don't get Final Fantasy VII remake. It's a whole mess. They scuffed it, made it woke. But dude, that Baldur's Gate 3 is amazing. Baldur's Gate 3 is better. Everybody's saying Baldur's Gate 3. But you can get because it's the Final Fantasy VII remake is 3 parts. You can get 2 of them for like $70, whereas Baldur's Gate is $70 by itself.
It was on sale a couple of days ago. It might be on sale now.
Huh.
It was when I bought it was $47.
First came out in beta.
Bro, I just got freaking wizard thing.
All right, so multiplayer. And we'll create a game.
I'm gonna get into the mods soon. Don't worry. You gotta give me some time. I gotta beat the game first.
No, you're good. You're good.
I gotta play vanilla first. This is the first time I've ever played.
No, I understand. I understand.
How do I get past this dude? There's no way.
Okay,
That's
there's
a
my Coca-Cola. I was looking for my Coca.
All
Coca-Cola.
right. I am sending you an invite, and then
Oh.
we'll have. So you should see that invite.
I'm looking.
Well, no, it's not a French game. It's more like a Swedish
seeing
game.
it. Let me look at my Steam.
Total War, I think, is Swedish.
Okay, yeah.
Let
Total
me know if
War
you need me
game.
to resend that to you.
It's about
I think I got
Napoleon.
it.
But yeah, it's not a French game.
You should pop. You'll pop up in my lobby if you.
It's saying it's loading.
It was making some
Okay.
food and doing stuff.
Oh, it
around
said
the
failed to
house.
join
Elder.
installed mods.
All
Do not
right.
match the sessions mods.
No problem.
What is it? What's it say?
You have mods that
What did
don't
it
match
say?
my mods.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back. 'Cause
Yeah,
I thought
you
I
got a
clicked
few
them all
mods
off,
left.
but
That happens.
I've got like 20-something mods on this thing, and
Nah.
I'll tell you what. That's a testament to this game because Skyrim, you put 3 mods on it, or Fallout, you put 3 mods on
It
it,
can
and it
go.
crashes.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna be honest. That Total War looks like the game I play a lot. It's a mobile game. What is it? World War Armies, and it's like a real time strategy. You play like other people, and you got to beat each other.
I know what
It
you're
sounds
talking
like-
about.
Yeah, it's a badass game, dude. I played the shit out of that.
Keyboard. Yeah, I'll be better off using.
That's like a legit military warfare strategy.
Yeah.
I'm not
it's
used to
pretty
playing
cool.
this thing in Windows mode.
Yeah, that's pretty
You
good.
got to be quick thinking and play the right shit, or you're gonna get crushed.
Dude, any type of strategy military game is just goated. That's
Mhm.
the best.
I don't know, Chronic. I ran out of time. I didn't know where to go.
That's what my content on my channel is, mainly me playing that. But I hadn't uploaded any new ones lately.
And I also don't know how to throw ninja
that's my
stars.
But I hadn't quit playing. I'm way ahead of where I am on my channel. My wife was complaining about me playing the game and uploading and all that. So I
You
just
got
kinda
strategy
cooled it out.
cards, right? You get like airplane strategy cards, like this goes here, and
Well, they got like general. Your general of your little, like whoever your leader is, depending on which army you're using, has skills, and like the U.S. has the artillery fire, which is like they just rain down constant missiles.
you get like
for a few seconds.
airstrikes and stuff.
Yeah, basically,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty badass. And I think right now
I'm
they've
a
only got
pilot.
like
I'm a big
4 armies in the game right now. They've got they got the U.S., they've got Russia, the USSR, they've got Germany and Japan. They just added a few months ago in the season 3, I think it was. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think I
pretty
got them
badass.
all off. So let's try this again.
All right, John. Yeah, dude. War
Let's try
Pig.
this
I'm
again.
the same way. I play stuff like that.
Because I like the competitive nature as it is, and then it's like at the same time it's stimulating. You get to use your mind actively. It's not like you're just kind of just going with the flow or doing a pattern.
Well, you get to think about
It's like you
history,
never
too,
know
like
who
what
you're going to
happened-
play. Yeah.
What happened in this moment?
Yeah.
Oh, there's Elder line.
No, I get it.
All right. I will invite you.
I'm here, John. Okay, play
Hopefully this
game.
will now work.
I'm clicking it now.
So y'all playing some Baldur's Gate 3?
Oh yeah.
I suppose you'd mind if I join.
Oh yeah.
Join up, bro.
Yeah. No. I gotta have you as a friend on Discord or not Discord, but Steam.
Hey,
rather.
I'm Sacred Clown, by the way. Sacred Clown. It should have changed
So,
the
yeah.
name.
No, I
but-
figured. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, are you Elderline on Steam? Elderline.
Hold on a second. I'll send you my friend code once I remember how to do it.
Oh yeah.
He's Elder on Steam. He just goes by Elder.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go back into my
All
Steam.
controls. There's only 2 buttons. It's a Nintendo. What button is it?
That's his original at thing. Because of how I had it different before.
He's going.
Did you say you
back
needed
and
my
forth
friend
with
code?
game controls.
No, he
Elder?
said he was going to send it to you. Elder said he was going to send it to you.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right.
He's gonna beat this game tonight, by the way.
As he figures it out.
All right, there we go. I remember now.
That's a little bit too.
Stop.
Hammer time. Sorry.
Too loud.
Hammer time.
Okay, I don't know what to do at this part.
Hey, Kronic, come on BG3. Let's go.
What, does everybody here have this game?
Everybody in the world has it, but you, Jim.
Not me. I don't have it, JS. I'm the club that don't have it, JS.
Yeah, I don't have it either. Not that I wouldn't play it, I just ain't got it.
Yeah, I don't got it.
Look, I have no idea what to do. Am I supposed to jump down? I'm gonna die if I go down.
I'm willing to play it, but I just don't got it.
Hey, I'm ready, John. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Elder because if he wanted to get in here, I'll need his.
You're probably gonna have to walk me through some things.
I'm gonna have to put my.
Yeah, no,
That's a ladder. Go down.
Okay.
I don't. You can't climb up or down that. Oh,
You
it
still
is a
playing
ladder. You're
Dreaded?
right.
Oh, behind this artillery.
All right, I think I sent it to you over
you did.
Discord.
I see it there. So let me just do this.
Yeah, I didn't.
First
see
time.
Hey, Kronic, are you coming?
Ready to move. Get my artillery to start.
If he does, he's gonna have to send me something, or I'll have to send him something. Cause I don't think I have him on Steam either.
I gotta get in range. Hold on, they're gonna move their troops in range.
Hey, Kronic, put your Steam code in the chat if you want, and I'll send it to you.
What am I do?
Or John can, whatever.
Artillery have range. Oh yes.
Oh, there we go. I'm sending you the invite now, Elder.
Whole purpose, they're gonna move it that within range.
All right, I got
that
you.
artillery, perfect. And then I gotta get. Come on, Calvary!
Let's play video games and everybody.
Hiya, Calvary!
Just, who gives a fuck?
Well, it is a chill stream. It's supposed to be chilling here.
I'm cracking up.
Do you know what class you want to play?
Wizard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm enjoying it.
I could see Elder being a paladin.
What the heck?
I could see.
Oh, yeah, I've already got a paladin right now, though. I don't want to make a monk or something.
Monk's
I'm really enjoying Wizard. I'm not gonna lie. I really am. I'm trying to get the hang of it. I still don't have the hang of it, but.
Oh no, I'm dead.
Horses.
By the way, what race is your monk, Elder?
I don't know yet.
I would recommend
I wasn't planning on playing, so I'm just kind of thinking up something.
I would recommend a wood elf because you get more movement with the wood elf.
I'd say use an Indian monk.
Well, especially if you're doing like stealth, if you want to be any stealthy or anything like that, they get that also. They get that proficiency.
I mean, I would guess I would use a high elf.
No. You want the wood elf because they get the bigger movement, right?
What about
because it's kind of like basically the wood elf is basically like Legolas. That's kind of like the.
So even if you're like a big evocation wizard.
Yeah, even if you're an evocation in whatever class you are, whatever you get certain racial traits or benefits. So one of the racial traits of a wood elf is the ability to get extra movement, meaning you get
I'm
to
playing
move
a
more.
high. I'm playing a high, half elf.
Okay,
I
that's cool. Yeah,
and evocation heavy. But
yeah, I was just recommending to Elder if he's looking for more movement because monks are all about movement. Like they're all over. They're dancing all over.
I think the thing about this Ninja Gaiden game is speed. You just got to go fast.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you died at the same level I made it to, bro. I never made it past that level.
Am I edible to you?
Did he put his code in or not?
Who's playing Total War?
Kronic.
I am Shiva. I love
playing Baldur's Gate. Oh, he doesn't. James doesn't have Baldur's Gate.
I don't have Baldur's Gate. I'm playing Total War. No.
Are you playing? Do you have Total War Warhammer 3?
I don't think.
No. I'm playing Napoleon.
I don't think
I've never played Napoleon. I played Total War.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and
2.
just launch it then.
Okay.
And
or we can start building our characters, and if someone wants to build up, we'll have to. Yeah.
So you do just suggest I go with Wood Elf as well, even though I'm heavy evocation with
No. The reason I was telling Elder about being a Wood Elf is because the monk uses a lot of movement, and so
okay, that's what I thought.
It's good to have that extra movement if you're a monk, right?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I was making sure of, because I thought you were
These dudes over there.
speaking in general about the movement, but you probably feel it.
No.
Do you have prestige classes in Baldur's Gate 3?
Prestige classes? Not
Like, so can you
not to
play
my
like a sorcerer that specs into Dragon Disciple, for example?
They haven't put that in there. They're working on another patch, Shiva. So I don't know. They're supposed to be adding some more subclasses with this new patch, but I don't know what all the stuff that's entailed with it. So right now it's pretty just the straightforward classes and subclasses that you have in D&D.
What's is there a level cap?
Oh, there is a level cap. It's level 12 because
Oh, right, okay.
It's
no
a
prestige classes then.
yeah, because it's a 3-act thing, so I think they cap you at 12. So I think there are some mods, and I think they are going to do something with increasing the levels, but I know there's a mod out there right now that lets you do it.
Is it true that
high.
it doesn't have, you don't pick an alignment?
You don't pick alignment, no. It's just based on your decisions. So, you're just going to role play out your alignment.
Is that a D&D thing?
Well, it is a
now,
D&D thing, and
Baldur's
that's
Gate
something
3?
that like a dungeon, like as a dungeon master, that I need to know, because that helps me craft scenarios where I could add tension to something, right? Like, for example, if
I
you're
don't
a rogue.
like that.
What's that?
I don't like that. No alignment.
You don't like what?
Because that means that then theoretically you could have like a demon that's good.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I got you.
And that makes no sense, right? Like,
right. All right, what class do I want to do?
I still have problems in the menu of building a character. Like, I know I created my own character, but forgot how I did it.
Okay.
Because like the randomize, the origin characters, and the custom, like I have problems figuring out how to create my own. I know I did it.
So what do you mean, like, by creating your own? Like
I'm trying
if you've
to
never played D&D before, I would probably just, for your first playthrough,
I mean, I haven't played
pick
D&D.
a
I am
pre-built.
playing Baldur's Gate, and like I've been playing, and I know I figured out how to customize my character, but like I have trouble figuring out like certain things aren't available that I know I want.
Mm-hmm.
You customize your character. Are you talking about the build or the
Yes.
look? Yeah.
Like the original build is like I'm trying to explain my point here, and I'm not making it. I'm still not really understanding it, but okay, yeah, I'm not really making my point known well.
So, are you having an issue like progressing through the menu? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So, are you like, where are you at? Are you like at where it says custom original or origin?
Custom randomized origin, yeah.
Okay. So, do you see on the left where it says race?
Yes.
If you click on that,
elf, half elf,
you can go through the races that way.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
And then you go to, if you click on the left on the sub race,
and then you can choose high elf, half elf. Okay.
Right, and then you go through your cantrip if you're going to be a high elf, and then exactly.
Okay, yeah, I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I just started
As
playing.
well you should be. Don't do it again, Colbercat.
I just got to make sure I'm choosing the right things that I want, because I've done a lot of reading on all of this, but I haven't really played it much. I just started playing Baldur's Gate, but I have a crap ton of reading.
Oh my god, I can't play Mario 3 anymore.
Real
I'm used
man,
to Mario
Shiva.
Maker.
Real man.
Real men play Total War, Warhammer 3, Immortal Empires.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes,
Fight
they
me.
do.
Good day.
Man,
Now
I tell you, like I bought
Now I got two against
my only foray into Total War before Warhammer was Shogun 2, which I really liked. Like Shogun 2.
Oh, I got that one too. I got Shogun too.
Total War. Yeah. So but then Total War Warhammer 3 came out. I never really gotten into Warhammer. But I like Shogun 2, so I got Total War Warhammer 3. And then the second game came out, and they released this game mode where called Mortal Empires, where the maps from both games were stitched together, and you could play as any faction from either game.
I do have a
from
question,
any
John. When you get, I'm sorry.
from any DLC from either game that you owned. And then when the third game came out, they released a game mode called Immortal Empires, which is free if you've got the game. And they stitched the maps from all three games together, and you can play as any faction from any of the three games and any of the DLCs that you own. It's fucking fantastic. It's great.
Yeah.
Sorry, Coppercast. You were the question.
Rally the troop.
John.
Yeah.
As far as the high elf cantrip, should I just go ahead and choose Firebolt, or should I choose something else because I pick up Firebolt scroll?
So here's the thing: when you're picking like a race cantrip, couple of things to note. That's a cantrip that, on certain, depending on how it works, I think on certain races or certain characters, I don't remember, I have to double check, but that might be a cantrip that you can only use once per like short rest, right?
Yeah.
Whereas
missile, you can only use a certain point.
Right. Whereas if you have well, that's a spell. So cantrips are different than spells, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So, but the point is that with the racial benefit is that it's not something that so I wouldn't do something you plan on using a lot. So the other key I would look at is looking at wizard. If you look at something on your cantrips for the elf, look for something that either you don't want to waste a slot on. Like, usually something that you don't have as an elf or you don't have as a wizard, but I think most of the ones you would have wouldn't matter. So to me, I think a cantrip in that regard for a racial benefit should be something that's got more of a passive instead of an offensive. So for example, like light, or mage hand or something like that. And then you could use your fire, and if you want elemental like cantrips, use that through your class.
Your class
cantrips are spells, though, aren't they? Aren't they just 0 level spells? At least they were in like earlier editions of D&D.
Yeah, that's what they are. They're basically level 0 spells that you don't have to take spell slots in when you cast them.
Yeah.
When you're talking about cantrips and spells, it's different than your race cantrip.
No, I mean, these are all just different names for the same sorts of things. So a cantrip is essentially a type of spell.
Okay.
It's just it's in D&D. It would be
is it just a slot
level
issue, like where it would be?
No, it would be classed as a level 0 spell that you don't have to use a spell slot to memorize.
Which means you can use
cantrips like
you can use
in card games. It's like a repeatable spell, or it's like a free spell.
Yeah, but this isn't a card game, JS.
That makes sense.
Whatever. They're all based off the same thing.
But some cantrips, if their racial benefit can be, I've seen it on here where they only let you do it for short rest or long rest. So to avoid
the reason you're saying use something passive is because it's
right.
Yeah,
so
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh my god! How did that baby wrench get me?
if you don't like your cantrips, once we meet a certain character, you will be, if you have enough gold, you'll be able to respect your character. But
I got you.
But basically, I would just go
Now,
with something that's
I would
more-
disagree with John here. I would take probably always an offensive cantrip. Maybe
No.
the acid
He's going to
one.
be a wizard, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I know.
So
I'm
he's gonna
saying
get
that
two
if
more
I were
things.
building a wizard, I would do it differently to the way that you would do it, and I would take an offensive cantrip.
So you're talking about like Firebolt.
Because I mean, unless it's changed, I haven't played. What are we on, like edition 6 million? I haven't played the most recent edition, so maybe the rules have changed.
Yeah. Well, no, I've noticed, and I don't know if it was just like a fluke or anything like that, but I noticed that when I had the flame cantrip for my racial benefit, and I didn't pick a class that was like a magic based class, it only allowed me to use it once per short rest. So that may not be the case.
Racial abilities you use once a day, if I remember correctly.
That's exactly why I'm
which
saying.
isn't the
So-
same as a cantrip, really, because a cantrip you can just use
but
repeatedly, can't you?
the high elf, one of their racial benefits is a cantrip.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
You get a high elf.
So if it's a cantrip,
You get
if
like
they're
a
classing
single
it as a
high elf, yeah.
cantrip, does it not then follow the rules of cantrips? It seems a bit weird that it seems a bit confusing that they would call it.
It should. I don't know why it. Yeah. So
Right,
basically,
okay.
you could do what you choose, what you want to do on that, but don't be surprised if that. I don't know why that would happen, but it could happen.
Battletoads. Sorry.
Gosh, you are aware there's an actual conversation taking place.
Killer
right?
Instinct.
Well, you can say the same thing about me where I interrupt some.
They got Killer
yeah,
Instinct
interrupt.
on freaking.
We're over here talking about a game.
I hear they're bringing Planescape back for whatever edition of D&D is. Is it 5th at the moment?
Well, it's past now 5th. It's now they call it D&D 2024 or something like that. It's
All right,
not
okay.
good. It's not like
So,
they've changed things on that.
My biggest question about Firebolt, like, don't you always get Firebolt at the beginning?
You
No,
should.
spells, man.
Yeah.
So are you talking about the cantrip?
Yes. So like, should I put it on my cantrip because I'm gonna get it?
Well, so you're going to get a cantrip for your racial benefit, and you're going to get, as a wizard, you're going to get 2 cantrips.
And I'm
as a
pretty sure
level
it's
1.
always you
Spells.
always get Firebolt.
All right.
Firebolt, right?
No. As a
choose
level 1
wizard
wizard, you
cantrips.
get 2
Yeah.
cantrips. Yeah.
Well, I have 3 cantrips.
Because you have the racial benefit cantrips. What I'm trying to say.
No, I have the high elf cantrip and then 3 cantrip slots.
Oh, do they?
Oh,
have
that
the-
might be. Do you have a really high intelligence? Do you have 18?
Yes.
That's
18?
what it
Yeah,
is.
okay.
Then. Yeah.
I usually I
that's
do
probably
put
what it
high
is.
intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, you
for
want that
magic,
as
you
a
need
wizard.
to. Yeah.
You want that.
Yeah.
So you'll have 4. Okay, yeah. So
I have 3.
And
Yeah.
is-
Well, 3
is-
cantrips.
isn't
and
magic
one
missiles?
race, Yeah.
but I'm saying you'll have 4 with
I
the
get what
racial
you-
benefit one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess just do it.
Is-
I think you could do whatever you want, but when you pick those cantrips, those will be available to you as soon as you enter your first. Yeah.
I was thinking
Is
like
magic missile still the best first level offensive spell?
it seems to be, but
It's good. It's good for certain situations, but I don't think it is the best
I
spell.
might go
in
ahead and
this-
put Firebolt anyway, even though I pick up a scroll.
Well, no,
so here's
I
the
didn't
thing,
ask
but-
whether it was the best first level spell because I think that would still be Grease, right?
Yeah, well, they don't have Grease
Yeah,
available.
Grease is a great one
spells.
because
That's
it's a
3
good.
spells.
It's a good one.
I should put
But
that.
They
in
haven't
my
got Grease in Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, they do. They have grease.
spell. No, Grease is in my
Oh.
spells. It's not in my cantrips.
Oh,
Right, because
okay,
it's a
yeah,
spell. Because it's a spell.
Yeah.
So
My question is
um,
like, what is the best can? Because like, I was asking you about my high elf, my race cantrip, and then my 3 cantrips.
you
slot.
can just pick. I, think
I
you'll be
wouldn't
fine.
worry about the cantrips too much, and
And I thought that
here's
too
why.
because you pick up scrolls.
Here's Here's why.
Well, but you don't
no,
want to use
not
scrolls
because you've got scrolls,
because,
but because
yeah.
as you progress in levels, you're going to get increasingly powerful spells, and your cantrips are going to become largely irrelevant.
Okay.
Like you won't even
Right,
think about them.
they'll have an advantage if you're using them in more of like an environmental sense, perhaps.
Yeah.
Or in role playing perspectives, but yeah, like in this game, cantrips still are very useful throughout the game. So, especially when you find yourself without spell slots, right? I mean, but so that's where adding it with other spells is going to be a key. But as for your cantrips, yeah, just pick which cantrips you want for that. It should be fine.
Okay.
If that answers your
Can
question.
can you respec in Baldur's Gate 3?
You can.
I mean, I already know some I want. I just wanted to get clarification.
Yeah. No, yeah, I get you.
Because I'm enjoying my playthrough with certain spells and everything already. I just wanted to make sure I was on the right track.
Can I make myself a version of Shiva?
Bro, I can't beat this chick.
Well, I mean, that's because you're a beta soy cuck.
No. This is...
Damn.
She turns into a tiger.
Yeah, all I'm hearing is, my name's Josh and I'm a beta soy cuck.
Beta? I don't even know what that is.
Beta. You know what he means.
No, he said beta.
All right.
No,
I made my character.
Do you not understand some of the
cinder versus
subtle
cinder
nuances between English and American English?
No, they use commie measurements like kilograms.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, yeah, it's
We're the
all
ones
commie.
that don't know how to say schedule. We say
Schedule. Whoa, what did I just do? I don't know how I did that, but that was awesome.
Well, it's because you guys don't know how to speak the England.
Right,
We
that's
don't
what
know how
I'm
to speak
saying. That's
Queen's English. That's the problem.
Don't bring that shit here.
We can't speak.
I mean, we
Queen's
did bring
English.
it there, and then you bastardized the language to fuck. I don't know what to tell you. Can I ask, if a sidewalk is called a sidewalk, why isn't the road called a middle drive?
I don't know. Why?
Why do we drive on?
That's a lot of
parkways
words.
and park on driveways?
A middle drive.
Middle drive.
We're
No, it's the same
simple.
number of words as sidewalk.
We're simple.
Not really. Sidewalk is sidewalk.
Yeah, that's two
Middle
words.
drive
Side
is
and
two
walk.
words. Sidewalk
Yeah, but
is a
James,
compound.
sidewalk is a portmanteau word made of two different words, side and walk.
Yeah, but it's a compound word, though. It's one word. Compound.
It's a portmanteau word, yeah. So middle drive would also be a portmanteau word, like Pokemon.
Dude, I thought we were speaking
guys sound like
English.
two different
What are we
words,
talking
though.
about?
He's mocking our English, damn it.
Well, and also, it's not just English. You also stole from French, didn't you? That's where the word
Well,
faucet comes from, doesn't it?
I deny that.
I am Cajun.
And a little bit
so
from Italian, and
Nothing
Yeah.
good ever came from France.
I
Nope.
mean,
Wine
come
comes
on,
from
nothing?
cheese.
I'm Irish.
French
Oh, yeah,
cheese.
what-
I mean, I
I'm
know
Irish.
you guys don't know what cheese is. Like, I do
English
understand.
and
What?
France, so.
I like my cheese loaded up
Yeah,
with
you can't
oils and
beat-
plastic.
You can't beat the French when it comes to cheese. You can't beat the French when it comes to cheese.
Bro, this guy's whooping my
Unfortunately,
ass.
I live in
Can't
the
beat the French when it
swamps
comes to
of
Napoleon.
Louisiana, so I'm very.
So
Only
I read
French
something
could have
the other
Napoleon.
day.
Like
I read something the other day which made Trump's proclamations about Gaza suddenly make sense. Because, I don't for a minute buy his humanitarian hogwash. But what is interesting, I thought this was very interesting, was that Gaza has something called the marine fields, which contain vast amounts of natural gas. That's interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's more better than making a giant McDonald's in Gaza?
But to be honest with you, I don't buy the humanitarian hogwash either. I don't give a fuck. That's my point.
I mean,
is
you
he can do
should give
whatever
a
he
fuck
wants
if
to
he's
do.
wanting to send your armed forces over there.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't.
What? But that's going to be
Oh,
bad for
wow.
America.
So you don't care about my family then?
You do understand that, right? Like we're talking about a.
My
We're
dad's in the
talking about
army.
a.
My dad's
Yeah,
in the
but we're
army,
talking
and I
about
am a
a.
military veteran.
Right, but we're talking about a highly volatile region full of
Yeah.
people who have demonstrated that
No,
they
I'm
are
not
not
saying- I'm not saying
that,
you
that they are not
your
above
idea. I
that
don't
they are
mean
not above
to
committing
first-
atrocities against
I
people
want
they
to
don't
take care of
like.
them. I want to take care of them, and I want to help Israel take care of them. That's what I want.
I want
When
Israel
you
to take
say
care of
take care of
themselves.
them,
We need to teach them how to take care of themselves.
Yeah.
when you say
Whatever,
take care
whatever,
of them, what do you
whatever you're
mean?
gonna say, whatever you're gonna say to mean that I.
He means
take-
he means he means.
Do you mean exterminate them?
but-
Why don't you just say what
yeah.
you mean, man?
whatever you want me to mean.
Well, no, I want you to mean what you mean, but mean it
I
in a
mean,
way
it
that is
doesn't
clear
matter
for
what
me
I
to
say.
understand.
It doesn't matter what I say. It's gonna be exterminate them no matter what. It doesn't
Right,
matter what
so
I say.
you're a fan of ethnic cleansing then?
But if we're gonna play the game of people meaning what they say,
yeah,
then we need to stop using the word pro-choice.
Well, all I'm saying is,
Well, yeah.
no.
They're not really
pro-abortion.
Listen for a second. You have people.
But
on the side of no,
similarly,
listen,
we
listen,
should
listen,
stop
listen,
saying
listen.
pro-life because
No,
you're
listen.
anti-abortion, right?
Yes,
Like,
you're right.
Listen.
You're
Yeah.
right.
I do
You're
think we
right.
should
It's
stop
an
saying pro-life. It's a stupid
anti-abortion versus
freaking word.
pro-abortion.
yeah.
What I'm saying right
agreed,
now,
absolutely.
What I'm saying
Mhm.
right now, there's people on a certain side of the world that want to kill my people. I don't care what it takes to stop that. They do want to kill my people. They preach it every day. I don't care what
I
it
don't
takes.
think
Like,
the average Palestinian cares about America.
you are full of shit. You are full of shit.
Do
They
you
hate me.
know
They
what?
hate me just as Israel.
Al Qaeda didn't care about America
Yes,
until
they
America started involving themselves
we are
in
the
the Middle
ones
East.
who created Al Qaeda, and they do hate us because we're the ones who created them. We're the ones who radicalized them.
Yeah, I know.
They
yeah.
do hate
yeah,
us.
the
I know
name-
that.
the
I'm very
name
aware.
Al Qaeda comes from the CIA.
I
yeah.
am very aware. The Mujahideen.
And then
I know.
Osama bin Laden heard that the CIA were calling his organization
I
Al Qaeda,
understand
and he
completely.
thought,
I agree with
"Oh,
you.
that sounds good.
Yeah,
We'll use
they
that."
hate us, and there's these people still exist that hate us. It doesn't matter who
Yeah.
created them or who helped create them. What matters is they still hate America.
You okay, War Pig?
Yeah, my
You
phone's
understand that?
glitching
Like, I
out.
understand that the
It's
CIA
getting
in the
hot.
United States
Right.
created Mujahideen and Al Qaeda. They still hate us,
Yeah.
and they still want to kill us, and I still have a problem with that. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I don't care what you have a problem with.
I don't care what you have a fucking problem with. What I'm telling you is these people want
I'm
to
not the
kill
one with the
American
problem,
citizens,
Cobacast.
and I'm going to tell them to fuck
I'm
off.
not the one with the problem. All I said was it was interesting that Gaza has lots of natural gas.
I understand that as well. I don't give a fuck.
I got a lot of natural gas.
Not as much as Gaza.
Watch out.
I mean,
America might come for you, JS.
fuck them.
Fuck 'em. Right, so you do understand that you're like, if America sends troops into Gaza to displace 1.2 million people,
I already beat
you're
this game on a
creating-
stream.
People that I know will
You're
go
just
there.
creating
That's why all the levels are
next
filled in.
generation
Probably
of radical
myself.
terrorists who are going to want to fly planes into your skyscrapers. You do understand
They're
that?
doing it anyway. They're doing
No,
it
they're
anyway.
not.
Yes, they are.
Really?
They're literally running over people in
All
Europe
right, chat,
as
what
we
should I
speak.
play?
They just ran over here a few fucking weeks ago, maybe a month ago. They're still running over people. They still want to kill people. What part
Yeah.
of that do you not understand? Muslim
No, I do understand
people
that.
want to kill white people no matter what we do. No matter what fucking
beat
deal
this.
we're
Well, not
trying to
white
make.
people, but Christians.
No, I do. Well,
Christians
I
and
think
hippies.
leaving them alone would be a good move. Don't
What
you?
is it? What is it? We've done it. Everything they want us to do, we've done it. Everything.
No, you haven't.
Yes, we have.
No, we haven't.
We literally just gave them an entire country to themselves. The Taliban, they all have a fucking country to
Well,
themselves.
hey,
They
you
still
missed
want to
Sheba's
fucking
part about
kill
Are you
we.
talking about Afghanistan? Are you
Yes.
saying that we gave them
The fucking place that we
Afghanistan?
destroyed
No,
and
no,
pulled
do you?
out of.
Oh my God, you cannot be this unaware of history. Every time a Western country has gone into Afghanistan, they've butt
The
fucked
Soviet
us.
Union fell too. Yeah, I understand that completely.
No, we had Afghanistan under
But
our
we
control
didn't give
completely.
it to them. They butt fucked every other country who's
Now,
tried to.
I have a father who literally served
Little
5
brown
fucking
people,
wars in
butt
Afghanistan,
fuckers.
who helped bring those fucking people to heel and help them understand how to
sound
run a
annoyed,
country. We
Coppercast.
pulled air support in the fucking most critical moment of their entire lives, and fuck them. That's what happened. Fuck off. We had Afghanistan completely under control, and we gave it up
Fuck
to a bunch
'em.
of
Chill
fucking
out, man.
terrorists.
Chill out, man.
I say we level the whole
Chill,
desert
dude.
and build
Chill.
a McDonald's.
Sorry. My
That's
bad.
what happens every
For
time.
someone who
Gaza
doesn't
comes
care, you seem to be getting very emotional.
I am very emotional because fuck you, dude. You're full of shit.
Did you say emotionable?
You're so easy to troll. Do you know
Wow,
that?
we're a little spicy right now, I think.
Yeah, Goldberg, if you don't, hey, that's
Sorry.
what,
Sorry.
I mean,
Sorry.
that's kind of what he was doing when he was bringing that stuff up.
No, you're
And
good.
Trump and
Yeah.
stuff. He wanted to troll a little bit.
No, you're
A little
good.
bit of trolling.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
does.
that's Shiva
does.
for you. That's
Nah, you're
Shiva.
good.
That's classic Shiva.
He got me.
Like,
Yeah.
what are you talking about? That's
He
classic.
did, yeah.
I'm
me.
sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry, but I'll pretend. If you
I know
Oh
like.
you're
yeah,
not
you're not really sorry. Yeah, you're not. Don't.
I know you.
He's got a PhD in.
Shiva, here's what I will say,
trolling.
Shiva. I've read
PhD
your
in
work.
bullshit.
Shiva, I've
Shiva's
read your
got a
work.
PhD, and I don't give a fuck.
No, Shiva, I've read your work and I like it, dude. I respect you.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. I've started writing another one, although I don't know how well it's going to pan out. It turns out it's very science heavy, and I'm not a science person.
I get it.
I didn't ask if you guys were all ready. Are you guys all ready?
We're ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready to play.
Wait, we've been waiting this whole time just for you guys to pick characters?
No,
I
I picked
did-
my
I did
character.
editing,
I had to
sorry.
lose it for a minute. That's what happened.
But after this interaction, I think in VK, I'm going to be more proactively Palestinian.
Don't do
Well, yeah,
I'm
do it,
gonna be
Shiva,
honest
because
with
you're-
you. I don't
you're
care,
good at
bro.
it.
Like, there's probably a lot of people that are more
Just don't-
pro-Palestinian than me. I'm
You
not.
have a I don't give a fuck attitude,
I'm not pro-Palestinian.
and that's what we
I
love
mean,
about you, Shiva.
to be clear, Cobacast, I think I am pro-Palestinian. What I am is anti-Hamas, and I think
Oh no, that's
my
legit.
view.
I get it.
I want the
And,
rhino.
but I also hold the Palestinians largely responsible for Hamas because they fucking democratically voted them into power.
I respect that.
Are
view.
you
That's
following
completely
us,
accurate.
Culper?
Yep, I'm with you. I'm coming.
Okay.
I mean, I'm agreeing.
It's
with
like
you. I'm agreeing with
there are two terms in for prosecuting wars, and I can only remember one of them, which is casus belli, and I think there's another Latin term
belli?
which is it might be pronounced belli. Yeah,
I think it's
there's another
belli.
We're gonna
Latin.
wait here for Elder. We're gonna wait here for Elder real quick.
Oh, that barrel was
There's
the
an
Heaven
partner
and
barrel.
civilization.
Culper.
That's how Bella.
there's a
Come back, Culper.
there's
Come back.
another term. So casus belli, if you like, I'll have to look up the pronunciation for that. Is
I know what you're
is
talking
a cause for war, right? And
Yeah.
I think so. With regards to the Israel-Palestinian conflict, my view is that I think it's perfectly logical to support a country's cause for war, but be critical of the way that they're prosecuting the war, and that would be
I
my
disagree.
position on it.
Always be
Israel.
critical.
You don't think it's legitimate to be critical of the way that a country prosecutes a war?
Most of the time, no. I think there's
Why
nuance
not?
to it, but most of the time, no.
So if a country
Because I would
like
say most of the sides that they're fighting against are prosecuting the same war and they're just reacting to it.
Wait a minute, how can you be?
Now you see where
right,
it
yeah,
shows
but
the
that's
ear on
I'm not
my icon.
I'm not denying that. Yeah, but you understand that you can support a country's reason for doing something. But
Yeah,
criticize
I
the
do
way
get
they
that.
do
I
it.
mean, dude, I do have sympathy for the Arab side, so I get it.
And I
do.
suppose it's like, I mean, I sort of think, and this is kind of harsh. And,
No, I get it.
but-
I get it. I know what you're about to say.
Well,
Go
hang on,
ahead.
you haven't heard my
No, you're
harsh
good.
take yet.
I get it.
my harsh take is that the West should get the fuck out of Gaza and allow Israel and the Palestinians to kill each other, because that's what they appear to want to do.
I like it.
And it's
I agree
like
with that. I agree with
Let's
that.
do it.
I agree with that.
And it's like every Western attempt at intervention seems to have failed.
It's failed. It's failed. Yep. Yep.
Dramatically,
I won't disagree with that.
embarrassingly.
I won't disagree with that. You're right. You're right.
Let's go. Let's just let them do it. They've been trying to do it for thousands of years. So just let them do it.
Honestly, I can't disagree with that because I don't think anything we do will change what they're going to end up doing anyway. I really don't.
No, and what it will do is produce another generation of people who are antagonistic towards the West.
I get it.
That doesn't need to happen. And it's kind of grim. It's like a grim take to
I disagree
hold.
in a way, but like, yes, I do agree in another way. I do understand where you can create more.
Well, the reason why I said the thing about Al Qaeda, and this may be wrong, but there was a BBC documentary. It was like a 4-part series called The Power of Nightmares, which was about the rise of terrorism. And that's where I got the snippet of information about the CIA naming Al Qaeda. And it was also where I got the information about Al Qaeda largely being not interested in the West because they were more in what they were about was the internal politics of the Middle East.
That doesn't sound very accurate these days. I will be honest with you. There's a lot of things coming out about them now that's not entirely accurate.
Can we not say that on YouTube?
Can we not say what?
Al Qaeda.
I'm just I'm talking about this.
Well, I didn't. The way you saying it.
This is the way he says it.
No, I don't think he said anything bad, but I get what he's saying.
I'm not. Hang on, James. I'm not pro-terrorism. Just to be clear.
Well, I know that. I'm just saying the way you said it. It just throws me off.
It throws you off.
Yeah, because I've heard Al Qaeda, not Al Qaeda.
Al Qaeda.
There's a terrorist organization that does bad things.
He's a Brit, James. They say stuff weird.
No. I was talking about just how he said it. I ain't the fact that he said it. Oh my goodness.
Look.
And I know.
Shut the fuck
you're
up.
Trolling,
you guys mangle the language.
I'm tired of these games. I want to play Kakarot, but I don't know where the
mangle the language.
Or not James, but Culper.
I'm here.
Do you see where the ear logo is by my icon?
Share.
Yeah.
If you click on that, you'll see the cutscene.
Oh shit! Whoops.
Oh, okay.
Move, soldiers.
Okay, I know what's going on.
So, James, are you playing against a AI or is this like a multiplayer match?
AI. I'm just playing against AI. I'm playing the campaign.
How does it play? I've never played. I never played any of the gun-based ones, so I didn't play Empire Total War either.
Oh man, it's awesome.
Total War 2 was good. That was a good one.
Total War 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a game.
What are you talking
Well, that
about?
depends.
Yeah,
Is he talking about Shogun?
Is that medieval Total War 2?
No, it's the one that's
Is Total War 2 a game? So
Oh,
that's
if you're
Rome
talking
Total War
Shogun.
2.
See the enemies. Is there any more enemies?
If you're talking about Shogun, then
Well,
just
there's
hit
more
myself.
stuff.
I'm an idiot.
Shogun 2. That's a Total War.
I didn't even mean to do that.
Yeah.
I've heard that Rome 2 is actually a good game
You want
now.
to grab that thing, Elder?
Yeah,
and,
because
get
I've
her
heard they
free?
messed it up when they first released it. Because I got a friend, in real life friend,
gotta look this
that
up. So
plays.
It is. So the game
when
I'm
he
talking
gets
about
time off, 'cause he
is,
works a lot because of his job.
So
works
I
in
have Total
corrections.
War. Oh, I have Total War Rome 2 Emperor Edition, and then I have Total War Napoleon Definitive Edition.
Yeah, I've heard Rome 2's a decent game now.
Yeah, it's a fun game. It's a really good game.
I'm still playing Path of Exile 2 at the moment.
Let's peacefully occupy.
Although I'm currently trying to talk myself out of buying a new GPU.
I just had to talk myself out of it, bro. I get it.
So I can. Well, I'm thinking of buying a 4060 Ti, but one of the ones that's got 16 gigabytes of RAM.
Culper.
Yeah.
If you press I, you'll bring up your character sheet.
Yeah.
If you look towards the top where there's the 3 icons, you'll see a helmet. That's the equipment. You'll see a book. That's the spell book.
Yep.
If you click in your spell book, you will see where you can actually change out spells that you have.
Wait, you said you had to have the helmet, the high elf, the helmet.
No.
Okay, sorry.
So you go and you click on that spell book icon, and you can switch. You go to your class, like you get spells or whatever. Yeah, so it should say wizard, common, and reactions. And that's where you could switch out spells before combat or whatever if you wanted to. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, so if you wanted to do that, if you find throughout your playing that you go, okay, yeah, we're going into a dumpster dive or dungeon dive type of thing here, you might want this kind of spell or whatever. That would be a good way of doing that. So
I got it now.
All right, are we ready?
Yep.
I always hit the fire button.
Who?
I'm eating some fried fish.
Oh, hold on. I gotta hit that thing because I always do this. This happens where it's like, and then Shadowheart, like the NPC she is, like follows me. But all right. Sometimes when you tell your player to go somewhere, it's like, I want to go through the danger and the hazards. Yeah, we're ready to go. Waiting for other players to say ready.
Beans? I don't eat beans. Are you crazy?
There you go.
I already eat healthy.
I like
Are you talking to your chat, Josh?
I like your
he is.
He is. Yep.
You fucking muppet.
He told me
I
to
hit
eat
ready,
healthy.
It didn't pull me.
I don't eat sugar. The only sugar I eat is in beer.
You don't eat
That's not
vegetables or fruit.
Thank you for acknowledging that because you were like on a tirade. You're like, you shouldn't drink calories. And I'm like, but you're drinking calories when you drink beer.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
Hang on. Can I clarify? You don't
If
eat
I didn't
any
have
fruit or
legs and I told
vegetables?
you it was healthy to take a walk every day, would you?
Hey,
And do you eat fruit or vegetables, Josh?
Never mind. I'll just do this.
Because they contain sugars.
Not much.
You know?
I eat a little bit of fruit smoothies. Put a little bit of
And
fruit.
well,
in my
that contains
smoothies.
sugar.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
Look
sugar.
at that. Look at that monk. Look at these. That's what
Very
makes the monk
minimal
awesome.
sugar.
And doesn't it
That's not how
depend on
you
the fruit?
define minimal. What do you define as minimal?
Not as much as you when you're eating your dang peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with no crust.
Now, James, do you eat proper peanut butter, or is the peanut butter you eat just basically sugary salt?
No. I eat proper peanut butter.
So proper
What,
peanut
Jif?
butter is just peanuts, nothing else.
He don't eat proper peanut butter. He eats Jif.
Wait
Yeah,
a minute.
like,
So
yeah.
I don't eat proper
Salty
peanut butter.
sugar.
'Cause I eat peanut butter with honey in it most of the time.
Right. So it's not the sort of peanut butter where you have to mix the oils back in because of the separation.
I drink these sparkling waters, and they apparently have zero sugar.
The heck?
I like how your wizard looks like he could be part of a boy band, Culper.
Yeah, and he won't do anything I tell him to do.
What's he not doing?
Shooting a missile.
Okay, where are you trying to shoot the missile at?
Okay, never mind. We're good. I hit a firebolt.
Zero sugar. See?
Oh man.
I don't know how they make it sweet if it got zero sugar in it. Citric acid and some carbonated water, citric acid, natural flavor, aspartame.
Nice.
Potassium benzoate. Potassium
That's why I love that stuff. Oh, by the way, yeah. Once you do damage on him, he wakes up from his laugh.
Mom's like, you choose, Jeff. Choose, Jeff. Aspartame, is that what makes it sweet?
Yeah, that's artificial sweet.
Well, yeah, that's artificial sugar. Yeah.
That's gonna make you get.
Well, that's not any better. What the?
Well, yeah, sugar in general can be bad if consumed too much.
I've never beaten actually Super Metroid, but I'm at the end. Maybe I should beat it now.
Have you played? Has anyone on the panel played Vampire Survivors?
No, you're always talking about this game.
It's like $5. It's the best fun you can have for $5 in a video game. Trust me.
$5, just $5.
You get your $5 here.
And DLC, and they're all like $2 or $3 each or something.
I just saw what you said, John.
frick?
I didn't even look at what my guy looked like.
Well, you can change it when we get to chance.
I don't really care. I just care about the power.
People in chat have it. Robert has it.
What, Vampire Survivors?
Yeah, Chronic has it. Robert has it.
King Blackout's right. Everything's horrible for you. All of it.
Yeah, because they make it bad, but
Yep.
I eat.
natural food is good, but the problem is, what natural food?
See
is
these
there
little
I got
bulbs
chickens,
up
bro.
here?
Pork chops, eggs, bacon, sausage,
want
brown
Well, even that's
steak,
processed.
New York steaks,
Void bulbs.
Let's be honest, even that's processed.
chicken.
Sorry.
Most of what's processed. Most of pork chops and steak is processed.
Well, it's processed in its own way. Do you not
Yeah,
know?
well, it's processed when
Everything's
a butcher
processed,
butchers meat. It's processed.
Yeah. So you do realize that you can process meat, which means that's the slicing of meat or the right. But there's also processed meats, which requires additional additives and whatnot. Is that which one are you talking about there, bud?
Well, don't most meats, well, except for the ones you cook at home yourself, they have additives, and most people probably buy the ones with additives.
But if you buy it at the store, of
Okay.
course it'll have additives. But whether you cook it or not at home, right?
Yeah.
So I mean,
Well, that's kind of like that. Makes my point even more that it's all just processed.
right. But so part of understanding the point of processing with processed meats is that there are additives, for example, like sodium that's added to keep it preserved, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So because there's two, there's two main ways to preserve meats.
Yeah, salt and then
and
what's
In the
I can't think
fridge
of the other
and
one.
in the
There's like
freezer.
There's
and
like
the other is animal fat.
Yeah.
So, but the pioneers back in the day, they would actually, when they had meat, they would put it in jars with like bacon grease that they had made, and it got hard over the whatever. So they would stack their meat in the grease to keep it preserved. And you can, to this day, if you know what you're doing, preserve meat using a lot of grease or using a lot of animal fat that you pack into that container.
Can't
right?
you
But
also dry
it's not
meat
intended
to
for long
preserve it?
term. What's that?
Can't you also dry it to
You could also
preserve
dry it, exactly. Yeah, you can also dry it.
And doesn't
And
smoking
then
preserve it as well?
there's smoking, and yeah, but my big thing is outside of like the big processes, like that's stuff you could do is but with the problem with some of the additives is that there are other chemicals that are added to it for coloring or for flavor or for that give it prolonged life, and that's the problem that you have to look for. And so, yeah, I mean, unless you go out and butcher your own cow and process that meat yourself, most meats you're going to have are going to go through a process. Now, you're always going to be looking for certain things. And my dad used to be in the meat industry. He used to own his own locker plant, and he used to be a butcher and all these stuff. And he would always tell you, that they were back in the 70s and early 80s, they had this thing where they'd put blue ribbon. It would be a label on the steaks or whatever. Say, oh, blue ribbon steaks.
Yeah.
And it's like, what does that mean?
We
It could
still
mean
got
anything, right? But if it says USDA, that's a different thing. There's a different standard applied to it, or there should be, right? That's the problem that we have with the USDA and the FA or the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, is that the same people who are gatekeeping that are people who are also getting jobs at those big corporations. And so as long as that happens, there's always going to be subject to corruption and cronyism. But with the USDA, there's still certain standards that you have to apply by before you can put the USDA label on it. And if you don't do that, then you can get in big trouble with the government.
That still happens a lot, yeah.
But yeah.
How do you know I don't get my meat from a butcher, James?
I don't.
That's right.
I get most of mine from
I don't.
hunting, but I eat mostly deer meat. But
Is that
don't
what
get
you
it from a
mostly
butcher,
eat? You eat
Jazz?
game?
No.
What is it?
You mostly eat game?
Yeah, I'm well, I mean, I eat chicken too. I have chickens and I hunt, but I have pigs as well, but
So you basically eat what you raise or what you can find in the wilderness type of thing?
yeah.
Gotcha.
I need to get to Meridia.
I live in the middle of nowhere. I'm like deep south country.
Yeah.
Chickens, hunt deer, have pigs. The only thing I don't have cows. I have rabbits and everything.
Yeah.
Like
I used to,
rabbits and pet rabbits and
I used to know this order member, this Buddhist order member who, where he lived, there's loads of this type of deer called monkjack, and occasionally they'll get hit by a car. So when he came across roadkill, he would scrape it up, take it back to the retreat center that he lived at, and then cook it and eat it.
I hit about 2 deer every like 3 years. I hit a fuck ton of deer. And I scoop them up too. I get them processed and everything. It's very common out here. We scoop up deer. We bring them to the church. We bring them. I have a Baptist church like 2 miles from me. I'm like legit in the middle of nowhere.
Out in the bayou.
Out in the bayou. Yep.
Son of a gun, we'll have some fun on the bayou.
Well, I told you where I was from earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm from Ponchatoula.
Yeah.
So.
I'm at the end of the game. I'm overpowered. But I don't remember where I'm supposed to go next. I don't remember the buttons either.
By the way, are you trying to get his sword, Elder?
Yeah.
You know, one of the best ways you can do it early in the game is if you have Shadowheart, change out her spells and do a command spell on him, and he'll drop it. I mean, obviously, there's a check on that, but that's one way to do it right away. You can't do that now because we're in the combat. But yeah, but you guys are good. You're pretty close on him. So I also sometimes will take one of those Nordoroid, the explosive containers, and bring it over there, and then just.
Yeah, I usually just
But
take all the
I've
blow
played
'em
this. I've played this level for like I can't tell you how many times I've played this level.
Elder Lion's got a character. Oh, morning, by the way, boys. Hello, everyone. Elder Lion's got a character in our Sunday, well, my Sunday game, their Saturday game, and he's got. Is that the sword at the beginning you're trying to get hold of in the little chapel play? Oh man, George is just OP. George just goes in. That's his character name, and just that sword has carried us. Every time he goes in, he just hits someone. Done. Oh, it's beautiful. I missed that the first time around. Hey, morning, Shiva. How are you today, sir?
I'm good, Spanks. How are you?
Why do you call me Spanks? This is what I want to know.
No. I'm not calling you Spanks. I'm saying Spanks in lieu of the word thanks.
Oh, Spanks. Like what a window
As in,
licker
thank
says.
you very much.
Thank you very much.
So like what a window licker says when they say thank you.
Hey, is that Dave?
It is indeed.
Yeah, that's Dave. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought you were Shiva.
That's not Dave.
Everybody says that.
And that's
Everyone
that's,
says that.
That's why I was
no.
surprised that Shiva was disagreeing with me.
Oh really?
No.
Yeah, that must have been like a big old shock turnaround.
I yelled at him, bro.
Guys,
I
how
yelled
can
at
you not? How can you not tell the difference?
I couldn't. And I
Shiva
yelled at
sounds
Shiva,
way
bro.
gayer than me, to be fair.
Wait,
yelled
how
at
can you
Shiva.
not tell? You think this is Dave?
I sound a little gay,
I
only a little
yelled
bit
at him,
gay. I heard that and I was thinking, wow. I thought my wife just went, oh, Shiva's trolling
I
again.
freaking yelled at him, bro.
Yeah, but didn't he take it well
I thought
though?
it was you, and you were pissing me off.
I wasn't pissing you off. I wouldn't do that, man.
I know it was Shiva pissing me off, and it wasn't.
I'd warn you first. I'd say I'm about to piss you off. Shiva won't warn you. He'll just fucking troll you to fuck, and then he'll laugh.
I thought it was Shiva, bro.
And what Shiva
I
will
thought it
do
was
is
you.
he'll make it sound like he's actually getting into an actual deep conversation, and he'd be like, "So, do you think there are bulls that exist?" Yeah.
You just don't hear the nuance.
That
As soon
human
as
species exists.
I didn't think about it, bro. I
So
just
what you're
reacted.
saying is you
I
believe in
reacted.
bullshit.
no, you gotta listen. You gotta listen very carefully to Shiva's tone to know whether he's trolling you or not.
I reacted and didn't realize it was Shiva. Completely
you can't. You got to detect the very. The thing is, sadly, I don't think, and this is no offense to anyone in America. I don't think Americans really understand the British sarcasm enough to not get trolled by it. It's beautiful. It's so subtle.
He got me. He got me.
I've taught all my English students in Asia how to be sarcastic in a really subtle way. It's beautiful hearing foreign students.
He pulled me in and he set me off, bro.
Shiva and Dave and John are all the same people.
We are.
I'll tell you what's really annoying when I'm so dry that nobody gets that I'm taking the piss.
Yeah. See, I'm more aware of
taking the piss
because I love dry humor, and especially the Brits. They have a master class in dry humor, and it's just like I love it, and so I pick up on it. I'm pretty. I
haven't been this embarrassed in a long time to be bested by a European.
We're not Europeans.
We're not Europeans.
Don't start that shit.
Oh, wait, are y'all Australian?
No, don't talk about that. We're not European at all. That was decided by a quite epic referendum.
Okay. I get it.
Although, I mean, I'm going to be fair. Brexit was such a bad move. For our country.
It failed.
Of course, Brexit
failed. It did fail, though.
Well, no, I do think that. One of the reasons why I think that is that our farmers are now fucked.
It failed.
They're
failed.
Fucked.
Brexit failed.
Yeah, I work in the food business, and it really screwed. We can't. We've only just got our EU license to send like fermented food cultures abroad to Europe, and everybody just went, no, not having it in. You can all fuck.
Sorry. No, I don't know much about y'all's world, but I do know that failed. You can easily tell that failed.
Well, if you want to know a little bit about our world, do you see what we do in Britain is we pretend that it's actually a country that is falling into absolute disrepair, but really it's like everyone's got jacuzzis and we all live in castles.
Yeah. And the thing that I found most ironic about Brexit is that the people who were campaigning for Brexit didn't actually want Brexit to happen, but
I
they
don't
had
even
to
think they
campaign
knew what the
for
fuck
it.
it meant, to be
Did
honest with
you
you.
finally get to
But they had to
ambient?
campaign for it for political reasons.
Yeah.
And the opposing side, they did want it to happen, but also they had to campaign against it for political reasons. Like the whole thing is like a tissue of lies.
I think some people thought they were copying MAGA, bro. I think that's what it was, and they weren't copying MAGA.
Well, apart from the fact that like we can't make Britain, well, I don't know, we ever going to make Britain great again? I mean, we've got the name.
Well, we don't need to make it great again. There's a clue in the name, Dave.
Yeah, but isn't that just ironic? Is that like a huge irony? People go Great Britain, and then they look around at the cities that are dying, and they
No,
go,
what
yeah.
pisses me off is I think y'all could be great.
Don't start fucking
Well,
around with
has been
modals
great.
like could and would. We are fucking great, yeah, but just
Yeah, it's called Great Britain.
There you go.
It's in the
There
name.
you go. That's how
Like
you do it.
was saying, it's in the name.
we should change the name of Great Britain and sort of give it some alliteration. Like, what is it? Yeah, Brilliant Britain. Let's just change it. Let's be Brilliant Britain instead of Great Britain. Brilliant Britain. It's brilliant. Only Shiva will probably get that reference. Probably get a guy wandering around in a woolly hat walking into
I don't
the.
get
like,
it, but I can tell the sentiment is pure. So
Paul Whitehouse, Shiva. Paul Whitehouse on the Fast Show.
Where am I supposed to
what
go?
part, what part of both of you from?
Show.
Oh, that was great. It's called the Fast Show. It was probably one of the better sketch shows, I'd say. in a long time.
It was a great show. I've seen it. I watched it. I've seen it.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
what part?
If we're talking sketch shows, I see you your Fast Show and raise you a
League of
jam.
Gentlemen. Ah,
No,
Jam. I remember Jam. A little bit
That was dark
wasn't
as
it?
fuck, man.
Yeah, dark as fuck. I remember Jam. Yeah, but
In
what the
fact,
best one?
I-
League of Gentlemen
I,
was great.
when I was
That was my bad.
when I was heavily involved in scam baiting, I used to steal a jam character, which was an acupuncturist whose version of
Get out of there,
acupuncture
bro.
was nailing people to doors.
I
And so,
effed up, bro.
I'd like ask scammers, whether they had people kept in their
Hopefully you can
basements,
see the difference
nailed to
with
doors.
Wood Elf. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's like
I don't know where
5
to
different
go.
conversations happening on this panel. Josh is talking to
are.
himself.
I don't
John
know
and
where to
Culper
go.
Cat and Elder Lion are talking to each other.
I'm talking
Elder
about the
Lion,
game
do you
at
have
the
the
moment.
sword yet? Do you have the sword yet, Elder?
I'm
Yeah, I
talking to
do.
myself again. That's the essence of chaos.
Gosh, they can't.
I'm still
shoot
mad that I
for
yelled
cannon,
at Shiva.
can't shoot.
Hey, John, did you
No,
ever get
don't
into Warhammer models?
don't be annoyed. Culper.
What's
Yeah,
that?
John,
What's
did,
that?
No,
Dave?
I'm
did you
mad
ever
that I
get
yelled
into
at you.
your
bro.
Did you ever get into Warhammer?
I like
sort
you.
of tabletop stuff.
Warhammer?
Yeah, did you ever get into it? Like tabletop sort of modeling,
Not like
painting?
my
I don't think-
friends do. Like my friends do. My friends are my best friends really into it, but I'm very familiar with it.
Oh, you can't
How
see what
about
I'm playing anymore.
How
That's
about you,
it.
Shiva?
Or
Did
my
you ever get
face.
into it?
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I got into painting the figures, but that was
Whoops.
for D&D.
I'm playing Metroid and I don't know where to go.
See, Josh is just talking to himself.
He makes a very good point about Metroid, though.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go.
That's just literally that could be the subtitle for the game. The blur. I'm playing Metroid and I don't know where to go. Yeah, all right. I think I'm going to buy it.
Yeah, well, I'm at the end of the game. I think I have like one boss fight left. I'm fully powered up. But I didn't play for like 3 years, and now I have no idea where I was going, or I don't know.
See, now I'm
lighter
thinking
stuff.
of getting a 4060 just so I can play Cyberpunk 2077 with ray tracing.
Oh, God, but I don't know, man. I find that game just empty.
I love that. I love
empty
that.
game.
I
The
like
game
that
is
game.
it's so empty. That game. It's like
No, there is issues, but it is fun.
They
If
made
you
it
play
better,
through it
though.
quickly.
The new patch on. I don't know if you played it with the new patch, but it's much better.
I played
What,
it
Phantom
about
Liberty?
2
Yeah,
months
I've heard the DLC is really good.
It's really
even
good.
if you
It
don't
is.
have the DLC, the patch that goes with
and
it.
they
is
did
meant to
some
be good.
other stuff for people like me who pre-ordered it and was a bitch about like
It's
believing
really
that
good,
that was
yeah.
they're gonna give us a good game, and so they discounted Phantom Menace, and I got the free upgrade to PS5 because when I pre-ordered it, I was on PS4. So,
I did the same thing. Yep.
so
when it
Oh,
first
you
came
on
out.
PlayStation?
so now we can level up. Do you want to level up, guys? Well, do you see where you can level up on below your character? Okay.
Dude, if John was telling me what to do in a game like this, I would pick. Oh, I would just. I know when I can level up, John.
I don't, but I'm looking.
I'm trying to help him out, so
That's my fault. I wasn't paying
Well,
attention.
but
problem
that's
is
because
JS
Josh
doesn't
doesn't
want
have
help.
any. Josh, as much as he likes rules and authority, doesn't like to adhere to any authority but his own. So
Isn't that like,
Yeah, wait. Are you talking within his preference?
That's why I like
No, we're
authority.
talking within his authoritarianism.
But within his preference.
Yeah.
Authoritarian. I'm not a freaking moral subjectivist. What are you talking about?
I just know that when I play games and people say, right, but you know what's a really good thing to do here? And people who've played stuff, with all the respect in the world, I'll just go, do us a favor, shut the fuck up, let me get my fucking character, do it my way. I always say that, but I can be a little bit rebellious.
I'm just looking for my lighter so I can smoke a cigarette.
Well, I'm just trying to help him out. I know Elder doesn't.
I'm watching what James is playing. James is Italy. Are you Italy, James?
No, I'm
France. That's what I meant. France.
Why would you be the French?
Italy.
James, why are you fighting the cheese-eating surrender monkeys, James? James, why are you the cheese-eating surrender monkeys?
Because
why are you choosing the bloody French?
Are you fighting Ukraine?
Napoleon Total War. It's about the bloody French.
Yeah, but the Italians invented pizza, man. Come on. How can you go with the French? I remember I went to France. I went to a pizzeria once. And I didn't speak French.
I would like to point out that I still live in the swamps of Louisiana. If you want to see French, come hit me up.
No, is the French that's
we have
do they still
James is going to lose.
Yeah.
He needs aerial supremacy.
We don't
do they still speak French there?
Hey, Joker, you're gonna have to be careful about what you
So
say
is it
on
a little bit
now.
of Cajun French, yeah.
So is it the same as Canadian?
No,
is it the same?
no, not even.
Is it, oh my fucking God! Who is this muppet on the bottom?
As a Scottish guy just came on to say, it's gay-Jimmyism. That's why Jimmy is gay. It's gay Jimmyism. I put it in the chat, guys.
What is this guy
go
talking
fuck
about?
yourself. Big up the Scottish.
Joker, the Scottish.
Don't worry.
Yeah, big up the Scots. We're all big jokes, but it's gay Jimmyism. That's
They
Jimmyism.
speak English in Scotland.
Aye. The English guy kens you're gay, Jamie. I'm doing, lad. English guy kens you're gay, like the English guy kens Scottish, and he's calling you gay before I came over.
Have you been drinking buckfast in the morning, mate? Have you been drinking buckfast
Tell
in
me
the morning?
big fat poop. Tell me big fat poop.
No, he's been imbibing the deep fried heroin, Dave.
Bye bye.
He's been imbibing the deep fried heroin.
So basically, what happened there is what happens when every Scotsman walks into a room of people who speak decent English.
Culpacast, is the situation with Cajun French similar to the situation with Canadian French, where the version of French that you speak is about 200 years old?
It's completely isolated and nobody else speaks it at all. Yeah.
Is this game free, James? And can I battle you in it?
No, it's not free. What the heck?
I speak a very different French from what
Total War's not free. What are you talking about?
How am I supposed to know?
An offbeat child thing, as whereas
You don't
some
know
of
what
the
Total
French
War
and
is, though?
Canadian French is
like even a way we count like undo it.
All I know is I dominate it.
Oh, okay. We'll see about that. How about you buy the game?
Really? No.
Are you
Tell you what,
circling?
you should get Total War Warhammer 3 and dominate that.
Are you circling around these? Are these
Yeah, I'm
Ukrainians?
circling around these AI. They're AI. They're bots. So
Oh.
of course I'm circling around them.
Like, do you speak any French, Shiva?
Menage a trois.
I speak in a fake French accent very well.
So like you
Well,
speak in a
so,
Canadian way, like a Creole way would be like "Unda ela baku,"
Cordon bleu.
like
Hey,
"Unda
thanks
ela
for the
baku,"
membership.
which means like you're a joke.
You're a joke, yeah.
Oh, have you guys ever heard of Buckfast? Have you ever heard of it? It's called Buckfast. It's tonic wine, and it is a staple amongst the Scottish.
Are you
and
gonna
they
give
usually
it-
drink it in the morning, and it's a great. The effect it has is it will make a man like ramble like an old lady who's trying to remember her pension.
John,
when
you
she
can't
hasn't
ask
even-
a question and then not give us a chance to answer it. Dang.
That's Dave. By the way.
That's not Dave. That's John.
That's Dave.
No, that was Dave.
I am the Dave.
Oh, that is Dave.
I know when it's
That is me.
Dave now. I'm not making that fucking mistake again.
Where the hell is it
I
so
know
hard
So
it's
just to
Dave.
clarify, Josh is now confusing the English accent with an American accent.
I
Have
just
I
did the
understood that
same
correctly?
Wait, who's John? Oh, I thought that was John Barrett.
No, I
There's
just
no
did this shit.
John
bro.
in here, but John
I'll never do it
Morrison.
again. I promise. you.
Wait,
All right, hold on, I
Dave's
gotta
voice
turn.
was more.
See you later,
didn't realize.
Joker. Have a
Fuck,
good one,
okay.
Joker.
Sultry.
I don't know about you, mate.
Crazy.
Sorry, do you think your voice is
bloody-
sultry, Dave?
Crazy.
You just claim that
I'm
your
just
voice
trying to
is
be-
sultry.
You've got the sultry voice. I've got the sort of slightly
I won't ever
sarcastic,
make this
like,
mistake again.
gruff voice. But if we say sultry and then they get us confused again, it just adds chaos to the chaos.
I thought
I'm
this
never
was John
doing it.
Barrett the whole time.
The heck?
What the
I've
hell?
learned my lesson.
Josh.
They sound the same.
Josh.
I'm telling you, there's a difference. and you're gonna fuck it up.
I was talking to Dave
gentleman
earlier
on this
tonight. He doesn't
panel,
sound like he did
on
earlier tonight.
behalf of all Americans.
I don't know. I think I sound the same, but I don't know. I don't know why it might have changed my voice.
Well, anyway.
Oh my goodness, Josh.
Just if you end up seeing red.
You asked us, do you know what Buckfast is? It's a
Yeah,
thing.
sorry.
You gotta
Sorry.
learn. I wanted to try to figure out the riddle, man.
It's just a tonic wine that is very cheap, and all of the people I know who are Scottish and drink in the morning drink that.
I think that's a Mitch Hedberg joke. He's like,
And
you ever have
here's the
somebody
Scottish man
say,
back himself.
guess what I had for breakfast? Steak and eggs.
I'm
You
only,
gotta
I'm
give me
only,
a chance
I'm
to
only
guess.
asking. I only came back up to ask the Englishman.
I'll translate,
can you
guys.
turn,
I'll
can
translate.
you,
You're saying-
you
I'll translate for you.
turn,
No,
turn your
Let's
mic
do
down,
English
man.
there.
It's cracking up, bruv.
Right, one sec.
Englishman,
One
turn your mic
From my
down.
library.
It's crackling. It's crackling on the old bit YouTube.
How's that?
I can't
Is that
hear
better?
you. I
He
had
was
to come back
speaking
on and ask
audibly
Englishman
until you said
turn his
something,
mic
Dave.
down. And that's kind of fucked up for Jojo. The loudest Scotsman is coming on saying, Englishman, can you turn your mic down so you crack up so you don't
I'll
sound like a
translate for
stack
you guys. I'll translate.
Oh,
He's basically
how come
saying,
you guys
Listen,
get caught?
if you
do
can't
drink in
turn
the
your mic
morning,
down,
and I
you
very
just
much
sound
enjoy it.
Sassenach. Yeah, you sound Sassenach until you
Not
can
what
turn
he's
your mic
saying,
down.
He's saying he loves a
Yeah,
ball
yeah,
sack. He loves a ball sack, and he would do anything for a
Much
ball
love,
sack.
brother. Much love, my English
God bless
brother.
you, man.
Came my English brother. Came my Scottish guy.
Hey.
Loves his English brother. Cause
Thank you
we
This
for
is
have,
gonna give me a
we have
headache.
history. You
Thank you for
Yankees
having
are
me in
only
Scotland.
fucking free adults alive.
James, why are you doing this to us?
That's-
You fucking Yankees.
I found my
small
lighter. I can smoke a
Hey,
cigarette.
Joker,
Let's go.
calm down, buddy. Calm down.
I'm
yeah,
an American
James.
man.
Yeah, James. I only came on to fuck about it. I'll mute
Calm down,
myself.
You're giving
How come
JFA.
I'll mute myself, James.
Scottish people
Thank
are
you
called
very much for having
Scotsmen,
me in
and
Scotland.
English people are called
Because I live
Englishmen?
in Scotland. I live in Scotland, but I just want to thank the Scots people
And-
for
and
having
Welsh
Oh,
me.
you live in
people are called
Scotland?
sheep
I live in
shaggers.
Bournemouth,
Yeah,
you cunt. Big up the Borough Boys.
Hey,
Big up
Joker.
the fucking Borough Boys.
the Highlands, dude. Can you do me a
Hey,
favour?
listen, if you didn't care what the Butter Boys are, boys, if you didn't care what the Butter
my
Boys
boy
is,
Gail
if you
out.
look in England, the UK, you will find the most technical gangsters are
Gail's a
the
homie.
Butter Boys. Big up the Richardson, you fucking mugs.
Butter Boys?
We are the people.
What time do you sign on on Monday, mate?
I
We
will
are the
never
people in
leave,
Scotland that we're
Joker,
Catholic
calm
to.
down,
It
bro.
doesn't say
Joker, calm down.
Joker signs on to the dole on Monday mornings, and he drinks on Saturday until he does.
Have a bit of a tea and calm down.
Go and sign on, my boy, brother.
Oh,
Go sign
fuck off.
on.
I'm not a
Job
do you
centre.
dick.
Get down to Job
Listen,
Centre
I
and
might
get
have,
a slack bastard.
I'll be honest with you. Like, listen, brother. Yeah, you said you're in Scotland.
Yeah, I'm in the
I might
hills
have
at the
been
moment.
brought up. I might have been brought up in Broomhouse and Oxgangs, but I'm still a squaddy, and actually, I get paid. Yeah.
I have no
To
idea what
this
any of
day.
that means.
Yeah, no, fuck all what it means.
He's
Okay,
claiming to
why?
be a soldier.
Because you either have medals on your chest, you either got medals on your chest, or you're just a gimp civvy fuck. Ain't that right,
According to
English
you.
man?
isn't it?
Yeah, according to you. But those
Yeah,
who drink
according
in
to
the
me.
morning
You want to see the medals, boy? You want to see the
No,
medals?
not really.
Hey,
You want to
English
see? No, you don't want to see them. Okay, why?
mouth and let all this talk.
Calm down, Joker. Calm down.
This is what happens when you drink in the morning, boys. This is what happens when you drink in the morning.
No, it's not, guys. This is what happens when you're Scottish and you need to listen to some English fucking poof. You get a bit upset.
Well,
Why
innit?
is it
I'm
that you
calm
people
down.
up
To be
here are
fair,
all so
you
moody?
fucking
Hey,
staffer.
Hey,
Big up this guy.
Joker.
I think he's
Right, how long is this going to go on for?
Hey, hold on,
Jealousy.
everybody.
Just
Hold
pure
on,
jealousy.
everybody. Joker, man, you're gonna calm down. You're gonna.
Oh,
have to go,
Jalen wants to
bro.
go in the Discord. We're not even doing VK, Jalen. We're on James.
You don't wanna. You don't wanna calm
All right,
down.
Pully, they do. If you have got medals, yeah, I hope you didn't make them out of plasticine and ribbon. If they're real ones, God bless you and fair play for your service, my man. But yeah, just pulling your leg. God bless you in your buck fast this morning. Drinking in the morning's the best thing a man can do to look sane, sober, and intelligent. And you're doing a fantastic job. And the English sarcasm far outweighs the Scottish sarcasm. So read between the lines there, sir.
He's still backstage, but
He is. He's brimming with Christmas cheer.
That's fucking hilarious.
My heater's not working. Oh, it's on fan mode. Duh. That's why it's cold.
So for those who couldn't understand the Scottish, he was basically saying that the English, when they say butter boy, it means like somebody that's a newbie, that's untrained. It's usually a reference to like people who just get their like license, I think, if I remember right. So he's kind of just making fun of the fact that they
we get
don't
it,
know what
John.
they're doing. Yeah.
Well,
I will be honest though, the Scottish hills did make me. The hills did make me. The mountains in Scotland did make me, and they did make me more of a man. But you know, I could be more of a man and be drinking at this time in the morning and screaming on the internet like a lunatic, and that. But then that would make me far better if I could do that.
Oh, Jalen, if I make you feel
personally
left
do
out,
that.
Jalen, feel free to leave.
But before that crazy shit happened, Shiva, yes, the Cajun French is completely different from Canadian French.
I probably
Oh,
should
we
be
back
a
to an
part of-
actual conversation now, rather than.
Yeah, we're back, bro. It's
'Cause if you're
completely
a drown,
Oh.
you approach them.
I've got a question. Because I was writing this story. It's like an comedic anti-theodicy,
Yeah.
and something occurred to me while I was writing it. So I kind of snuck it in there, and I want to run it by the theists to see what they think. Can God do something evil?
no.
No.
No. So does God have free will?
Yeah.
Well,
But
God is God.
In order
It
to
doesn't- the will doesn't
have
really
free
matter.
will, don't you have to have the capacity to act unethically?
I would say
God is
evil is just
inherently
your
good.
concept of what evil is. God can do anything, and what you conceive as evil may not be conceived as evil to God. So, like, for
So
example, when
that then
Joseph's
means-
brothers sold him into slavery, he says,
Right.
"What you used as evil, I used as good." So like,
You also got to look at
then
short-term and
that
long-term.
means, doesn't that imply
it's not. You
that
can't even judge what is
doesn't-
good and evil, Shiva.
Yeah,
right?
but,
So,
but
well,
God,
no,
God is
we can,
inherently
Josh.
good. God is
We
inherently
can.
good,
Only
so
through
evil
the
is
law.
not even.
Only
No,
through
hang
the
on, hang
law.
on. We can judge what is good and evil.
Yeah, but
by,
God isn't in a
You
discussion
have the
with us.
illusion
no,
of thinking
wait,
you
wait,
can,
wait,
but you don't have
wait.
free will, right?
Let
Shiva?
me get. Well, wait, Josh. Wait. Didn't Adam and Eve
We do have free
eat
will.
the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil?
Yeah, and they had knowledge, but they weren't the
Right.
judges.
So therefore,
and the knowledge
therefore,
of good and evil is evil.
well, hang on. Wait. Therefore, we
They
know
weren't.
what is
We
good.
weren't supposed to have that because we don't have.
Yeah, but we do have it. Is the point that I'm making?
No, we
So
have the
we
knowledge.
know what is good.
We have the knowledge.
We know
of,
what is. We
right,
know
but we don't
what is
judge
good.
it. But we don't judge it.
Well,
We're
no, of
not the
course we
judges.
do. What do you think judging things is?
Everything that is judged by humans is judged appointed from God. So God appoints the judges who judge what's good and evil based off of God's laws.
No,
So he
right,
is the
yeah, but-
arbiter of what is good and evil and what is moral and immoral.
So morality is just arbitrary. Then it just depends on what God likes. If God likes theft, then theft
it's
is
just an
moral.
illusion,
We're
right?
meeting
You
her
don't
at the
even.
camp.
We don't even.
Sorry, guys.
Hey,
So, but
Elder
doesn't
Lion,
the principle
I'm
of
probably
free?
gonna call on the game because I'm about to probably fall asleep here. But do you want to take it over from
I
here
don't
and then
troll with
take
this.
over
Are
my
you crazy?
character?
This is the truth.
No, I'm lagging like hell, so I'll probably be done if you're done.
We can all call it.
Yeah, I just saved it, so we did a good start to do it, and then we'll just have to get together sometime and continue it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll argue with these two folks.
Well, I'll be on here too. There's only so much I can do. I can.
You're good, dude.
Yeah,
you're
so
good. I'm like, I can barely keep up as well.
Well, and it helps not having like a lot of side conversations when you're trying to play the game too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard.
The different
So
kind
I
of
saved it,
Discord,
and I'm gonna
Joker.
go
He
close it.
means like this.
All right,
Like
bro.
we're having a talk, a Discord, in a sense of talking.
No, y'all continue.
it's fine.
I'll jump in.
I'm talking about in reference to Jalen's comment.
I'm gonna jump in on Shiva and JS here because I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
Jalen, what kind of gay ass
Joker
question is
responded.
that?
So
Because at the end of the day, yeah, go ahead.
So it occurs to me like this is like it seems to me that actually we can judge what's good and evil, because if we can't, then you can't make the argument that we know right from wrong.
God is the arbiter.
If we know right from wrong, then we must be able to
So why do
judge
you
what
know
is
right
good
from
and what is
wrong,
not.
Shiva?
God is literally all good.
Why do you
It
know
doesn't-
Well,
like, it
because
doesn't
Adam
even
and
matter.
Eve, the reason that we know right from wrong, according to Christian theology, if
No,
I've
I'm
understood
not
it
talking about according
correctly.
to Christianity. I'm saying to
Well,
according
no,
to
but that's what I'm critiquing, right?
Okay.
Like that's what my original question was about.
Knowledge puffs
So
up,
we
but love
must know
builds
right
up.
from wrong.
Yeah, but you're
because-
missing the
you're thinking
inherent
Adam and
nature
Eve.
of God.
Right,
You're
right,
missing
but-
the
It's a
inherent nature of
blessing.
God according to Christians. That's what you're missing right now.
Well, okay.
And-
Does God ever proclaim His own goodness in the Bible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, he doesn't.
frequently.
Through Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ establishes God's goodness, and Jesus Christ in the Christian tradition is God.
Jesus proclaims God's goodness.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
And
does
Jesus
God
is
ever
God.
say, "I am good"?
So he doesn't proclaim it the way that you want him to proclaim it.
Well,
right?
that's
He's
yeah.
not saying full stop. I am good. However,
Right.
he does tell us
The Lord is good to all. He has
what he-
compassion on all he has made.
what
Psalm
he- what he
145,
loves,
verse
right?
9.
That's not Jesus' words, but that is
And-
still true.
I know
words.
you see
And
it that
so
way.
he
Are you
No one is
crazy?
good
But
except God
That's
alone.
not you're
But,
taking.
But is
your
that
free will
is
is
an
that
illusion.
God
Looking at the
speaking
rest
or
of-
someone speaking about God?
Okay,
I mean,
so
listen to what Jesus said, and he is.
No, I'll stand corrected there.
This is where you're
Yeah, no,
wanting
no,
to
I'm
take
with you
me
there.
to
No, you're
excuse
good,
me,
Dave.
but because you're trying to give an interior critique of Christianity while at the same time you're trying to establish something outside of Christianity. And so if you're trying to
I won't
Hang
come
on, what
around.
am I
Are
trying
you
to
crazy?
establish
Because I believe
outside of
that.
Christianity?
You're
I believe
literally
that my
Hey,
whole
quoting
life.
verses
Josh,
outside
doesn't he
of
say in
Christian.
Exodus?
And then I
Doesn't he
realized
say in Exodus
it was
that he'll,
all a lie.
I will cause all my goodness to pass in front of you, and I will proclaim my name, the Lord, in your presence. I will
Right,
have
but
mercy
that's
on
not
him,
the
I will have
same.
mercy.
That's not the same as him saying that he is intrinsically
You're still
virtuous.
y'all are
And
still both
I think
quoting.
this is a
You're still
similar.
both quoting
This
Old
is a
Testament. That's
this
not
is
No,
a
it's just a
similar thing
worldly.
to.
It's a worldly idea
This is
of
a
what is
similar.
good and evil.
This is, well, no, it's the idea that we must
still
have
not
of what is
quoting
good and
Christian
evil
doctrine.
because Adam and Eve ate of the fruit. And I think this is similar to free will. It's never explicitly stated in the Bible that God endows us with free
There is
will,
still Christian
only
doctrine,
choices.
but we're not
And I
even
think
talking
this is a similar thing.
No.
Humans say of God that he is good, but I don't think God ever says that he is good.
Well, when he prays to Moses, though, doesn't he not say that?
So what do you think is good?
What do I think is good?
Yes.
That which moves you closer towards Buddhahood.
Okay, so here's the thing. So
Buddhahood.
you're trying to define good from an outside external reference.
No, I'm not trying to.
No, are you
define
crazy? He's an author.
Trying to judge it by the standards of the
But
Christian
you have to
God
And
that
we
calls
are the
Bible, and
characters.
it
Right,
is
but
obvious.
well, hang on. I either
have to
know
define
right
good.
from wrong, John, or I
have
don't.
to
Yeah,
define
would you
good.
agree that that's a?
Well, here,
Hang on. Let's break this down. Let's break this down. I either. Would you agree? Would you agree, John? Well, no. You hang on. Let me ask my question, please.
Okay.
Would you agree?
A dictator dictates.
Would you agree that we know
to
right
people
from
who
wrong?
assume they have free
No.
will? An author already knows
Through
the
God-
destination of the
God
characters.
laws,
Inherently
right.
in our human nature, it's corrupted.
But so when Adam and Eve ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and evil,
Mm-hmm.
what did that do?
So with the meeting of the fruit of the good knowledge of good and evil, what happened was, as a result, sin came into the world, and that sin impacted not just them, but all of the world and everyone that descends from them. And so, therefore,
Jalen, I don't think you understand
even though
lighting.
they took of the fruit of the good of evil,
I've explained this to you
knowledge of good
1,000
and evil,
times.
because they have that knowledge,
Look.
and because they took it without
Now I look more
permission
pale.
is really
Now I
what
look
you're
bluish.
looking at, because it was something
Now
that
I
was
look
not
tan.
it was something they were commanded not to do.
Now I look pale.
Right.
Now I
Then
look blue.
they had knowledge
Now I look
of
tan.
a lot of different
Now I look
aspects of
blue.
life.
Now I look
And
pale.
that knowledge
Now I look
of those
tan.
things created
It's
in
called
them
lighting, Jalen.
this ability to sin. And so that's why
Created
knowledge in
mortality.
itself is not necessarily a good thing, because it has an impact on things. So then you've got the other thing, which is that as a result, as it says in the book of Isaiah, into my mother's womb I was born into iniquity. So what it says there is that as human beings, we're now flawed at our birth, and that so
Right.
to restore
Due
and
to
redeem
actions of
us.
somebody else. Does that not seem unfair?
You want to see another interesting
No,
thing,
it's
Jalen?
not unfair at
when I
all.
have
Go ahead, Jace.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I
you're
thought
fine.
I was muted.
was
I was
Josh.
talking to my
You're
chat.
fine.
I
Go
meant
ahead.
to talk
I
to my
interrupted
chat.
you.
My
I
bad.
interrupted you.
No, I was I thought I was muted. My bad. Go ahead.
You're good. You're good.
You're good, bro.
But so part of the
Now I'm
problem
blue.
is to assume that all Christians believe that they can know good.
Look at that.
And that they could obey it, or they
It's
could
lighting,
be
Jalen.
good people. In fact,
Now I look green.
much of the Protestant tradition is rooted in this understanding that human beings were so impacted by the fall and sin that we can't willingly choose to do anything good that's not tainted by our sin. So therefore, the decision of whether we do something right or wrong is immaterial, because it's all flawed based off sin. And the first example that I would use is Cain. Cain tries to do something that is good, pleasing to the eye of God. He's doing something, he's showing him honor in the material sense, but he's doing it also to one up his brother. He's doing it to try to earn favor in the
I
eyes
have
of
no
God.
desire to talk to you.
And God does not think of that as a good thing. And so
back to okay.
He's
Right.
the
No, I mean,
arbiter of
yeah,
what is
I'd
good.
agree with you that people inherently have mixed motives, and like altruism is mixed in with selfishness.
God doesn't, though.
Yeah.
God doesn't, though.
Well, okay. So then that leads me back to my original question, which was, if God is incapable of acting immorally, in what way does he have free will? Because those two situations don't seem to stand together. Like
But
if he has free will,
that means
he
every
must be
action
able
that
to
God
act.
makes is good. That's what
Right,
that
hang
means.
on.
That's all
If
it
he
means.
has free will, he must be able to act
No, that's not true.
unethically.
That's not true.
Hang on. Let me finish.
Okay,
There's an
okay, go
argument
ahead.
here.
Go
There's
ahead.
an argument. He must be able to act unethically, which means that he's not necessarily good. If he cannot act unethically, if his morals are determined by his intrinsic nature, then he can't be said to be making free choices. It's a contradiction.
If you're using your
Your perspective, that's completely understand. You're not understanding it from our perspective. That's what it is.
Yeah,
that's the whole argument, bro.
The whole thing about free will is
that's the law of
here's
it's a human philosophical concept that we've made up. This idea of free will, like
free will, is something that is only concerned with humans. Because here's the thing: what we're ultimately talking about is agency, and how agency works within choices, and how it works within. And then there's the other aspect.
So what if God doesn't have free will? What is it? This is just a thing that we've made up.
But God, it's not that God doesn't have free will or does have free will. It's immaterial.
He is will.
It's immaterial. We're told that that when he speaks, things happen. That there's power in his word. And so
right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I get that, but that's not what free will is pointing at, right? It's pointing at the ability to choose.
Free will doesn't matter. That's the point.
Free will in its makeup, and the way it's built up, is it forces you to make one or two choices.
Right. So does God make choices?
So
and what is free will, Shiva?
And when you're talking about
well, I think it's an illusion, Josh. But I'm in the minority
If it's an illusion, then think of it in God's perspective as an illusion, because that's what it is.
But philosophically,
it's the ability to make choices without any outside influence, right?
Or prior causal factors, yeah.
Right. So if God is the ultimate outside influence, then if I say God doesn't have free will, what's the problem there?
I think that has implications, doesn't it?
Like, how can an outside influence...
Like, what are you worshipping then?
What's outside of God? God is in
don't
everything. He's omniscient. He's everywhere all the time, in everything. So if so there's nothing outside of God. So what could outside, and he's all time. So what is what could be a pre-causal influence on God's will if he's all the time and he's everywhere?
I don't
know. There could be
no
outside
asking
influence.
me.
So from your perspective, God wouldn't have free will. And what's the problem with that?
That's an well, I suppose it's then, well, why are you worshiping him? What are you worshiping?
I'm worshiping the author.
His will.
Yeah, but why? Like, he's just an automaton, right?
Good.
He doesn't make choices.
Because it's good. It's
but he can't be said to be
humanized. Like.
He can't be said to be a moral agent then, because he's not making free choices, right?
How can you be an agent if you are the creator?
That doesn't make any sense.
He's a moral agent.
How can you be an agent if you're not an agent? How can you be the
Why doesn't it matter? Well, hang on. It must matter. Otherwise, it should be permissible to worship demons. If it doesn't matter whether the agent that you're worshipping is moral or not,
there's no logic there.
You can worship demons if you want.
God is not an agent. God is the creator. He acts for no one except through it. Yeah, he's the origin, so he cannot be an agent.
What do you mean he can't be an agent?
We are the agents. We are the agents.
That's all that exists.
He's said to act. Agents act.
You can't.
I'm not claiming that he's a representative.
But you can't claim to know the mind of God, and that's why God set down the law in the Old
Testament.
That
brings us
to well, if you let me finish, right? So when we fell into sin, as I understand it, now I might be wrong, okay, but when we fell into sin, God stated in Genesis, one will come, who will tread on the head of the snake and it will bite his heel. So people would say that is Jesus he's talking about, okay? The law was then paved in order for us to understand what happened to Jesus. So the moral law that was laid down in Exodus provided a pathway forward. so that when Jesus
So,
came,
okay.
we could understand.
Okay.
We could understand the nature of sacrifice and righteousness.
So that raises implications.
Okay, hold on.
It raises implications. One, for the ultimate objectivity of Christian morality, and two, if you're making the claim that we can't judge God because his mind is so different from ours, then you're shifting the morality of a given action from the action itself to the intention behind it, which is more in line with Buddhist thinking than Christian thinking.
And maybe Buddhist thinking is somewhat in line with Christian thinking.
Do you know what? Do you want to know what?
Buddhism
Do you know
predates
what?
Christianity,
Hold on.
so
Do you know
it
what
would be
Christian
the other way
thinking
around,
says?
right?
Do you know what Christian thinking says in Colossians 1:15? Christ is the visible image of the invisible God. He existed before anything else was created, and supreme over all creation. That's what Christians believe.
Wait, you said Buddhism predates Christian thinking?
It predates Christianity, yeah, by some
Does it
500
predate
years.
God?
It doesn't even matter.
Well, Buddhism denies the existence of a personal creator God.
Right, but Christian thinking says that God was there before we were there, before Buddha was there, before the idea of Buddhism was there, so it doesn't predate God.
Well, are you conflating Jewish thinking with Christian thinking?
No, we're conflating our way of life, our belief to yours. That's what you're
Hating
doing
the
right
same.
now. You're conflating yours to ours, so we're conflating ours to yours.
Do you think Christians don't believe in the God who created everything?
I mean,
So how
I've
could
often
Buddhism
heard the
create-
argument, Josh.
So if
I've
God is
often heard the
outside of
argument-
time,
Jesus
I've often heard the
separated moralism from righteousness.
I've often heard the
referring
argument.
to
Hang on, I
Buddhism.
have
We're
often
referring
heard
to
the argument from Christians on panels such as these that they don't follow the Old Testament because there's a new covenant.
That's not the Old
Right,
Testament.
so-
I just read you the
Yeah,
New
and I
Testament.
wouldn't listen
I
to
just read
anything
you the
those
New
Christians
Testament.
say.
Well, but
Yeah,
here's-
Christ
here's-
is the
here's-
visible image of the
here's the
invisible God. He
problem
existed
is
before
that-
anything was created.
Do you
Right, so that's post-Buddhism then, right?
It
Like,
doesn't.
this
I
is
don't care. I don't care.
But that's the conversation we're currently having, Copacast.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You keep
Yes,
referring
it is.
to
Keep
Buddhism as
up.
the reality of
Keep up.
everything and why morality
Jalen,
is the way
if you
it
keep being
is.
retarded
You keep
in my
referring to
chat,
your
I'm
own
gonna put you in
religion. We're referring
timeout.
to our religion and
You see I'm in a
expressing
panel,
the same
right?
concept.
The link to the panel
Okay, let
is
me
in the
let
chat.
me
It's
recap.
pinned in the chat.
Let me recap
No,
for-
dude,
for,
I've
for
been
you. The
listening
reason
to
why
the
we're
whole
now
time.
talking
That's what you're
about
Dumb. You think I'm going to
Buddhism
leave
is
this
because,
panel to just talk to you? I don't want
you
to
seem
talk
to
to
be
you. If you want to
implying
talk, get on the
Referring to
panel.
one of the
Buddhism
theists,
to
and I'm
explain
not
your
saying it
moral
was you.
worldview
I'm
just
not
as
saying
we
it was
are.
you specifically. I think it might have been Josh, in fact, or it might have been Dave. Even
Might have been me.
it was one of you. Yeah,
might
it
have been
seemed
me.
to be implying
I think it
that
was.
we can't judge the actions of God because God's mind is so different. So I made the point
Didn't
that
say
that
different.
shifts.
It's unknowable. It's unknowable.
know
It's
the point.
Right, okay,
indeterminable.
yeah,
It's
okay, right.
It's not. There's
So-
no difference because
so
God is the essence of everything.
ineffable,
So there can be no difference.
ineffable,
What does ineffable mean? Let me
ineffable,
look.
right? Unknowable.
gave you
So,
the same
Unknowable.
so,
Okay, cool.
so
And I don't
that
even
then
know what you mean
shifts.
by mind.
I gave him the same
That then
point.
shifts.
He's filibustering.
That then shifts the emphasis from the action itself to the intention behind it, which is in line with Buddhist thinking about
Okay,
ethics. which
great.
is
That's Buddhist thinking.
how we got
That's
here.
the point. You're giving us Buddhist thinking to explain your moral worldview, and we're giving Christian thinking to explain ours. How is that
I'm not
hard to
explaining my moral
Yes,
worldview.
it is, dude. Why would you even say that? What
Because
are you talking about?
one of the theists said, let me run this
You're
by you
giving
again.
another religion
One of the
worldview to
theists said,
explain what you
one
think.
of the theists on this panel said, Copacast, that we can't judge God's actions because his mind is so vastly different.
Great.
That moves the burden from the action to the intention. Do you understand that?
No, you're
What
using
if
your
we
own.
can't
What
know
the
the
fuck are you
intention?
talking about? No.
Right.
We
but-
can't
but-
know the intention. We cannot know the
But
intention.
then
That's
this
not
is
what
all
happened.
this is all still predicated on a faulty premise, which is that Christianity or the Christian religion is a moral system.
Yeah, we're not all moralists.
And so
And if you look at
there
look,
is a
sorry to
morality that
interrupt,
comes
John.
from
Sorry,
it
John.
because people do develop morality based off of religious views or off of objective world views that they hold or things that they believe to be objective.
Like the Pharisees.
But Christianity is not a moral system. And so when you look at one action and you say this, they're doing this, why is this being done? it seems to conflate with this. First of all, the whole assumption is based off of a moral system which you yourself find to be more moral than the wisdom of God or the truth of God, or however you want to say that. And so, of course, when you are trying to reconstruct it and look at it from an outside perspective, you're going to say, yeah, this says this and this says this. And I agree. If you come from it from a certain viewpoint, you're going to see a contradiction in what is being espoused. But is that because the Christianity is supposed to be seen as a moral system? Or if you look at it from its proper understanding, which is what is a God doing to deal with a creation that has rebelled against him and has caused division amongst themselves and God, and how he reconciles that. That's what Christianity is all about.
So, like, I think if I'm right in thinking,
rebel?
Well, just go back to what John said. Just going back to what John said, because you're a Lutheran, aren't you, John?
Yeah.
So you believe in salvation through faith and through grace. So, like, when we look at moralism, we can go back to the Jews who crucified Jesus and say, was crucifying Jesus a moral act? And that then proves that the law that was laid down, and that's why we had the new covenant, the law that was laid down paved the way to understand how that could be contradicted in the future, because a lot of what Jesus says contradicted what the Pharisees thought, and they in their right minds were being moral and righteous in their own minds. Is that correct? Or I'm clutching at straws here.
Yeah, no,
I'm a beginner.
I would say this, that a lot of what we see in early I don't want to use the word Judaism, because Judaism, as it is now known and as it's predicated, isn't as ancient as people say it is. So, at the time of when the Hebrews lived in what's that?
I was gonna say that's like saying that there's FLDS and LDS, or there's fundamentalist Christians.
No. Judaism, the way it has been since the 6th or 7th century, is a completely different. AD is a completely different creation from what it was.
Right, but is that because the original the Torah has changed? No, that's because people have changed.
Right, so and they added the Talmud to it, right?
Right, but so that doesn't mean that true Judaism isn't changed. That just means they made a false Judaism.
And I'm saying, but the thing that is now propagated as a Judaism is conflated with that older version. You know what I'm saying? Before all those inventions were. So, but my point is, if you go back throughout the Bible, every time God has made a covenant with people, it has never been through a moral system. It has never been through any type of legality. It's always been done through faith. So the Hebrews believed in God, and he promised to send them a deliverer. They had hope in that deliverer, who was Moses. And so that
he gave faith through the hardening of Pharaoh's heart.
And he was given a covenant, and he was told that he would be giving all these blessings. Now, part of the reason why the Mosaic law occurred the way it did is because God's people, his people, not Gentiles, not people who are his own people, as soon as they got free, as soon as God gave them everything they wanted, they turned their back on God.
They still complained.
And they created a false god. And so what the Mosaic law was supposed to do was, one, bring them back to the core, and it was also built on an idea that they had to follow these laws because they were already they had already broke a much deeper law, which is that they had blasphemed against God. And so that was the way in which, by their observation of the law, they were made holy. Jesus comes and says, I am now the arbiter of your holiness through me, through my sacrifice, through the things that I institute, through my commandments, through my word, but primarily through the gifts that I give of grace through my institution of the church, I have granted you now these things. And he warns against people who judge. He warns against people who falsely use the law. He warns against that. And so the point is throughout the entire thing, there's always been people who want to add things to what Jesus's work is that has nothing to do with Jesus. And so to try to think of Christianity in a completely, at first, a moral system, it's going to be a problem, because you're going to say he says this is bad and then he does this. How can he conflate the two? Well, but there's a reason why he asked the Jews to eradicate the Canaanites. He had a legitimate reason for why he did that. For one, he promised them, and you go, well, that's a moral system. He's letting them go in there to another country and wiping them out. But the point that is not being understood is that he appointed them for that purpose. And it was more of a test on them than it was about the moral decision. I know that sounds immoral. And
did God ever break any promises? That's another question. God has made so many promises. Right. When has God ever broken a promise? And then if you're going to look at moralism in that respect, if you're going to look at what being moral is breaking a promise ultimately moral or immoral?
I mean, is lacking fidelity moral or immoral?
No, I just want to look at this particular thing. Is if you make a promise and you break that promise, is that moral or immoral? Right. So let's just work at the base of it.
Yeah, and I'm using, what is a promise?
A promise is a statement of intent that is carried out.
And what is required to fulfill that promise? Fidelity, right? Fidelity to the promise.
I'm just looking at the promise, and I'm not sort of fractionalizing it into different areas and different things. I'm just looking at what is a promise in itself. And my question is, has God ever broken a promise?
It's a covenant.
I mean,
yeah, exactly. Culper.
Who knows? He's ineffable, right?
I should have answered.
How do you know?
According to
How
the
do you
Bible,
know?
God has never broken a promise.
Does the Bible record everything that God has ever uttered?
No.
Say that again.
But God has never uttered.
Then how do you know?
Okay, so what?
How do you know?
Maybe the way that Dave should rephrase that is,
thank you.
Through the things that he has revealed to us, he has not broken a promise that he has given to his people.
Right.
It's a really good book you should listen to, actually.
And so we know that he has not broken the promise to his people.
We don't know that.
But no, through the things that he revealed through divine revelation that is in the Bible. Now, I have no knowledge of anything said or done, but I don't think that anything that was said or done that's outside of the Bible comes to close to being as relevant as what's going on in the Bible. But again, it's hard to believe. It's hard to logically say that a God that is going to keep this promise wouldn't keep that promise. Now, just because he doesn't offer or fulfill people's promises that they ask for, he does tell us that he's not going to give us everything. Like, I mean, he will choose what promises, but when he makes a covenant with his people, and when you think about the Testament, the Old Testament is about that covenant that he made. The covenant that he made with Adam and Eve, the covenant that he made with Abraham.
Wait. This word covenant, the word covenant means a formal contract or agreement, correct?
Correct.
In order to have a formal contract or agreement be valid, what are the elements that you require?
You're going to say both parties have to agree to it.
Exactly. Yeah, there needs to be a meeting of the minds, right? That's one of the elements.
Right.
There is. In order to have a meeting of the minds, you need to be able to negotiate terms. It's fundamental. And one cannot negotiate terms with God.
So is that a legal definition? Is that a legal definition, or is that a religious definition?
You're looking at you're looking at a legal aspect of covenant, and
the law of man, not the law of God.
That's not.
It's a contract. You agreed that a covenant is a contract.
That's not.
Yeah, we agreed.
You agreed.
We agreed in language, but I think what you're doing is you're putting a legal covenant as it's seen under the law of a meeting of minds.
All right, okay, let me ask again. What is a covenant?
A covenant in what context? In a legal, a historical, political, or in religious?
In the context that you are using the word, what is a covenant?
Covenant.
It's a promise.
It's a sacred agreement between
promise.
God and humans.
It's a promise.
An agreement.
on our
Okay.
side-
What do you
Sacred
need?
agreement.
Right. Okay. What do you need for a sacred agreement to be a valid agreement?
Everyone has to accept the terms.
Yeah, and then if God doesn't break the
everyone
terms,
has to accept the terms.
You're
Right, so that's
misconflating
like
something. You're misconflating something.
So that's a meeting of the minds, yes?
Yeah,
In
no, you're
legalese, yes.
misconflating something.
But see, but
No,
here's what
not
you're
in
missing.
legalese. Like
saying-
in a sacred
You're
agreement.
misunderstanding a core.
If I can't
you can't know
negotiate
the
the
sacred.
terms,
Shiva, you can't know
Yeah.
the sacred, so you can't define what
Promise
is
is
a
a
sacred
better-
agreement.
Promise is a better understanding.
Promises are better, but covenant is still the word.
No,
and
but I
he's
mean,
missing
promise is a
authority.
better definition of the word
Of
covenant
the religious
here.
understanding
Yeah,
of covenant.
exactly.
Josh is correct there.
Sorry,
So,
bro.
but the
I mean,
point-
promise I have much less of an issue with
right
linguistically.
So the whole idea of the promise
ahead.
is that the promise is, so for example, the promise that Adam and Eve had with God was that he would send them a Messiah to redeem them from their sins. The promise that he gave to Abraham is that if he was faithful to him, he would bless and multiply his heirs, which is why we call him all Father
Right.
Abraham. Okay. He had a promise to the Hebrews who were in captivity that he would free them from the yoke of slavery. And then all of these things stack up to what God is ultimately doing, which is that he chooses, first of all, in every occasion, does God, from the biblical perspective, God does not have to make a promise to his disobedient children. But he does, and that shows his love, that shows his goodness, that he's willing to fulfill that. And so the reality is that when Jesus comes, he talks about, I didn't come to abolish the law. What does that mean? He's saying that I'm not here to say that law no longer matters. What I'm saying is that you're no longer saved by the law, right? And you're saved by me. I am the means in which of your salvation comes. Now, you're right. There has to be an agreement. And here's the agreement you have to accept. You have to acknowledge your sinful nature. You have to acknowledge your depravity. You have to acknowledge that you need Jesus Christ. And if you can't accept that, then you won't see the benefits that Jesus gives you, because he's not just freeing you from eternal damnation. He's not just freeing you from your sin. He's also giving you new life in himself. And he does free you from a lot of things that cause you a lot of problems in this world if you follow him.
So would you agree that an agreement in which you can't negotiate the terms is in fact an edict?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you believe that if I came by and I saw you struggling, and you were like, let's say you were swimming or whatever, and you had like a cramp or something, and you start drowning, and I come by with a lifeboat and I say, here, take my hand. Could you see that as an edict? Yes, you could.
Right. No. That's not. Sorry. No. That's a false equivalency. Sorry. No. Because in that situation, you're not forming an agreement with the person. You're just acting. Right. The argument seems to be.
So you're talking about an obligatory covenant, but God's covenants are promissory covenants,
Yes.
which focus on the relationship between a suzerain and a vassal. We are the vassal. God is the suzerain or the authority.
And not only that, but it's also predicated more on what he does, and our response comes from believing that what he tells us is true. So when you hear his words, when you believe what he tells you, then you do come to repentance. You do to acknowledge your sin. You do acknowledge all. That's a natural state. And if you don't if you don't acknowledge those things, or if you're struggling to acknowledge those things to a point where you don't believe it, then you really haven't accepted the terms, because to acknowledge that, and the way I would say it is, it's not just, well, okay, an obligatory thing. It's that I know that without Jesus Christ, I am dead in every way. I am dead in my sins. I am dead in my sinful nature. I am, and I'm dead in my heart. I'm dead. Everything you could say. So to me, when I hear what he says or what he did for me and what his purpose was for that, yes, there is an acknowledgement on my part that I have to have faith. But I do believe that for those who respond to that, they are given the wisdom which seems to evade man about why that is. And unfortunately, there's no argument that could logically make it make sense. It's just something that has to be taken on faith. And that's why I do think when we try to debate these issues, sometimes both sides make categorical errors, and trying to conflate them or compare them to something. And that's why
fair.
I don't like myself, Shiva, to engage in apologetics, because I don't think apologetics is the way to evangelize.
That's fair.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
because you're making
suppose...
you're making good logical points. I understand where you're coming from. I understand your thinking on this, and the eternal.
You're doing apologetics right now by reasoning this out with him, though.
No, I'm not. I'm just giving my story. I'm just saying what I'm trying to answer his question to what he's saying.
But that is apologetics, trying to when people like Shiva, when like atheists and things have problems with the Bible, or they see contradictions, and you try to reason it out with them and you try to justify things, that is apologetics.
No, I'm just trying to explain why to his question why that issue would be. To me, apologetics is people like William Lane Craig and people trying to debate evolution and stuff like that to prove God, right? To me, apologetics a lot of times is Christians dying on a hill.
I would be an apologetic then.
What's that?
I would be an apologetic.
Well, and that's fine. I don't care about
that. No, apologetics could just be when somebody says, well, I've seen Christians do all these horrible things, and then you start talking to them and you say, well, this is why
there is an apology. You're giving a defense for what.
No. That's not what apologetics is.
But the
style it is. It's justifying people's disagreements with Christianity.
Well, yeah, that's true, but like, it's not just like
what's justifying people's. What do you say?
It's when people have these disagreements with Christianity, or they see contradictions, or they see problems with it, and you reason it out with them, and you explain to them, well, this is why we see it this way, and this is how we work through this, and we reason it, and we justify it. That's apologetics.
I see what you're saying now.
Yeah. I mean, you're debating your worldview. That's
right.
Okay.
And it doesn't even have to be so much debating. Like,
you're right. You're right.
It's more like trying to explain yourself. So it's like
you're right that there's a form of apology given in that sense, like that it is that. But to me, there's a formal understanding of apology.
There is a religious and there are students who there's a degree in this.
They study it. Yeah.
Yeah. This is apologetics is a degree.
It would be like if you didn't take out the trash. And your wife says, why didn't you take out the trash? And you say, well, listen, this came up and I got sidetracked.
I understand what an apology is.
Yeah, that's not what
What I'm saying is why I don't classify myself as an apologist is because that's somebody who makes an active choice in debating issues about Christianity, or debating, especially with issues like six-day creation or evolution or anything like that. And that's not what I'm doing, and that's not what I'm about. Now, I can only give him. I'm trying to be good faith with Shiva because I'm trying to give him a point of view, and yes, there's an aspect of it that is an apologia, but it is not in the formal sense, is my point. And I don't believe in
Creative witch.
formulaic.
My path is only ever attacked by Christians.
Formulaic.
You know, we read
Formulaic
Exodus
forms of
21 the other day.
apologetics,
You know what it says in
because I
Exodus
think
21?
that misses the point.
I
Right?
believe it's verse
That misses the
18,
point.
if I
So,
remember right.
from my perspective, before I go, and this
Because
is
you
like
should
again,
not
it's
suffer
quite
a
basic.
witch to live.
But the one thing that brought me the most terror and the most fear
I'm
in
sorry.
my life was when I actually
definitely
realized
would
that I
not
was on this
support
giant
a second
sphere,
Crusades
turning
or a
around
second,
360 degrees and then going
Salem
around the
witch
sun.
trial.
And when I tried to think about how this was happening,
If we
what
ever
my
have a
relationship
Salem
was,
witch
it
trial
just brought me nothing
2.0.
but terror. And from that notion, I realized that
Maybe
there was
we'll give you
something
a
far
pass,
beyond
Creative Witch,
me
'cause you
that I
seem
was
all right.
powerless, essentially, to change. And if there's going to be an edict, it is. Well, there's an edict
That's
that
why the
I
witch
can't
trials, yeah.
call it from authority, but there is
I know.
something that means the sun must the sun must come up. We need the sun. We can't fathom the outer reaches of the universe, and our knowledge is just a speck in terms of what
If we
is
do
out
Salem
there.
witch trials
So for me, I
2.0,
realized that somebody created
I'll
or
put in a
something
good word for
created
you.
this,
Creative
and
witch.
the fact that I exist, I owe to this particular creator. And from that, I must serve the creator because I could do nothing else but serve it. Everything's an edict, essentially, you know, in my opinion. And that terror and that fear turned into faith because there has to be a reason. There has to be a reason that everything was created. There has to be a reason why the sun goes around the earth and we're the only planet in so many millions of like light years that has life on it that we know about.
Whoa. That's an extraordinary claim.
I'm not claiming anything. But all I'm saying is I know that I know nothing, and all that I understand is that nothing in our brains could ever fathom the wonder and mystery of what God is. You know, so I'm just
that's not what I was contesting. I was contesting the claim you made about life.
Oh, which one's that? Go on.
That
we're the
there
only
are no
planet.
planets. Yeah.
With people, I should have said sentient beings, but my
What
that's
you
an extraordinary claim.
What you want to say is of
Well,
complex
do you know of any?
life forms. Complex life forms.
Well, no, but hang on, Dave. Saying we don't know if there is life on other planets is a very different proposition from saying there is no that we know there is no life on other planets.
That we know of.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Maybe I missed that we know of.
Yeah,
I might have phrased it differently, but my brain is still. I'm still on the THC
and that's why
I'm
I
off the
also say
THC. My
complex
brain's still
life
mush.
because yeah, sure, bacteria can exist on other planets, but as Dr. Guillermo Gonzalez says, there's yes, there's a lot of planets. Yes, there's a lot of space. Yes, there's a lot of these things, and yes, there's a possibility, but you have to look at the probability. And when you examine the odds for how complex life, all the things required for complex life forms to actually exist, you realize it's more sparse and rare than actually what people think it is.
And I realize how special we are.
And so we either have to believe that we are a mathematic I can't say the word.
Anomaly.
Thank you. And or you have to, or you have to acknowledge that we, are something special.
Well, no, I mean that's an extraordinary claim, and the reason why I think it's an extraordinary claim is because, like, we can only just about detect exoplanets. Like, we can only just about detect them. So ascertaining whether there's any sort of life, complex or otherwise, at the moment, that's just a non-starter.
No, we have the James. Well, even if it's just recently, we have the James Webb. It can see very, very far.
Yeah.
We don't see evidence of.
Yeah.
Like if we see these galaxies with planets in them that are, I don't know, however many hundreds of billions of years older than ours, then why don't we see what are they called? Why don't we see the rings around them, the solar, like we're building a network of solar panels in space right now, why don't we see?
Right, yeah. You're talking about the Fermi paradox, aren't you?
Yeah.
So if there were advanced civilizations,
we'd see some evidence,
especially civilizations that are more advanced than ours, then they should leave some sort of energy signature
That's
that
what
we
Elon
can
Musk believes. That's his
detect.
idea.
Have you heard of a Chinese science fiction author called Liu Cixin? I might be mispronouncing his name. He wrote a trilogy called Remembrance of Earth's Past, and it's about an alien, like a war between Earth and an alien species. And he has a hypothesis in the middle book, which is called the Dark Forest. And this hypothesis, I think, it's a kind of hand waving away of the Fermi paradox, but it's also a central plot point in the book. And so the Dark Forest hypothesis is that essentially there are two types of civilizations in the galaxy, right? You have civilizations that are good at hiding and are very aggressive, and then you have ones that are not. And the ones that are not get wiped out. And the reason why we can't see the others
they have
is
some
because they're
cloaking
essentially
technology.
Well, yeah, because they're essentially hunters in a dark forest, and so the hypothesis is this: imagine you have a hunter in a dark forest, and he's wandering through the forest, and he encounters another hunter, right? And there's limited resources, so that's going to be an issue, and also the rate of technological explosion is also an issue, right? And
But isn't
so
that
when
more
this
of an
hunter-
extraordinary claim than to say that there's
Yeah, I
nothing
think
out
that
there?
is a more extraordinary. and I think it is also
it's science
more
fiction.
far-fetched than the idea
Hang on,
that,
it's science fiction, just a sci-fi fiction.
okay.
Like he's not proposing this as
Right.
but it's an interesting hypothesis, right? It's like because
But
if
I
you look
mean,
at
but so are
civilizations
aliens.
on-
Aliens are
but we've had people that have
yeah, well, so is God. I mean,
that
you
have
know,
looked
these
at
are
the
all
mathematical
extraordinary claims.
equations
It's
and
not
have
science
told
fiction.
us,
It's
have
you
told
could
us how hard it is to find sustainable life.
Shiva's speaking to the wisdom rather than the actual like fact of the matter. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's
he's
true.
subtracting what's the
I
what
understand
would the
that's what
word?
he's doing, and he can do that. I'm just
it
saying.
would actually be the opposite
for
of science. You
me-
could say it's
for me,
philosophical
I
or
think
theological.
What
philosophy.
Guillermo Gonzalez proposes is the idea that the fact that when we look at the rigorous requirements that it takes to have sustainable life, and the fact, and unless you believe that the galaxy and the universe act in completely different ways than the knowable universe and galaxy that we are a part of, it would stand to
Well,
reason
yes.
that those things which are essential to sustaining complex life would be equally applied. And when you realize that the universe and the galaxy are a very hostile place, it's very hard for sustainable life to live in places, because you always, whether it be planets that have bombardments with asteroids or whatever, right? And this becomes an understanding. So what we have to look at is the mathematical equation. And I think when you look at the mathematical equation, the probability of complex life is far
Is
less
it non-zero?
is far less likely. Doesn't mean there's not possibility. The probability,
Right.
given
Mhm.
the extreme factors that are needed for sustained complex life to exist.
Can I just say real quick?
Think about it this way
to a
before I
point
go
that you
into it.
raised to a point that you raised a minute ago. Yes, I do think that the universe is vastly different from what we can observe, purely based on the fact that we can the vast majority of it, something like 95% of it, we literally cannot see.
So you don't
Like,
think
we
the laws
can't-
of physics would apply there, laws of gravity? And
So,
well, I
I'm gonna dash,
don't
guys.
know
Can I just
because
chuck
we
something
can't.
in there?
We
Just let me
can't.
chuck this in there briefly, and then I'm going to dash because I'm going to take my wife for a coffee. But the way I figure this is, imagine you have a 1,000 piece jigsaw puzzle, yeah, and it makes this picture. Let's imagine that the Earth in its state now is this jigsaw puzzle that's made. It's a lovely picture, yeah. Imagine you take that jigsaw puzzle and throw it up in the air. Okay, what are the chances of that all landing back down in that complete picture? That would be my notion and my thought on it. Exactly, and it's like,
very slim.
So how does a picture come to be like this? And that's just my question. But gentlemen, can I just say, absolutely riveting conversation.
Watch
As
the
usual,
chair
I've made
chat.
myself out and look and sound like I am, which is highly ignorant, and I've got more to learn. But thank you but thank you for all of your input, and thank you for giving me tons to think about. I'm grateful for all of you. God bless you all.
Have a great day, bro.
Appreciate
it. God bless you, Shiva. God bless you, James, Elder, Josh, Culper Cat, and Tariak's at the bottom there looking around with his little leprechaun hat. So God bless you too, man. You have a lovely little day, man. And take care. And
You too, bro.
I want your lucky charms, you little fucker. I love you, man. Take
You'll
care.
never get me lucky charms and me pot of gold.
God bless you all. Take care. Have a wonderful day.
Me lucky charms.
You as well, bro.
Can I just say real quick, James, are you playing as France?
Yes.
Yeah, and,
Yeah, one sec. Do you not know how to play as France?
Question of the panel, isn't it? This is the question of the panel.
James, if you're playing as France, you do realize you're supposed to surrender. Like that's how you play as France.
Yeah. Do you know you have to invoke the code, because you notice how they have brown pants. I don't know if it shows it in this game, but I think it does. But a lot of the French uniforms, they had brown pants, and you know why, of course, don't you?
But the enemy doesn't know when they shit themselves.
So the enemy doesn't know when they shit themselves. Yeah. So you have to have that code in there. And then also, let's just say, again, why the hell would you be France?
Yeah.
Because that's what the game is about. It's about France.
No, it's not.
I mean, I do like Napoleon, but
back to the topic.
Napoleon's the bad guy.
Napoleon.
Of course.
Napoleon. Back to the
there you go. There you go.
Back to the topic itself, though. Like, are we making the claim? Is basically the question, because I joined late. Apologies, fellas. We like talking about like the beginning of the universe, or like what caused the universe, or because I'm kind of lost in terms of that.
No. We're talking about why we can't detect life on other planets, like the Fermi paradox.
Go for
I've been having this conversation. I was letting them go.
So like in terms of, like, for example, like a theory would be like, oh, like the like one theory for aliens is that like they're so far advanced and the cloaking technology is so far superior that we actually can't detect them, kind of thing. But that theory itself is unfalsifiable, then you can't falsify it. So like you can't kind of count it as a theory, but that in of itself ignores the logic of the situation where, for example, in animal habitats, humans cloak themselves, so animals can't. Like National Geographic, for example, you think about that, how they get the pictures and all the shit. They're able to send in like these like cameras and all the shit that are cloaked in the environment and all that kind of shit, so they're able to get up and close person with the animals. So we know that like that methodology, let's say, works itself, but just because a theory is unfalsifiable does not necessarily mean it's untrue. It just means it's unscientific.
But how many animals notice humans and run away and see them and get away from them?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, in the instances where the animal is fooled, like those animals themselves would not believe, let's say, if in their little minds or whatever, that humans would exist.
Okay, one other thing to what Shiva was saying. So if this is and I know he's just talking about a science fiction book, but so if there's this idea that there's planets that are not good at hiding themselves and planets that are good at hiding themselves, why haven't we seen any of these other planets that aren't good at hiding themselves?
Because they get exterminated. So in the story, the way it works is that civilizations like ours that are noisy, i.e. they can emit radio waves and try and make contact and all that kind of stuff, because the other alien species don't know how dangerous we are, in order to ensure their survival, they have a strike first policy. So you just wipe them out, and then you don't need to worry about them.
So all of them have been wiped out except for us.
No,
it's the paradox, right?
they're hiding.
Yeah.
So they're good at hiding.
But
so
it's only a
of the
paradox.
methods-
It's only a paradox if
one
we
of the-
assume there are alien
Yeah.
species
Yeah,
out
yeah.
there.
So
It's
one
not-
of the
it's not a paradox if we just say they're
methods-
not out there. That we're the only ones.
No,
one of the methods that the author proposes in the story is the slowing down of the speed of light. Using magic technology, of course, because it's science fiction. If you've not read it, if you like science fiction,
You said it was Chinese.
seriously, these are amazing books. The first one is called The Three Body Problem, which was adapted by Netflix last year into a series called Three Body, I think. The middle book is the Dark. Yeah, the middle book is the Dark Forest, and then the last book is Death's End. If you like kind of hard science fiction, I
do.
recommend them without reservation.
Yeah, but my reading list is so long right now.
Mine is too.
I mean, I'm reading like 5 books at the moment. It's fine.
I'm trying to read
you've
that.
got until you die.
I'm trying to read that book I was trying to enable you to read, bro.
I know. I never used to read multiple books at the same time. I never liked doing that all my life. I would just read one book at a time. And now currently I'm reading like 5 books at the same time and not getting through any of them because I don't even spend that much time.
Can I put a game code in James's game so I can be Russell Crowe from Master and Commander and just wreck his shit?
No.
Talk about good books. Those are good books.
One of the books I'm reading at the moment is God, Freedom, and Evil by Plantinga, who's a kind of Christian apologetic philosopher. And I've been trying to wrap my head around his modal ontological argument for God. Are you guys aware of that?
It's one of the tougher ones. I did a thing.
Well, it is until you realize
a maximally good God.
Yeah.
If you can imagine a maximally good God in a possible universe, then it would be a necessity. And if it's a necessity in one universe and he's maximally good, then he would inherently be necessitated in all universes.
So
right? Something
the
like
argument fails for a couple of reasons. One is that the first premise actually should be a conditional. It's like an if-then statement, right? But it's not communicated as an if-then statement.
What's his name?
And so
Plantinga. It's not my favorite. It's not the most compelling. It's not my favorite argument for God, but it's.
What's the author's name of the book?
Plantinga. Plantinga.
Okay, that's what James said. I'm sorry.
Alvin Plantinga.
Okay.
And also it hinges on the meanings of the word possible and necessary, which in this mode of logic don't mean the same thing as we take them to mean colloquially.
Plug myself. I did the argument for God series, and the modal argument, that was one of them.
You've said that a couple times.
The reason why I'm aware of the argument is because there's an English atheist.
But now there's two more.
YouTuber
Well, I
called-
never covered the transcendental, and I never covered the contingent arguments, and so now I got to go back and add to it.
There's an English atheist YouTuber called Alex O'Connor who got ChatGPT to agree that
to God
exists.
using the modal.
Yeah.
But he
had
has
to
good
work
arguments
quite hard, though.
against it. So he was talking about if you had a maximally great pizza.
Yeah. Well, I think Plantinga more recently has said that he doesn't think it's a particularly strong argument himself. Right?
No, it's not my favorite one, and it's very confusing. It's not a convincing one if you're gonna talk to it to just a regular like atheist person or somebody who just, oh, you're Sky Daddy. You're not gonna convince them with that.
No, not at all.
Yeah, but you're not going to convince a lot of people when they come to you with that derogatory term of Sky Daddy. I mean, they're already.
It's already bad faith. Yeah.
That's not necessarily bad faith, but there's already a hostile position. So the idea, and this is one of the problems with apologetics, is we assume that an argument will convince someone of truth because
I agree with that.
Because arguments usually can in most other forms and fashions, but if you look at something else, like just use it outside of the religious aspect, for example. If you go to a place where a certain cultural edict is in place that prevents them from like going to dentist, right? So telling them that, brushing your teeth or, whatever that might be, right? If they see that position to be already hostile. So the whole idea of the argument is that, well, you could take a good-natured, welcomed, open person, and most people who engage in debates, they're not really engaging in a debate from an open position. They're more advocating for a position. And so what you end up happening is people are balkanized on both sides. And that's why when you see, and I see it all the time, like when it comes to liberals or conservatives, when they see like the debates or something, or they see like a YouTubers, they'll say, well, yeah, that guy got owned. And it's like, you don't see it. Or the other guy's like, oh yeah, the other guy got owned. And it's like, and so all you've done is you've done the pageantry of putting together a good argument. Now, again, to me, the more interesting thing is why someone is hostile to God, if they are hostile to God, and acknowledging that the atheist position is in itself a oxymoron, to sort of speak, because really
the antithesis.
Yeah, I mean, because really, to be non-believing of God, or to be
determinism is not gay.
To completely deny it or whatever.
I determined
is more of
it.
an agnostic position, but I think
You
a lot
couldn't
of
have determined.
No.
Sense,
Could you have determined anything
That's a
different,
category
Elder
error.
Line?
No,
I don't think
It's a
you could
category
have.
error. Sorry, it's a category error.
In the militant
And
sense,
you determined the chair is
they
based.
are.
But that's determinism.
They're not.
It's a category
So
error.
you contradicted yourself.
Agnosticism is not related to belief.
Elder Lion.
Look,
I got a.
Okay. I don't know
Hold on,
whether
let me
there's a
turn this
God,
down for a
right? So in that sense, yes, you could say
Elder Lion. I'm working on. Right now, I'm working on my prohibition debate with Wally. I'm gathering my sources, and I gotta. I kind of am constructing an opening right now as we speak. That's what I'm doing on the side right now. But also, I already have all my research for free will gathered, so I don't have to gather research, but I want to make a new opening other than the one that I used on John. And I got something. I got the hitter, boy. I got the hitter, boy. Oh, boy. I got the hitter of the opening. It's going to be a more fun opening. Instead of my nerdy openings where I get real, like, smart and I'm not gonna do that. It's gonna be a hitter, boy. I've determined that I'm gonna win.
And I find that most people that I know that are more,
and I don't even know when it's gonna happen. But thank you for the super chat.
More of an agnostic position than they are of an atheistic position.
Yeah, and I'd sort of be inclined to agree with that. Although I'm the same with science. I'm largely agnostic. Like if you ask me how the universe started, my answer is, well, I don't fucking know. I will take the science position provisionally until a better concept comes along. What I kind of find interesting about the whole argument thing, because I'd be inclined to agree with you.
Because would you also agree with me too that it's hard to find when you're dealing with theists or you're dealing with people who have dogmatic positions, that they're not going to, because of their dogmatic position, the likelihood of an argument that's based in what you consider to be legitimate objective truth is going to not land with them as well.
Well, it sort of depends. I find that it depends on how clear I'm communicating my position. I have in the past made arguments that at least have made theists kind of pause for thought. But I'd be inclined to agree with you that using like logic and reasoning and argumentation, a theist is highly unlikely to convert an atheist to Christianity. Like I'm highly unlikely to be persuaded by an argument. What would persuade me is something that's never happened, which is a personal experience of God. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm open to that. I'm open to God revealing Himself to me.
Right. You just haven't found that at this point in your mind.
Do you have any kids, Shiva? Oh well, never mind.
No, I chose no. I realized as a young
And I'm not saying
man,
that's like a guaranteed you're gonna, because there's a lot of people who have
no,
kids.
I realized as a young man that if I'd procreated, I'd have just produced a little psychopath. So I chose.
I don't
not
have
to.
a kid, bro.
Yeah. No, I know there's people who don't have kids who believe in God, and there's people who have
Yeah.
kids who don't believe in God. But I was just gonna say, seeing something like that, like life come into the world, would that be like, what kind of experience are you looking for?
Well, hang on. I've seen life come into the world.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like a personal experience of God. Like people have a.
I'm just trying to think of an example of something that
but people claim to have a relationship with God, and presumably in order for that to happen, God would have to reveal themselves to that individual in some fashion.
I don't necessarily
In what
refer
way
to
do you
it
think
that
that has to be? Do you think it directly? Because if that's the case, then
No, I mean, I don't imagine that it has to be, you know, to use a particular meme, a kind of bearded face in the sky saying, "Hey, Shiva, it's me, God." Like I'm,
Right,
but,
And I
you
just
know,
don't refer
some
to it
sort of
as
experience.
Right.
The way
Like
you mean
what I mean
relationship,
is
I don't
some
mean
sort of experience that I can only interpret as some form of divine intervention, and that just hasn't happened.
And that's why I believe too that really until someone encounters God, they can't come to God, and they can't in their default state believe in God, which is why I don't like
St. Paul.
These ideas of these people, like these Christian nationalist types who want to try to shame people or use the law as a bully whip to and say, well, if we could just get rid of their Coomer ways, we could make them decent, moral people. Well, again, they're missing the point.
I disagree with you there, but I get it.
Yeah. So, because again, the whole point is the way in which one comes to God.
What's that got to do with Christian nationalists?
Well, because that's what Christian nationalists say is one of the things that a lot of them will say. A lot of them that are more, you know, obviously.
If you don't love America, you can get the hell out.
Look like we got ourselves a liberal here, boys.
I get what you're saying, dude. I'm just like,
yeah,
you know.
I'm saying that forcing people or trying to find an external method of convincing them of the truth of God without having that divine.
I don't think necessarily like that's what, as far as Christian nationalists, I don't think that's what they're trying to do. I think they're just trying to create a culture that is focused on God and hoping that people fall into it once they do. I mean, that's
right, but that's the thing. They're hoping people fall into it. Why?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with
because
creating
it's culturally the dominant thing, right?
But I mean, I would hope, yeah.
Well, so then what makes someone a Christian then would be cultural.
I mean, if that makes them Christian, I think that's a good thing.
Okay, but
are they Christian if they don't accept Jesus into their heart?
But are they being Christian in a doctrinal sense, or are they just being culturally Christian?
I mean, you have to
because remember. Let's just remember. Let's go back to history here. During the Spanish Inquisition, there were probably a lot of Jewish people and a lot of other people who were part of that. But there are a lot of them that became members of the Catholic Church, not because they believed it, but because they.
I mean, that's not.
Yeah.
But that doesn't.
It's not the
and
same.
You know, the
I
interesting
know,
thing.
I'm
the
not
interesting
saying the same thing, but it's
people wanting
Hold on, fellas,
Christ
hold
to
on.
be in the center of. I'm sorry. What's up, James?
I just need to address this comment. I know he's a Muslim because I've seen him before in here. Well, according to the Bible, yeah, that'd be a no.
Okay.
That he has to die in order to be in order for us to be saved.
You know, the interesting thing about the Spanish Inquisition is that people did expect the Spanish Inquisition because they gave 30 days notice when they were coming.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a Monty Python.
I love Monty Python. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Yeah.
She was trying to bait me in again. That's what's going on.
No. He was making a joke about. Have you ever seen Monty Python?
He's making a multifaceted
flying circus.
Yeah.
That's what he's referencing.
I get what he's referencing. He's making a multifaceted. I get you.
Yeah. So my point is, I understand there are people who would prescribe that if you just, give people God and apple pie and and then it will have like this cultural renaissance of people remember that, give me that old time religion kind of fervor spirit. But I personally don't think that's what that to me is what we had and we lost it. And what wasn't just because of communist or degen liberals that the reason why it was lost is because if your Christianity is based in a cultural edict and not a personal relationship, then it's going to be dissuade whenever the culture changes.
I mean, I would argue the Western world never really established that.
What are you talking about?
Like what a cultural edict was. I don't think they did.
What are you talking about? Yes, they did.
I mean, the Protestant, like as far as the Protestant religion that dictates the Western world, I don't think they clearly established what they believe.
But you do realize that the majority of our Western culture comes from the Roman Catholic Church and its influence in Europe, especially in places like England and in Germany and in France.
And a lot of that have drifted away from what doctrine was when they first established it.
Right. But my point of what I'm trying to say is that if you are trying to say that by introducing or trying to, bring back the old ways or bring back this type of cultural identity of Christianity, I'm sorry. To me, you're just giving us one form of Christianity that really has nothing to do with personal redemption.
I'm not like trying to force my form of Christianity. I'm just trying to define what Christianity is to everybody. Like,
right, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things going on within the Christian world that aren't Christianity, and they're using the name Christianity, and it's destroying the Western world. That's what I believe.
But see, whether it's destroying the Western world or not, have you figured that maybe it's God's plan to destroy?
I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah. I mean, it could be, but I don't think that I'm in a way in my life. I think I'm supposed to do something about that. I don't think.
Okay. All right. So
what's he supposed to do about that?
Let me ask you something. Do you believe that God wanted the people of Israel when the Babylonians came to fight the good fight against the Babylonians?
I think he wanted them to sustain their life. And
no. He allowed the Babylonians
to
take over Israel.
Right. Okay.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they were sinful.
Well, yeah, and they were an abomination to his. They were doing things in his temple, and and not only that, but he gave them the prophet Jeremiah, and he told Jeremiah to tell them these things that they were forgetting. And what did they do? What did Jeremiah's own people do?
I don't remember.
They threw him in prison, and it wasn't until the filthy Babylonian Gentiles took him out. It was Darius that took him out of prison. And what happened as a result? Jeremiah was able to personally meet and have an influence on the Assyrian emperor. So sometimes look at the same situation. Look at Joseph and his brothers. If Joseph is not sold into slavery, then he doesn't become a big up in Egypt, and he's not able to save. So this idea that we have to instantly react to these cultural things or these political things in a way of saying, if we don't push back on something, we're going to lose something. The only way you lose something is if you personally abandon it.
But what's pushing back?
Well,
like it's just simply taking up for your values in the midst of
right. But the church was always meant to be counterculture. The church was never meant to
I
be
agree
the
with that.
dominant
Like,
thing of
I
culture.
feel like I am counterculture.
But how do you become counterculture if you're trying to be predominant?
I'm not
cultural
like
influence?
my personal. I'm just trying to counter what is happening to us. If we become predominant or not is I don't even care at this point. I'm just trying to fight what is currently happening. We have an affront on Christianity, and why wouldn't I want to push back against that?
So first of all, what do you think God would tell you to do?
I think God would tell me to stay true to my values.
Okay, and how do you do that?
You speak up for them. You just continue. You live your life.
So you confess who Jesus Christ is through your life, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So you do realize that therefore the call is on us individuals to defend, and by I mean defend, I mean speak up for our faith, to promote good things within our families, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so therefore, to substitute our responsibility and not only substitute but our authority, but to then also believe we need to use the government to do something. Yeah.
King, thank you for the membership.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tar
go
Baby
ahead.
Yoda got him. Oh man,
I'm talking
Tar
to
Baby
James.
Yoda's an old.
Oh, okay.
I was talking to Elder. I was just
An old subscriber of the
Oh.
channel,
I'm
kind of a
listening, bro.
troll, but
You're good.
also kind of a friend of the channel, but also.
But
kind of a
so
troll.
to me, the whole reason, one of the reasons why the Christian church,
Tar Baby
in the
Yoda
West
is he's been
failed
banned and unbanned like a million times.
Sweater, you beat the shit out of
I
your
keep
mic.
giving him chances. I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
He's currently unbanned. He was
Oh,
in
his
the
sweater's
chat like a
coming
week
up. Hey,
ago.
sweater, how's it going?
Oh, he's
But
been
he
here.
Good.
Oh, he has been here. I didn't know.
Quiet.
Well,
He
he's
likes
just
to
always
troll.
quiet, isn't he? He is always quiet.
Yeah, he's just
Him
quiet.
and
little fucker.
Elder are that way. You wouldn't know they're there. They're like church mouses. You wouldn't know they're there.
Yeah,
So-
they can sneak up on you and just.
Until you realize that all the cheese in the house is gone. Speaking of which,
Cheese.
are you guys looking forward to Cheese Fair? It's almost here, isn't it?
Cheese Fair?
Yeah, it's Cheese Fair is almost here.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up
I
with
don't
that
know what- I
concert,
don't know
John?
what
You
that
doing
is.
that
What
or
is
no?
cheese?
No, we're probably not going to be able to. I was gonna. We're double checking, but I don't think it's gonna happen. But yeah.
All
What
right.
is cheese fair?
Well,
Cheese Fair is when you say farewell to cheese for Lent.
Yeah, it's basically the
Yeah.
Orthodox
Oh.
version of Mardi Gras without all of the gin stuff. And,
Yeah, dude.
There's
So
Cheese
no
Fair
cheese.
and Meat Fair.
yeah.
I'm in southern Louisiana, bro, and I hate it. I hate it
I'm
so much.
super disappointed.
Mardi
I'm not
Gras.
going to get to hang out with John and his wife at a concert of a band that I've never heard of before.
I know.
I would rather what they're doing than what you experienced down here in
No,
Louisiana.
I'm kidding. It would have been fun, but it's all right.
No,
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
yeah.
upset.
Just we couldn't make it. We're trying to make it work, and it's
No, that's cool.
crazy.
To answer your question, John, I'm doing my first fast, so I'm taking it light. I am doing a no meat until 3 p.m.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Okay.
No meat, but that means you can eat all like the little Debbie cakes you want, or what?
Well, I mean, I would
mean-
refrain from eating like snackies and stuff like that too.
Right. The whole point of a fast is not just a dietary regulation type of thing. It's really about
Taking
refocusing
something
on
you
God.
desire out of your.
Yeah,
It's a little bit of
willing
suffering
yourself
for Christ.
over, putting your will over the things that you think you need or want, and focusing instead on God. And
You're trying to
But
follow
sh-
Jesus Christ and mimic something he did.
Look, I found
Yeah, but
this in my
shouldn't you
notebook.
like do water fasts?
Fast from water?
Do you know if you really want to find
fast
out how
water.
much
Oh, fast
how
and
much
only
you
drink.
Yeah,
want
like
a
a,
thing.
a water fast is like you fast from everything except for water.
Okay,
Water,
yeah.
yeah.
That makes sense.
just
The
don't-
other
That's-
way
that's
is
what the
probably
Muslims
not a
do.
good idea.
That's what the Muslims do.
But you can do a dry fast as well. But I think with the Muslims, they just do it like from sun up to sundown. So
Yep.
they're technically eating kind of thing. It's just like basically, but like I do that every day. I only eat once a day, and then like every year I at least do like a 5-day fast,
I
a
talk to
water
them at my
fast.
gas station. They tell
And
me
then
this every time. Sorry.
if you're doing a dry fast, then you're not even taking water in as well. But it's really good for like cleansing out your system, because basically when you get into that fasted state, your body goes into autophagy, which is where it's like basically cleaning itself up. So like because
Ketosis
you're
and
not
all
eating
that.
all like the old cells or the dead cells or whatever, it'll basically like eat
It'll
them
convert it to
essentially.
energy. Yeah.
You'll
Exactly.
actually be very energetic all day. It's
Mhm.
pretty crazy how it works.
Well, Shiva was trying to say something. What are you trying to say, Shiva?
It couldn't have been very important because I've already forgotten what it was.
One thing I do want to get back to in terms of Shiva's question, in terms of like the God existence, all the stuff, and this kind of plays to mine as well. Would we concede that 2D triangles exist? Yes or no?
2D
Triangles are by definition 2-dimensional,
2D,
right? If they're
yeah.
3-dimensional, they're pyramids.
Pyramid.
Yeah, but in reality, there's no such thing as a 2D triangle, correct?
No, I can draw a 2D triangle. It would be 2-dimensional.
Yeah, but if you draw it, like technically that graphite, like the graphite atoms on the piece of paper are atoms, which are by definition 3-dimensional.
Right. What about on a computer screen?
Even on a computer screen.
I mean, yeah.
And this
if you
is
draw a 2D triangle on a computer screen. It's still a 2D triangle.
no, it's 3D.
How is it 3D?
Because think about the particles of light; they're technically 3D as well.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. I get
So
your point.
this is where
Okay, yeah, I get your
Plato got the when he was talking about the Platonic forms and all the stuff. Like we have this concept of, for example, like the perfect triangle, like a 2-dimensional triangle. But when we experience reality, we actually don't have that concept. We don't actually see that concept
because we live in
But
3D.
I get what you're
Exactly.
saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So it kind of, and this kind of lends into the whole kind of like transcendental argument for God or tag. But like that's the one argument that convinced me, where I was kind of like, hang on a second, like all the stuff that like particularly like Jay Dyer, I think he has a couple of videos that like explains it perfectly. Like a lot of these kind of concepts make sense. Like how can we kind of like say that, yeah, we know our mind exists, but we actually like we can't point to it in the physical world. It's a metaphysical concept. And then once you
But
kind of like extrapolate that
isn't
further.
tag kind of circular?
How so?
Right. Okay. So if I've understood it correctly, the transcendental argument for God goes: if there wasn't a God, then we wouldn't have like rational thought or moral values or logic. Like would have no foundation, right? Rational thought, moral values, and logic principles exist. Therefore, God must exist. It's kind of circular.
Yeah, it doesn't just have to be with God. It's like premise. Oh man, I don't want to. I want to try to think of it without pulling it up.
Yeah,
But
yeah, like basically, it's like this whole concept. If we think of, like, let's say morals, for example, like the morals exist with inside the mind. You know what I mean? Like if there wasn't a mind, then there wouldn't be any morals. It would just be like, you know, animal instinct or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's like the mere fact that we have this concept of morals, like God would be a necessity, like an ultimate or universal mind or divine intellect, as Plato would have called it. It's like it's a necessity of there being, even for there to be a mind to begin with. You understand? So it's not circular in terms that it's just saying that God is or a divine intelligence.
No, yeah, because
is a necessity.
the first premise contains the conclusion. That's what makes it circular, right? Because you're saying
the first premise is just
in order
anything we know. You could objectively know if we know something. If we know that logic exists, we know that math exists, and
Right.
then.
But the first premise of the transcendental argument isn't the first premise. In order for, say, maths to exist, God must exist. That's the first premise, right? Or in order for rational thought to exist, or
So
in
no,
order for logical principles to exist, God must exist. Logical principles exist, therefore God exists. So it's like the very first premise seems flawed to me. Because you're assuming the conclusion.
So the first premise is an obvious fact. So something you say, premise 1, math exists.
No, that's the second premise.
Premise 1, logic exists.
No, that's the second premise. The first premise, and maybe I've got the tag argument wrong, but isn't the first premise in order for, say, let's just take maths, right? Isn't the first premise in order for maths to exist, God must exist? That's the first premise.
No, that's the conclusion. So,
No.
it would
let
be
me run
like
through it 'cause I have it here.
premise one,
Hang on,
logic
all right, let me
exists.
look it
Premise
up.
two,
Let me
God.
look it up.
I'm looking
No,
at it. The
I looked
premise
it up.
starts
So-
with
so
an
basi-
obvious fact about mental life, such as the existence or experience of knowledge. So, premise one, knowledge exists. And then the conclusion claims that another state of affair is necessary for the condition of the first premise. So, logic
Right,
exists.
okay.
Logic
right.
exists outside of our minds. There has to be a mind to premise two. There has to be. I'm not the best at the tag argument.
Right.
so-
Okay. So this is the structure according to ChatGPT, right? And granted, it's ChatGPT, so it might be getting it wrong, but right. So the structure appears to be premise one for X in brackets, for example, logic, morality, intelligibility. To be possible, God must exist. That's the first premise.
No.
2, X exists. 3,
No.
therefore
Premise
God
one would
exists.
be premise one.
Yeah, let
laws
me
of,
do it. Let me do
laws
it real
of
quick 'cause I
logic
have
exist. If logic exists, then God exists.
No,
God
that's not it.
exists. If God exists, then logic exists, and then that's why you're saying that it's circular.
No, here's the thing, because because in terms of the premises, it doesn't mention God in the first. Like the first premise is for human
Right, but that's
experience and
just an
knowledge to be
example.
coherent and intelligible. Certain preconditions like laws of logic, moral absolutes, and uniformity in nature must be true. Right, so logic must be true in order for us to have human experience and knowledge, and because like knowledge doesn't basically exist without logic. Premise 2: these preconditions cannot adequately explained or justified in worldviews where God does not exist. Premise 3: theism provides a coherent and necessary explanation for these preconditions. Conclusion: hence, God must exist as a necessity precondition for human experience and rationality.
Right. So, okay, I would argue that it's the second premise in the way that you framed it that seems faulty, because that's an assumption, right? You're just assuming that these things can't exist without God.
Yeah, so because when we put in God, then it's again in terms of like the meaning and all this kind of stuff. It's based kind of saying it's like the preconditions in terms of laws of logic and all this stuff. These exist in the mind, right? And if a mind doesn't exist, then how like can you have the likes of logic, intellect, knowledge, all this kind of stuff? So when we're talking about God in terms of the second premise, we're talking about like a universal mind. You understand?
Yeah, you could do it without God. You could say premise 1, math exists. Premise 2, if math exists, then numbers exist. Premise 3, conclusion, numbers exist.
Right. But that's
So
not the transcendental argument for God. That's a transcendental argument for maths.
That's just a transcendental argument. You don't have to just use the transcendental argument for God. You could use it for a ton of things. You just make
and it might
an
be
obvious
valid
observation
for those other things.
Huh?
And it might be valid for those other things. That's not to say that it's a valid argument for God.
Yeah, that's what you're arguing, is that it's not valid for God, but I'm just saying what a transcendental doesn't have to just be used for God.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because like the key here is that it's like, because this is why I kind of say it's like look back to the likes of like Plato or Aristotle when they're talking about like divine intellect or divine intelligence or like the unmoved mover kind of concept. Because I think like when God kind of like gets presented in front of atheists, they start like thinking of like Deuteronomy and all this kind of shit. But in terms of like the preconditions, in terms of like being able to have a mind, in terms of logic, and for everyone to kind of line up and kind of be able to say that yeah, like logic makes sense. It's like it is true, right? In order for this to even be a function, there must be some sort of a universal mind at play here that like we're all pulling from essentially.
That's
that,
a
like,
leap.
We can all agree. How so? Because how would you explain? How do you explain the mind without a universal mind?
Evolution. Right.
But how would you
there
explain?
are other explanations that don't require a kind of universal mind, right?
How so?
What do you mean? How so? Evolution.
Yeah. So when you say evolution presupposes that we have minds.
Yeah, that we have minds, not that there's a
Yes.
universal mind overseeing everything.
Yes, but if everyone's mind was like wasn't able to pull from like a universal source, like a true or false source, then
Yeah, if.
everyone would have their own laws of logic.
No.
Yes.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
Like for example, right? We have, let's say, like the laws of physics, right? If everyone was, if you're able to say that there's no universality in physics, like that's basically what you're trying to say, that there is no like universal like laws of physics.
No. The only I'm not taking an issue with the
What up, Shazzy? I haven't looked at chat in a
applicability of,
minute.
say, the laws of logic or
Good
the
to
laws of
see you.
physics.
Shout
What I'm
out.
taking issue with is the assumption that in order to have those, there has to be an overseeing mind.
Yeah, but
did you do another gifted membership? You did 5 gifted
in terms of how to
memberships,
phrase
King?
this.
What the heck?
Because
I didn't even
in terms
see
of
that.
like we have
Shout out.
our minds, right? Like everyone has their own mind, I'm not like Shiva and all this kind of stuff.
Who got
by the
him?
way, shout out to
Producer
Shiva because
got
he
one?
actually wrote a really good
Nice.
story in terms of the like talking
William
about the
got
mind
one?
and the metaphysical concepts, all this kind of stuff. Very, very good story, I have to say.
1, 2, 3.
But like
Thank
this whole
you.
kind of concept where it's like we're able to
Ivana
all
got
unify
one.
and be able to accept that the laws of logic are true.
Cool. Thank
Meaning
you, King.
there
I didn't
is,
even
like,
see that you
these
did another. I
universal
thought you
laws
said
of
that was your
logic
last
that
one
only
last time.
exist
You
in-
did 5
in
more.
our
Let's
minds.
go.
But we can see them play out in terms of the
I didn't even
universe and
set
all
a
this
goal
stuff,
for
which
this
means the
stream, but
universe is
typically
under
my
some
goal
sort
is
of divine
$100,
intelligence or
and
divine
we're at
mind, essentially.
71.
that's a leap.
So
How is that a leap?
only $29 away from the goal.
because the fact
go.
that, say,
Oh, there's 5 from Shazzy.
I don't know, like the
Be
law of
evil tonight on
non-contradiction
BK tonight, or you're in my
appears to
yellow
be
bus.
universally
Be evil?
universally
I can't be
applicable,
evil.
doesn't necessarily imply
I can one up.
that
Well,
there is
hey, now we're
a
only
mind that is
$19 away from the
overseeing
goal.
it.
Let's
It just means
go.
that, like, you know, things appear to be that
Be
logically
evil? How am I supposed to be evil?
contradictions don't seem to stack up. You know, you can't have a square circle, right? You can't have a married bachelor.
I don't know how to be
Like
evil.
none of
that'd be more
this
so with the first law, but yeah,
implies
okay.
Computer fun for the chair.
Yeah, like none of this,
Speaking of
like
chair,
not being
Bro,
able to
why
have
are
a
you-
married bachelor doesn't imply to me that there's
breathing
a
so deep, dude.
like I'm just going to say create like personal creator mind, right? That's kind of overseeing everything, or a universal mind. It just means that the law of contradiction, the law of non-contradiction applies.
Yes, but why?
Go! Oh, sorry.
Why
Sorry,
is that
sorry.
universal across the whole universe?
Go!
I have no
I
idea.
was
Why
on mute,
are
and
we
I
able to
just,
say
like,
that's
yelled at
objectively
the-
true?
I just yelled at this panel. Let's go!
Well, I mean, I'm open to the fact that it might not be, but you'd need to provide me with an example of it not being true, right?
That's for
Yeah,
this
but that's
for
what I'm
King
saying.
Blackout.
The only like in terms of like the tag argument, like the only kind of like
You ain't got the
thing
answers,
to
man.
point towards
I've
is
been
that there
doing
is
this
some
more
sort
than
of
you.
like
You ain't been doing the
universal
education,
or objective
bro.
They've been doing the
mind here
education.
that is basically
Right.
like controlling or
Thank you,
making
King
sure that
Blackout.
Do you
these
think-
laws are being applied.
Do you think that the issue might be due
Nice.
to our perceptual limitations?
Right now, I'm gathering information. I'm gathering research and
think that
taking
that could be
notes
because
on
of our
prohibition.
limitations? But
And
why?
I need to
Our
But again,
perceptual
like, why,
limitations.
form
but
it
even
into
in terms
a
of, like,
opening
perception,
statement.
right? Or like pointing towards like our limitations.
Listen to
in terms of
this.
It would still point that there is some sort of like law here that's like being applied on mass in terms of this divine intelligence or universal
Where'd it
mind.
go? I have
You know
a.
what I mean?
Well, no, I don't understand. Like, it seems this is what I'm having. I don't understand how you can go from law of contradiction to universal mind. Like that seems to be, and I'm going to, you know, use a
Hold on.
specific
Listen to
phrase here.
this. This is a little preview for you. Now, granted, this is going to be somewhat biased because this is from the American Prohibition Yearbook. But I'm going into each one of these in my research to fact check them, and so far it's all coming up to be true. During Prohibition,
because in terms of like
wife beating and lack of family support decreased by 82%, drunkenness decreased by 55.3%, assault decreased by 53.1%, vagrancy decreased by 52.8%, disorderly conduct decreased by 51.5%, delinquency decreased by 50%, deaths due to cirrhosis decreased by 50%, the numbers of inmates in jails and prisons decreased by 75%, and many correctional institutes were closed entirely. General domestic complaints decreased by 2/3. County hospital death rates were historically low. Alcohol became almost unavailable. I mean, well, that shouldn't even, I'm not going to count that one. Prostitution decreased. The national crime rate, excluding Chicago, because of the mafia crime, declined 38% in Chicago. The crime rate declined 25%. Savings accounts tripled. Insurance policies written doubled. Real estate values increased dramatically due to home improvements. Families became better clothed. Attendance at churches and schools became more regular. Factory job attendance and job performance greatly increased. And demand for services at welfare missions decreased by half. Those are all the benefits of Prohibition.
Okay.
The negatives, on the other hand, are increased potency. Increased potency.
Yeah, because in terms of mind, right? Like if everyone just
After 5 years of Prohibition, crime rates and homicide rates increased due to wars between rival mafias over the illegal distribution of alcohol, which might have been a problem in the 20s, but good luck arguing that that's going to be a problem in 2025.
So in this case, the laws of logic.
So potency, mafia, and organized crime, black market, basically. And there's one other argument.
That's what points towards a universal mind.
I can't think of the other argument right now, but I have it wrote down somewhere in my phone.
Why does it point to a universal mind?
Wally's going to get crushed.
For example, like logic itself, like that only exists in the mind.
Crushed, I say.
Only exist in the mind.
Technically, yeah.
NASCAR racing exists because of Prohibition. Is that true?
And then I add two apples.
There's another benefit if you like NASCAR.
And I have 4 apples.
And also, during the Volstead Act, it didn't mean you couldn't drink. Just meant no distribution, transportation, and manufacture. I would amend it to say mass manufacture. So the argument is we prohibit the sale and distribution and transportation of alcohol. But if you want to have a still in your house and you want to make your own alcohol, you're free to do that. You can do that. But you can't sell it because we don't want the government profiting off of vices. We don't want to tax. And the only reason that Prohibition is looked at as a bad thing is because the Great Depression happened and they canceled it so that the government could tax people more and make more money to save America from the Great Depression. And if you have to sell people alcohol in order to save your government from a depression, then
I'm not explaining this
like gambling and pot and alcohol, I don't want the government taxing that stuff and selling it to people at the grocery store to make money. But if you want to grow a pot plant, you want to have a still and make your own alcohol, I'm fine with it.
Certain conditions, like the laws of logic, like we talked about, moral absolute.
That is 100% the reason NASCAR exists.
Necessary for human experience.
I'm going to look into that. Thank you for that tip. All right, back to this.
Like reliability in nature in order for life to make sense. Right. Premise 2, these conditions cannot be explained or justified in a world where God or universal mind or divine intelligence does not exist. If you don't have some sort of like overarching like divine intelligence, whatever, it does make sense.
Okay.
Premise 3,
yes.
A world with God provides a clear explanation for these necessary conditions.
Okay.
Conclusion, therefore. God
And I got
must
one
exist,
killer
make a
line.
human near
So-
Oh yeah, the
experience
other
as much as
argument
possible.
against Prohibition.
Right. So I'd agree.
And
I'd agree with all
if
those
Speakeasy
premises up
moderates
to
the
the one
debate,
where you say,
if it even happens, I don't
God
know. I think
exists.
Wally might back
Here's
out
why.
because I think he
like
knows
if
I
it
got
just
him on
ended
this one.
with
Prohibition
run through
led to
those
the
premises again,
uprising
because there
of
was a third one where
speakeasies.
you were basically saying we don't
And
know.
I'm going to put that in my opening.
We don't know what's
We
going
got
on.
a lot more speakeasies.
Right?
because
That's
of
how,
Prohibition,
and maybe I
so
misinterpreted that.
There you go.
I think it was the third premise. What was the third premise?
Yeah, so let me paste them in the back chat as well, just so we're 100%. So premise 1, certain conditions like the laws of logic, moral absolutes, or the reliability of nature are necessary for
here we
human
go.
experience.
Premise 2. These conditions
plastic
cannot
straws are
be
back. We were
explained
talking
or
about that earlier
justified in a
tonight.
world where God does not exist. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we can't explain the conditions or provide a justification, all that means is that we can't explain them. It doesn't mean that God exists.
Well, no, we can't.
So
explain
that's
them.
why I asked. That's why I asked. Do you think that the issue could be due down to our perceptual limitations? Right. The fact that we can't explain something doesn't
I'm looking at it
necessarily
right now.
mean
This is true.
that
NASCAR comes from prohibition. Without prohibition,
do you
we
see
wouldn't
what
have
I'm
had
getting at?
NASCAR.
Yeah, I understand. I think where you're getting at here, but like the premise itself is not saying we can't explain these, ergo God. It's saying we can't explain these without having some sort of divine intellect or universal mind.
Yeah, and I would say that that's a faulty premise.
How so?
Because it assumes that it's a kind of it's a kind of exclusivity, right? You're saying that the only answer can be God, but there could be any number of other answers that we're just not aware of.
Well, like for example, if we were to give like
You're trying to
materialism
give
or
James money
naturalism
too,
as
in
like
case
a
James sees
justification to
this.
try and justify this.
Nice.
You're basically
Thank you,
saying
Cooper.
that if the universe is purely physical or material, then you don't have these metaphysical concepts.
I'm not making.
He
that
should have
claim.
his StreamYard.
You know what I'm saying? Like the
you can
counter
donate him through
things that I
StreamYard or
typically put forward
Cashapp.
is like materialism, relativism, or skepticism. But when you try to put these against the universal mind, the universal mind wins out. That's basically what
guys.
this second premise is saying.
Real quick, James. Oh, your Cash App's in. Okay, I was just gonna ask if you had your Cash App on your screen, but you got it, James. Never mind. Somebody's trying to hook you up. So
Yeah, somebody. Yeah, I was donated $10. Yeah, so thank you for $10.
nice. Let's go. Okay, keep going, guys. This is good.
Yeah, so in the case of relativism, it's like, oh, truth is relative. But then,
Well, $10 for PayPal, not the Cash App. Although the Cash App, someone messaged me $10 for Cash App too, but someone told me $10.
you need to change your name, James, to James's Grift Talks. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Hey, yeah, I know.
But yeah, in terms of relativism, when they say, "Oh, truth is relative," all this kind of stuff, like it's basically like that you're saying that there's no basis for absolute or objective standards, which necessarily for consistent, reliable knowledge, or it's like objective truth is a necessity for knowledge and moral judgments, all this kind of stuff. And in terms of skepticism as well, a worldview that doubts the reliability of our cognitive faculties or the external world undermines the very possibility of having trust in these necessary conditions. You know what I mean?
I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I'd need something about the transcendental argument for God just kind of smacks of a logical fallacy to me. But I'm not anywhere near knowledgeable about the argument to be able to rebut it effectively. So what I'm going to do is I'll make tag my next area of inquiry.
My man, I'm looking forward to the short story.
I'm working on another one, although it's going to be odd. It's not a philosophical one. It's just like a straight sci-fi narrative, like a much more traditional story.
Yeah, the one thing I do have to say, Shiv, is though, is like you should seriously like try out like just like trying to do like a voiceover. I know it can be hard, like in terms of trying to get the recording and making sure it's like everything's kind of like just even just
it's just really time consuming. That's the thing, Tariq.
Yeah,
So it's not just a case.
And then King Blackout also sent me some money too. So
it's not just a case of doing the recording.
Thank y'all.
I have to do.
Sorry.
I have to do the recording. Yeah, I know, but you could say, James, shut up a minute, let me thank these people, and then we'll shut up so you can do the thanking.
Okay. Shut up for a minute. Let me thank these people. But yeah, thank you, King Blackout. Thank you. everybody and everything. So Culper.
Shut up. James got a grift.
Okay, so it's King Blackout, Culper, and I think also Elder Lion.
Who's got an air horn
All
going?
three y'all, thank y'all.
I'm sending James the money. That's why
He's in a wind tunnel.
I think that might be Elder Lion. I saw his little
Oh,
bubble.
one of them was Elder Lion. Like one of them was Culper as well because Culper sent me through Cash App. Elder Lion sent me through PayPal, and King Blackout sent me through.
Did you
Cash
get
App
my
as well.
Did
So I reached my daily
20,
goal
James?
today. Yes, that's what I was saying. I got your 20. Yes.
Elder
Yeah, I
Lion,
reached
are
my
you,
daily goal today.
you're a
I
fan
went
or
over
something?
$10, so I got $60 today. So let's go.
Wait, do what? Somebody say my name?
You got
Yeah,
my
didn't
you got my
say
20?
10?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I thought through PayPal, so thank you. Thank you, Ryan.
So the issue, Tariak, is that
was,
it's not just about recording the audio and then uploading it. I have to record the audio, then go through it and take out all of the clicks and the hisses and the little pops of noise, and that's really fucking time consuming. It takes a long time.
There is some stuff just to because I understand exactly what you mean, like in terms of like making clips and all that stuff. Like some of the meme videos I used to do, like it would take me like fucking like a day, and it would only be like 30 to 50 seconds long kind of thing. But there is like AI that you can do where like it'll like go through the video, it'll like show you the text that like it picked up as being said, and then you can kind of basically eliminate all the speeches. So if you notice a lot of like the kind of like quote unquote professional YouTube videos, like it'll be kind of like it'll automatically just like cut to the next word almost, so it seems more it's just
That
like
might be
more
worth
kind of like
looking
snappy.
into, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like that'd be something that I'd look into, but like a lot of it, you sometimes you have to pay for it and all that kind of stuff. So, but maybe there's like kind of like certain software that's kind of cheap enough or whatever.
Oh, I
But like
don't mind paying for
that's
this.
I'm pretty sure is like how they do it, like in terms of the professional quote unquote YouTube videos, where it eliminates like you can see the script and you can kind of eliminate like anytime it's like just eliminate all those things. Same way like you kind of like go through the article, making sure you're not doing any spelling errors and stuff like that as well.
Do you guys know today is World Pangolin Day?
What?
Is it?
The fuck's a pangolin?
Pangolin's the thing that allegedly started the coof.
Yeah, I mean we all know that.
Who?
Yeah, the space
Kind
AIDS.
of looks
the
like an
space AIDS,
armadillo.
James.
You're not gonna bait me, bro.
It's like a little armadillo badger.
Yeah.
Space AIDS?
Yeah, space AIDS.
Hey, did you see
Kung
that?
flu.
Did you see that South Park?
The Kung flu.
Did you see what?
I
Did we
haven't
see
seen
what,
South
Culper?
Park in a while.
The South Park.
South Park episode about
The pangolin.
Was it about C-19? Hello?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
We lost him.
We lost him.
Huh?
I think it's an episode
Well-
where he like goes to China with Mickey Mouse or something.
Oh yeah, I remember they did a special about all that when that was going on, and I never saw that one. But it was a big deal when it came out.
To kind of bring things back to the beginning, because I don't know if your question at the very beginning of this ever got answered, Shiva. You were wondering, I think one of the things that you didn't get from us was a definition of good and evil. I don't know if the rest of the group would agree with me, but I would postulate that from a Christian worldview, good would be that which comports with God's will, and then evil would just be that which is an antithetical to God's will.
So in your mind, good would have an intrinsic ontology, but evil wouldn't?
Correct.
In your
Yeah.
view? Yeah. Yeah, see, I would... I've been thinking about this because I've been watching a little bit of Jim Bob, and that's a question that he likes to ask is, do you think that evil has its own ontology? And I've been thinking about it, and my answer is, rather annoyingly, yes and no. So I think evil doesn't have its own ontology, in the sense that I don't think anything has an intrinsic ontology. But for practical purposes, for being in the world, we have to assume that things have an ontological status, and I see no reason why, if you're going to say that good has its own ontology or a contingent ontology, then the same can be said for evil.
And I would agree that they both have their own ontology. I was gonna say something else, but
Well, what do you mean, James? Are you agreeing with Shiva, or are you agreeing with what I said?
He's
I'm
French.
agreeing
He's
with
French at the moment.
what you said, because you said
Well,
they both had their own ontology.
We established that evil does not have an ontology. It's an intrinsic ontology. It's a contingent upon the ontology of good.
Well, I disagree with that assertion, because I'd also say that good has a contingent ontology. It doesn't have an intrinsic.
Well, yes, from your worldview.
Yeah. But that's not an atheist thing. That's a Buddhist thing. To be clear.
Because God is good. God has good in him, and Satan has evil in him.
Well, Satan is evil, but he's not like the person of evil. He's like the initiation.
Well, yeah, but he has the how do you put it? Evil within him, but I'm not sure how you'd really his own ontological entity.
He's not the person of evil. He's not the creator of that. I think. I don't know. I may be wording it wrong. It's hard to explain because I've read like
of good. Like, what is the ontology of good?
Well, I had defined it as that which comports with God's will.
Okay.
Do any of the theists disagree with that?
No.
I don't disagree with that, because calamity. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Calamity isn't really good or evil. Like nature isn't good or evil inherently.
So
I think it depends. I think some theologians would.
Are
would
we talking
class,
about are we talking about God creating calamity? And how calamity?
I think
Yeah,
some
like nature, you know, like
there's a hint
thunderstorms and things that happen.
So I think
in
some
Hurricanes.
theologians would class that as an impersonal evil.
But I would say it's not really. I'd say it's like some sort of
But I
program.
don't think they're.
God
I don't think they're
programmed.
referencing a thunderstorm in Isaiah when it says that.
In fact,
Well-
I think Plantinga addresses it in this book, actually. Let me see if I can find the
I think
page.
it's addressing things of nature, not necessarily.
I mean,
just
I understand
yeah.
where like. Okay, I'm gonna wait for you to quote the.
Well, I've got to find it first.
Okay. You're good.
And something else, James, that I figured out as I've been watching this Lord of Spirits podcast that Sweater sent me is that Satan itself is not necessarily one entity. It's just a massive group of entity. And there's one that's kind of specified out, but his name is not Satan. He has a name. It's just not. His name is not Satan, though.
Yeah, Satan is his title. Tatatan is the title. He's the adversary. But
no, that's not what Satan means. Doesn't it mean interrogator or something like that?
Adversary,
in some
accuser, adversary, something of that nature is what it's.
Because wasn't
meaning.
Maybe I've got that wrong, but I thought that it's got like a really weird etymology. Let me look that up.
It does. There's a lot of weird translations.
Because ha is like the in Hebrew. Ha.
Yeah, I don't know about all this evil having an ontology and good having an ontology stuff, but
I mean, I don't. Yeah.
But I do believe God created good and evil. But now, if you're gonna say, well, created means it has an ontology, then
accuser. That's the.
But he's specifically. This is a prophecy of Cyrus taking out Babylon, and it's the calamity, chaos, disaster, and evil is also a synonym of this. I create the light and the darkness. And basically he's saying he builds, he destroys. The light, the darkness, prosperity, disaster, all these things come from God.
Well, I mean, what I think he's saying in Genesis right there is just that he's creating time. Oh, I thought you were talking about Genesis.
No, it's Isaiah 45.
I would have an exegetical difference with JS there, but I think with maybe the exception of JS, I think we would all agree that good, since JS is saying that he doesn't know about ontologies, I think the theists would say that
Yeah, I'm not smart enough.
good is that which comports with God's will, and so you were asking, how could he have free will if he can't make an evil choice, right? And I don't know if you would say that he has free will or not. If his will is what's good, then it would be a logical fallacy to say he could ever make an evil choice.
Well, that's just circular. Doesn't that make goodness then depend contingent upon God's will?
But
if how is it? Okay.
Like if goodness is that which comports with God's will, it therefore follows that goodness is contingent upon God's will, right? So it can't have an intrinsic ontology.
I mean,
why?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Because it's contingent upon God's will.
Can you repeat it again? I'm sorry.
So if goodness is that which comports with God's will, it follows that it is contingent upon God's will. Therefore, it cannot have its own intrinsic ontology.
Yeah, but God's will is good.
Right. But okay, so but like, do you see that that's kind of circular now? We're getting into circular argumentation when you say that, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, I can.
So that's, and I think the issue with.
But that's what I was telling you, Shiva, is what Sweater said is what I was telling you is good is what comports with God's will. So when you judge something as evil, if God designated that to happen, you may see it as evil, but yeah, it's good.
Yeah. So that renders morality arbitrary.
No, it just it renders your judgment of what is good and evil arbitrary.
Yeah.
So
no, it's arbitrary because it depends on God's preferences.
Himself isn't arbitrary.
You're not a moral subjectivist, right? But like,
no, I'm a moral relativist.
Right. So morals are relative to where you are and what time you're in and what the popular opinion is.
Yeah. But I don't think there are moral truths.
So the relative morals that you have might be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, well, that assumes that there's a moral truth.
From God's, if assuming God is real, your morals may conflict with his morals. So what you think is evil may not be evil to him. It may be for the better good. It may be a calamity or a chaos or a disaster that is used for the good.
But it's his will.
Yeah. So that's the kind of lesser evil argument, right? So, like, for example,
well, no,
you know, you
it's
could
not
ask,
evil.
well, hang on.
Evil and good aren't quantitative.
Hang on. Let me. Okay, hang on. Like, so yes, it is the lesser evil argument. So, for example, I could ask, is shooting people wrong? And broadly, you could say yes, right? So then I could say, well, what that implies that the soldiers in World War II, the Allied soldiers, were morally wrong when they shot the Nazis, right? To which you would have to argue, well, no, that doesn't follow, because if the Nazis had won, that would have been objectively worse. So it's like the lesser evil, shooting the Nazis, serves a greater good.
That has nothing to do
Right.
with God being the.
But I
arbiter
wouldn't
of
just
good.
broadly state that shooting people is wrong.
It's a good point.
Right, there's like certain scenarios or hypotheticals, like self-defense, for example.
Situational.
Right. Okay.
Is a common theme throughout.
Well, hang on. Morality is situational. That makes it relative.
No, the statement that shooting people is
Good
wrong
still-
is situational. Like in terms of like when we talk about like objective morality, we're pointing towards, like, for example, it'd be more accurate to say murder is wrong.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm guessing you guys kind of go by the divine command theory.
I don't.
You don't.
But JS does.
Divine command,
Well,
meaning if God commands
have your
it,
way,
then it's
Shiva.
good.
For
Yeah.
the most part, yes, but
So have you
Yeah.
heard of the Euthyphro dilemma?
Are you gonna say if God commands me to have sex with a dude, does that make it good?
yeah,
Well, okay, right. No, but so the Euthyphro dilemma is from a one of Plato's dialogues, right? So he puts forward the question: do the gods love something because it is good, or is something good because the gods love it?
Yeah,
Right?
I've heard this.
So yeah, so if something is good because the gods love it, then that makes goodness arbitrary, like it's entirely dependent on their preference, right?
I don't think that has anything to do with Christian God.
But how does this have to do with? How does
That has
pagan
nothing to
gods
do with
have
the
to do
Christian
with the
God.
biblical God?
Nothing at all.
No,
Well,
it's not
okay,
the same
so
thing.
I'm yet to see the
so
relevance.
you take, all right, swap out the word gods for
God.
Yahweh.
Yeah, I get it. I don't think it's relevant, but
Well, no, it is relevant because it kind of
It
goes
is.
to the heart of
for
divine
divine command theory, yeah, I get
command
I think
theory.
it's a
Now,
perspective issue.
if God
I get-
loves something, because it is good, then what he's doing is merely recognizing something external to himself. So he can't be said to be the source of morals.
for the Christian God, I don't think that's from my point of view. I don't really completely believe in divine command theory. So
Okay,
And
right.
also, I don't see how that would work either, because if he sees us as good when he calls us evil because we have evil and wicked hearts, how does that work? That would be a fallacy.
Divine command theory is
He
fine,
comes
but
see us as good because he calls us evil.
but people leave out the nature of God. So when
That's my point.
somebody, this is what me and Teriak were talking about not too long ago. If
Mhm.
somebody says, if God commanded you to have sex with a dude,
That's not
would that
God,
be
yeah.
good?
That's
Well,
not
that's not in God's nature to do that because of the way he created the earth and
Exactly.
what he's laid out in front of us.
Right.
Now, if we could go into an alternate universe where God created only men and the way we reproduce, there were two men in the garden and the two men ate the apple, and then God said both of you are going to have to work and one of you is going to then it wouldn't be gay anymore, and it wouldn't be abnormal. It would be it would just be the normal.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't even be looking at it the same way. So then in that case, I would bite the bullet and say, yeah, that would be moral.
that's
But
not
you
our
have to change all of reality.
No, I mean, okay. You know I'm going to bring it up. Come on, say it with me. The slaughter of the Amalekites.
Here we go.
Oh,
I was waiting for this to pop up. Off you go, JS.
I knew it was something.
Why do you never bring up Sodom and Gomorrah?
I knew at some point.
Because yeah, I mean, Sodom and Gomorrah, the flood, whatever, any of these.
Take your
events.
pick.
I found another. There's another
all
reference to Amalek that isn't
to the
Numbers
fact that
20. It started as far back as Exodus. He was warring. Amalek was warring with Joshua from the beginning. He was warring with the Israelites. And it was a constant thing. It was prophesized over and over again. God kept saying, "Oh, Doyle, your whole family's going down."
Well, I know
and that's what happened.
I know it can get.
I actually have a really, really great out, but I want to hear like the likes of JS try to defend this. So go ahead, Shiva. Have your way.
He even
I just
promised
know what
the
can get me and him
Israelites as they were
yelling
coming out of-
again is they had it coming, but I'm not gonna do it.
He even promised
No,
that
that's-
God promised the Israelites as they were coming out of Egypt that he would wipe out Amalek.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm
And
Well,
God
that makes
keeps
it
his
good then,
promises.
right? So that makes it
Divine
good, right?
justice, really. Because they were trying to wipe out
All
what
those
he was
all
trying
those
to do is
sinful
good.
donkeys.
They were sinful, yeah. They were trying to wipe out the Israelite people when he told them
The
not
donkeys were.
But see, this we've already
No,
talked
no, no,
about
the
this, Shiva.
Amalekites.
This
That's
isn't a
what makes my
problem for
point
me.
accurate. That's what makes my point accurate.
The problem of evil isn't a problem for me, and this isn't a problem for me, Shiva, because I believe God knew. God is the author. We're just actors in a play. We're just playing out the story that He's already written.
Right.
So.
All right.
I don't know.
Okay, theists, off you go.
Let him land
Off you go.
let him let it explain though.
No, that's
Well, he's
I know
arguing
I know.
he's
Yeah, I know.
arguing against free will here, Coppercast.
Yeah,
I don't think
I
there's a
want him to say it.
possible world where it went any differently, and it couldn't have gone any differently because that was
That's what I
God's
was wanting
plan.
you to say. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, certain things I think you could say that. I think I'd argue. What was it? What saint was it?
I mean,
that
I would just
argued
say
that prophecy. You know, it has a set way it comes about, and that
Yeah,
has
it's
to do
almost
with
like it was predestined.
But
Yeah,
not
but
necessarily
even if
everything.
it wasn't, if they were going to kill
Don't worry,
everyone
Shiva,
anyway.
prophecy. You know,
I'll stop it back. So are you saying that because everything that's happening is God's will, correct? Yes.
Who, me?
No, JS.
No,
like, in
that's
terms of this whole
that's
determinism.
Josh's. Yeah.
Yeah. So Josh, you're saying that like everything that's happening is God's will. So
Yeah.
abortion is God's will, correct?
Yeah.
see that that's
Yeah,
where
Terry,
it loses.
I mean, yeah, that's hard. For
You
me.
can't say abortion is God's will.
Terry,
That's
Yeah.
evil.
he holds that Josh holds that God created both good and evil.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
But I'm just pointing out how
hold that
predeterminism gets you to this
That's
point
why
where,
Teriak is
as a
trying to pull
Christian,
him into an argument with Shiva about this.
As a
'Cause
Christian,
basically
here we go.
JS
It's a really
please
good
tell
argument.
me, please tell me, Mr. Agnostic Teriak, as a Christian, what I should do.
yeah. So you basically, as a Christian, you're saying that abortion is justified, correct?
No.
Well, you just said that all the stuff that happens is God's will, correct?
Yeah.
And abortion is
It's just-
happening, correct?
Everything is God's will.
Yeah. Conclusion: abortion is God's will.
So you think that the woman who aborts her baby has more power than God does? Like she has more power over the future and over the world and over existence and life than God does?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm pointing out how predeterminism gets you into very kind of like basically backs you into a corner where you basically have to
I'm
admit
not in a
that
corner.
abortion is God's will.
Yeah,
Yeah,
No,
actually
I'm
you
not
are,
in a corner.
JS.
God
Because let me
knew that
explain-
God knew
let me
the babies that were going to be aborted were going to be aborted
on, let
before they
me-
were aborted.
Let me explain how you're in a corner, though, JS. You can't even
Please,
argue
James,
against
please
people who
explain
are.
to me.
You can't argue against people who commit abortion. You can't say abortion is wrong based on that logic because it's God's will.
Well, I
so
can
therefore it's not
from
immoral
yeah, I can from
anymore.
a
It's moral now.
yeah,
It's
James,
not
I can
immoral.
bring myself down to a worldly level and talk to people as they understand it from a practical sense and computational
How?
irreducibility. We
How
live
does
as
the
if
logic
we
follow? The logic doesn't follow.
well, you have to listen to what I'm saying and you have to try to understand what I'm saying before you just jump in and say, how's the logic follow? It's computational irreducibility. We don't know the future. God does. So we have to act as if and live as if we have free will. The reason we punish people, the reason we hold people accountable for things is to demonstrate to the rest of the world so that they don't make the wrong decision, quote unquote. But God already
How do
knows.
they make a decision?
How
How do they make a decision if they have no decision making power because God made the decision already based on
Yeah.
predeterminism?
I
I was
know,
raised
James,
predeterminist, and I don't understand like this
I know
idea
you
of
think you're in
like
control, James, but you're not.
It just
I know
doesn't
you-
make sense.
I know we think we make choices and we live as if we make choices and we act as if we make choices and we hold people accountable and we punish people as if all that's real, but we're not in control. If you think you are, then you have a lot of hubris. There's a lot of hubris on people to think that they have more power than God and they can prove God wrong.
Yeah,
I don't think I have more power
if
than
God
God.
knows, if God knows you're
I
going to
never
die
engaged
tomorrow,
that I have more power than God.
if God
I
knows you're going to
simply think
die
I have
tomorrow,
power
there's
that
nothing
God
you can
gave
do
me.
to change it.
God gave me the power of free will. I didn't give myself. The
I don't
power
want to
of free
do the
will.
free
God
will
did.
thing because I'm supposed to debate Elderline. He's sitting here. He's
Yeah,
sitting here
he's giving me a
taking notes.
lot of good points to
He's
tackle.
sitting here
Yep.
taking notes.
I'm
Oh,
ready.
I
Yeah,
hope so.
he is. And honestly, you don't even need them, really, Elderline.
So let me defend against Shiva's things
It's
about
not
the
like I
Amalekites and all
haven't.
this
It's
kind of
not
stuff.
like I haven't already streamed and done like hundreds of hours
Yeah,
on
you've
this and done
hundreds of
debates
hours
on
talking
it.
about
And
it.
yeah,
The
it's
Yeah,
like,
that's a lot of stuff to
Elderline's
dig through.
got
I'm liking
every
it
point
compressed
you
right
need.
here, right now.
Arguments against your
I
point.
mean, it's out there.
Elderline has the notepad out. It's like, yeah, I'm going to attack him with this. I'm going to attack him with that.
It's all right.
But yeah,
listen,
let me get.
listen.
let
I don't
me get
think
the
you guys
counter.
could will yourself to believe anything other. So just keep believing what you believe.
But if we have no agency, then responsibility is pointless. Correct?
And it's crazy. No matter how much I
Oh,
try.
are you about to affirm the consequent, Tariak? Off you go.
Yeah, so what I'm basically gonna do is I'm gonna like basically
Yeah.
shift back this whole kind of like the counter, the whole kind of Amalekites, the flood, all this kind of stuff. So when you
Yeah,
look at
you
the book
deal
of
with the
Judges,
problem
because
of evil, because I don't have to deal with the problem of evil.
So basically, when we look at like the Old Testament, all this like fucked up shit that happened in Deuteronomy, all this kind of stuff, we can't just take the Bible like just like quotes out of abstract and all this kind of stuff. In the book of Judges 21:25, it says, "In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in their own eyes," which points to moral relativism, which what you believe in at the moment, Shiva. But the reason why these stories are written this way is to point out what happens when you go to moral relativism. It's like, well, might is right. I don't give a fuck. Like if everyone's just your preference, then the only thing that actually decides the argument is I have a bigger dick than you, or I've got more force.
Shout
than
out
you, and it's gonna
Imrod
kill you right
Rod.
off the
Never
face
seen
of
you
the earth,
before.
essentially.
What's
it's
up?
like if, for example, just to give an example for everyone listening, all that kind of stuff is, if I say my favorite color is blue, ergo the best color is blue, and Shiva says my favorite color is red, the best color is red. If I just kill Shiva, then the best color becomes blue, essentially. That's basically where it goes down to every single time when you say morality subjective or there's moral relativism, etc., etc., etc. So this is why I point to the quote in Judges, because they have this moral relativism aspect to it. And then when I fight back against the likes of JS and all this stuff,
Abortion didn't
I
happen
basically
in
kind
the
of say it's
Bible,
like,
creator.
oh well, like JS argument would be like divine command here is like, well,
talking about
like God
the,
told X,
we
Y, or
talked
Z
about
to
this
do this
yesterday.
thing, ergo it is good. How can you then say that people in modern day times who are saying that God's telling them to do X, Y, or Z, that they're wrong? Because like, how are you determining the fact between, okay, the prophets that spoke to God is one thing, but then the modern day people who claim that they're prophets and they're talking to God, like how do you judge based on the two different differentiations there? Because again, like the whole kind of thing, like if someone came up to me and said, oh, like God's talking to me, like I don't believe them flat out. I mean, the likes of Nala, when she says she speaks to God, I don't believe that for a fucking second, and I don't think anyone here believes that for a fucking second either.
No.
No, I do not.
So that's how I counter the whole kind of like, oh, the Amalekites or the flood or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Was that a question for me or?
No, like I said, it's just basically a counter to the thing and
Shiva.
just made everyone quiet. You know, it's that's how you know it's a good response.
What is Shiva playing? Is that the
Vampire
vampire game?
Survivors. Yeah.
That was good, dude.
It's the best fun you can have. But it's like, I don't know, £5 or something. I don't know what it is in your plastic money, but it's going to be cheap.
£5 and that's British money?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, it's
$3.50 in
British
American.
money, yeah.
So it's
£5
even cheaper in American dollars.
£5.
I like that British money.
5 English pounds. Which is not sterling anymore.
I would love to get through
Sterling.
one freaking stream without talking about free will. Holy crap!
Well, you
Can't you guys freely will yourself
Dude,
to talk about
it's
something different
No,
sometimes?
I guess not,
when
because
you
we
go
don't have
down this
free
route,
will, JS.
when you
I
go
guess
down
I
this
can
not.
choose to talk about something else.
It's
Yeah, why
impossible.
don't you choose?
But wait a
to,
minute,
why
I
don't you
can't because I don't have free will. Remember?
freely will yourself to
JS
talk?
You know
doesn't
every
believe
time
in
it's
free
gonna end up
will.
here.
It's hard to free will myself when I have no free will.
You know it's always gonna end up here, bro.
I
You
know
might
it's
as well
been
go ahead and get
determined.
used to
It's already been predetermined. It's crazy.
Yeah, from your worldview, yeah.
I enjoy it. I enjoy the arguments every time it happens. So
I know. I just get tired of saying the same things over and over again, and
what's funny is like you have to say the same things over and over.
Yeah, because
that's just
you're,
that's what you believe.
Yeah.
well, but
Everybody's got a different argument.
but the
against
other
it.
side's saying the same thing over and over again. But then it comes down to, well,
But it's like a
didn't you-
lot of people with
don't you
different arguments against it. That's the
yeah, and
problem.
it's always I'm
Yeah.
always getting gang banged. Pause.
Everybody's got their
Gay.
own reason to disagree with you, and it just becomes
Yeah, that's pretty gay. Gangbang.
It's fun to listen to, dude. I'm not
But
gonna lie.
I like these guys have some good good arguments. I've heard some good ones.
Teriak and Shiva both have great arguments.
Well, no, me and Shiva are actually on the same side on this one, just for different
know.
reasons. But
I know. That's what makes it great.
but
I've
some
read
people are just
Shiva's,
like,
Well, and that's
you
part of the
chose-
reason why I'm not engaging too strongly with this discussion. It's because you're here, Josh.
some people are just like, you chose to be in this panel, so you have.
I'm
free
not
will."
engaging either because I'm probably not that smart, and also I know Shiva's stance and I know JS's stance. So
Even if we took God
I mean,
out
I'm
of
not
it,
that smart either, to be honest.
I
The
think
accent does a
you're-
lot of heavy lifting.
even
Yeah,
if
I
we
think
take
you're
God
right.
out of it, the
Have a good
concept
one,
of free
Sweater.
will doesn't
You're
make
still out
any
there listening.
sense.
Have a good one.
Like, you're able to make a decision without any outside influences or consequences or benefits. No, that doesn't make any
Well, yeah,
sense.
that's the Sam
I
Harris argument.
understand
He
the
believes that
argument.
it's like through
Yeah.
physics that people decide what they decide.
I understand the arguments against it.
But the idea of free will philosophically is the ability to make a choice without any outside influence. So
Well, yeah, and I think that's why
believe
actually what a lot of people are arguing for isn't actually free will.
right, they don't.
They're-
It's like they
they're
don't
arguing
really know
for
what they're
volition.
arguing
No.
for. They're arguing
Yeah.
for
This-
I make
this is
choices.
what
I
these
believe you can have
determinists
an outside.
constantly
That's
do.
not what free will is.
They,
Yes,
they
you make
redefine.
choices.
They redefine free will
Every
is just
choice
you
you make
could
is
you could
influenced
have
by
possibly done
something.
something different in the exact same scenario. You could have possibly done something different. That's the
Right.
definition
Okay.
of free
And
will.
then we get
That's
into
free
Doctor
will, yeah.
Strange theory and multiverse theory. So there's a possible world where it went differently.
Maybe.
A lot of this
Maybe.
comes from the Enlightenment era.
Who
So,
cares?
like,
I
and
mean,
the
it's
Enlightenment
cool.
era
It
was
doesn't-
pretty.
And it's all
Questionable.
philosophical gobbledygook, really. It's kind of I
Oh,
just do it
Yeah,
because it's
we're the
fun.
gobbledygooks.
Yeah, you can
googly
still
guy.
have free will.
It
even
is
if
fun.
There are multiple universes that have different free wills. You can still have free will.
I don't think there's multiple universes. I don't
I
think
mean, I
there's.
don't necessarily believe it either, but I'm not going to discount the possibility.
Do you have to have multi?
I don't think you have to have it, but I'm not
I
going to
don't think
discount
you
it
have
because
to.
God is God and He can do whatever He wants.
And I don't see how, if you believe in God, that you can. I could see not believing in free or believing in free will as an atheist.
No, I believe that it's possible to believe in free will and be a Christian. I do.
I don't know. I think that as an atheist, you would inevitably have to come to the conclusion that predeterminism is true.
Well,
That's
no,
what
as
I
an
would think.
atheist,
I
you
would
could
think that's
believe.
most atheists. Yeah, that's
If
and
I
Shiva's
were
not an atheist; he's a Buddhist. So
like I'm not trying to like toot my own horn, but I'm pretty good at putting myself into other people's mind state. Like I try to do this a lot. I try to read the Bible from different perspectives and different doctrines, and I try to look at things from other people's position. And if I was an atheist, I would have to believe that we have free will, because I would probably think that
disagree.
there's multiple universes and there's multiple possible trails that we could go down.
not every atheist believes that. I don't think.
Well,
no,
even
not
with
every
the
atheist,
multiverse
but if
theory,
I
that
was
it
an
would still
atheist,
be determined in each of those universes what you would decide.
If you were an atheist,
if I was an atheist, I would believe in free will. But since I'm a
yeah.
Christian, I can't believe in free will.
But I don't. That logic isn't. I think you can be a Christian and believe in free will. I think that's the whole story of.
I
being
mean,
a
I know
Christian.
you can because there's a ton that do, but
I think
it
most
just doesn't
do.
make sense to me.
I get it. I just think that most do because that's the logical conclusion of Christianity.
Well, you'd
Personally.
actually be surprised because most
Like,
of it,
here's-
especially in America, is influenced by Calvin. So a lot of these denominations.
I don't
are,
agree. I don't agree with a lot of American denominations, to be honest.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That a lot of them do. So it's actually quite surprising how many of them do believe in determinism.
Wait, Culper, you don't believe in the satanic pastor who has his own church? You don't believe that that's Christianity?
Anyway, I was raised in a Baptist church, and they talked about free will all the time. God gives us free will. God gives us free will. So I don't know, I don't know about that. I didn't know who Calvin was until I was probably 34 years old.
Why wouldn't God? You say, what do you say about free will just now? Like, sorry, I'm going to
Who?
rehear that. You, JS. Sorry.
I don't know. I'm not sure what
Yeah,
exactly you're talking about.
Growing up about free will, like your.
Oh, I grew up in a Baptist church in Florida.
Okay, sweet.
And they talked about free will all the time.
Yeah.
It was, and it's like a constant thing. Like when you watch street preachers, when you watch Protestant street, they're always bringing up, well, this is because God gave us free will. God gave us free will. God gave us free will.
Free will too. To be.
Have you heard Alex O'Connor's argument against free will using the law of excluded middle?
I think you brought that up earlier.
I use his. I've made an adjustment on his. Everything we do is based off of want or force, and I've added need to that.
You see, I think.
Right, but he says that you can formulate an argument against free will just by using the law of excluded middle. So it says either our choices are external to us, in which case they can't be said to be free, like they're not in our control. Or you know what? I'm actually not concentrating that much on the argument, and I don't want to fuck it up. And I'm playing a video game.
Playing the game.
I don't.
worries.
Whatever that was, I don't agree. But
my main gripe with this though is that it's like the determinist will say no. The free will thing is that you have that you're free without external choices, which is kind of basically just presupposing their whole position because there's always something you can point to and all this kind of thing. But I mean, even if like they can't necessarily point, they can't actually necessarily prove that thing. But free choice is that if you're given the exact same conditions, you could have chose differently.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
think it's
Like that's the definition of free will that we're talking about here.
No. I mean, that's not the definition of free will in
a Christian.
Right, and the only way you can make sense of that
philosophy.
The only way you can make sense of that is by taking God out of the equation and having multiverse theory. Like, you think that there's another way it could have gone.
Yeah, Eve could have not eaten the apple, correct?
No.
Okay, how do you prove that?
Because she ate
because
the
it
apple.
happened.
How do you know God?
Yeah, okay,
did not have
when we
any
say
kind of-
could,
what do you
we're
mean?
talking about is
Go ahead,
when we're talking about could, something could have happened. We're talking about what happened or what could have happened.
What could have happened is what happened. Nothing else could have happened. What do you think?
God gave you the choice. God gave you the choice. You could have chosen either.
Seems like
or.
that, doesn't it? But
That's what he did. I mean, that's
right.
scripture.
So you think there's a possible world where Eve didn't eat the apple?
I think it could have been possible.
Well, I don't.
So I think we need right. So this is a tricky thing with the word possible.
Stop giving Elder Lion your arguments. I know. Well,
in philosophy, possible just refers to metaphysical possibility. So when something is possible, it's not saying that it's plausible in the material world. It's just saying it doesn't contradict the laws of logic.
Well,
Right?
no, some
Like,
people
it's
do
not.
think that there's actually like multiple universes where this is multiverse theory. They came up with it to argue with the fine tuning argument.
No. I don't believe in that. I don't
Right,
think
but
that's needed. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
some people actually do see it that way, that
Yeah,
there
I get
is an alternate world where Eve didn't, Eve.
Yeah, I don't think that's needed. I don't think that's even relevant. I think we live in this world where it happened, but if it didn't happen, then it would have went this way, possibly because God told you if you do this, it's gonna go this way. That's what He said. It's
But
how
so
He
what does
laid
that
it
even
out.
look like? Like now
I don't know.
my
We
brain's
don't
gonna
know because
explode.
it's not what happened. He laid it out though. He did say if you do this, this is gonna happen, and that's what happened.
He commanded them not to eat of that fruit.
And then, no.
Oh no, I
He
gotta
commanded-
stop. I gotta stop now because I am gonna give away my. Well, I
No,
got.
you're good.
The lion's in the bushes.
You know what
with no
I'm
button.
coming, you know what I'm coming with. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's not do it. You know what I'm coming with.
Yeah. I got.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Something.
I get it. Elderline, I can't give you an argument, dude. I'm gonna let him.
I mean, he said all this before. I know what he's going to say.
Yeah,
for
but
the
I'm gonna
most
say
part.
it in a way cooler way. I gotta.
I'm gonna give him the opportunity to say it in a cooler way, dude.
But here's the fundamental dilemma that I see, JS, right? Is that why would God tell Adam and Eve not to eat from the apple if it was already predetermined that they were going to eat from the apple?
Mm.
That's a good question. Although you'd have to put that question to God, right?
It's a damn great question, and that's
Well, no, because JS is one that believes that it's predetermined.
Because why
Right,
does
but well, hang on. Does God know? Right, I understand that the argument for omniscience is that He knows all potential outcomes, but does He also know the actual outcome?
Well,
Yes.
the way I would
that's one
answer
aspect
Terry,
to it.
so when God's walking in the garden and He's saying, "Where are you, Adam? Where are you?" And Adam's hiding from God.
That's
So it's like when a parent is walking around the living room and their kid is hiding behind a clear curtain.
Testing your child. Your parent knows where you are.
Exactly. They know where you
Yeah.
are. You're saying, "Where are you?"
So was God
I
being
get what you're
dishonest in
saying.
that
Or
instance?
I watched.
Yeah,
I
that's
watched a
basically
TikTok.
Shiva's
I
big thing.
think
Are you
you're
saying
still
that
being
God
given the
lies?
point. You're
No,
still being given
listen.
the chance, the
I watched
opportunity
a
to do
TikTok
it.
video the other day. It wasn't a TikTok video, but it was a YouTube short. But basically, it was a short, and it was this mom, and they're making a gingerbread house with her kid, and her kid keeps reaching for this candy that she has, and she's like, "Okay, you're gonna put it on the thing, right? Put it on the thing. You're gonna put the candy
You're missing the
on
point.
the house. You're not gonna eat it. You're gonna put it on the house, right?" And the kid keeps saying, "Yep, yep, yep." And
Yeah.
she says, "Okay, put it on the thing." And as soon as she hands it to him, he sticks it in his mouth. And
So
she
God,
recorded it because she knew he was going to put it in his mouth.
so God can't ever tell you or like give you influence about doing the
No,
right
because
thing.
we're children and He's our Father.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
but let me put the whole kind of argument in front of you. So it's like you're saying that it was predetermined that Adam and Eve were going to eat the apple anyway, right? Correct. So in
Yeah.
terms of this whole thing, like
That's wrong.
God told them not to eat the apple. So you're basically telling you basically have to bite one of these two bullets where it's either it's not predetermined or you're saying that God lied to Adam and Eve.
Bingo.
God lied to Adam and Eve? How did he
had
lie?
to,
Correct.
Or you bite the other.
Because he told them not to eat.
Yeah,
he commanded them not to eat, which would have been a lie because his will was
How's
actually
that
for
a
them to
lie?
eat the apple. Because his will would have been for them to eat
Wait,
the
so
apple anyways.
if the father knows that the kid is gonna eat the candy and he says put it on, and he beats his phone out and he says, "I'm gonna record this because it's gonna be funny. I know this kid's gonna eat this." So he's lying to his kid when he says put it on the thing. How is that lying?
No, the correct thing would he would have commanded the kid not to eat it.
God, that's good, dude.
Hmm?
I think in that situation you're applying like you said the dad is recording the kid and like laughing and saying put it on it and knows he's not doing it.
It's just an analogy. It's just a.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
I'm not saying God is making TikToks out of us in heaven.
No. I don't think that. I'm just saying it's
Now
sounds-
there's an idea for a story.
It sounds like it's teasing. It sounds like you're teasing a subject of like, ha ha ha, do this. I don't think God's doing that with us.
Yeah, well.
I
So,
mean,
wait. You think it's better that God put them in the garden with the serpent and with the fruit and told them not to eat it, and God had no idea that they were going to eat from it?
I don't think it has anything to do.
Why didn't God? Okay, so now we're going to get to
No.
something Shiva would say.
I
Why
think
didn't God just
probably
not
knew.
put the tree and the serpent in the garden?
Yeah, why didn't he put the tree on the moon?
That defeats the purpose.
Yeah, why didn't he put the tree on the moon and tell them
All right, I'll
not
be
to
right
eat
back.
it?
I'm gonna go cook some breakfast for my daughter real quick. This is too many spoilers.
There's a whole story.
Yeah, it seems this God seems really like a real jerk.
Yeah, it defeats the purpose of the story if that's the case. Yeah.
Like,
yeah. So like basically like this whole kind of like premise of like what, like why did God do all this kind of stuff is because like we're surrounded by temptation, we're surrounded by evil things, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So in terms of the case of like God commanded him not to eat from the apple, it proves free will because Eve said, "Fuck this!" Like, you know, like she basically invited sin into the door and said, "Yeah, you know what? I'll be my own God. I'll choose my own morals."
So wait. Does God have a plan?
In terms of what you mean, like in terms of what
I mean, does God have a plan?
I think overall,
I honestly I don't know. Like again, I'm not Christian. Okay, so
So I think Christians would say that God does have a plan. I have heard that said many times by many Christians. All right, is God infallible?
Yes.
Okay, well that's an interesting wrinkle, right? He's infallible. He's omniscient. So he knows that Adam and Eve are going to eat the fruit.
Yeah.
But he puts the tree within their reach anyway, and he has a plan.
After
what does that imply?
After they partake, yes.
Sorry, his plan only comes about after they partake.
If they use their free will, if they use, yeah, I believe he did.
So he didn't have a plan before they ate the fruit.
I believe he had a. I think he had a plan if they did or if they didn't. He can have a plan either way. If they
so okay, so God
now that's
isn't
Doctor
omniscient.
Strange theory.
I think
he's not omniscient then, right? Because if he doesn't know the actual outcome,
and I named it that.
Omniscient,
that's my
right?
I coined that term.
I get it. That's funny. I think that's what he.
You think God has the infinite, or what stone was it, where he looks into all the different possible worlds? And
no, I think you're applying a comical view to God, and I think he is perfectly capable of handling reality himself.
But no, I think you're applying the comical view to God, and I'm just making an analogy to explain what you're saying.
Yes, just let me point this out real quick, Culprit, because like basically he's kind of reversing the argument back, and you're saying, well, you're the one who'll claim that God has a plan. Ergo, if God has a plan and he's all knowing, ergo he knows the future, then how can you say that you have free will if God already knows what's going to be happen? Meaning, like where's God's mind accessing when he's accessing the future? Meaning the future's already written.
Yeah,
this is why, like I said, this is one of the reasons why I can't consider myself
God's
Christian.
looking at all the possible paths.
all-knowing.
God's looking at all the possible paths that we could take, and there's one path that is the correct path that leads to the end that God wants. But we could defy God, and we could go a different way.
What if he is? Like, does it make more sense to believe that's not even close to possible? That's the case. I have to believe there's no free will. This is what it is, or believe possibly that might be the case, that he does have every possible plan in front of him. What makes
but it's not just every possible plan. I think that this is the sticking point for me, right? Because God is said to be omniscient. Now, what I've heard as a rationalization is that he knows every potential outcome, right? Say on like a quantum level or whatever. But if he doesn't know also the actual outcome, then he can't be said to be omniscient.
Yeah, so he's just
like
Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Or he knows every possible outcome.
Yeah, but he has to know the actual outcome as well to be able to know everything.
That's possible. I don't know. I don't know the mind of God.
So what's the point of even looking at possible outcomes if he already knows the actual there is no other possible outcome.
So the counter to that, Culprit, would be, okay, if you don't know God, thing, then how can you say that God is all knowing?
I think he could know it, and that could be the case as well.
Wait, what you mean?
So he can know every possible outcome. A certain outcome could happen, and he could still know it, and he's still all-knowing. It just
And this was your argument
That's
against
free
Jim
will.
Bob,
That's
Terry.
free will.
So did Jim
Yeah.
Bob like change your mind on this, or did
No,
you?
he convinced me of God or the universal mind, the divine intelligence. But in terms of like this is why I say like I can't call myself Christian, because in terms of the whole kind of like omniscient
Okay,
part
cool.
of this,
Well, what
it's like
get
how do you explain
what is free
that
will?
he
You're
knows all
arguing
possible and
you are
then knows the
arguing
actual
for
outcome?
free will, though, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Then what is free will? I mean,
That given the same situation, you could have acted differently.
I thought that was a free
That's
will debate.
where
and
does
you,
that
you-
definition
that
come
I
from?
feel like
Because
that
my
is
understanding
in
of,
line
of
with
free will is that it's the ability to make choices free of any prior conditioning or causal factors. Like
Yeah, that's not what
in
I call free will.
philosophy.
That is the definition.
Oh, right. Okay. So this is the sticking point that
believe
I
you have
have
free will.
when debating free will, is that actually people aren't debating free will.
Yeah.
My point is,
They're
God
debating
is
something
will.
else.
We were given free will within His reality of everything. He is will. Whatever is good goes to God. Everything else is not God, but He gives us the ability to choose it.
And I would add to that definition without consequence or benefit, because free implies that nothing bad or good is going to come from it. So there's no outside influences.
From my
There's
point, I
nothing
was
influencing you,
honest.
and there's not going to be any result of it.
That
Sounds
doesn't mean
crazy to
you don't
me.
have free will. That doesn't mean you have free will.
All right, got back just in time. I've never actually heard you say that before.
That's a good one.
But just to go back to
Oh yeah.
just to
Actually,
go back to the
that's in
question
my
I
debate
posed
with
to Cooper.
Mosman. My debate with Mosman, I said that.
Just to go back to the question with Cooper, is that it's like how can you say if God knows not only all possible outcomes but what will actually happen? Like how can you say that?
I feel like
you
you're
know what I'm saying?
missing the point of what God was trying to say in Scripture. That's the point. You got free will. He knows everything, but He's still giving you the ability. I get what you're trying to say. Like,
Well, hang on. Does He have a plan? Does God have a plan
I believe yes.
for the
And I believe
universe?
you fit
All right.
within it,
Can
and
we
you
thwart His
make your own
plan?
choices within it.
Can we thwart His plan?
No,
Oh my God! Look at that screen.
This
Look
screen
at
is
that.
going to give me a
Who wants to have a
seizure.
seizure?
What is this game? This is not a game.
Best fun you can have for $5.
So let me give you a biblical example, Cooper, right?
Yeah.
When
go ahead.
Jesus told Peter, "You will deny me 3 times," could Peter have chosen differently?
Could Peter have chosen? No, He told him that's what would happen.
Yeah, so Peter had
So
no
he
free
didn't
will
have
in
any
that
free
situation,
will.
correct?
I use
That's
that
a good-
example
yeah,
all the
that's a good
time.
argument. It's a good argument.
When
I mean, I believe
the
that
screen.
He knew that, and that's what would happen. Yeah.
when God told Sarah that Esau, that the younger is going to rule over the older, and then Sarah helped Abraham to steal the birthright from
Yeah,
Jacob,
yeah.
could that have happened another way?
No,
Could she have
not
just not
according-
done that and then?
Definitely live.
Not according to God's word.
Yeah. So where's the free will?
No, those are great arguments. Those are a lot better arguments than everything else. Be honest.
Well, they're all it's all part of the same argument. But if I was arguing with a secular person, or if I was arguing with with an audience, with a secular audience, and I didn't want to bring the Bible and God
Yeah.
into it,
No, that was good.
I wouldn't
good.
go to Bible verses. But I could Bible thump all day.
I mean, I can Bible thump for free will too, but it wouldn't dispute that.
I can Bible thump, but I end up with a sore hand.
Just real quick, in terms of like the definition things, you are correct to a degree. Like philosophically speaking, free will can be defined as the ability of individuals to make choices that are not determined by natural causality, fate, or divine intervention. Right. But the statement that I said one could have done otherwise in the same scenario is a perspective of libertarianism. So there's kind of like those two. So like the actual definition of free will is up for debate in and of itself. Apparently, according to Grok. Just letting you know. Yeah, sorry, continue.
I mean, I figured it was. We all had different definitions for it.
Yeah, so and just for Rocky in chat as well, if God knows everything that will happen without influencing our free will, if he knows that it's already happening, how can you say that you have free will if it's already predetermined? That's basically the main kind of point that we're discussing here.
And I'm not a I actually don't hold with classical linear determinism. That's not a view that I hold. I'm I have I suppose a more Buddhist view of I tend to view it as being an interconnected web of conditions.
I mean, at the moment, I'm just going to concede because they had good arguments. So.
And did you have any choice in that?
Iron sharpens iron.
I mean, that's the point of having a debate.
Yeah, I think prophecy in itself defeats free will.
Yeah, see, Rocky, told you.
I could get. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, can a prophecy be? I suppose this is the question that I would ask: can we make God's plan fail? Is that possible?
Yeah, I say this all
the example
time.
here, Shiva, would be when Jesus told Peter that you'll deny me 3 times. Could Peter have chosen otherwise? If not, then you have to bite the bullet and say it was already predetermined.
Yeah,
it was already written.
I'll
that
bite
he
the
was gonna
bullet
deny.
there. Yeah, I'll bite the bullet there.
And like this is just to be 100% honest, Ryan, like this is why I can't say I'm Christian, because there's like certain kind of concepts like that I'm like, this doesn't make sense to me, all this kind of stuff. So it's like the whole kind of thing of like
I get
instinctively,
the argument. Yeah, I get the argument. Logically, it makes sense.
You know what doesn't make sense? You lot going out and buying this game immediately. What the fuck is wrong with you all?
I've already
had that game for a while.
Because of people.
It does look pretty cool.
Did we not just see your screen a second ago, Shiva? Like we're literally like having epileptic fits with the amount of
Yeah,
shit
when
that's
you
on the
get to
screen.
that point, it's just auto loss. You can't win at that point.
No, you can. No, you can definitely win. So I'm going to win with this character on what is one of the harder maps.
It's just but when you die, it restarts.
Yeah, so it's a what's the best way to describe the genre? I would describe it as a reverse bullet hell horde survival roguelike.
I don't know what that means.
So it's a reverse bullet hell in that, unlike most bullet hell games, you are the one producing the bullets. It's horde survival because you've got to survive all these like waves of enemies, and it's roguelike because you can collect gold in the maps, and then like I just did there, and then you can use the gold to upgrade. Yeah. And then those upgrades persist across different playthroughs.
Just a horde game.
Well, what's the reverse bullet hole? Explain.
So a bullet hell game, it would be something like Gallagher, where you're flying a spaceship and you have to dodge all of the bullets. Whereas in this game, you are the one making the bullets. Yeah.
Well, you shoot in Galaga, right? Or no,
Oh,
like
yeah.
Well,
asteroid.
yeah, but
Yeah, a ship.
Like asteroids.
well, yeah, but just any game where you have to dodge the projectiles of the
Games is like
mobs.
it increases in intensity over rounds. So it's just like
So it's basically asteroid where the rocks are flying at your ship and you're shooting the rocks.
it just increases.
Horde
and
mode
increases.
where it's like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Like a zombies match and.
But there's like a progression system where you can.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that I like about this game is that the developer kind of embodies. Shit, I should have got a different power up there. Kind of stuff that I really like. Like the game's cheap. There's no purchases in game. Like you buy the game and then you have the game and you unlock the content by playing the game. And the DLC is dirt cheap as well. Yeah, I really enjoy it. and it's kind of addictive. It utilizes gambling mechanics, but
Of course it does. That's what makes it addictive.
yeah, but it's like you're not actually paying anything.
Yeah.
So it's not gambling.
It's just the illusion of gambling, and
yeah.
You're gonna spend something you earned to get something, and you're gonna keep doing that, and then you're gonna get sucked in.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna play Baldur's Gate after this, even though it's 7:30 and I should have went to sleep. But
They really want me to go on a
7:30 in the
VK
morning.
and just jump out in a 1v1, just get out and let my
Dude.
chair sit there.
I would do that, or just immediately try to instigate the free will debate and see if you can win it.
No, I don't
It'd
even
be-
want to do that again. I'm going to freely will myself not to do it. Next time somebody tries to force that topic, I'm going to be like, nope, I changed my mind. And there's an outside influence.
Maybe, yeah, but maybe you can actually win people over. Maybe that's the thing you need to keep arguing.
Yeah, but
I mean, if you eventually get it, I mean, I'm not that smart, but you can win me over easy. But
in 5 minutes, I don't know if I can I can do that in 5 minutes. We've been talking about this for like 2 hours.
you can do it, dude.
Yeah.
You guys can keep talking about it. Yeah, let's keep giving your arguments, please.
I tried with
I enjoy
Stepfire.
it, dude. I love this. I would join in, and one of y'all can kick my ass, too.
I thought I did really good against Stepfire and gave compelling arguments, but
I voted for you.
Oh, VK isn't about the arguments. Come on now.
No.
Yeah.
It's audience, bro.
Yeah, could have just.
But if you can win the audience over with your argument,
It was Stepfire's night, you know. Sometimes the audience is feeling a certain person, so.
Look, I beat Teriak in VK, and it wasn't because of the strength of my arguments. It was just because I was unrelenting.
well, Teriak, to be fair, is unrelenting. So
Yeah, I just beat him at his own game.
yeah, you just gotta go crazy and ham, and you can possibly beat him.
I do want to win a night shift one, so I'm not the shortest lived champion ever.
I watched plenty of Teriak, and
Shazzy, I think you would last because you're like an audience favorite. You might be like a shoe-in for a win, actually, Shazzy. Shazzy says she wonders if she could last on a panel, on a VK panel.
I think she would like just because everybody likes her, or she would last just because
Yeah.
everybody likes her.
Yeah, she's a very likable woman.
Creative too.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe they wouldn't vote for a witch. I mean, that's my bad.
Yeah, a lot of people are anti-witch. You can't debate. You don't have to debate. You just gotta.
I can't debate.
You just gotta be entertaining.
Shazzy would just have to go up there and start roasting people, and she'd win.
Yeah,
I can't debate at all.
I would actually hate to go against Shazzy in a.
Me too.
Like, what are you gonna do? Like, can't roast her. You're done immediately. You can't. Yeah.
Like if I got put in a 1v1 with Shazzy, I would just have to concede because I wouldn't be able to say anything mean to her.
I'm not good at it to begin with. I'm not gonna be hated by the community.
Yeah. I make you feel small. Yeah. Yeah, you should do it, Shazzy. You probably win. Has a girl besides Flora ever won? No. That's what I'm saying. And she was giving all my arguments. Some of those debates, I was messaging her the whole time. And I was like,
wait, are we going back to your woman?
well, it doesn't have to specifically be looked at as my woman, but
I know
the only girl that won VK was her. And I was in the background messaging her. I was like, oh, you got to say this and this and this.
I mean, that's natural. That makes sense.
And she was on my stream all the time, so she knew all the things I would say. And then hearing it come from a girl, if you hear it come from a guy,
but didn't I hear that like the crowd voted for her for a specific reason?
She was being trad conservative woman, and they kept putting her in 1v1s versus people that I had never seen. A lot of people I'd never seen before, or I think she went against like Effigy or somebody.
Oh, wow.
And she was just saying base
I might
stuff.
start arguing a pro-theist traditional conservative position on verbal combat. That could be a laugh.
She just said all the basic based stuff.
Yeah, all the things a trad wife.
Yeah. And so she won. And I don't think, most of the girls that come on those panels, they're not.
No.
Even if they are somewhat based, you're still going to see a little bit of.
Most women are feminists.
Yeah.
Inherently.
And she is a pretty based lady. Like, she's Guatemalan, and she was saying some base stuff, but a lot of it was like my talking points.
Yeah. Well, there's a market for it. And that's the problem.
Or not my talking points, but things I talk about a lot, conservative, talking points.
No, I get it, dude. I want to like go too deep into that.
She didn't beat anyone noteworthy. Except for I think it was Effigy, or I forget what they were talking about. But then there was like this black guy that was, I forget what they were talking about. Something about race stuff, and he kept pulling the race card, and she's like, "Well, I'm Guatemalan," and it's like, so you can't pull. It's not like, she could say.
Was that the drinks a lot fellow?
Buff? No.
Buff, yeah.
Mm-mm. It was some guy I never saw before or never saw him since.
Oh, wow.
But
I've seen a few people like that just randomly pop up and then get destroyed, and they just never come back because they think that panel is racist or something.
Yeah.
Oh, and then that guy ended up, he was recording it and he was streaming, and then he made a stream, and he made a video of it, and he cut out the 1v1 from the video, and he was saying his stream was titled racist misogynist conservatives attacking the black man, or something was like the name of his video that he made of it. And he cut out the part where he had the 1v1 with Floor because he got beat. I was like, dang, because he was pulling the race card a bunch and saying, you guys are all like racist and blah, blah, blah. And so they put her in a 1v1 with him, and she's like, well, I'm Guatemalan, and she's just yelling at him, and it was pretty funny.
Was it yelling worse than me earlier, or?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, that was pretty light. That was pretty easy going.
Yeah, that wasn't even that bad. Yeah, it was worse than that.
Okay, I was hoping it wasn't that bad.
Imagine a Latina lady versus like a Black Hebrew Israelite type guy.
Okay.
Like,
I was hoping I didn't go that crazy.
It was wild.
I love those Black Israeli.
Dude, the Black Hebrew Israelites are the best, bro.
Yeah. You go on one of their panels, you just say 2 sentences, and their entire panel will spurg for like 3 hours.
Oh, yeah, they're wild.
Bro. It's amazing.
It's crazy, though. They know, well, they memorize
they memorize scriptures and
scripture
take
really
them out of
well.
context.
And they can jump around, boom, boom, boom. I know this verse, this verse, this verse, this verse.
Yep.
But they take it all out of context and they twist it. And so if you're not studied up, they can.
Dude, it's amazing how well they're able to twist every verse too.
They can throw you off real good.
I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but he's a YouTuber. He debates Hebrew Israelites a lot. He wears glasses. Can't think of the guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hold on, let me look.
God Logic or something like that.
God Logic makes sense.
JD Unchained's been in my chat before.
He's like I don't really fully agree with his theology because he's a Protestant.
Hey now.
But
Yeah, I heard that.
I don't like that talk.
I'll find it.
Yeah, I'm playing around.
Well, you're gonna find
Tarek goes to take a shit, and then all of a sudden we start speaking about Tarek. Is that what this is, boys? Is that what this is?
James, you know you're never gonna find somebody who you 100% agree with.
Yeah, I know.
So it's like, I don't like this.
I know
like
that's the thing. I know.
we put everybody into these boxes. Oh, you're this. You're this. You're a Calvinist. You're a
Well,
Protestant.
I'm saying
You're
he's
an
a Protestant.
Orthodox.
I'm just saying.
I know. I'm just.
I didn't mean it like.
Well, that's why I think it's better to be an anti-centrist. So whatever anyone says you are, you say no, I'm not that thing.
Is where his theology is covered. Granted, he's more of a I think he's like more of a non-denominational.
Or you could do the opposite, Shiva. You could just say,
See,
"Yeah, I'm whatever you think I am, that's what I am to you," because it's your relative perspective. Whatever you want to call me and think I am, that's what I am to you. But
I think a lot of the problem is do what? Sorry.
What was that, Tariaq?
Shiva has turned into a universe that spits fire.
This is crazy.
I already know Shiva's tried to pull me into the Gaza debate another time. So
you got like dream catchers and a flamethrower that's like nuclear bombs and universes swirling around. You're like Ultra Instinct right now.
And look, see, the thing is, I'm going to put the controller down now. I'm so good at this game. Look at that.
Now you have some move that you just wipes out everything. Nobody can get close to you.
I mean, that's essentially what the game is. The game is a kind of race. Like you're trying to get as many power-ups. Yeah, and like try and get combinations of weapons and passives so that you can outmatch the kind of strength of the mobs. You know,
the increasing horde.
And so you're not even doing anything. You're not even touching the
like.
controller.
Yeah, no.
now?
Look. I'll just. I'm like when this universe bit goes, which is like a kind of special attack thing. Once that ends, you'll see that I'm not moving.
Vocab, that's his name. Vocab.
And yeah.
He goes by vocab on YouTube.
Oh, I haven't seen him.
Oh, you're fighting again though now, right?
Sorry?
You're fighting again now, right?
Look at his money; he's just racking up.
I'm basically, I'm killing the mobs as soon as they appear on the screen. So that's what all the blue stuff
some type
is.
of spell or power.
They're getting close.
So at the top of the screen, like there's a whole bunch of icons, and the top row is my weapons. Right, so that's what's doing the killing.
I shared it.
But now, as the waves keep going, they're going to get stronger and stronger, and they're
yeah.
Are they eventually going to kill you, or are you just going to win the game?
No. So if I go here, so basically what I've done is because I've maxed out my weapons, which are these four at the top here. I'm essentially every update is just randomly applying a bonus. So like hopefully my weapons will keep outstripping the enemies. And then these things on the right hand side, these are like, let's just call them tarot cards. which give you
And what
bonuses.
happens if
So
the hordes outmatch those? You have to go and like change them out.
And you die.
no, if the hordes outmatch your weapon strength, then you die and you got to start a new run.
Okay.
Does it ever end?
Yeah, each run is 30 minutes. So I could probably just spend the next 15 minutes not doing anything, and I'll probably beat the map. Although I think there's an interesting boss on this map, if I remember correctly. So I might go and find the boss.
Oh, but
So
when you
you
start
can
moving around, they
get
get
the
close
boss.
to you.
Okay, so you're like moving and you have
Yeah,
to
yeah,
fight
yeah.
the
So I can
boss.
run into the enemies.
I got you. I got you. I see it now. I see what you're doing now.
I might have
Yeah,
already
Rocky.
killed the boss, actually. Sorry.
Do you remember what you were about to say, Elderline?
Hold on a second. I'm getting food. I gotta get food for my daughter real
I know
quick.
Teriak was about to say
And
something.
taking notes.
I mean, I'll be honest. I didn't know that you and Mosman did a debate about this. Now I know I need to go find that.
I want to.
Yeah, I gotta watch it so I can get some more notes.
Yeah.
Elder, if you do
I
not
got
win
all
this
kinds
debate,
of notes.
I mean, he has given you a lot.
Who moderated that?
To
Oh,
be honest,
Mayhem.
debates about free will in this community, the person who's arguing in favor of free will always win.
Yeah, that seems
I
to be the
guarantee
case.
it.
That seems to be the case.
And it doesn't matter.
Right.
Look, I debated
great
Wally
guest.
on free will. Wally didn't have any single fucking argument in
And
favor
he
of
still
free
won.
will, and he still won.
No, I get it. I mean, even though I'm still in favor of free will, I get why everybody would vote in favor of free will. It's obvious. That's just
Yeah,
how
and I get it. A lot of people are going to vote based off who they agree with, even if they don't make the best arguments. A lot of people are going to vote on who they like better, or a lot of
especially
people
with,
are going to vote
like,
on who's more entertaining.
core things like that, they're definitely gonna vote in favor.
Like when
whoever
I
makes
vote, I'm voting off of who I think won the debate best, based off of who
Yeah.
made the best arguments and things like that. But
I do similar things.
yeah,
Yeah, anybody's welcome on the panel there, Rocky. If you want to
I don't even think there should be a. I don't even
anybody's
think.
welcome on panel.
I don't know if I
So
believe
you can
there
hop
should
up
be
on
a
panel if you
audience.
I don't even
vote.
think there should be a poll at the end. But
Yeah.
well,
I don't know
think that's
how
what
it
adds
should
the
be.
spice
But,
to it.
yeah, I don't know how
Yeah.
it should be, but that is what is the show's about. I don't know how you would replicate that in another.
Well, no, I'm not talking about like VK. I'm talking about like if we
In
do
general,
do like a formal debate.
No, I agree. Yeah.
But
I'd
I don't
still
care.
really
I
like
don't
to
care
do
if
a
there is.
formal. I'd really like to do a formal debate. I've never done one, and I kind of wonder
I've never
how
done
well
any
it would
debate
fare.
besides the ones we've done here and the last couple I've done on these panels.
I'd like to do another UVC. My belt's getting dusty.
I've never done anything, dude. It's like y'all are the most. You and then John, James, y'all are the most I've ever. I've never actually done real debates online or anything. So.
I mean, I'm not
It's like
sure
it-
that I would call the debates that we engage in
Yeah, we're just
real
talking.
debates.
We're just talking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more so like blood sport, whereas like in formal debates, for example, like the monk debates, like they basically take a poll beforehand, so like that's how
Yeah.
you kind of counteract like audience bias.
You talk about like
Take a poll
modern
beforehand.
day debates and stuff.
Yeah, and then afterwards they'll have another poll, so they'll basically kind of
Yeah.
like measure it's like how many people were you able to
see if
sway.
your
So even if it's like
your mind was
90%,
changed, yeah.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
if you're
yeah,
able to
yeah.
change the mind of the 90%, then that's how they classify.
No, we're
but
just
it's a
we're
very
just
difficult thing to do.
going at it for fun.
But even that is like, well, you might have different people. Some people might tune in at the beginning and vote in the poll, and then you have different people who came in the middle
Or
or
they
at
could
the
just
end.
like you more than the other guy over time based on how you talk and just vote for you regardless. Like,
Right. Well, and that's
Yeah.
why
That's how Brick has 5 titles.
charisma is a big part of debating because
yeah, Yeah.
You know, you may go in there thinking, well, this is a stupid position, but and that's what Hitchens said. Sometimes it's better to
You might argue
sacrifice
a
the
stupid
argument for the
position.
joke, or sacrifice the argument just to drop a little punchline or take a shot, whatever.
I mean, it's obvious that charisma is a part of winning debates. I mean, I don't think there's any way around it.
Yeah,
Unless you
it's one
make
of the
rules
metrics in
specific
judging a
way.
debate: persuasiveness and charisma.
I mean, I don't know how you would make rules outside of that. Like, how do you determine a debate with rules outside forces determining who won the debate? It's got to be somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, whether it's an audience or people voting or some judges, somebody's deciding. They can easily decide on what they thought was best. Like, if you said funnier stuff, even if you technically, in your mind, won a debate, this guy said funnier things, the judges vote for him. So, I don't know how you get around that.
Hence why Wally makes so much puns.
What?
Cheat code, I tell you. Wally with the puns.
Oh, yeah. No, he's good at that.
Well.
And you're good at going after people too. You steamroll people and fuck them up, and people love it.
Oh, shucks, you're making me blush.
And then JS argues free will, and everybody fucking hates it, and they vote him off.
Next time that happens, I'm just gonna be like, oh no, I agree with free will. It's so based.
You should argue it from that position, and you'd probably win.
Oh, I could.
Everybody would think that you were like, oh, he's changed his mind. Let's vote for him.
I changed my mind on abortion.
What's your
stand? Man.
It's wrong, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if I'm gonna have the position that that the death penalty shouldn't be a thing, because the risk of executing innocent people is a risk that I don't think we should be willing to take, then holding a position that abortion is moral is inconsistent.
Respect. Okay. I don't know if I believe in a death penalty either, to be honest. But not in the current state of whatever that entails. Like, people get to decide if you die or not, and it's a system that's inherently flawed. So that's kind of hard for me to vote in favor of.
But like the difficulty with the whole kind of death penalty arguments, the elders like throw like a child rapist.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want? And they basically kind of like play the optics game that way, which is again.
But
like
you say like, why would
you
want him to live? Do you want him to die, or?
Yeah, they'd be like, you know, like a child rapist or a PDF or whatever way you want to phrase it.
No, he definitely.
Like basically just kind of go down that.
In my viewpoint, but it's hard for me to trust the system, like the current system of America. It's hard for me to trust that system to determine whether or not that's accurate, and decide this person should die because of this. And I know from experience of the system that they get things a lot. They get things wrong a lot. So it's hard for me to say. I would say that's my view on that.
And like that's basically the count they have to. It's like you have to be satisfied with killing an innocent, the state killing an innocent person.
Yeah.
And then from that you basically get the like they'll have to bite the bullet on that. So then it's basically the
whole
back and forth
like,
between that.
One innocent man die, and
so my rebuttal would be, are you okay with locking someone up for 5 years, maybe for a theft charge that they didn't do?
I'm much more okay with that than killing someone for a crime they didn't commit.
So what? They can miss their child being born. You're taking 5 years away from their life. They can miss their child being born.
That's better than taking their life away.
Yeah,
It's better than so.
I believe that's
Yeah.
better. Yeah, I mean it sucks, but it's still better.
Yeah, it still sucks. Yeah, but I'd much
I mean, it
rather
sucks
that an
that-
innocent person was locked up for 5 years than an innocent person was killed for a crime they didn't commit.
So what if we take out the what if we take out the possibility of somebody being innocent, and we assume it's baked in that we know for sure they're guilty? Then are you okay with the death penalty?
Right. No.
If we know for sure they're guilty. Of
No,
the
so
situation.
so that's not even.
I mean, no. Like if
Because
we know,
it's like you can't take yes, if you have a hypothetical situation where you've got someone who's psychic or an AI that's absolutely fucking infallible,
Yeah.
right, and where there's no doubt whatsoever.
How about we
that
catch
person,
the
say,
guy
committed murder?
How about the police walk up on the guy while he's bathing in the blood, and he's in a room with a bunch of dead people, and he's stabbing one of them while they're alive, and he's bathing in their blood, and he's saying, "I love killing people." Like,
yeah, fuck them.
Right, yeah, but the
Okay,
risk,
so
like,
you are okay with the
so
death
well, hang
penalty.
on, Josh.
Yeah,
you could argue that for that individual,
For me,
right, that the
yes.
death penalty might be valid, but then in that system, you still have the risk of innocent people being executed
Well,
for crimes they didn't
The
commit.
reality is we don't have that system. I mean, the system that we know of
But in
today,
a
lot of
just
people
system,
are
you
we
think
don't
it's
have that system.
in a just system, you say it's justified
If we had a
to
system where
kill
we knew
somebody if we know
100%.
for sure that they.
No, I'm
We
not
knew-
making that claim.
I am. I will. I mean, if we were in a system where we knew 100% that, like, there was no, it's impossible that we could not know that this guy did this to this person, in that
Yeah.
way. Yes, I believe.
See, that's kind of how I feel about it too. It's like if the system is just and we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this person's guilty, I'm okay with the death penalty.
Exactly.
But yes, if the system is crooked and
Or
we
just
can't
faulty,
we can't just
flawed.
be going
It doesn't need
around.
to be crooked. It could just be flawed, right?
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, if the system is
I agree.
flawed, we can't be killing innocent people.
It's the idea that if I'd rather 10 guilty men go free than one guilty man, be killed or whatever the saying is. I don't remember what the saying is, but it's an early American.
It's Benjamin
idea.
Franklin. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you could flip that instead of I'd rather I forgot who I heard say this, and they flipped it. They said instead of I'd rather 10 guilty men. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Never mind.
I think I get what you're trying to say. Like, I'd rather lock up someone who's guilty, and
I'd rather lock up 10 innocent people
yeah,
than let one murderer go around diaper sniping.
and there is some.
know.
But
there
would
is-
you
there is some
rather
nuance.
kill one innocent person?
Yeah, that's,
Benjamin Franklin, I'm pretty sure, was the one that said that.
Yeah.
Or one
There
of the
is some
founding
nuance
fathers,
to this,
or
and
something,
Shiva
something
kinda
similar
brought
to that. I don't know if it was exactly.
It was Benjamin Franklin. I already said that,
Yeah.
James.
Yeah, he did say that.
But yeah, I'm just saying.
No,
But yeah,
you're-
it was Benjamin Franklin. Yeah.
Clarify so that way people don't think
There is some nuance to this. Like, I mean, well, first off, I mean, the whole point is we don't have that system, and the idea that 10 innocent men, when it comes to killing people, I think Shiva brought this up. Like, I would rather lock those 10 innocent men up than kill them. Personally, killing them is an entirely different scenario, because at least they're alive for us to eventually exonerate them if that's the case.
Yeah.
Locking them up sucks, but it's a lot better than taking their fucking life. And
Yeah, and
That-
I
thing that
used to.
pisses-
Well, I've gone back and forth between I agree with the death penalty, then I don't agree with it because the system's crooked and or flawed. But
I mean, that's
kinda-
just reality. I think it's flawed, and then that's.
But I look at it, the way I look at it is if we know they're guilty, do I justify killing somebody who raped and killed 20 women, yes, I would be okay with that. If we
100% they were guilty, yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Get rid of them.
Or if you catch them in the act, or
if I knew for a fact that they were guilty, fuck them.
And I don't even think we should have like, and I know this goes against like due process and all that stuff, but yeah, if you find them in the act, they're doing that, the cop should just take care of it right there.
I have no argument against that.
Although in that instance, they would presumably be taking care of it to protect the person who's like to protect the victim, right? I mean,
but
as opposed to a punitive. Well, no. As opposed
you're
to
committing a crime.
Measure,
you're committing a crime, and we're going to put you to death.
Yeah, but then you're. Come on, Josh. That this is such a dangerous view, because then the person who is making the arrest is also the person like making the judgment.
Right.
No, that's dystopian.
Yeah, because we can.
I think that's a very good reason why we have the kind of system that we have, where there is this separation.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point.
Yeah, because we can flip the situation where it's like, okay, let's say the state never gets anything wrong. Would you be okay with that penalty? Then we can flip on its face where it's like, would you want, let's say, for the state to be able to say all those January 6 protesters are guilty of treason's
punishable by death,
penalty, and then just wipe out all of them. Do you know what I mean?
And they just start popping them.
The hypothetical situation is that we know for a fact they don't get anything wrong, but we know that they do. So of course, yeah, fuck that.
Even in a situation where they get nothing wrong, if one is to hold the view that life is sacrosanct, then life has to be sacrosanct. Right?
But if the wing of the government never gets anything wrong, then
that's not relevant.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
because ideally, would you rather live in a society that just kills the criminals, or would you rather live in a society that can actually reform criminals into actual decent moral beings?
I mean, yeah, I would rather that society. I thought we were speaking a hypothetical society.
So you just died.
We know everything's.
No, I won.
Oh, you won.
So at the end of the round, a death figure comes up that you can beat if you've got a specific combination of two weapons and two passives, which I didn't bother doing because I wasn't interested in beating death. So at the end of a stage, death comes and kills you, but you win by getting to half an hour.
But that's why it says completed, right?
So you completed the stage, but you didn't get the optimal victory.
Yeah, I mean, the optimal victory is the two rings. I mean, you can't see it because my screen's so small, but there's two rings and two red arrows, and if you have those in combination with two specific weapons, then you can freeze the death figure, and he takes reflected damage, which kills him. But then another death figure turns up and kills you anyway, so
No, King Blackout, I'm not pro-life. I've never said I'm pro-life. I eat meat. I'll cut a chicken's head off and cook that thing up and eat it.
Well, here's an argument I always give.
If somebody's trying to kill me, I'll kill them. I'm not pro-life. I don't even like the term pro-life.
Well, here's the counter I always give to the vegans, which I just can't seem to get an answer from. It's if the animal lives a long natural life, they die of natural cause or whatever, what's the why can't you eat the flesh?
Yeah,
they never seem to have an answer for that.
What'd you say?
They just died naturally, and why can't you eat that?
Yeah, so
I can only answer for myself as someone who's not vegan but is vegetarian. And the reason being that the reason why I stopped eating meat was because I was making a lasagna one day, and when you're browning beef, there's the initial smell can be kind of off-putting, like the meat's gone off, even though it hasn't, and that smell hit my nose, and I realized that it didn't seem beautiful. And at the time, that was an important consideration for me. So I just stopped eating meat. So it wasn't really a moral thing.
When I fell away from God and was doing yoga and like Kundalini Tantra and all that, I had a similar sensation. But I don't have that sensation anymore. And I don't think that sensation was real to me. But
Well, how are we defining real in this context?
well, I mean, I think I had preconceived because I was already told eating meat was bad. And when I cooked that meat, I was already thinking it was bad because of somebody that was teaching me something that I don't think was right. And that's what I smelled. And that's what happened. I've never had that sensation again when I stopped doing all that. Never had that because I was a vegetarian for like a year and a half.
That is an interesting
I mean,
question.
to be clear,
though.
I've only had that experience with beef, like not with say cooking bacon or
Okay. Well, I mean,
lamb or whatever, or chicken.
Bacon is beautiful.
Have you asked other
I do miss bacon.
vegetarians that question, Teriak? What do they?
They never typically have an answer. They say, "Oh well, it's wrong because it's wrong," kind of thing. You know what I mean? But in terms of the whole thing, it's like they're all kind of premises that like the animal suffers and you're murdering an animal and stuff. But if the animal doesn't suffer, it lives a long natural life, dies of natural causes. Why can't you eat the meat?
Well, that's
And they
the
never seem to
argument of
have an answer.
conservation hunters. Like that's why they do it. It's
Mhm.
yeah. That's illogical. Is why?
I guess a
wouldn't you be
good
able to-
answer would be because if I ate the meat and I liked it, then I might be more inclined to start killing animals and eating the meat. I don't know.
But
Yeah, but
if you knew for your sustenance, I mean.
Yeah, and like the counter I have to the vegan position is like when you look at like a world where everyone's vegan versus a world where there's carnivores and all this kind of stuff, like vegans literally have no incentive to keep animals alive or to nurture animals, and this is why you're seeing like the whole kind of global warming thing that's starting to take hold. Like it's kind of matched with this whole kind of like veganism where it's like, oh, like these cows are causing too much, like they're farting and they're putting up
And they're
too
doing
much
the
methane.
exact opposite to keep these animals
Yeah,
safe.
let's wipe out the cows. And you're like, what the fuck? Like that was an actual thing that was proposed in Ireland. They're like, yeah, we need to kill 200,000 cows
Because
for
we're
the
eating the
environment.
cows, we need to kill the cows, so we can't eat the cows. That's the
Yeah, it's literally absurd logic essentially. Where it's like if there is a carnivore, like there's nothing more sacred that they want to make sure that like as long as I'm living, cows are around as well because I love myself some beef, or pigs are around because I love myself some bacon.
Why is it important that there are cows?
Because again, like if you're a carnivore, it's like all you eat is meat. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but why? Like you seem to be making the argument, and maybe I've misunderstood, but it seems that you're saying that the world is better with cows, and that if we stop eating meat, there will be fewer cows in existence, and I'm just wondering why that's a problem.
No, the argument
Yes.
is that vegans want to wipe out cows because we want to eat them, as if it would be better to wipe them out than us eat them.
Oh, I've heard vegans argue that you should wipe out lions. Vegan. That's fucking crazy.
Sorry, Teriak, though.
I mean, I have to, yeah. I don't really kind of care about vegans, except for when they inflict their veganism, one, on their offspring. I think people should make the choice for themselves. Or two, even worse, on their obligate carnivore pets.
Oh, dude, that's the cat.
Like if you've got a
shit.
cat,
That's the fucking
yeah, like
worst.
cats are obligate carnivores. They need to eat meat.
That's the worst.
Yeah.
But
I think there was a really funny TikTok video where this vegan woman is trying to claim that her dog is naturally vegan, and she offers the dog the choice between like some salad and some steak or whatever, and the dog just goes for the steak, and she's like, "No, that's the wrong one."
It's crazy to me when vegans have pets.
Yeah.
I'm just
Why are
like,
you keeping this pet in captivity? You
yeah,
fucking-
is that your slave animal? You're enslaving this animal to live outside of his. That's wild.
But to Shiva, to your point as well, it's like as a carnivore, it's like I have more incentive for like particularly cows, because cows have like 5 stomachs on and stuff, and the particular cuts of
Right.
cows that you have, it's good kind of mix of like fat to protein. and stuff like that as well. So it's like in terms of like ranking the meat that you can eat for a carnivore, like beef is like the best. Like beef, bison, like basically ruminant meat is like the best meat. Like lamb is another good example. Like that's the best meat. Then it's like things like chicken and or particular cuts of chicken and like eggs and stuff like that as well.
Offers the most
So it's like that would
sustenance.
be like the main reason.
Beef
Yeah, I
and
do wonder
chicken.
if there's a problem with eating pigs sometimes.
So what
'Cause
I
I
think
know
that
Jewish people don't,
well, what
Muslim
I
people
take that to
don't.
be is like there was a during the culture is at the time like they could die from it. Like
It
that's
was
how I
Like
unclean.
tapeworm. Tapeworm
Yeah.
comes from like
God
pork,
was commanding
essentially.
them to do that to sustain themselves because eating pork they could literally die. And it was
Yeah.
very common because they had no way of ever cooking the meat enough to actually kill the tapeworms or the bacteria. Because they would just eat, they ate raw meat all the time. Because they never fully cooked their meat, and that was the issue. Is if you're not fully cooking your meat, you can't eat pork because you're not fully cooking it, and you have to. Like if you try to eat
Sorry about that
pork,
noise. I
that's
thought
not
I was
fully
muted.
cooked. If you try to
Yeah,
eat
no
pork
worries.
that's not fully cooked, you could very well die.
Yeah, pork is the only thing that I eat well done.
You have to. You have to. I mean, do not make it a habit to eat raw pork.
What about chicken? Presumably you eat that well done
That's
as
bad
well.
too. Yeah, that's bad too. I don't know. I mean, it didn't really talk much about not eating chicken, but
Yeah, trichinosis. You
but
can eat
like
a
I think
raccoon if you cook it right.
domesticated chickens came at a certain point. I don't know if that was really a big thing in Jewish culture at that point. I don't think that was a big source of food.
They had quail.
I'm pretty sure chicken was not a big source of food for them.
Huh.
But
Right.
pork
Well, I'm
actually
going to
was
go and do
probably
some whittling. I think I got took delivery. I'm going to get into whittling wood. I don't know why.
Let me know when you finish that next short story, bro.
Well, I think the one that I've got in mind at the moment might turn out to be larger than. I don't know. It's I need to invent technobabble. I need to research physics in order to make it work narratively.
I'll look out for it.
And I'm not a scientist,
Before you go, what's the deal with Substack? What is that? That's like this place where you write stuff?
Yeah, it's just basically a website that you can upload stuff that you've
Patreon.
written.
It's just like his own subscription service.
But you can have it free where people
Yeah, you
can
can
read
go
your
read it,
stuff for free, or you can do like paid
yeah.
like memberships.
I mean, I think you can. I haven't really looked into that. I think it.
I've
I
read
think
all
there
your
is
stuff.
an
Paid for it, so.
yeah, like I think there is an option to turn on payments, but I haven't really looked at it. It might be switched
payment.
on.
You can pay you or not, but your
Yeah,
all your
but,
stuff is for free. But you could pay you if you want.
Does
Yeah,
it
I mean,
show
I'm
you like
not-
how many people have read your
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah.
or-
You get
It
like
might
stats
show
in the
him. It don't show the public. I don't believe.
yeah, you get stats in the back end.
Yeah, I mean, he has.
But
good
yeah,
stuff.
if you
I enjoy reading your stuff too. I'm not gonna lie.
if you write and you want you want to share your writing, it could be an avenue to do that. My aim is to probably write enough short stories that I can self-publish a little book of Shiva's writings.
Yeah,
I
I
like
want
your
to make
first
a
story.
book someday.
I mean,
They're very
the
good.
ontological nightmare of. I'm not going to give it away, but it's a good story.
Yeah,
Prisoner, Detective Smith, and
I'm thinking of making Detective Smith a recurring figure who has these improbable philosophical encounters
why
that
I'm
slowly
getting-
unravel his worldview.
yeah, I'm hoping you do that.
You said it's
I think
5,000 words. What is that like? I think 500 words. It's like 5
No, I
minutes.
think the last thing that I wrote is just over 4,000 words, which is a kind of comedic anti-theodicy.
So was that like an hour read?
I mean,
No,
it depends on
no.
how quickly you read, like 5
very
minutes,
quick.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
It's not that long. I
Yeah.
mean, it's a quick short story. It's really good, dude. I mean, it helps me understand Shiva a little better.
You know, I'm trying to keep them short so that they're
I mean, I read everything
easily
else you have.
digestible,
All the other
and
stuff.
so that I think, like, well, what one of the things that I've noticed is that when I go back to revise the second draft, what I'm doing is actually deleting a whole bunch of dialogue and prose because it's kind of redundant or too wordy. Like I'm
Yeah.
trying to keep it Raymond Carver-esque. I don't
Well,
know if
I
you've
will.
ever read any Raymond
Your
Carver.
story is, I mean, it's a decent read. I think it's, and everything
Well,
else you read.
thank you.
I enjoy it. So
That's
looking
very kind of
forward to
you.
the next
Right, with
I don't
him.
want
I'll see you guys later.
spoilers away, so I'm trying to.
Take it easy, Shiva. Have a good one.
Well, it's not. I mean, you know, it's not like there's a big huge twist at the end.
No, there isn't. It's just, it's one of them questions that's worth thinking about. So.
All right, laters.
Yep. Have
See
a
ya.
good one, man.
Later.
James, you falling asleep?
Yeah, I've been in and out.
I could go all night or morning.
Be morning. We don't went all night. What are you talking about? Where have you been?
I don't even know what time it is, bro. I got off work earlier. I came home. I've been yelling at Shiva and yeah. I smoked
Well,
a
you
whole
know,
pack of cigarettes. Now I'm out.
Shiva is destroyer of worlds. You know, you gotta be careful.
Yeah. I made a hint to that earlier. I know all about Shiva.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna head out too.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get ready to shut her down because I gotta get some sleep.
Any
BK
final
tonight.
thoughts?
Yeah, any final thoughts, yo?
I have no final thoughts, dude. I hope y'all have a good weekend. If I see y'all online, I'll hop in.
Well, you'll see me online tonight, BK tonight. I'll be on.
Oh yeah, VK's tonight. Yeah, I'll probably see y'all later tonight then. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Any final thoughts? Anyone else?
Elder Lion, I don't know when we're gonna do that, but Wally, I gotta debate Wally about prohibition. Mosman said he wants to debate me about authority in Christianity.
Do y'all have
And I don't-
moderators?
Huh?
You have moderators?
I think the Wally one hopefully would be on Speakeasy's channel. The one with Mosman, we haven't even like really. He just threw it out there, and I was like, "Yeah,
Well, I
we
like
could do
both
it."
of you. I like both of y'all. So.
So we don't have like a date, or really haven't even really talked much about it. But I think
Well,
it
let me
would
know
be
if y'all need anybody.
interesting. But then the one with Elder Lion, I don't know who would moderate that.
Which side
I was thinking about asking Chris.
Wally.
Yeah, Chris said he wanted to get into moderating something, so we could do that.
I mean, I guess the Mosman, the authority
Chris
one
would be good for that.
You're taking the side of authority on the Mosman one. So
I don't even know if he. I don't even know if he was serious about that. He just threw it out there in
I
my
would love to
Discord.
be. I would love to be there for that. That's all.
Which one are you taking far as Wally? What side are you taking far as Wally? You for prohibition or against prohibition?
I'm gonna be pro prohibition.
Really?
Yeah, we've talked about this before,
Yeah.
James.
I've heard you talk about this a couple times.
Yeah.
But probably take me a little bit longer to prepare for that debate because I didn't actually realize you were going to use the Alex O'Connor argument. I was like reading some old classical era fucking.
You gave him
shit.
everything.
Well, watch the one I did with John. I gave like a scientific biological argument about how our brains work and stuff like that, and then I gave a more theological argument, and then I gave a philosophical one, which is basically Alex O'Connor's with a little bit of I've added to it a little bit.
I probably gave all the quintessential arguments for you.
I thought I was going to end up having to debate Hume or something.
I don't know a lot about Hume, but
Hume is something that a lot of like atheists use. He's
Oh.
not really a predeterminist. He's more of a moralist without. He tries to
Yeah.
justify atheistic
There's a
morals.
show that based a little bit off of him.
he's the one. I think So I Am or no.
I mean, he pretty much copies. What's it called? Do unto others as you'd want done to yourself. He copies that out of the Bible and tries to create a whole moral framework out of that.
Yeah. He's the moral subjectivity guy, or the yeah. No, I don't know, but I'm gonna kind of go more of a different route with this, and just I don't know. Hopefully, try to say something deep. I don't know. I got
Oh, you guys have a good night.
Yeah, we all just have a
idea
good
for
night. Have a good
opening.
night.
God be with you. God bless.
I'll be with all you.
Yep. Later.
Later.
Teriak.
Yeah, so we covered I think a lot of like interesting topics. It's kind of like behind the scenes from what you usually see on VK. Yeah, like interesting kind of like deep philosophical thoughts, like questions that I kind of like regularly seeing on VK. And as you've seen, it was kind of like more kind of like chill in terms of kind of like the back and forth, rather than you got 5 minutes to make a fucking case. So like not as
Yeah,
much
we're having a
over
good
talking and all that
time,
kind of
dude.
stuff.
It's fun. It's
Yeah, I
fun
was
to
Yeah,
gonna work it out. I
Yeah, just
sit
like
back,
chill stream, you know.
relaxed.
Yeah, I enjoy this.
So like I said, just kind of like hopefully like the audience gain like a bit of kind of insight into different things, because as you're saying, like even in terms of like, you know, it's like there'd be some positions that like, you know, me and Shiva were on. There were some positions where JS and Shiva were on, kind of thing. So it's
I
kind of
was
a nice
agreeing with
mix and match.
Shiva at the end there, and that's rare. Like,
Yep.
that's what's
see
crazy.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like I said, it's kind of like this is what they say, or when like Andrew mentions, you know, iron sharpens iron, or the Bible mentions it, and all this. It's like that's how you get better. It's like you kind of like you just kind of like put your ideas out there, and it's like not have the ego to be like, no, I'm right, and it's like accept if someone has another counterpoint or counter view, you just kind of say, yeah, well, that makes sense, and you kind of like move on from there, kind of thing, you know. Other than that, like I said, you can find me Teriak, all the usual socials, YouTube, X, all that kind of shit. And yeah, James, appreciate you having me on.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming up, Teriak.
Hey, have a good day, bro.
Have a great one, Teriak.
Take it easy, boys.
See ya.
JS, James. I'm
Yep.
just gonna go to bed. Y'all do your thing. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Later,
having me
Cooper. See ya.
Yep, later.
Later, man.
Have a great one. God be with you. God bless.
You as well, bro.
Yep. Thanks for having me up, James. I was streaming too, so everybody in my chat, you probably looks like everybody in my chat knows who James is. But
Yeah.
James Life Talks, and if anybody in your chat doesn't know me, JS Urban Adventures. And yeah, I'll see you tonight.
See you tonight.
Yep. Have a good one. God bless.
God be with you.
Later.
Later.
All right, chat. We did good tonight. We hit the goal. We hit the $100 goal. We've maintained over 20 viewers the whole night. I know the thumbnail is Destiny and Pierce, so maybe a lot of people were coming in for that. That was the very beginning of the stream, and I should have changed it. James's Super Stud 2025, Breaking Hearts and Wrecking Hows. I don't know. Wrecking Bows? Wrecking Hose. Wrecking Hose. Breaking Hearts and Wrecking Hose. Chair's the VK58 champion. Yep. And hopefully everything's all right with Easy and we get VK tonight on a Saturday night. You know, I need to get that belt back for a full week instead of 12 hours so that I'm not known as the shortest lived VK champ, you know. So we'll be back for that tonight. And thank you guys for all the support. Everybody make sure you hit the like if you haven't yet. And if you were here for the Destiny and Piers debate review, you can go back to the very beginning and watch that. But I'm going to head out early tonight. Usually we'll go a little later. But hey, another gifted membership for Crazy and Wicked. I don't know who that is, but they got a membership. Let's go. We're going to have to start doing membership-only content. Also, so tonight, so we got the Switch working again. I need to turn that off, actually. We got the Switch working again. We can do Mario Maker streams again. But Monday, I'm planning. I'm not going to make 100% promise, you know, because I don't know. Maybe I'll chicken out. I don't think I'll chicken out, but I may just be like tired and not want to do it. Nah, you know what? I need to commit. Monday, I'm going to the Capitol building to try to get some interviews with some Antifas and some for the Not My President's Day protest at the Capitol building, the Salt Lake City Capitol building. Try to get some interviews. Probably not going to super troll because I'd like to be able to go back and they not. Well, if I'm there, I don't know. I know a lot of them know me. I'm kind of marked in this town. And if I walk up and they're just swarming me at the beginning with the green vest people, if they're just swarming on me, as soon as I get there and start asking questions, then I'm going to get pissed and I'm going to not pissed, but I'm going to rebel. And if that happens, then I'm going to bust out the Trump hat and I'm just going to start yelling and being very loud and boisterous and just saying, "Let's go, Trump 2025. Trump is your king. How do you feel? There's only 2 genders. No more abortion. No more killing babies. There's only 2 genders. You're a man." And I'm going to go in. I'm going to try to walk in calmly and just ask people, "Hey, what are you here for today? Could I get a quick interview?" And just, "Oh, your sign says this. What do you think about this and this?" And I'm going to try to be like a journalist, and if they ask me, "Who are you with?" I'm going to say, "I'm with independent media. I'm just covering the protest. I'm just asking what you guys are here for. And I'm just trying to look into it and you know, see what you guys' stance are. And I'm going to ask genuine questions and try to be good faith and all that. Maybe a little bit of pushback. But if they start sending the green vests at me and telling me, "Don't talk to him. He's a don't talk to him. He's a conservative. He's a counter protester, blah, blah, blah. Don't talk to him." Then we're going to go off, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to get lit. I'm going to pop off at that point. But that's the plan for Monday, which means no Dreaded Conservative show on Monday night. And what might happen is I might end up recording. So I think when I have the mic, the DJI mic hooked up to my phone and I'm using the Osmo and I'm recording and stuff, I think I'll probably get like 2 hours max out of my phone. So I'm going to have it fully charged, have everything fully charged, go in there. As soon as I get there, start recording, do an intro, and then walk in with the mic and just start talking to people, which is going to be good for me because I did door-to-door sales for a long time, but so I have like an ability to talk to people. but walking up to strangers. When I did door-to-door sales, there was something called stemming. And stemming is where they would drop you off in like a Walmart parking lot or a mall, and you would just walk up to people as they're shopping and you would try to sell them. And I never liked doing that. I didn't like walking. I was fine with going up to somebody's front door and knocking on it, but like just going up to people in the street is kind of for me. So it's gonna, get me better at that. And I'm gonna have to get over that. And I'm just gonna have to. I can walk up in a crowd and just start yelling. I can do that easy. But like walking up to strangers with the camera and being like, "Hey, can I get an interview?" It's gonna be tough for me. So bear with me. It might be a little rough. But we'll get better at it. Especially now that Trump's in for another 4 years, we're going to have a lot of these protests. There's already been like one every 2 weeks they're having them at the Capitol building. So I'm going to start going to them. And that's the plan on Monday. Because of that, there will not be a Dreaded Conservative show Monday night. I will push it to Tuesday night. So Dreaded Conservative show this week is going to be on Tuesday night. And I will try to get some clips because it takes me forever to edit, but I'm going to try to edit as quick as possible this video, but I'll get you some clips on Tuesday night. And that's the plan for this week. Gets battered by inclusivity. Bro, I hope they milkshake me or... I mean, I don't want to get pepper sprayed, but if somebody pepper sprays me or something, that shit going viral. So... Polarized again, bad faith. No such thing as good faith for a Trump supporter. Yeah. Whatever. No such thing as IQ above 70 for a Kamala/Biden supporter. Is that good faith? But that's the plan for this week. Tomorrow night, we'll be here, fight night. Gonna do VK. I'm gonna probably start pretty early because I want to watch the main event of the fight card tomorrow. It's not a pay-per-view. I'll start early. We'll do fight commentary. Then by the time the fights are over tomorrow night, the UFC fights, Verbal Combat should be starting. And then we'll go do that. And then afterwards, we'll do some panels for a little bit. And then I'll go to bed Sunday night, go to work Monday. Try to make it to this protest. I got to do it. I just got to do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Be safe. Those morons are getting way more murdery. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really. Most important thing is I'm stressed out about my equipment. So if I get there and I get some footage, I'm thinking worst case scenario is they smack my phone out of my hand and break my Osmo or break my microphone or break my phone. In which case, hopefully we still got a video and it goes viral and we can make some of that money back. But that's the plan. So thank you guys for hanging out. I will see you tonight. God bless. Let me find somebody to, if anybody's there, if anybody I can raid. Let me see. They don't know the 3 branches of government: judicial, legislative, and executive. So you're wrong. You're wrong. Nice pop quiz, though. Can you tell me the 5 rights in the First Amendment? Pop quiz time. How many amendments are there? Pop quiz time. How many amendments are in the Bill of Rights? Let's do a pop quiz. What are the 3 laws of logic? There's not 3 laws of logic. Trick question. There's a lot more than 3 laws of logic. What's the scientific method? Pop quiz time. So low IQ. Redirect. Who we redirecting to? Nobody's live. Oh, Jess is live. We'll send you over to Jess. Hopefully she's live and it's not just like... I'll send you over to Jess. Nunchucks and a Trump hat. My IQ is 142, and without a doubt, the IQ of your average Biden-Harris supporter is 30, 40 points higher than that of a Trump supporter. Oh. Oh, really? Interesting. Interesting. Stating your IQ in a YouTube chat. Right, I'm sure that's true. Yeah, that's got to be true, guys. If somebody says it in a YouTube chat, it's definitely true. All right, I'll see you guys tonight. God bless everybody. Thank you for the support. We out. Peace. Say what up to Jess. Send her some, say JS Raid. The Urban Knights are coming. Lord Spike, what up, bruh? You got here late. It's the end of the stream. Come by tonight. We'll be doing some more later.